Gu Yuan replied solemnly, "In different environments, people will inevitably change. In this life, I walk the path of a demonic cultivator. If I were still as gentle and modest as before, I would have been wiped out long ago without even a trace of ash left." Ever since Wei had taken the initiative to arrange enemies for him, Gu Yuan had felt that he was still far too kind. He thought that once he entered the Ming Shin sect, if he displayed himself in a more ostentatious and forceful manner, even Wei, he would not dare to casually set enemies against him and would first have to consider whether it was worth doing so. Lu Ling replied, "What you say makes sense." It had lived for a very long time and understood these principles as well. It was simply that before it went into its long sleep, Gu Yuan had still been a righteous gentleman. After it awoke, Gu Yuan had become as he was now, and Lu Ling was still somewhat unaccustomed to this change. Gu Yuan spoke no further and turned his attention to the few law imprints within his sea of consciousness. The law of repetition cycles, repeating life, continuing without end. The law of perception, awareness, and sensation, all gifts from the heavens. The law of illusory objects, when illusions become real, they are no longer false. The law of soul, binding souls confined and spirits locked, all turned into prisoners. In time, these four laws would manifest within the Mirage region as the rules of its will. These four law imprints were clearly far more powerful than the blood-stripping law he had obtained from Han Yan. If he could comprehend them, all his combat strength would certainly increase greatly. Gu Yuan took out the full furnace of nightmare beast liquid he had obtained from the Yin realm and looked at Lu Ling. "Does this thing have any use for you?" Lu Ling examined it for a moment and said, "It has some use, but it is not as effective for me as pure blood and qi. You should keep it for yourself." Gu Yuan nodded. "Since that is the case, I will not be polite with you. I will first raise my strength, then comprehend these laws I have obtained. I may need to go into seclusion for some time. Pay close attention to the situation outside. If anything changes, inform me at once. Here I still have some connections." Lu Ling nodded repeatedly. "The law power within that law pearl is fairly good. I can also make use of it. You can cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. Oh, when I comprehend the laws, I will keep an eye on what happens outside." Seeing this, Gu Yuan settled down and began to cultivate in earnest. It had been more than 20 years since he had parted from his third senior brother and entered the Yin realm. Because he had not possessed many resources, his cultivation had not advanced quickly. Now that he had obtained this nightmare beast liquid, it was wise to first raise his strength and only then comprehend the powers of those laws. As Gu Yuan entered a cultivation state, he occasionally consumed portions of the nightmare beast liquid from the alchemical furnace, and the true essence within his body increased. Cultivating the Ming-Ji divine intent art, his dantian, and 361 spiritual springs were like a bottomless abyss. While they provided Gu Yuan with abundant true essence, they also extended the time he required to advance. The nightmare beast liquid truly deserved to be called a perfect all-around tonic. Cultivating while consuming it was more effective than absorbing a spiritual vein. His physical body grew stronger by the day, and his soul power gradually intensified as his cultivation art circulated. The true essence within him accumulated until it reached a bottleneck. With a faint crisp sound from within his body, the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage was shattered like thin paper blocking a flood. After his cultivation advanced into late foundation establishment, he needed to consume even more nightmare beast liquid each day. Time passed day by day. The full furnace of nightmare beast liquid diminished bit by bit without his noticing. A year later, the furnace that had once been full now held only a small half. Gu Yuan's cultivation had reached the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. As long as he wished, he could break through to the golden core stage at any time. Breaking through to golden core was no light matter. As the saying went, once the golden core is swallowed into the belly, one knows that one's fate lies in one's own hands, not in heaven's. Although this stage was called the golden core stage, not everyone could condense a true golden core. Golden cores also had different grades. The poorest grade was known as a false core. Above that were upper grade golden cores, and beyond them, the perfect golden core. The quality of the condensed core would be tied to one's future strength. The finest kind of golden core was the Tao core, formed when the powers one had mastered, momentum, realm comprehension, and laws, were inscribed upon the core itself. At that moment, there were 4 powerful laws and 1 weak law in Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness that he had yet to fully comprehend. To form his core now would be like pulling up shoots to help them grow, ultimately harmful instead of beneficial. In addition, the several sword intents he had mastered still had much room for improvement. If he refined them further, the quality of the golden core he condensed would surely rise dramatically. After reaching the peak of the late foundation establishment stage, Gu Yuan stopped further cultivation of his true essence and focused entirely on comprehending the law imprints within his sea of consciousness. For years later, he had fully comprehended the 4 law powers within his sea of consciousness and integrated them into his cultivation art. The various realms he controlled had also undergone immense improvement through the insight those laws brought. His fearless sword intent had broken through to 9th grade. His flame light sword intent had also reached 9th grade. His long sea sword intent remained at 3rd grade. His natural intent had advanced to 6th grade. The woodcutting sword intent he had comprehended in the Yen realm had directly reached 3rd grade. During these years of seclusion, Yuan had quickly comprehended all that he was able to. Continuing to remain in seclusion would bring little further progress, so he decided to leave and return to the Mingxin sect. Breaking through to the Golden Core stage required undergoing tribulation. Doing so within the Mingxin sect would be safer. If he were interrupted during the process, it would be trouble. I've been away for more than 20 years this time. I wonder what state the sect is in now. Yuan took out his purple gold True Disciple token and extended his spiritual sense into it. At once his expression grew richly complex. The token displayed abolished True Disciple Guxia. Ming points 8352152 frozen. Task: please return to the sect immediately. Permissions: ordinary inner disciple. Below this information were many unread messages. One message from Duan Chuan read: Junior brother Gu, come back quickly. Master, he misses you. Sent 20 years ago. Another from Wei Yi, my good disciple, your 3rd senior brother has caused trouble on your behalf. I will settle it for you. When you see this, return at once. Sent 18 years ago. Another message from Wei Yi simply said, return at once. Sent 15 years ago. Then, Sai, if you do not return soon, your true disciple position will be lost. Sent a message from Li Feiyu stated, according to sect rules, someone has challenged your true disciple status, and you have failed to respond. Your true disciple position is hereby revoked. Sent 10 years ago. A message from Li Yunqi read, coward, you dare not return to the sect. Do not let me look down on you. If you have any courage, come back and fight me. Sent 10 years ago. Another message from Li Yunqi said, coward, after all these years you still do not dare to return. You truly make me look down on you. In half a year it will be my true disciple ceremony. If you still do not come back by then, this true disciple position will forever be mine. Sent 2 months ago. That message had been sent 2 months ago. Another message from Li Yunqi said, how vexing. Without defeating you, my position as true disciple feels far from honorable. Even if I have defeated everyone else, there are always those who point and comment. Come back quickly and let me defeat you face to face. Hurry and return. Sent 1 month ago. That message had been sent 1 month ago. Master, this is my home. That scoundrel is utterly vicious. He not only killed our clan's patriarch, but has occupied his estate for 5 years. Once he emerges from seclusion, he may well exterminate the entire Bai clan. I beg you to uphold justice for me. With a fawning look on his face, Bai Xingtai followed a middle-aged man in a black robe up the small hill that marked the Bai clan's territory. Lu Ming cast his disciple a calm glance. Do not worry, he said evenly. With your master here, I will deal with that scoundrel for you. Only for his disciple's sake had Lu Ming deigned to come in person. It was certainly not because of the 5 peerlessly beautiful female cultivators his disciple had gifted him. Stepping into the Bai clan's grounds, Lu Ming let out a cold snort. You inside, he called sharply, you have occupied my disciple's home for far too long. His disciple had told him that the intruder wore the robes of the Mingxin sect and possessed only mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Even so, before learning whether the man had powerful support behind him, Lu Ming had no wish to act too arrogantly. Master, why be so polite with him? I will go and provoke him out, Bai Xingtai said, fury flaring across his face. Together with a Bai clan cultivator at early foundation establishment, he headed toward the secluded cave where Yuan was in closed-door cultivation. A single palm strike flashed out, and the restrictive formation at the cave entrance shattered at once. Scoundrel, come out and face death. After checking the information within his true disciple token, Yuan heard the commotion outside and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the cave abode. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, the situation outside became clear to Yuan. Another Bai clan cultivator at early foundation establishment had arrived, and in the distance stood a mid-golden core cultivator watching from afar. At this moment, Yuan felt no fear toward a mid-golden core cultivator. Even without using the powerful talisman treasure Wei, his command of several strands of law power meant he was in no way inferior to ordinary golden core cultivators. He stepped out of the cave abode. Seeing Yuan emerge, the 2 men outside hastily retreated to stand behind Lu Ming. Master, that's him, Bai Xingtai said through clenched teeth. Bai Xingtai spoke furiously. Lu Ming murmured, late foundation establishment. No wonder you were able to kill your Bai clan patriarch. Lu Ming's gaze turned hostile as he looked at Yuan. As a disciple of the Mingxin sect, how dare you slaughter a force attached to the sect? Do you even understand what crime that is? Yuan looked at him with open disdain. Do you know what crime it is to bark arrogantly before me? Lu Ming, sensing that Yuan did not take him seriously at all, felt a jolt of unease. May I ask who you are, sir, he said. Open those eyes of yours and look carefully, Yuan said as he produced a purple gold token. A true disciple's token. Lu Ming froze for a heartbeat, then a flush of restrained anger rose to his face. My Mingxian sect does not have any true disciples at the foundation establishment stage. If you wish to impersonate such a status, you should at least pick something more convincing. If you are bold indeed. This seat was almost fooled. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. Imposter. The token was a genuine true disciple's token, even if currently damaged. Gu Yuan was confident he could one day restore it. He did not bother to explain, merely looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Facing Lu Ming's doubts, Gu Yuan simply said, "You dare to question a true disciple's token. Very well." In Lu Ming's mind, Gu Yuan was already a fraud. He wasted no more words. From this moment his attack would show no restraint. A blood-red giant palm suddenly descended toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan thrust out his own palm, and a black giant palm appeared in an instant, rushing to meet the blood-red palm. As it flew, the black palm left behind layer upon layer of afterimages like overlapping ink strokes. Boom. The two palm imprints collided with a thunderous roar. Both the black and blood-red palm imprints dispersed into nothingness. Lu Ming's previously disdainful expression changed abruptly when his blood-red palm was shattered by Gu Yuan's black giant palm. Before he could react, the trailing afterimages of the black palm had already reached him. He had not taken these afterimages seriously, intending to disperse them with a casual wave. But the instant his hand touched one of the palm afterimages, his face changed dramatically. These were not afterimages at all, but real palm imprints, each carrying significant power. Careless as he was, Lu Ming suffered a heavy setback. His entire body was flung backward, and the two Bai clan cultivators behind him were swept up as well, knocked flying along with him. Empowered by the repetition law, Gu Yuan's great wilderness palm needed only a single release. The power of law naturally multiplied it into countless repeated attacks. Though each successive strike grew weaker, the first few were nearly as strong as the original. After that single exchange, Gu Yuan gained a clear understanding of his current strength. An ordinary mid-golden core cultivator was no match for him at all. After suffering that setback, Lu Ming got to his feet, face dark and ugly. Just as the two Bai clan cultivators expected him to resume attacking Gu Yuan, Lu Ming suddenly turned and struck them instead. In their utter confusion, the two men felt the vital energy within their bodies scattered by his blow. "This is a misunderstanding, fellow Taoist, truly a misunderstanding," Lu Ming said quickly through his actions and posture. "I was misled by these two, and that is why I attacked you. Now that they have been executed, I will not trouble you further. I shall take my leave." Within the demonic path, reaching the golden core stage was something Lu Ming owed not to talent, but to relentless caution. If anything ever felt wrong, he would immediately choose self-preservation. That had always been his way. After a single exchange of blows, he understood that the man before him was not someone he could easily manipulate. Continuing the battle would be far less efficient than removing the two troublesome men at his side. Lu Ming's actions left Gu Yuan slightly surprised. Seeing him about to depart, Gu Yuan said coldly, "If you dare leave, believe that even back in the Mingxian sect, I will cut you down on the spot." At those words, Lu Ming halted. "Do you still have business with me, sir?" he asked cautiously. Gu Yuan's expression stayed cold. "You dare raise a hand against me and think to leave so easily?" Lu Ming's face turned even uglier. "These two have already been slain by my hand. What more do you want?" Gu Yuan replied, "I want you dead." With that, Gu Yuan drew his life-bound Flame Sun sword and charged forward. Ninth grade Flame Sun sword intent erupted from him like a blazing sun. White-hot sword light filled the air, multiplied by the repetition law into countless fully substantial sword shadows, and sword radiance surged into the sky. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Faced with this scorching sword intent, his blood-based demonic cultivation was naturally suppressed. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming's body transformed into a streak of bloodlight. By the time the multitude of sword lights fell, Lu Ming's figure had vanished from the spot. Blood escape. Gu Yuan sheathed the Flame Sun sword, frowning. He had thought that encountering a mid-golden core cultivator would provide a good test of his strength. He had not expected the man to be so cautious, almost cowardly, that he dared not fight at all. By burning his own essence blood to perform blood escape, Lu Ming could flee 1,000 miles in an instant. Even if Gu Yuan wanted to pursue, he could not catch up and could only let him go. The Bai clan no longer needs to exist. "I'll leave them to you," Gu Yuan said as he looked at LV Ling. LV Ling licked his lips. "Handling these people will be no problem for me." The ordinary Bai clan cultivators did not yet understand what had happened. LV Ling's blood-red figure flashed rapidly through the estate. One by one, Bai clan members were drained until they became desiccated corpses. Even the blood of the two Foundation establishment cultivators slain by Lu Ming became nourishment for LV Ling. After LV Ling finished, Gu Yuan looked at him and said, "When I return to the Mingxian sect, I cannot be certain what will happen. If nothing unexpected occurs, I may remain in the sect to cultivate from now on. Take this and stay here for now." If anything happens to me, I will be able to return safely to this place through it. Guard it well. As he spoke, Gu Yuan handed LV Ling a brocade box. Inside the brocade box rested a single drop of essence blood that Gu Yuan had condensed using the Mingji Divine Will Art. Within that drop of essence blood was the aura of Gu Yuan's spiritual sense. Once he returned to the Mingxian sect and revealed his current strength, he worried that certain elders might take an interest in him that was far from benign. If someone tried to seize his body, that single drop of blood would give him a narrow chance at survival. Given all that Gu Yuan knew of the Mingxian sect, the likelihood of someone attempting such a seizure was almost zero. The sect possessed its own methods for enhancing innate talent. Stealing a prodigy's body would be a poor trade. Even so, Gu Yuan preferred to be prepared just in case. As for abandoning the Mingxian sect to wander freely outside the Eastern Domain, that was something he had never considered. The sky-veiling barrier over the Eastern Domain had always been a knot in his heart. LV Ling nodded and put away the brocade box. Rest assured, I will remain here and wait for your return. After giving LV Ling one last look, Gu Yuan left the cave abode and stepped onto his sword, flying toward the Mingxian sect. With his current strength, it was only right that he return and vie for his place. After flying for 2 to 3 days, upon arriving at the Mingxian sect, Gu Yuan saw a newly constructed giant arena from afar. With a sweep of his divine sense, information about this place immediately filled his vision. Gu Yuan silently approached the construction site of the spectator platform outside the arena. That guy surnamed Gao moved faster. Even moving a stone takes you so long. Be careful that I don't let out 3 more pounds of your blood. A plump middle-aged man roared after cracking his whip, striking a frail individual. The man cried out in pain as the giant stone he was carrying fell to the useless thing. You can't even move a stone. The plump man snorted coldly and lashed out with his whip again. Trash, you wouldn't even spend money to find someone to break that soul-controlling technique on you. You deserve to be treated as a blood slave. The plump man was extremely displeased with this person, and after hitting him twice with the whip, he still felt unsatisfied. Wang Hao, you seem to be doing well now. Gu Yuan calmly walked over to the plump man. Hearing someone call his name, Wang Hao turned around, and upon seeing Gu Yuan, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, which quickly turned into nostalgia. Gu Xia, it's you. Gu Yuan noticed that Wang Hao was already a Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivator and looked quite impressive in front of the spectator platform being built. Wang Hao sized Gu Yuan up, his eyes widening. You're quite something, Gu Xia. Your cultivation is higher than mine, and you've reached Foundation Establishment late stage. It seems you've been doing well these years. Who are you following now? Gu Yuan's expression was odd. Who am I following? Does following Wei Yi count? Or should I consider following Yang Yao Xinjun? Before Gu Yuan could respond, he saw the frail man who had been whipped by Wang Hao crawling over to him. My lord, it's so good to see you again. My name is Gao Yang. I've met you before. His expression was extremely excited. Since leaving the blood-feeding realm and arriving at the Mingxian sect, when he first came out, he borrowed some Ming points from various lenders, which were originally enough to hire someone to break the soul-controlling technique on him. However, fearing he might meet that great person again, he didn't do so, and instead used those points to exchange for resources to cultivate. He never found that great person afterward, and his debts kept piling up, making it impossible for him to gather enough funds to buy Foundation Establishment pills. He remained stuck at the peak of the Qi refining stage. Due to the soul-controlling technique on him, even if he wanted to join some forces, others wouldn't accept him. As a last resort, he could only become a blood slave within the Mingxian sect, serving others to repay his monthly debts. Gao Yang. Gu Yuan recalled that he indeed had a subordinate named Gao Yang during his time in the blood-feeding realm, but at this moment the man was so emaciated and his face had changed drastically that Gu Yuan did not recognize him. Is this your subordinate? Wang Hao looked at Gu Yuan. If you had said so earlier, knowing you were my good friend's subordinate, I wouldn't have let you bleed so much. Wang Hao wore a look of regret. Gu Yuan addressed Gao Yang, saying, You've suffered. My lord, it's nothing. Gao Yang is not suffering. It's wonderful to see you again. Please, my lord, give me a chance to serve you again. Gao Yang pleaded while kneeling on. You have the soul-controlling technique I set up on you. You are mine. Get up, Gu Yuan said as he looked at Gao Yang. Gu Xia, the contract for this blood slave is in our Yuan Sheng Association. If you want to take him away, I can help you negotiate, but you will probably need to spend some money to get him. Don't worry, I won't let you spend too much considering my face. Wang Hao said cheerfully. Gu Yuan looked at the pleased Wang Hao and asked, What is the Yuan Sheng Association? To mistreat his subordinate and expect Gu Yuan to pay to redeem him. Gu Yuan was curious to see what background the Yuan Sheng Association had, and whether they dared to accept his money. The Yuan Sheng Association. Let me tell you, our Yuan Sheng Association has become a new extraordinary force within the Mingxian sect in recent years. Do you see that arena? You should know what that arena is for, right? That is where our newly promoted True Disciple Li Yunxi will hold the True Disciple Conference in 3 months to welcome challengers from the other 4 sects. The person behind our Yunsheng association is this new true disciple. Currently, even the old forces within the sect do not dare to offend our Yunsheng association. Now you should understand. Guxia, you now have latest stage foundation establishment cultivation. If you also want to join our Yunsheng association, I can recommend you. Lu Laoda is now a key figure in the Yunsheng association. As long as he nods, you can join us. What do you say? Want to develop together with me? Don't think my current cultivation is lower than yours, but it's just that I've been delayed a bit due to practicing a superior technique. Otherwise, I could have also become a latest stage foundation establishment cultivator like you. The Yunsheng association is backed by Li Yunqi. Remembering that Wei he had mentioned Li Yunqi was a disciple of the sect leader Li Feiyu, Gu Yuan suddenly understood. With the sect leader as a backing, who would dare provoke Li Yunqi within the sect? Gu Yuan shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in your Yunsheng association. Can I take this person away first and pay you the redemption fee later?" Wang Hao's face flashed with regret. He had always wanted Gu Yuan to stay by his side, but Gu Yuan consistently rejected him. "Sai, when will you realize the importance of having a good backing?" Wang Hao sighed inwardly. "Guxia, it's not that I can't help you. I'm just a small manager. If you take him away, others will come to trouble me. The Yunsheng Association is also a place of fierce competition. For now, go pay the money first, get the blood slave contract, and then take him away. Is that alright?" Gu Yuan once again rejected Wang Hao, causing Wang Hao's tone to turn slightly colder. Gu Yuan did not want to make things difficult for Wang Hao. It wasn't worth it for such a small matter. He glanced at Gao Yang and said, "You stay here for a while." Currently, Gu Yuan's Ming points in the True Disciple token were frozen. If he wanted to redeem Gao Yang, he would need to spend spirit stones. Gu Yuan planned to find Wei Yi first and unseal his token before proceeding. With his current combat power, Gu Yuan believed Wei Yi would still be that kind-hearted master. Gao Yang was filled with excitement, saying, "My lord, don't worry, I will wait for you here." Having suffered for so long, Gao Yang felt as if he had found a savior. This feeling was beyond words. Gu Yuan turned to leave. He had come here because he discovered Wang Hao through his divine sense, and came to see him. Now that he had met him, Gu Yuan was ready to return to Deming Mountain. Wang Hao looked into the distance, his expression slightly changing. "Guxia, you should leave quickly. You are not one of us in the Yunsheng Association. Lu Laoda has brought Li Zhunchuan to inspect. If you stay here, there might be trouble." Hearing this, Gu Yuan followed Wang Hao's gaze into the distance, and saw Li Yunqi with a stern expression accompanied by several people wearing smiles walking. Feeling the gaze upon him, Li Yunqi looked over. Upon recognizing Gu Yuan, the previously stern expression on his face suddenly brightened with joy. As the True Inheritance Conference approached, Li Yunqi's mood had been quite poor lately. After advancing to the Golden Core stage, he had defeated numerous core disciples of the sect, earning recognition from Li Feiyu, affirming his qualification to become a true disciple. However, he had yet to confront the person who had twice bested him in the Blood Feast realm. Without a direct victory over Guxia, even if he became a true disciple, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction within. After not receiving a response to the message he sent through his identity token, Li Yunqi thought it would be like this for the time being. To his surprise, he unexpectedly saw him again. That man had returned. Instantly, joy lit up Li Yunqi's face, and a strong battle intent surged within him. As long as he could defeat him in direct combat, he would have no regrets as a true disciple. As his battle intent rose, Li Yunqi's divine sense swept out, eager to discern the current strength of that man. Late foundation establishment. He hasn't even advanced to the Golden Core stage yet. Such a person had previously defeated him twice. Li Yunqi felt insulted. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in the Eternal Abyss at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he had not relied heavily on pills to stack his cultivation, yet over the years he had steadily reached the peak of the early Golden Core stage. Yet Guxia remained a foundation establishment cultivator. Fighting him with such a significant disparity in realms, even if he emerged victorious, what would it signify? Instantly, Li Yunqi's battle intent dissipated. In its place was anger. The people around him, including Lu Bintang, were somewhat perplexed. Why was the true disciple Li Yunqi behaving this way? Following his gaze, Lu Bintang and the others spotted Gu Yuan. This person was clearly not from the Yunsheng Society, which explained why Li Yunqi was so furious. "This is my subordinate's fault for letting a spy infiltrate here to scout the surroundings. I will kill him right away," Lu Bintang said, panic flashing across his face, filled with rage. This Wang Hao, usually quite clever, how could he allow outsiders to enter here? Even if you couldn't defeat him, you shouldn't have let him stay using the background of the Yunsheng Society. Now that Li Yunqi had discovered him, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Li Yunqi glared at him in anger. "You can kill him." With that, he disdainfully glanced at Lu Bintang and stepped forward. "I am glad you could return, but your strength disappoints me." Li Yunqi looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan met his gaze calmly, seemingly unconcerned by Wang Hao urging him to leave quickly. "A defeated foe, and yet you remain so arrogant," Gu Yuan remarked. The onlookers were collectively stunned by the exchange. What had he just said? A defeated foe. Did Li Yunqi actually lose to this person? Wang Hao stared wide-eyed as if he did not recognize Gu Yuan. Gao Yang, still on the ground, looked up at Gu Yuan's figure in disbelief. Lu Bintong stepped closer and recognized Gu Yuan's face. He recalled that this person seemed to have entered the Ming-Shin sect alongside him, and had once asked Wang how to recruit him. Temporary victories and defeats mean nothing. You are not my opponent now. Li Yunqi openly acknowledged that he had lost to Gu Yuan in the past. Gu Yuan looked at Li Yunqi and the few people beside him. Among them, Gu Yuan not only recognized Lu Bintong, but also Kong Guan, the one with the best aptitude from the batch taken. How do you know I am not your opponent now, without having fought me? Feeling the pressure from Li Yunqi's peak early golden core cultivation, Gu Yuan sensed the pressure, but did not take it to heart. With his current foundation, even if Li Yunqi had extraordinary means, he could still remain undefeated. Upon hearing this, Li Yunqi's anger flared. Do you think I am like those ordinary people? In my eyes, there is no difference. I initially planned to give you some time to defeat you after you break through to the golden core stage, but it seems I must teach you a lesson today. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want to defeat you again in a dignified manner after you break through to the golden core stage. Because of what you just said, I will spare you today. I want you to understand that a loser is always a loser. Gu Yuan understood well that Li Yunqi, as the disciple of the sect master Li Feiyu, must have life-saving trump cards, just like the talisman treasures Wei Yi had given him. It was impossible to kill him here, so he boldly made his claims. After the two exchanged harsh words, they silently ascended the massive arena which had just been constructed. The onlookers were wide-eyed. They had spent a long time in the Blood Feast realm, and were unaware of Gu Yuan's glorious accomplishments before. Only a few high-ranking sect officials were aware of Gu Yuan's identity in the Ming-Shin sect. Later, after Gu Yuan went to the Nightmare Realm and did not return for a long time, many had already forgotten about his existence. They had forgotten that before Li Yunqi there had been a Gu Yuan who had held a true disciple status since leaving the Blood Feast realm. This arena was established by the Ming-Shin sect to host the True Inheritance Conference, where Li Yunqi would face challengers from the other four sects. At this moment, there were no elders setting up protective formations nearby, and the two would not hold back in their confrontation. You have not advanced to the Golden Core stage. You will never understand the difference between the Golden Core and Foundation establishment. I am forming a half-step Dao Dan, having just broken through to the early Golden Core stage. Those ordinary late Golden Core cultivators are not my match, let alone you, who has not yet advanced to the Golden Core stage. Li Yunqi gazed coldly at Gu Yuan. Don't say I am using my strength to bully the weak. If you can still move within my true demon domain, then you have the qualification to make. With that, Li Yunqi's body stirred without wind, his purple gold robe fluttering as a surge of black, demonic energy emanated from him, instantly transforming the arena into a demonic domain. Li Yunqi truly lived up to his reputation as a prodigy. The once weak, true demon domain had now reached the 9th level of mastery. No wonder he could defeat all core golden core cultivators within the Ming-Shin sect. Gu Yuan exuded an aura of naturalness. After activating the 6th level of natural intent, a vast serene energy radiated, allowing Gu Yuan to remain unaffected in the true demon domain. He stood there as if merging with the air and becoming one with nature, belonging to the entire world. The true demon domain lost its target for suppression, and the demonic pressure instantly became formless. Is this your trump card? Gu Yuan sneered. If this is all you are capable of, there is no need for you to advance to the Golden Core. Today, you will still face defeat. A skilled warrior excels in strategy. Facing Li Yunqi, the first thing Gu Yuan aimed to do was to shatter his mindset. Do you think I am still the same as before? Ridiculous, this domain is merely an extension of my physique. If you can remain unaffected, it only grants you the qualification to compete with me. I will suppress my cultivation to match your realm, and fight you. After losing, don't say I bullied you. Seeing Gu Yuan completely unaffected by the true demon domain, Li Yunqi immediately withdrew his golden core power, suppressing his realm to the peak of late Foundation establishment. Ridiculous. If you weren't suppressing your realm, you might have been able to fight me, but now you are nothing in my presence. Gu Yuan looked at Li Yunqi with disdain. Before they engaged, both wanted to exert some psychological pressure on each other. Stop wasting time, prepare to die. Li Yunqi drew his life-bound treasure, the purple gold spear. In the face of Li Yunqi, Gu Yuan appeared calm, but internally felt considerable pressure. After merging the 3 life-bound flying swords within him into one, Gu Yuan held a second-tier supreme artifact long sword, unleashing the flame-like sword. Under the enhancement of the 9th grade sword intent, the true demonic domain beside him was instantly dispersed. Very good. No wonder you were able to defeat me back then. Even in the Foundation establishment stage, you could wield 9th grade sword intent. However, my current abilities will not be inferior to yours in this regard. With that, Li Yunqi also rose with a fighting spirit filled with 9th grade spear intent. On this arena, due to the absence of protective formations, the power they unleashed directly reached the spectators below. Those who were originally building the viewing platform scattered in all directions to avoid the two terrifying auras. Wang Haolu Bentong and others also immediately distanced themselves. Looking at the two on the stage, Wang Hao's face was filled with disbelief. The person who could confront Li Jinchuan was actually his neighbor from childhood, and he had invited him repeatedly to join Lu Bentong. Did the other party even need that? Lu Bentong was nothing in front of him. Wang Hao's mind began to race. He helped Gao Yang up, saying, "It's not safe here, it'll take you further away." Lu Bentong recognized Gu Yuan, and Kong Guan also recognized him, having some impression of Gu Yuan. He had appeared inexplicably at the front of the spirit boat, and after he woke up, Gu Yuan was right beside him. The two had never imagined that someone from their batch entering the Mingxin sect could actually confront Li Jinchuan. Moreover, he had previously defeated Li Jinchuan. They believed they were among the best in their original batch, but compared to Gu Yuan, it was like a mayfly gazing at the moon. Although both were now at the late foundation establishment stage, they could not withstand even the power exuded by Li Yunxi. Gu Yuan was at the same cultivation level, but could stand beside Li Yunxi without changing his expression. The two felt that even if Gu Yuan lost, he would still have much to be proud of. On the stage, after both unleashed their intent, Li Yunxi struck first. Take this, the defeating Xia spear. The spear's tip blazed like fire, swift as lightning, as countless spear shadows formed a sharp fire spear sword in an instant. This move was specifically devised to counter Gu Yuan's earlier use of Changhai sword intent and fearless sword intent. The giant sword formed from spear shadows resembled a divine fire sword possessing a violent power that incinerated all around. Is this really a fire sword? Gu Yuan scoffed disdainfully, swinging his long sword downwards from above, as the blazing white sword light tore through the sky, the white afterimage resembling a curtain of light. Swish, swish, swish. Countless white sword lights struck directly against the enormous fire sword released by Li Yunxi. Boom, boom, boom. The crashing sound of sword lights echoed in every direction. Under the enhancement of the principle of repetition, this plain, yet powerful yin-yang sword, like an endless rain of sword light, struck the fire sword unleashed by Li Yunxi. Crack, crack. The sound of explosions spread in all directions. The fire sword was ruthlessly destroyed, yet the remaining power of the sword light remained unabated, with countless repeating sword shadows still falling. Li Yunxi had prepared a countermeasure against Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan were still the same as before, this move would indeed counter Changhai sword intent and fearless sword intent, but Gu Yuan was no longer the same Gu Yuan. After the blow from the yin-yang sword shattered Li Yunqi's spear technique, the continuously falling sword shadows caused Li Yunqi's expression to change slightly. He held the purple gold spear and swiftly evaded this attack. On the arena, countless sword shadows fell. The newly built platform, lacking protective formations, was immediately struck with a massive crack. After the crack appeared, countless sword shadows continued to fall, deepening the crack until it was visible down to the rock beneath. What kind of sword technique is this? Li Yunqi's expression changed. He couldn't understand why, even though the sword had already fallen, so many repeating sword lights still descended. I told you wouldn't understand. This sword's movement and destructive power were immense. Gu Yuan noticed that several figures from the Mingxin sect were already flying towards them. This was the effect he wanted. If he could defeat Li Yunxi in front of everyone once again, his position as a true disciple would remain intact, and he would still have the protection of his backer, the true monarch Yang Yao. Li Yunxi was just the sharpening stone for Gu Yuan to prove his strength. A mere trick. No matter how extravagant the sword technique, it won't change anything. Li Yunxi, sensing the approach of others from the sect, no longer held back. Holding the long spear, his figure suddenly split into several, each shadow appearing as substantial as the true form, attacking Gu Yuan from all directions. In response to this move, Gu Yuan's figure also transformed into several, each afterimage wielding the yin-yang sword technique. On the arena, countless sword lights clashed with the spear shadows. The entire arena could not see either of their true forms, only afterimages. Li Yunqi's spear technique created afterimages, while Gu Yuan's flame sword technique, enhanced by the principle of repetition, caused countless sword shadows to strike down as if they were real. In a blink, Li Yunxi had been hit several times by the remaining sword shadows, depleting his protective true essence, yet his spear had not once struck Gu Yuan. In the air outside the arena, several figures from the Mingxin sect hovered above. Confusion appeared in their eyes. The capable golden core cultivators within the sect had already been challenged by Li Yunxi. Was there really an outer sect cultivator here to battle him? The True Disciple Conference had yet to begin, and someone already stepped up to challenge, which was undoubtedly a provocation against the Mingxin sect. Several divine senses reached toward the arena where the fierce battle was taking place. The divine senses of the nascent soul stage were exceptional. No matter how the two shifted their figures, they could hardly escape the detection of the nascent soul cultivators. Upon seeing Gu Yuan's figure, many elders who had previously encountered him changed their expressions. It's Gu Xia, the previous true disciple. He has returned. Quick, activate the arena's protective formation. If they continue fighting like this, the arena will collapse. Seeing that both combatants were their own elder, Ku immediately raised the alarm. After he spoke, two elders stepped forward to activate the arena's protective formation. Instantly, the residual power of Gu Yuan's sword techniques could no longer affect the area outside the arena. The two early-stage nascent soul elders presiding over the arena's protective formation, who had initially appeared relaxed, suddenly changed their expressions under the continuous repeating sword shadows from Gu Yuan. What kind of technique is this kid using? Why does it keep attacking the protective formation? If this attack continues without intervention from the two, the newly activated protective array will collapse in no time. The combatants above are the pride of their sect, and their status is not as high as that of the elders. For now, they can only silently exert their own strength to maintain the arena's protective array. What kind of technique is Gu Xia using? Li Yunqi has been getting hurt while he appears unfazed. His swordsmanship is peculiar, allowing him to attack repeatedly. An elder commented. After confirming that those on the arena were their own people with divine, since the elders silently retracted their spiritual awareness. After all, the two are still fighting. Being constantly monitored by divine sense can easily distract them. If they were ordinary people, the elders might not have cared, but these two are obviously not ordinary. Li Feiyu watched the battle between the two on the arena from midair, his brows furrowing. Ordinary elders might not perceive the intricacies as they have yet to condense the power of laws, but he could see through it. The sword techniques used by Gu Yuan actually contain the power of laws. Moreover, this power of laws appears to be quite remarkable. To possess the power of laws that one can only comprehend at the nascent soul stage while still in the foundation establishment stage. What kind of freak is this Gu Xia? At this moment, Li Feiyu regretted depriving Gu Yuan of his true inheritance status. He could see that if Li Yunqi continued to suppress his cultivation and fought Gu Xia, he would eventually be defeated. If he does not suppress his cultivation and uses his golden core strength, even if he defeats Gu Yuan, now what difference would it make? Once he advances to the golden core stage, if Li Yunqi cannot comprehend the power of laws, he would likewise not be a match for Gu Xia. Li Feiyu admitted that he had underestimated Gu Xia's talent. But the boat has already set sail, he has no good options left. As for eliminating Gu Xia in advance to clear the obstacles for Li Yunqi, Li Feiyu wasn't foolish enough to do that. Gu Xia's master might not be an issue, but the ancestor behind him is certainly not to be trifled with. No other elders in the sect would support. There have been multiple edicts from the extreme saint sect urging the 5 sects to cultivate true geniuses to enhance their voice within the extreme saint sect. If those people find out that he wishes to eliminate an extraordinary genius, then his position as sect master would be at an end. Li Yunqi's talent and strength are sufficient to secure the true inheritance position of the Mingxin sect. Now, however, there is a more monstrous Gu Xia. What should he do? Should he appoint 2 true inheritors at the same time? There is no precedent for this in the Mingxin sect, and Li Feiyu was troubled. The tardy Balanta elder Ba felt an unsettling memory surge within him upon seeing Gu Yuan appear on the arena. It's him, the one who caused significant damage to my Ming Point's old wise disciple. His disciple is battling Li Yunqi on the arena. Where is old Wei? Balanta glanced around, but did not see Wei Yi. Could it be that he is still unaware? With this thought, Balantu immediately sent a message to Wei Yi. Old Wei, where are you? Come quickly, your disciple is fighting Li Yunqi. Wei Yi, who was in his cave abode, received Balanta's message. He is fighting Li Yunqi. Is it the eldest? Did he not already lose to Li Yunqi before? Does he not know when to give up, and challenged him again? Wei Yi was not optimistic about his eldest disciple Hengguan. Challenging Li Yunqi again was simply self-humiliation. He was improving, but Li Yunqi's speed of advancement was much faster than his. What is there to see? Does he want to watch his disciple lose, and mock himself? Wei Yi's thoughts flashed through his mind as he replied to Balantu, no need to watch. There is nothing interesting. I am not interested. At this moment, Wei Yi could not help but reminisce about Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan were still in the sect, how could Li Yunqi be so arrogant? Unfortunately, he had pushed too hard back then, and should not have allowed the third to act so recklessly. Although he had obtained over 10 million Ming Point resources, he had forced his disciple away. Over the years, Wei Yi had sought out Li Feiyu multiple times, asking him to use his sect master authority to check the information about Gu Xia recorded on the celestial curtain, to see if he had left the eastern. However, the news he received was that the celestial curtain could not sense his aura. He was either in some small world or dead. After Gu Yuan refined the disciple token with blood, a trace of his aura was recorded within the sect. If that trace of aura were not still present, proving that he was not dead, Wei Yi would have thought he was no longer around. But since he is not dead, yet refuses to return to the sect, it must be related to the events from before. Wei Yi felt deep regret at this moment. A good disciple is worth more than those resources. He still wanted a good disciple. He had been a bit too greedy back then, wanting both. Over the years, Wei Yi had secretly interacted with many newcomers who went to the blood-feeding realm for training, but none could compare to Gu Xia from back then. For this, he even had Yang Yaojinjuan teach him a lesson, saying he was short-sighted. On the other side, Balantu, who received Wei Yi's reply, was puzzled. Wei Yi usually loved to watch the excitement. Today his disciple is battling Li Yunxi, yet he did not appear. Something is very strange here. If he doesn't come, then I will watch myself. Gu Xia is indeed fierce. He has not sustained any injuries while Li Yunxi is covered in wounds. Could it be that he is going to win again? It's a pity that no one has opened a betting line, otherwise I would definitely bet on Gu Xia winning this time. Balanta thought to himself, looking at the other elders. Hey, do any of you have a betting line? Let's wager on who will win. What is there to bet on? The victor will certainly be Li Yunxi. Can't you see he is currently suppressing his strength? Once he stops suppressing, he will likely defeat that person quickly. An elder who did not know Gu Yuan spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, Balanta became interested. Old son, do you dare to bet? I bet a spirit artifact. I am wagering on Gu Xia winning. Then let's bet. Who's afraid of who? It's just a spirit artifact. Come on, old Fong, bear witness for us. Elder son said with a smile, pulling in. Wait, I want to join in too. Me too. Elder Ma and Elder Gua also came over after hearing the news. Elder son looked at the two in confusion. Elder Ba is only betting one spirit artifact. How will we split it? Split what? I bet on Gu Xia winning. Do you dare to put up another spirit artifact? Me too. I also bet on Gu Xia winning. Do you dare to put up another spirit artifact? Elder Ma and Elder Gua had blind confidence in Gu Xia. They had never missed a betting opportunity regarding Gu Xia, and he had never disappointed them. Why would I refuse something that comes knocking? I don't have that many spirit artifacts on me. Old Fong, lend me one, and I will return it to you after I win. Plus, I will give you an additional 1 Ming points. How about that? Elder son looked at Elder Fong. Sounds good, sounds good. Come, let's write a note first. Elder Fong did not refuse. After they set up the betting agreement, their attention turned back to the arena. Li Yunqi's proud lightning spear technique surprisingly yielded no advantage against Gu Yuan, and before he realized it, he had already been struck by several swords. Li Yunxi realized that continuing to compete in speed and offense was not to his advantage. His swordplay was somewhat peculiar, as he had clearly blocked one strike, yet more swords followed in round. Unless he could completely evade the range of the sword's attack and focus on defense, he would keep getting injured. And how could Li Yunxi at this moment resort to passive defense? In an instant, Li Yunxi changed his tactics. No matter how fast or strange you are, I will break through with my might. He believed that under the enhancement of the true demon domain, his strength would surpass Gu Yuan's, even at the same realm. Immediately, Li Yunxi abandoned the lightning spear technique and transformed his approach into a fierce, sweeping motion. What he didn't realize was that Gu Yuan practiced the mystic intent of the underworld, and most of his energy was spent on strengthening his physique. In a contest of strength, Gu Yuan was unmatched, even at the same level. As Li Yunxi changed his technique, Gu Yuan did as well. The long sword in his hand struck out in a chopping manner, meeting Li Yunqi's golden spear Hedon. The techniques of the two transformed simultaneously into sweeping motions. Instantly, numerous afterimages on the arena vanished, allowing the onlookers to see the battle between the two more clearly. The spear cut through the air, tracing sharp arcs. The spear tip glimmered coldly, accompanied by a piercing sound of the wind being sliced. Each time the brilliant sword light clashed with the spear's radiance, it produced residual sword shadows. The continuous sword strikes followed relentlessly, and the immense impact persisted even after shattering the spear's brilliance. In a contest of strength bolstered by the laws of repetition, Gu Yuan's assault grew fiercer. After Li Yunxi shifted his tactics, they exchanged no more than 10 moves before he felt a tearing pain in the hand gripping the spear. Li Yunxi furrowed his brow. In the same realm with the enhancement of the true demon domain, he found himself lacking in strength compared to Gu Yuan. How can I defeat him? Facing Gu Yuan, Li Yunxi felt somewhat powerless. This sense of helplessness was frustrating. If he couldn't overcome him despite having the same realm, did it mean he was inferior to Gu Yuan? No, I still have a chance. I have other tricks up my sleeve, and I don't believe you can withstand them all. A fierce glint appeared in Li Yunqi's eyes. You forced my hand. With that, his entire body suddenly grew larger, a violent demonic aura emanating from him, as if he were clad in a layer of demonic armor, instantly altering his aura. A cold, ruthless aura, one that looked down upon all beings, radiated from Li Yunxi, who at this moment seemed to transform completely into a true demon. The demonized Li Yunxi was utterly frenzied. His strength doubled instantly. The golden spear in his hand also shifted from the previous sweeping style. The entire spear was enveloped in demonic energy, taking on a dark red hue, exuding an incredibly sharp aura. The spear trembled like a black dragon, the demonic power penetrating the spear shaft, as if thunder had erupted. Wherever the spear light passed, even the sword shadows, enhanced by the laws of repetition, were directly shattered. Faced with Li Yunqi in this state, Gu Yuan noticed that not only had his strength doubled, but the speed and techniques of his spear had also undergone tremendous changes. At this moment he resembled a demon solely focused on battle, and the previous mental influences on him had completely dissipated. This talent for combat is truly terrifying. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly, but remained calm. With the law of illusions activated, the afterimages he left behind became real, and in the interplay of reality and illusion, even the most ferocious spear light could not harm him in the slightest. On the arena, Li Yunqi descended like a demonic god, the long spear in his hand constantly radiating a fierce and dominating intent, shattering Gu Yuan's afterimages like mirrors. However, he still failed to inflict real harm on Gu Yuan's true body. The demonized Li Yunqi seemed to have undergone a transformation in consciousness as well. To secure victory in battle, he unshackled the realm he had previously suppressed. The pressure of the golden core stage instantly filled the entire arena. Li Yunqi's attack speed and strength surged several times once more. Wherever the spear tip reached, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp shriek. The numerous sword lights Gu Yuan unleashed were all obliterated under such a spear tip. At this moment, he truly felt the terrifying nature of a golden core cultivator. Had it not been for the constant activation of the natural intent on him, the sheer pressure emanating from Li Yunqi would have made it impossible for him to approach. You may be strong, but I will fish in an empty pond. Gu Yuan's aura shifted, the flame light, sword intent dissipated, and the natural intent on him reached its peak state. Under the enhancement of the illusion law, Gu Yuan now resembled a fish in water. What one saw on the surface was not his true position. The spear shaft streaked like a meteor, the cold light manifesting, and with one thrust it struck Gu Yuan's body. Yet the spear in Li Yunqi's hand passed through the air as if it had caused no harm to Gu Yuan. Instead, as he staggered during his retraction, Gu Yuan swept his sword, and the unadorned chopping motion struck Li Yunqi's demonic form like a falling axe. In an instant, true demons were bathed in blood. In that moment, Li Yunqi's combat awareness was heightened, and he immediately transformed into a shadow, creating distance. What kind of technique is this? There are clearly no afterimages on the field, and he hasn't moved an inch. Why can't I harm him? Even in his cold, merciless demon form, Li Yunqi felt a deep shock. I refuse to believe I can't injure you. Anyone in the presence of a demon can only tremble. Standing is not an option. He swept the long spear in his hand, a force akin to a mountain crashing down, transforming into a terrifying black energy that struck across the entire. The terrifying energy, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss, threatened to swallow the entire arena, leaving Gu Yuan with no way to evade. He lightly tapped his feet and leaped into the air. This attack landed solidly upon the protective array. The two elders watching from below immediately grimaced. With one effective strike, Li Yunqi continued to execute this technique, giving Gu Yuan no chance to breathe, aiming the terrifying Xian mountain energy at Gu Yuan in midair once more. At that moment, Gu Yuan resembled a spirit of nature, moving nimbly around the arena, allowing Li Yunqi to frantically unleash his spear in terrifying energy attacks. Even though some black spear lights appeared to strike Gu Yuan's body from the outside, in reality that was not where Gu Yuan's true body resided. The illusion law fused with the natural intent, allowing Gu Yuan to blend between reality and nature. Unless Li Yunqi could seal off this space, as long as Gu Yuan had true essence within him, he would remain undefeated. Outside the arena, Li Feiyu watched as another type of law emerged from Gu Yuan, his brow furrowing even deeper. This person had actually mastered two kinds of laws. Moreover, the natural aura emanating from him was equally extraordinary. If such a person does not meet an untimely end, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Mingxin sect in the future. With this thought, a vague idea rose in Li Feiyu's heart. If you can defeat Li Yunqi with your foundation establishment strength, then our Mingxin sect should give birth to a figure with the potential of a holy son. On the arena, some spectators had already discerned the nuances of the battle and realized Gu Yuan's extraordinary nature. However, those without any insight only saw Li Yunqi unleashing a fierce assault after releasing the restraints within him, overpowering Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan could only dodge frantically, unable even to fight back. He had been swept by the spear light several times and must have sustained serious injuries. Elder Sun, who had placed the bet, was now gleefully watching Li Yunqi pursue Gu Yuan, his face beaming with delight. What did I say? A golden core cultivator is not something a foundation establishment cultivator can compare to. Look, now that Li Yunqi has unleashed his power, hasn't the situation changed instantly? This elder son was a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage and had yet to comprehend the power of laws. At this moment, he could not see that although Gu Yuan appeared to be on the defensive, he was actually depleting Li Yunqi's true essence. Balan II Elder Ma and Elder Gua also lacked insight, and could not discern the power of laws emanating from Gu Yuan, but out of confidence in him their expressions remained calm. Elder Ma said, "What's the hurry? The fight isn't over yet." As a late nascent soul cultivator, Elder Ma had already mastered a type of law. Watching the laws continuously manifesting from Gu Yuan on the stage, he felt a twinge of excitement, anticipating a good fortune. Elder Gua added, "Indeed, based on my understanding of Gu Xia, although he seems to be at a disadvantage now, he might unleash some hidden cards and defeat Li Yunqi." Balan too chimed in. "That's right, I lost before under similar circumstances. Of this time it should be my win, right?" Elder Sun disdainfully glanced at the three of them. "What are you all thinking? No matter what hidden cards a foundation establishment cultivator has, can they pose a threat to a golden core cultivator like Li Yunqi? Do you really think Li Yunqi is just an ordinary early golden core cultivator? Have you forgotten how those peak golden core cultivators in the sect were defeated by? Do you think Gu Xia is like those holy sons and holy maidens from other sects? Ridiculous." The three ignored Elder Sun's arrogance, focusing intently on the arena with a faint sense of anticipation in their hearts. Gu Xia had shown the potential for true inheritance in the past. Although he was only a late foundation establishment cultivator now, he would surely have some hidden cards to fight Li Yunqi. It wouldn't be surprising if he made a slight breakthrough in potential and possessed the qualifications of a holy son. The Mingxin sect had not seen a figure of holy son level for over 1,000 years. It was about time one appeared. Within the 5 sects of the Eastern Domain's demonic path, there is an unspoken rule that to become a holy son or holy maiden, one must possess the strength to fight across realms and have the combat power of the nascent soul stage. The gap between the nascent soul and golden core stages is like a chasm. For a golden core cultivator to defeat a nascent soul cultivator is akin to the disparity between a chi refining stage cultivator and a golden core cultivator. If Gu Yuan can defeat Li Yunqi with his foundation establishment strength, it proves that he has the ability to fight across realms. Even though Li Yunqi could defeat countless peak golden core cultivators within the Mingxin sect with his early golden core cultivation, once he advances to the peak golden core stage, unless he encounters some special fortune, his combat power won't increase much compared to now. At that time, even if he possesses peak golden core strength, defeating a beginner nascent soul cultivator will still be nearly impossible. At this moment, Gu Yuan only possessed. Once one reaches the nascent soul stage, there is no distinction between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Every cultivator who ascends to the nascent soul stage is a prodigy. During this period, among the 5 sects of the Eastern Domain's demonic path, apart from the Mingxin sect lacking holy sun level figures, the other 4 sects each have their own holy sun. Among them, none ascended to the holy sun position except through true inheritance. For example, Zhao Tianhao, the holy son of the Wujiao, defeated several nascent soul cultivators as a late golden core cultivator to obtain his title. At this moment, many disciples of the Mingxin sect had gathered outside the arena. Among the crowd, Lu Ming, whose face was somewhat pale, saw one of the combatants on the stage and immediately widened his eyes. "It's him. He can actually contend with Li Zhenchuan. Thank goodness I ran away quickly. I hope Li Zhenchuan must eliminate this person here, otherwise how will I make him?" At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with anxiety. On the other side, Gu Yuan's second senior brother Qiao Daji looked incredulously at the 2 combatants on the stage. Without any hesitation, he immediately dashed towards the Ming Mountain. Master. The junior apprentice brother is back. He has returned." Inside the cave, Wei Yi, who was troubled, furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "Why are you in such a hurry? Your junior apprentice brother is back. Can't you come directly to me to report?" "Master, the junior apprentice brother. He is fighting Li Yunqi on the platform." Qiao Daji panted heavily. "What?" Wei Yi was overjoyed. He broke through to the golden core stage and returned. Qiao Daji shook his head. "Nogu Shidi is only at the peak of foundation establishment, but he has been fighting Li Yunqi for a while now. When I just arrived, he was still holding on." "Nonsense. Without breaking through to the golden core stage, what is he doing fighting Li Yunqi?" Wei Yi's body instantly shot out of the cave, sensing the many figures in the distance, and flew into the air outside the arena. He focused intently on the 2 people on the platform. "It's him. He really has returned." Wei Yi was overjoyed. Soon after, his brows furrowed. Li Yunqi's current state seemed somewhat strange. Wei Yi could sense the nature of Li Yunqi's attacks. Even through the protective array, a typical late golden core cultivator would be severely injured or even killed after taking a hit. Can Gu Xiao withstand this? Wei Yi did not want to see his long-awaited disciple die inexplicably on the arena. "Sect leader, what's going on?" Wei Yi approached Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu shook his head. "I don't know why the 2 of them started fighting your disciple. Is quite remarkable. If I'm not mistaken, he must have gone to the nightmare realm during his disappearance. He has already manifested 2 types of law power which he cannot comprehend by himself unless he brought them out from the nightmare realm. It won't be easy for Li Yunqi to defeat him, so you need not worry. Nightmare Realm. Wei Yi was startled. That place is not a good place at all. Even nascent soul cultivators can pay. However, those who can come out alive from there are all prodigies of their generation. Now that Gu Xia has successfully returned it, seems he must have gained considerable rewards. Instantly Wei Yi felt much more at ease. On the arena after Li Yunqi transformed into his demonic form, breaking his own restraints, he became like a battle maniac. The sharp, demonic essence radiated from the spear in his hand, and his eyes were solely fixed on Gu Yuan. At this moment, he harbored a singular thought, to utterly defeat Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan skillfully navigated within the range of spear attacks, using the principles of illusion and the essence of nature resembling a leaf floating on the rippling surface of water, allowing the ripples to undulate freely moving with the flow of nature. Since the two stepped onto the arena to engage in battle, Gu Yuan had been employing his spiritual power to subtly influence Li Yunqi's will through the perception. It was somewhat ambitious for Gu Yuan to attempt to influence the will of Li Yunqi, a practitioner at the Golden Core stage, with his spiritual power. However, in his current demonic form, Li Yunqi was consumed by the desire to fight inadvertently, giving Gu Yuan the opportunity to continue influencing Li Yunqi's perception with his spiritual power, making him see images of himself being continuously hit and wounded. The more this happened, the more excited Li Yunqi became, and the more ferocious his attacks grew. The sustained efficient offensive was also depleting a significant amount of his true essence. Gu Yuan intended to exhaust Li Yunqi in this manner. Having cultivated the mystic intent of the underworld, Gu Yuan possessed 361 sources of power within him, making him unafraid of consumption. The activation of the essence of nature combined with the principles of illusion would also result in minimal consumption for Gu Yuan. Even though Li Yunqi was a practitioner at the Golden Core stage and the quality of his true essence was somewhat superior, the amount they consumed was not on the same level. Ultimately, it would be Li Yunqi who would face defeat. If Li Yunqi still had clear sensory awareness, he might realize this fact. Unfortunately, transformed into a demon, he was influenced by Gu Yuan's perception principle, and in his eyes Gu Yuan seemed on the verge of defeat. At this moment, he only yearned to swiftly conquer Gu Yuan with his powerful spear techniques. On the sidelines, Li Feiyu observed everything with clarity. Li Yunqi's combat power was considerable, but when faced with Gu Xia, who possessed the power of principles, he would inevitably be worn down. The current situation left Li Feiyu silent. As Li Yunqi's master, he knew his disciple had the strength of a true inheritor, yet he was up against the even more monstrous Gu Xia. If Li Yunqi were to lose his status as a true inheritor, it was highly likely he would suffer a severe setback in the future. As his master, Li Feiyu did not wish to witness such a... He sighed and looked at Wei Yi, saying Gu Xia is going to win. Li Yunqi cannot sustain this frenzied battle for much longer. Wei Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart, his face displaying a humble expression. This kid is becoming more and more outrageous. A sword cultivator relying on exhausting the opponent's true essence to win, what kind of situation is this? Li Feiyu glanced at Wei Yi, who was still pretending to be aloof, feeling slightly awkward. However, as the sect master, he had to consider the bigger picture, even if his disciple was the one likely to lose on the stage. What is your opinion on the two of them? Opinion. Wei Yi muttered inwardly, what is there to consider? If Gu Xia defeats Li Yunqi, he will naturally reclaim his status as the true. Although he thought this way due to his concern for Li Feiyu's status as sect master, and Li Yunqi being his disciple, Wei Yi naturally could not say it so bluntly. He restrained the joy on his face, and said this is entirely up to the sect master. Both of them are quite outstanding. Li Feiyu looked at Wei Yi with a meaningful expression, and said, I admit I underestimated Gu Xia. Although Li Yunqi is quite remarkable, and suffices as a true inheritor based on my understanding of him, he is still far from having the potential of a holy son. Gu Xia, on the other hand, already possesses the potential of a holy son. Potential of a holy son. Wei Yi's expression froze. In his mind, he thought that regardless of how Gu Xia won, as long as he could defeat Li Yunqi and reclaim his position as a true inheritor, that would be good enough. He had never considered the possibility of reaching further. The Mingxin sect had not seen anyone of Holy Sun caliber for a long time. Wei Yi thought of Li Yunqi's true combat power, which was difficult to match within the Golden Core stage. And if Gu Yuan were to defeat him at the Foundation Establishment stage, wouldn't it mean Gu Yuan had the strength to battle across a major realm? Isn't that a clear indication of Holy Sun potential? Thinking of his disciple possibly becoming the Holy Sun of the Mingxin sect, Wei Yi couldn't help but feel excitement swell within him. So what is the sect matter? Regardless of success or failure, Li Yunqi will retain his position as a true inheritor. His true inheritor tournament will proceed as scheduled. If he can withstand the challenges from the other four sects, then he will be the newly appointed true inheritor of the Mingxin sect. As for Gu Xia, his status as a true inheritor will be directly announced without the need to face the core Golden Core challenges from the other four sects. Once he advances to the Golden Core stage, if he possesses the strength to contend with a nascent soul practitioner, he will be directly conferred the title of Holy Son of the Mingxian sect. Upon hearing this, Wei Yi's eyes widened. Sect Master, doesn't that mean there will suddenly be two true inheritors in the sect? In his view, Li Yunqi's true inheritor status should be revoked, leaving Gu Xia as the sole true inheritor. After Gu Xia advances to the Golden Core stage, if he gains the strength of a nascent soul, it would be more appropriate to promote him to Holy Son and then restore the true inheritor position to Li Yunqi. Li Feiyu understood this matter as well. According to the rules of the Mingxian sect, it should indeed be done this way. However, as Li Yunqi's master, he also had some personal feelings involved. This matter I will discuss with the senior elders in the sect. Previously, there was only one true inheritor at the same time in the sect as a convention, because no one else could compete with them. The current situation is clearly different. I don't care about other matters, but if Gu Xia is directly appointed as the sect's true inheritor, without undergoing the challenge from the core Golden Core practitioners of the other four sects, how will his status be accepted by everyone? You need not worry about this. If Li Yunqi can defeat all the challengers who come to the true inheritor tournament, then Gu Xia, as one who can defeat him, will naturally command respect. If Li Yunqi fails to perform, then Gu Xia can step up to face the challenge. Hearing this, Wei Yi did not immediately agree. Instead, he argued, what about the previously frozen resources for Gu Xia, and those resources that have yet to be allocated to him? The sect will compensate for this, Li Feiyu said. Then I have no objections. Wei Yi instantly felt relieved. After a brief discussion with Wei Yi, Li Feiyu sent a message to several senior elders within the Mingxian sect. As sect master, he needed to communicate with the senior elders regarding the decision on the Holy Son and the simultaneous appointment of two true inheritors. Not long after the message was sent, a wave of intense spiritual power enveloped the area. In the next moment, Wei Yi received a message from true monarch Yang Yao. After Gu Xia finishes his battle, bring him to my cave abode. Wei Yi could sense the joy emanating from true monarch Yang Yao's message. Wei Yi had never seen his master, who was always so stern, express joy over anything. This indicated Gu Xia's return, and his battle with Li Yunqi had greatly impressed true monarch Yang Yao. On the arena, after a long time had passed, Li Yunqi was already somewhat fatigued. The ferocity of his attacks had diminished. Why won't you die? Why? Li Yunqi's furious roar echoed in all directions. The spectators outside the arena shared the same sentiment. Despite being hit numerous times by Li Yunqi, Gu Yuan appeared unaffected. The illusion they saw was not the true form of Gu Yuan. Seeing that Li Yunqi was exhausted, a ruthless glint flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes. Having let you attack for so long, it is now my turn to counterattack. With that, Gu Yuan unleashed the intent of the 9-eared sunfire sword once again. A torrent of sword light shot forth, and under the principles of overlap and repetition, all the sword light transformed into countless tangible repeating sword shadows that descended. You can still counterattack. It's just the last gasp of a dying bow. A flicker of excitement crossed Li Yunqi's indifferent gaze as he swept his spear towards the multitude of incoming sword lights. His true essence was nearly exhausted. In his view, Gu Yuan, a foundation establishment cultivator, must have long since reached his limits, and this counterattack was merely a struggle before defeat. After such a prolonged battle, Li Yunqi finally perceived a glimmer of victory. Gu Yuan ignored Li Yunqi, his sword light surging. Having been forced to evade for so long, he was filled with a fiery rage, and now taking advantage of his opponent's exhaustion, he was determined to retaliate. The situation on the arena shifted dramatically, with Li Yunqi, who had been attacking frantically, now becoming the one on the defensive. Meanwhile, the sword light enveloping Gu Yuan spread like wildfire, with countless sword chi emanating from his sword, overwhelming the black demonic domain with the incandescent brilliance of the sword light. The two elders who maintained the protective formation at the early nascent soul stage suddenly wore pained expressions. As Gu Yuan exerted his power, his bizarre sword techniques seemed endless, and the residual pressure would sweep towards the protective formation, forcing the two to channel more spiritual essence into maintaining it. Outside the arena, the spectators were stunned by this scene. After being suppressed for so long by Li Yunqi, Gu Yuan could actually counterattack, and the strength of that counterattack was astonishing. Is this still a foundation establishment cultivator? Countless people widened their eyes, while those who were also foundation establishment cultivators stared at Gu Yuan on the arena in disbelief. They could not understand how, after struggling against an ordinary golden core cultivator, Gu Yuan could unleash such a powerful counterattack. Is the true essence within him inexhaustible? Lu Bintong quietly approached Wang Hao and said, "After this you must immediately withdraw from the Yunxin Club. Regardless of whether he can defeat Li Jinchuan, if your relationship with him is exposed, the others in the Yunxin Club will not spare you." In recent years, Li Yunqi had gained fame within the Mingxian sect, and many of the new generation regarded him as the future leader with numerous members in the. Although Lu Bentong had maneuvered his way into a core position within the Yunshin Club, there were still many who opposed him. If someone discovered his subordinate had connections with Gu Yuan, they would certainly use that as an excuse to target him. It would be better to advise Wang how to withdraw from the Yunshin Club first. Based on their previous relationship, even if Gu Yuan truly defeated Li Yunqi and became the new true disciple, Lu Bentong would have an escape route. Wang Hao was currently shocked as he watched Gu Yuan unleash his divine might on the arena. He realized that for years he had underestimated the significance of having such a powerful ally by his side, while he had been advising others to follow. Why should I follow others? I myself am a towering mountain. What if I had stayed by Gu Yuan's side since entering the Mingxian sect? Wang Hao pondered. He had no objections to Lu Bentong's words. He'll withdraw from the Yunshin Club immediately. After saying that, Wang Hao turned to Gao Yang and asked, "From now on, how about we follow Gu Yuan together?" Gao Yang had initially thought that after encountering the master who had previously set up the soul control technique against him, his situation would improve, and he could finally change his status as a blood slave. He never expected this master to be so formidable. Not only was he battling Li Jinchuan to this extent, but he was also dominating him. Does this mean my master has the potential to become a true disciple of the sect? Truly, he was the one who dared to take him along to slay late Foundation establishment cultivators back, when he was merely at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Gao Yang straightened up considerably, looking at Wang Hao and saying, "I can't make that decision. It depends on my master's wishes." Wang Hao smiled awkwardly. He and I are childhood friends. He shouldn't refuse me. Among the crowd, Lu Ming watched Gu Yuan demonstrate his extraordinary prowess, and his previously pale face turned dark. No way, I can't stay in the Mingxian sect any longer. It's all the fault of those wenches. I will go kill them and flee to safety. Another person sharing Lu Ming's sentiment stood in a discreet corner of the crowd, Duan Chuan. Initially, my master asked me to establish a reputation for Gu Yuan under the banner of the Universal Enlightenment Association, while seizing some resources which Gu Yuan despised. Now that he has returned with such combat prowess, am I not merely a scapegoat to appease him? With that thought, Duan Chuan hesitated, no longer retreating into the crowd before quietly leaving the Mingxian sect. On the arena, Li Yunqi had originally thought Gu Yuan was at the end of his rope and would be forced to counterattack, but he never anticipated such a fierce retaliation. At this moment, the remaining true essence within him was dwindling. Even his demonic body could not maintain its form, and his consciousness became much clearer. Why did I attack him so frantically just now, eh? Why was I so foolish? Li Yunqi felt something strange, but he could not comprehend the reason behind his earlier actions. Facing Gu Yuan's storm-like attacks, Li Yunqi found it extremely difficult to defend himself. The incessantly repeating sword lights inflicted numerous wounds upon him, and his purple gold robe was already stained with blood. A sense of powerlessness filled Li Yunqi's heart. Why was Gu Yuan born in the summer when I was also born? Without suppressing his strength, he was not his match. A golden core cultivator defeated by a Foundation establishment cultivator. He had always been the one fighting above his level. This was the first time he had been beaten so thoroughly by someone of a lower realm. A bitter taste filled Li Yunqi's heart. Drawing upon the last remnants of his true essence, Li Yunqi swept his spear, instantly shattering the countless sword shadows before him. Before Gu Yuan could launch another attack, his face filled with helplessness and bitterness as he said, "Stop. I concede." These three words felt as hot as fire, yet Li Yunqi ultimately uttered them. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan sheathed his sword and coldly looked at Li Yunqi, not forgetting to strike at his heart. A defeated foe will always be a defeated foe. What does it matter if I let you advance to Golden Core? You will never be my match. After finishing his words, Gu Yuan turned to the two early nascent soul elders maintaining the protective formation below the arena and said, "He concedes. You can deactivate the protective formation now." Li Yunqi likely still had some life-saving trump cards, so Gu Yuan dared not push him further. Otherwise, if he activated a method akin to the talisman in his possession, it would be uncertain whether he could withstand it. Having achieved his goal, after Li Yunqi conceded, Gu Yuan reclaimed his status as the true disciple. To him, Li Yunqi had become inconsequential. Gu Yuan glanced at the towering figure in the distance after the protective formation around the arena was deactivated and walked toward him. The crowd surrounding the arena automatically made way for Gu Yuan. On the other side, Sun Zhang's face was ashen as he stared at the arena. Why? Why is this happening? Haha, why? Because you lack the insight to see that Gu Yuan possesses the power of laws, can't you? Elder Ma chuckled as he put away his spiritual weapon. Balantu and Elder Gua swiftly retrieved the spiritual weapons they had bet. Gu Yuan truly never disappoints. A smile appeared on Elder Gua's face. I finally managed to win once. At this moment, Balanta looked at Gu Yuan with newfound admiration, the displeasure from losing a bet to Xiao Yonglong dissipating entirely. Elder Sun won spiritual weapon and 100,000 Ming points. The Elder Fong who witnessed the bets for the group smiled as he looked at Elder Sun, while holding Elder Sun's face turned dark. What are you in a hurry for? Am I not able to owe you without paying? Elder Fong chuckled. I'm not in a rush for the spiritual weapon. You just need to return one of the same quality. However, the IOU notes carry interest, and I'm only reminding you, Elder Sun. No need for your reminders, I'll return it to you tomorrow. With that, Elder Sun flew away with a dark expression. He wanted to be alone. His investment in Li Yunxi was substantial. Not only had he enrolled his disciples into the Yunxin Club, but he had also expended many resources to support Li Yunxi, possessing blind trust in him. Today he could not have imagined that Li Yunxi would lose. How could he possibly lose? Elder Sun could not believe that Li Yunxi would risk his reputation, and this bitterness could only be swallowed by himself. As Gu Yuan approached, Wei Yi and Li Feiyu simultaneously landed on the ground. I have met Master. Initially, I was coerced by Senior Brother San to become a shield for his aggressive ways. At that time I was not his match, so I went to the Nightmare Realm for a long time. Now that I have the strength to defeat him, I have returned. I hope Master can forgive me. Gu Yuan had already prepared his words. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Wei Yi's face, followed by anger. That third one is really too much. You have suffered, but don't worry, a master will certainly stand up for you. Li Feiyu ignored the deep bond between the two and spoke. Gu Xia, during your absence from the sect, we have revoked your true inheritance status, as this is in accordance with sect rules. I hope you can understand. Gu Yuan nodded, saying, this matter Gu Xia can understand. Your status as a true disciple will be restored immediately, and we will announce to the world that you are the newly established true disciple of our sect. If you can enhance your foundation after breaking through to the golden core stage, and possess the strength of the nascent soul stage, how about we consider you as the holy son of the Ming Shin sect? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan looked towards Wei Yi. It had been a long time since the Ming Shin sect had produced a figure of the holy son level. The term holy son was a taboo within the sect. There was also no introduction regarding the identity of the holy son within the sect. Wei Yi's face showed joy. Although you defeated Li Yunxi, it doesn't mean much. He has only recently advanced to the golden core stage. To become the sect's holy son, you must at least defeat all the true disciples at the golden core stage within the 5 sects of the Eastern Domain. You still have a long way to go. Gu Yuan nodded. He was well aware that his victory over Li Yunxi was merely due to the power of the laws he possessed. In terms of true strength, he was still unable to overwhelm Li Yunxi. Thank you, Sect Master, for your favor. I will strive to attain the position of holy son. Li Feiyu nodded. The frozen Ming points will be restored immediately, and we will compensate you with 10 million Ming points. I hope you can cultivate well in the future. After speaking, Li Feiyu flew up to the arena where the disheartened Li Yunxi still needed his attention. Let's go. Your ancestor wishes to see you. After Li Feiyu left Wei, he said, Gu Yuan, your ancestor wants to see you alone. I will return first and wait for you at Deming Mountain. Hearing this, Gu Yuan followed Wei Yi to Yinyang Mountain. The crowd gathered near the arena gradually dispersed. Wang Hao pulled Gao Yang and said, I know where Elder Wei's training ground is. I will take you there. Gao Yang looked at Wang Hao. No need for the blood servant. Wang Hao rolled his eyes at him. Li Jinchuan has been defeated by Gu Xia, who would still want a blood servant contract. In principle, without the blood servant contract, Gao Yang could not escape the control of the Yunsheng society, but now that Gu Xia had become the principal, it was different. Yinyang Mountain. As soon as the two entered Wei, he heard the voice of the Yang, Yao True Monarch. Gu Xia, come up. You can go back now. Wei Yi's expression changed slightly as he replied yes. He then explained to Gu Yuan, your ancestor wants to see you alone. I will return first and wait for you at Deming Mountain. Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a weight in his heart, but remained composed, and said yes. I hope it is not as I fear. With a sigh, Gu Yuan stepped toward the training ground of the Yang Yao True Monarch on Yinyang Mountain. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Gu Yuan noticed that the Yang Yao True Monarch's face bore a faint smile, which was different from his usual imposing demeanor. You did well, praised the Yang Yao True Monarch. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I have already learned about your recent matters. Although Wei may be somewhat short-sighted, his way of training you is not bad. It can help you stabilize your position as a true disciple. Do not hold any grudges in your heart. He is only doing this for your own good. Disciple understands, Gu Yuan nodded. You did not follow his plan to grow, choosing instead to venture out alone. Your ability to defeat Li Yunxi upon your return proves that your choice was correct. I will not say more on this matter. Let me remind you of one thing, do not let your relationship with Wei Yi become strained. His grandfather is my Shibua. I took him as my disciple because of his connection. One day when we go to the Jisheng sect, you may still meet his father. The Yang Yao True Monarch had fully recognized Gu Yuan's potential. To master the power of the laws at the foundation establishment stage, it was likely that Gu Yuan would break through to the transformation stage and advance to the Jisheng sect without any unexpected circumstances. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's initial wariness relaxed significantly. The Yang Yao true monarch's words hinted at a desire to draw him close, which eliminated the possibility of him being possessed. He had never intended to let his relationship with Wei Yi become strained. The Yang Yao true monarch's remarks were somewhat redundant to Gu Yuan. However, knowing that Wei Yi had a more formidable backing, Gu Yuan immediately regarded him more highly. This master of mine is not simple. For a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, comprehending a realm to the 9th rank is considered extremely strong among peers. You have managed to comprehend sword intent to the 9th rank during the foundation establishment stage alongside possessing various realms. Coupled with your understanding of the laws, it shows your extraordinary comprehension and immense potential. It is not impossible for you to break through to the transformation stage in the future. Today I called you over to inform you of something. You should be aware that our Mingxin sect, along with the other 4 sects in the eastern domain, originates from the immortal force of the Jisheng sect in the northern domain. Currently, the Jisheng sect is at war with a group of Buddhas in the western domain. It is uncertain how long this battle will last. Therefore, the Jisheng sect is in urgent need of cultivating reserve talents. If you can become the holy son of the Mingxin sect, you will have the opportunity to receive training at the Jisheng sect. The foundation of an immortal level lineage is beyond your imagination. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Although Gu Yuan was not particularly interested in going to the Jisheng sect for training, having struggled to become the best in this sect, he did not want to become a pawn. However, he could not show too much indifference at this moment. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. I will certainly do my best. Very good. This item I grant you contains my full power strike. It can save your life at a critical. A fiery red token flew over. Gu Yuan caught it with his hand and immediately felt a violent heat radiating from it. As a cultivator at the transformation stage, the full power strike of the Yang Yao true monarch could perhaps directly slay a late nascent soul cultivator. With this item in hand, Gu Yuan instantly felt a sense of security. Thank you, master. With your current foundation, the chances of forming a Dao Dan are high. Prepare for the Dan formation as soon as possible. Wei Yi will help you arrange everything. The sect has a dedicated place for transcending tribulations. In the future, for any matters within the sect, you can come directly to me without fear. As he descended Yinyang Mountain, Gu Yuan still clutched the token in his hand. The token served as a stark reminder in future, when facing other prodigies, he must never offend them rashly until he was certain of delivering a single decisive kill. For if an opponent were willing to stake his life, what you would confront would not merely be his personal strength, but the most potent strike wielded by his powerful backer. When Gu Yuan returned to Daming Mountain, Wei Yi was scowling at Xiao Daji, and another senior brother Gu Yuan did not recognize. Useless. Both of you are useless. How did third brother suddenly run off? Sensing Gu Yuan's return, Wei Yi's expression shifted, and he continued to rebuke them. That third brother dared to use your name, junior brother Gu, to seize things by force. Such behavior is unworthy of my disciple. Go and fetch him back for me. I will personally see to him. The two wore strained apologetic expressions, and replied yes. When Gu Yuan approached, Wei Yi's face softened into a warm smile. You're back. Gu Yuan returned the smile. Master, your disciple has returned. Alas, you were set up by third brother. I had intended to stand up for you, yet he fled. Wei Yi sighed. After speaking, Wei Yi shot a glare at Xiao Daji and Song Jiang. Haven't you found third brother yet? Why are you still lingering here? Xiao Daji and Song Jiang offered apologetic smiles to Gu Yuan, then turned and left. Wei Yi's performance with the two senior brothers did not escape Gu Yuan's notice. He remained composed and said nothing. After they departed, Wei Yi led Gu Yuan into his cave. Inside the cave, Gu Yuan briefly recounted what had occurred within the Yinjia. The nightmare beast he encountered had not been very powerful. After being trapped there for years, he had finally found a way to break free. He omitted any mention of Lu Ling. Wei Yi observed, it seems fortune favored you. The nightmare beasts you met were not overly strong, and gaining a measure of lolly power is fortunate. From the look of it, your true chi is already saturated. You should be able to break through soon. Gu Yuan nodded. Anytime. My return to the sect was precisely to prepare for that breakthrough. Very well. When you are ready, I as your master will guard you through the tribulation transcendence. Our sect has a dedicated site for passing the tribulation that can greatly weaken the thunder tribulation's potency, making the crossing far easier. A smile creased Wei Yi's face. If Gu Yuan broke through to the golden core, his combat prowess would rise considerably. Should Li Yunxi be defeated by another sect's core golden core at the inheritance tournament, Gu Yuan stepping in to salvage the situation would be that much simpler. After a little more idle chatter in the cave, Gu Yuan took his leave of Wei Yi's dwelling. Back at his own cave's entrance, Gu Yuan saw Xiao Daji and senior brother Song Jiang. Behind them stood two men with excited faces. Those two were Wang Hao and Gao Yang. Junior brother Gu, Xiao Daji explained, we met these two coming up the mountain claiming to be your followers, so we brought them here. A teasing smile spread across Gu Yuan's face as he looked at Wang Hao. Since when did you become one of my followers? At Gu Yuan's words, the air about Xiao Daji and Song Jiang chilled. They glared at Wang Hao with displeasure. He had dared to deceive them. If he is an acquaintance of junior brother Gu, then we will not trouble you now. We will call on you again in a few days for a proper visit, Song Jiang said with a smile, and he and Xiao Daji descended the mountain. Some way. Seeing the two appear ready to move on, Wang Hao Gu Yuan intervened. At his word, they withdrew their pressure. If he is an acquaintance of junior brother Gu, then we will not trouble you now. We will call on you again in a few days for a proper visit, Song Jiang said with a smile, and he and Xiao Daji descended the mountain. On the way down, a resolute look crossed Song Jiang's face. Second brother, do you not feel there are rather too many elders in the Puzhao Hui? Xiao Daji paused then asked, what do you mean senior brother? Yin Sheng Hui rose so quickly largely on the strength of Li Yunqi's position. There is no reason why junior brother Gu, the one who defeated Li Yunqi, should not have his own faction to call upon. Do you not agree, second brother? Xiao Daji immediately understood, though he voiced his caution. Although the Puzhao Hui is managed by senior brother our master, and his friends still stand behind him. What do you propose we do? Song Jiang replied. Back when third brother acted on the strength of junior brother Gus, named the sect, dared not keep him. That speaks for itself. I think master would not object to junior brother Gu becoming the public leader of the Puzhao Hui. As for those elders, they take payment and do nothing. Once Gu Yuan is the figurehead, they can sit back and collect fees. What could be wrong with that? Xiao Daji said, we should discuss this with junior brother Gu first. Of course. It's not urgent. Let him break through to the golden core first, then we will speak of it. For now it is premature, Song Jiang replied. The two descended Daming Mountain together. Gu Yuan turned to Wang Hao and asked, did you bring him here on purpose? Must I still go pay to redeem the blood slave contract? Wang Hao's face reddened with embarrassment. Who would now dare to collect your money? Lu Bintong knows we are acquainted. I have been expelled from Yinxing Hui and have nowhere to go. For old friendship's sake, may I follow you? Follow me. Gu Yuan regarded Wang Hao oddly. Those who attach themselves to others rarely fared well. In the Shuesi realm, beginning with Chu Tong, and then Gao Yang Ji Shun and Xiao Yongchang. Of those four, only Gao Yang, who became a blood slave, remained alive now. I am not opposed to keeping you, but I am not as generous as your Lu boss. I will not expend resources to cultivate you. Everything depends on yourself. Understand? Even if one day you are killed, I will not interfere. Wang Hao laughed brightly. Life and death are fated. Fortune is decreed by heaven. At worst I die. Those terms I can accept. Because of the childhood bond between them, Wang Hao simply could not believe Gu Yuan would abandon him. So he came seeking refuge, and was immediately accepted. Don't celebrate too soon. I have a task for you. Finish it well before you speak of following me. Gu Yuan looked at the two. I will soon be preparing to break through to the golden core, and have no time for trifles. I will leave you some Ming points. Use them to collect a large amount of bloodshot. If you cannot even handle this small matter, then do not speak of following me. No problem. I will make you satisfied, Wang Hao said at once. Gao Yang puffed out his chest. Gao Yang will spare no effort in fulfilling his master's orders. Gu Yuan said no more. He had them go and temporarily settle in the cave where Xiao Yongchang had once lived. Gu Yuan then returned to his cave. Surrounded by the familiar space, he sat and began to meditate to restore his true qi. His long duel with Li Yunqi had exhausted both men. Gu Yuan's true qi had been heavily consumed and required replenishment. The next day, Li Feiyu announced a significant matter. Gu Xia and Li Yunqi will simultaneously ascend to become true disciples of the Ming Shin sect at the True Inheritance Conference in 3 months. This news sent shockwaves through the sect, as it was the first time 2 individuals had simultaneously advanced to true disciples of the Ming Shin sect. The number of people visiting Gu Yuan at Daming Mountain increased dramatically. Gu Yuan wanted to focus on preparing for his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, so he was disinterested in meeting those from the sect, and assigned Wang Hao and Gao Yang to handle the visitors. Gu Xia, having defeated Li Yunqi, logically should have his own faction. After Gu Yuan arranged for him to receive the visitors, Wang Hao, who had spent years following Lu Bintong, had witnessed firsthand the rise of the Yun Sheng Association from nothing to become a new top force within the Mingxin sect. Gu Xia, having defeated Li Yunqi, logically should have his own faction. After Gu Yuan arranged for him to receive the visitors, Wang Hao immediately began to plot. Under Wang Hao's persuasion, many who initially came to ally with Gu Yuan quickly joined what Wang Hao referred to as the Shengxia Association. As time passed, the number of members joining the Shengxia Association continued to grow under Wang Hao's management. 7 days later, Gu Yuan adjusted himself in his cave and left to find Wei Yi. Master, I am prepared to break through to the Golden Core stage today. Wei Yi nodded. Follow me. The two arrived at a coppered mountain 300 miles away from the Mingxin sect. This place is called Yinlei Mountain. You can safely transcend here. I will protect you. Gu Yuan nodded and scanned Lei Mountain with his divine sight. The entire mountain was enveloped by formations. He ascended to the peak. Refining qi and establishing a foundation are the beginnings of cultivation, and countless cultivators have failed at these stages. Only by breaking through to the golden core stage can one truly enter the ranks of cultivators. The breakthrough requires overcoming the 9 heavens tribulation. Only after enduring the thunder tribulation can one be considered a true golden core cultivator. Gu Yuan's foundation was exceptionally solid. Had he not intentionally suppressed it, his true essence would have already shown signs of wanting to break through. Now that everything was prepared, Gu Yuan released his suppression and began to operate the Ming-Ji Divine Intent technique for his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Once the Ming-Ji Divine Intent technique was activated, the true essence within the 361 sources in Gu Yuan's body immediately converged towards the main source in his dantian. The accumulation of the 361 sources over the years made his true essence far more potent than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, all his true essence gathered into the dantian, causing the main source to undergo a transformation. The true essence rapidly coalesced and merged into a swirling energy mass. This energy mass, initially a tiny point of light, continued to rotate and expand until it filled the entire dantian and kept growing. Gu Yuan's robust foundation allowed him to break through to the golden core stage with remarkable ease, as if everything was falling into place. For an ordinary breakthrough, he would just need to wait for the energy mass in his dantian to condense into a core. However, Gu Yuan was preparing to break through to the Dao core. A surge of long-high sword intent rose from him. As the sword intent ascended, its essence was absorbed into the swirling light mass in his dantian. Then came the woodcutter sword intent, the flame sun sword intent, the fearless sword intent, and the nature intent. After each of these essences merged with the light mass in his dantian, Gu Yuan continued to integrate the power of the laws he had mastered. First to merge was the flame sun divine power law bestowed by Yang Yao. This divine power law, even hotter than the flame sun sword intent, strengthened the condensing energy mass in the dantian. After merging the flame sun divine power law, Gu Yuan continued to integrate other laws. Although the blood-peeling law was weak, it still offered a slight enhancement to the quality of the Dao core, so Gu Yuan included it. Next came the repetition law, the perception law, the illusion object law, and the soul-binding law. Once all the laws and intents Gu Yuan had mastered were integrated into the condensing light mass in his dantian, the mass became radiant and dazzling. After the dantian expanded fivefold, a resplendent Dao core was finally formed. Without time to rejoice, Gu Yuan looked up at the sky. Dark oppressive clouds covered the sky, and a heavy atmosphere weighed down. The flickering arcs of electricity had locked onto Gu Yuan. Come on, it's just a little thunder tribulation. Gu Yuan's physique was beyond that of ordinary cultivators, and he was confident he could withstand the thunder tribulation of the golden core stage. As the first bolt of lightning struck, Gu Yuan raised his true essence shield. The moment the lightning made contact with the shield, most of its power was dissipated by Lei Mountain, and the lightning did not even disturb the shield Gu Yuan had erected. Seeing this, Gu Yuan relaxed, lowered his true essence shield, and decided to endure it with his body. The thunder's refinement of the body offered immense benefits for enhancing physical strength. At this moment, the weakened thunder tribulation posed no threat to Gu Yuan. There was no better time for body refinement. As bolts of lightning fell, Gu Yuan's clothes were shredded, yet his aura only grew stronger. So what if you have transcended the thunder tribulation and entered the ranks of true cultivators? You are no longer the original you, your soul has changed, and now you are merely a substitute with the same memories. After all the thunder tribulations had descended, a voice echoed in Gu Yuan's heart. He realized this was the final inner demon tribulation. Only by overcoming it could he truly surpass the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Yuan's brows furrowed. Think about it, what were you like when you first arrived in this world? Would you kill indiscriminately just because you disliked someone? You are no longer the original you. Merge with me, abandon that which continuously alters your soul. Only then can you permanently remain the current you. Gu Yuan recalled what he was like when he first arrived in this world. Back then, under the influence of his previous lives' memories, he was a courteous, virtuous, and well-mannered young man. As he progressed further along the path of cultivation, he gradually changed, and his temperament indeed altered significantly. Compared to when he first crossed into this world, he had changed greatly. A mere inner demon attempting to sway me, Gu. People grow and change. Stagnation is akin to death. As long as I know that I am myself, I will always be myself. My personality may change due to my environment, but stagnation leads to death. With a cold snort, Gu Yuan's thoughts emerged. With a resolute Dao heart, the inner demon that had risen within him dissipated like smoke. After overcoming the inner demon tribulation, Gu Yuan's aura underwent a complete transformation. The colorful golden core within his dantian contained boundless power. Once he swallowed the golden core, he understood that his fate was in his own hands, not determined by heaven. Thus Gu Yuan entered the golden core stage. In the distance way, he had been watching Gu Yuan. Upon witnessing his successful transcendence of the thunder tribulation, a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations! You have officially entered the ranks of cultivators, and your future holds boundless promise. Wei Yi approached Gu Yuan with a warm smile. This is all thanks to Master's guidance. No, it is the fruit of your own diligence. Come, now that you've just broken through to the golden core realm, you must stabilize your cultivation thoroughly. You may even be called upon to compete in the true disciple assembly. Gu Yuan nodded. Li Feiyu's arrangements were already clear to him. At the true disciple assembly, he would serve as the reserve. Should Li Yunqi falter under pressure from the four sects, Gu Yuan himself would step forward. The Mingxin sect could not afford to host such an assembly, only to see its title of true disciple seized by outsiders. Upon returning to the Ming Mountain, Gu Yuan retreated into his cave residence to consolidate his cultivation. 1 month later, his golden core foundation at the initial stage was fully stabilized. Only now did he truly grasp the magnitude of his feat, defeating Li Yunqi, a golden core cultivator, while still at the peak of foundation establishment. Without the Dao-ordained law force within him, it would have been nigh impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to contend with one of the golden core realm. Upon emerging from seclusion, Gu Yuan stirred no one's attention. He soared skyward on his sword toward the small hill where Lu Ling had remained. Now firmly entrenched within the Mingxin sect, he no longer feared instability, and it was time to bring Lu Ling home. Congratulations on ascending to the golden core realm, Lu Ling said joyfully upon seeing Gu Yuan again. Come, return with me to the Mingxin sect. I've arranged the blood-slaughtering qi you require. It will swiftly elevate your strength. After their return, Gu Yuan summoned Wang Hao. How goes the collection of blood-slaughtering qi? Wang Hao unfastened 8 spatial storage bags from his waist. Here they are. All the blood-slaughtering qi from the sect's 100 treasures hall has been gathered, and I've procured a substantial additional supply from outside. Please assess whether this suffices. If not, I shall dispatch others to collect more. Gu Yuan swept his divine sense across the bags. Each held hundreds of cubic units of blood, more than enough to sustain Lu Ling for an extended period. Gu Yuan nodded approvingly, and said to Wang Hao, you've handled this matter well. Pride bloomed across Wang Hao's face. Of the 1 million Ming points you entrusted me with, 700,000 remain. Moreover, I've recruited a loyal cadre. Within the Shengxia Association, we now number 38 golden core cultivators and 132 foundation establishment cultivators. The Shengxia Association. Li Yunqi commands his own Yunsheng Association. Surely you who surpass him deserve your own faction. These disciples pledged themselves to you in sincerity. Many others distrusted me and refused to join until they beheld you in person. A single command from you would swell our ranks exponentially. A thoughtful gleam flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes. You've executed this masterfully. Continue recruiting in my name, and should circumstances demand it, I shall appear personally. Hearing praise, Wang Hao's face lit with delight. His efforts had not been in vain. Brimming with renewed vigor, he departed immediately to recruit further adherents. Until now, he had operated covertly, lacking Gu Yuan's explicit sanction. Now empowered, he could act openly and without restraint. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Gu Yuan's gaze hardened. Among demon cultivators, it is always either you exploit, or you are exploited. If exploitation is inevitable, why not seize the role of the exploiter oneself? Xiao Yangcheng's fate, and Gao Yang's, had taught Gu Yuan a stark truth. Ordinary demon cultivators within the Mingxin sect endured constant oppression and resource extraction by rival factions. With his current status and power, he had finally earned a seat at the table. Should he leverage this opportunity to amass vast resources, even if he failed to achieve immortality in this life, his next incarnation would begin unburdened by scarcity. Within the cave residence, Lu Ling gazed upon the 8 full spatial storage bags of blood, and her eyes shimmered with delight. Truly a demon sect, such a volume of blood gathered in so short a time. With this I shall soon ascend to the 4th tier. Focus on your absorption. Less than 2 months remain before the true disciple assembly. I must refine and integrate my current techniques. Having entrusted the blood to Lu Ling, Gu Yuan re-entered seclusion to harmonize his newly attained golden core cultivation with his combat arts. 1 month passed. During this time he refined every technique at his command. His combat prowess had surged several-fold compared to his pre-golden core self. Were he to face Li Yunqi again, now he could overwhelm him outright. No stratagem required. As Gu Yuan emerged from his cave, he found Wang Hao accompanied by Gao Yang, and over a dozen golden core cultivators awaiting him on the nearby open ground. Congratulations on your emergence, senior disciple. Wang Hao and the others stepped forward. I calculated the timing. The true disciple assembly draws near, so I brought the core members of the Shangxia Association here to await your command. Indeed, Wang Hao's long service had honed his efficiency to a fine edge. Seeing such a loyal contingent assembled in his honor, Gu Yuan felt genuine. Gu Yuan acknowledged the Golden Core cultivators with calm formality, affirming their standing while clarifying that they would henceforth answer to Wang Hao. Though Wang Hao's personal cultivation remained modest and insufficient to command universal respect, as the Shangxia Association expanded its influence and reach's access to resources would steadily improve, ensuring his eventual ascension to a standard Golden Core cultivator. As the association lacked its own territory, Gu Yuan opted to hold a brief gathering with them atop Deming Mountain. Tell me, what major factions currently operate within the sect? Gu Yuan turned to Wang Hao. Wang Hao replied, there are three principal ones: the sect-affiliated loan agency, the Zhu Xiu Association, the Pu Zhao Association overseen by your senior brother, and the newly formed Yun Sheng Association, which coerces desperate disciples into signing blood slave contracts, then harvests their blood, extracts marrow, and refines living pills for profit. Only these, eh? Wang Hao shook his head. These are all I know. At that moment, a Golden Core mid-stage cultivator with a black mole beneath his lip stepped forward. True disciple Gu, I may offer greater detail. May I supplement this account? Gu Yuan nodded, his gaze settling upon the man. Granted permission, the man smiled and introduced himself. True disciple Gu, this is Sha Baimian. My late master was a nascent soul cultivator, thus I possess somewhat broader insight. Beyond the three factions Wang manager mentioned lies the 2MO Hall commanded by the former true disciple Wu Dong. It functions as a mercenary assassination syndicate. Pay and they kill. In addition to Wu True Disciples 2MO Hall, the other three former True Disciples each maintain their own organizations: the Shuiyu Association, the Shi Kuei Association, and the Zhanlong Hall. The Shuiyu Association drains blood from mortals across sect territories. The Shi Kuei Association traffics animated corpse warriors. The Zhanlong Hall organizes expeditions to slay monstrous beasts. Moreover, numerous smaller factions exist, each backed by sect elders. The Baigu Hall specializes in bone forging, producing white bone warriors reaching second-tier peak. The Wanli Association traffics beautiful female cultivators. Sha Baiwan elaborated extensively on the divisions of power within the Mingxin sect, where each faction was either supported by an elder of the sect or backed by a more formidable true disciple, even an elder of the highest rank. Within the Mingxin sect, apart from Gu Yuan and Li Yunxi, the remaining four true disciples had already advanced to the nascent soul stage. Although they still held the title of true disciples, their enthusiasm for the plundering of ordinary resources had considerably waned, leaving the management of their factions to others. Aside from the factions under these four individuals, most other factions within the sect were similarly structured. The ordinary resources of the entire Mingxin sect had long been clearly divided apart from a few directly controlled by the sect. To snatch a meal from their hands, one would need not only a solid backing, but also a capable group of subordinates who otherwise merely establishing a faction would yield no benefits. Gu Yuan looked at Wang Hao. You have managed to gather so many people. Have you considered how to earn resources in the future? Wang Hao shook his head awkwardly. I haven't thought it through yet. All the profitable businesses within the sect are already taken, and there are many factions supplying the Baibao Hall. Others expressed slight disappointment upon hearing this. Although Gu Yuan's reputation was impressive, without avenues to earn resources after establishing a faction, it would inevitably not last long. Gu Yuan acknowledged that he had overestimated Wang Hao, but considering his early foundation establishment strength, gathering so many people was commendable. One couldn't have too high expectations. After all, how high could his vision be? Gu Yuan addressed the group. Since you are willing to follow me, I will not let you toil in vain. I have already devised a plan to earn resource. Now I hereby appoint Wang Hao as the interim manager of the summer meeting, Gao Yang as his assistant, and you, the four of you will serve as the four great guardians of the summer meeting. Gu Yuan pointed at Sha Baiwan and the other three mid-golden core cultivators who had just spoken. The four immediately straightened their backs and stepped forward. Now I have a task for you. Find individuals skilled in refining and formation to produce a large batch of communication tokens, which should only display a 7-digit number composed of digits from 1 to 33. I have only one requirement for these communication tokens. The purchasers must be able to choose their own numbers, and the chosen numbers must be able to transmit to the main. Every few days we will randomly draw a set of 7 digits from the 133 numbered spheres in a public setting. Anyone whose purchased token matches our drawn numbers will win the first prize. The first 5 digits plus the last digit will win the second prize, while the last digit alone will win the third prize. For the first round, I plan to put out 10 million Ming points as prizes, and the subsequent prize amounts will be based on the total amount purchased by buyers. If no one wins, the prize pool will continue to accumulate until someone does, with the first prize being 1 million. Gu Yuan explained his plan to the crowd. After listening, everyone looked bewildered. Wang Hao couldn't help but say, "Aren't we just doing charity like this? No matter the pricing, the items sold would just end up in the prize pool, and we wouldn't get anything." Sha Baiwan asked thoughtfully, "May I inquire, Gu Zhenchuan, do you mean we can win ourselves, and take the funds from the prize pool for profit?" Gu Yuan looked at him appreciatively. This person was relatively clever, as he was the first to grasp the idea compared to the bewildered expressions of others. Shallow, merely taking the prize for oneself is insignificant. Who would still buy it like that? As long as we ensure that the winning numbers each round are the least among them, we can continue to accumulate the prize pool to attract more buyers. Ultimately, it will still. Gu Yuan looked at Sha Baiwan. The winning numbers in each round must be the least. Gu Yuan's words awakened everyone. None present were foolish, and after a moment of thought, they understood the implication. Gu Zhenchuan's wisdom is unprecedented. I admire you," Sha Baiwan said with an admiring smile. "My lord, this money-making plan is brilliant." Wang Hao, who had come to his senses, also praised him. No one in the Mingxin sect had attempted this field before. With Gu Yuan's status as a true disciple, once this was established, others would have to consider their own luck before trying to follow suit. Once this endeavor is successful, a significant influx of resources will surely flow into the summer meeting. Moreover, this venture is not limited to the Mingxin sect. Those scattered cultivators outside are also targets. Hurry up and plan this out. The True Disciple Conference will be held soon, when the number of people in the sect will be at its highest. First, we will test a few rounds within the sect, and after the conference we will push it outward. Understood. Everyone felt confident at this moment. Once this endeavor is successful, with Gu Yuan leading the first batch of those who joined the summer meeting, will surely reap significant benefits, and everyone was filled with excitement. After the group left, Gu Yuan arrived outside Wei Yi's cave dwelling. At that moment, the senior brother Song Jiang and the second senior brother Xiao Daji walked out from the cave. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, their eyes lit up. "Gu Shidi, are you here to see the master?" Gu Yuan nodded. "Gu Shidi, may I borrow a moment of your time? It won't take long," Song Jiang said with a smile. "Is there something you need, senior brother?" Gu Yuan looked at Song Jiang. "Gu Shidi, may I ask what your thoughts are on the Puzhao Association?" Song Jiang asked tentatively. "I have no particular thoughts," Gu Yuan replied. After advancing to the golden core stage, these two senior brothers no longer seemed significant to him. Had they not shared the same master, they wouldn't even have the right to speak with him. Previously, third senior brother Duan Chuan and others in the Puzhao Association had exploited his name to seize wealth. Gu Yuan had yet to settle the score. Seeing Gu Yuan's indifferent expression, Song Jiang continued to probe. "Gu Shidi, we brothers have discussed this, and are inclined to make you the leader of the Puzhao Association. What do you think?" Gu Yuan looked at the two. "If you are here for this matter, then I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining any faction." The total amount lent out by the Puzhao Association is over 40 million Ming points, generating millions in profits each year. If you become the leader, you will surely recover quite a bit of those debts, and you will also gain a substantial amount of Ming points. Song Jiang added, "Are the millions in profits all mine?" "Not exactly. A large portion will go to the master and 4 other elders. You should be able to take home about 100. Song Jiang explained. "Senior brother, you should continue managing the Puzhao Association. I'm too busy to handle such matters. You can keep the annual 100,000 Ming points for you." After saying this, Gu Yuan walked towards Wei Yi's cave. "How could I take so much?" Song Jiang wanted to explain further, but Gu Yuan had already walked away. The conversation outside the cave was clearly heard by Wei Yi, who realized that Jiang and Xiao Daji had come to discuss this matter with him. Wei Yi agreed with Jiang's proposal in his heart. If Gu Yuan became the public leader of the Puzhao Society, those who owed debts would have to think carefully. The Puzhao Society, as a no-threshold lender, had the biggest problem of bad debts, and many individuals with powerful backing were unwilling to repay their debts. As the current public leader of the Puzhao Society, Jiang only received a share of 100,000 Ming points each year. Wei Yi decided that if Gu Yuan was willing to take over the Puzhao Society, he would allocate him 1 million Ming points annually. To him, this was already a considerable sum, especially since Gu Yuan, as a true disciple, only received several 100,000 resources from the sect each year. With merely a title, one could gain an additional million Ming points, which he believed Gu Yuan would agree to. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuan directly refused. Gu Yuan entered the cave, and Wei Yi set aside those thoughts. "Master, I have consolidated my cultivation, and wish to seek your guidance to see how great the gap is between me and a nascent soul-stage cultivator." Gu Yuan stated his purpose directly. Wei Yi nodded. "It is good to let you know the means of a nascent soul-stage cultivator early, so you can be prepared." Wei Yi did not say much about the Puzhao Society to Gu Yuan, and brought him to a desolate mountain outside the Mingxin sect. The greatest advantage of a nascent soul-stage cultivator is the ability to fly. This is lethal for golden core stage cultivators. Since you are to witness the might of a nascent soul stage cultivator, I will not hold back, so be prepared. Gu Yuan nodded, and took out his lifebound flying sword. After advancing to the golden core stage, his 3 lifebound flying swords had also been upgraded to low-grade 3rd. The 3 swords combined barely achieved the quality of a middle-grade 3rd-tier treasure. Wei Yi soared into the air, a force of divine sense firmly locking onto Gu Yuan. The soul power of a nascent soul stage cultivator transforms into the nascent soul itself. The power of divine sense is far superior to that of a golden core stage cultivator. Even the most formidable golden core cultivators cannot compare with nascent soul stage cultivators in terms of soul power. In our battle, every move you make will be under my control. After a casual reminder from Wei Yi, he swiftly struck down with his palm. A black palm imprint rapidly descended from the air. Gu Yuan hurriedly raised his true essence defense, while a fearless sword intent surged forth, summoning the fearless sword to slash at the black palm imprint. With a thunderous sound, the black palm imprint was shattered by his sword. The scorching divine power passed down from your master ancestor is embedded in all my attacks containing corrosive flame energy. So be cautious. After saying this, Wei Yi threw another punch. This punch was significantly more powerful than the previous palm strike. Gu Yuan slashed out another sword, but the sword light was directly shattered by this punch, and the remaining power of the punch surged towards him. After slashing out 3 swords, the force of the punch was finally dispersed. Facing Wei Yi in the sky, Gu Yuan understood that passively taking hits would never lead to victory. With a burst of strength from his legs, he suddenly rushed into the sky. He wielded the sword in his hand, and unleashed several sword lights under the repetition of the laws. Countless sword shadows transformed into something substantial, collectively attacking Wei Yi. To this, Wei Yi sneered, moving his body and instantly evading his original position. The myriad sword shadows passed by, landing harmlessly in the air. No matter how strong your attacks are when facing a nascent soul stage cultivator who can fly, if you cannot lock onto him with divine sense, all your attacks can be easily avoided. Gu Yuan, landing on the ground, also realized this point. In this situation, to defeat a nascent soul stage cultivator, unless he could unleash attacks threatening the entire sky, all his assaults would be in vain. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan released 3 lifebound flying swords simultaneously, using divine sense to control the swords to rise into the air. The 3 swords simultaneously unleashed different sword techniques in midair to attack Wei Yi. Simultaneously controlling 3 flying swords to release different sword techniques, Gu Yuan's divine sense was strained. This was currently his strongest attack he could launch against an opponent in the air. This move indeed proved effective in the face of the 3 flying swords' assault. Wei Yi could not easily evade anymore. He continuously threw several punches, shattering all the sword lights in front of him before diving directly towards Gu Yuan. Your sword is far slower than my movement. Without your sword, how will you defend against my close-range attacks now? As Wei Yi charged forward, countless shadows of fists emerged, and the black fist shadows seemed to take on a tangible form. Gu Yuan gathered all his true essence and forcefully struck out a palm. The massive palm faced dozens of fist shadows. Upon collision, Gu Yuan's palm was Seeing this, Gu Yuan quickly enveloped himself with the natural intent, activating the illusory object law. The shadow of his body left behind was instantly shattered by the black fist edge. The 3 flying swords in midair also returned to Gu Yuan's hands. This move can indeed evade some attacks, but my divine sense has always locked onto you. The moment you activate your law of power, you will be unable to capture me. However, once your true form reveals itself, I will lock onto your position, and you cannot escape. After saying this, Wei Yi unleashed several consecutive punches. Gu Yuan constantly changed his position. The moment he grasped the flying sword, he immediately launched a counterattack, and the sword light, transforming into something substantial, shattered several fist edges. Your attacking ability can already rival that of an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator, but it's still not enough. The abilities of a nascent soul stage cultivator go far beyond this. Next, watch closely. After feeding him several moves, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from Wei Yi, and a feeling of soul tremor surged toward Gu Yuan's entire body. The soul-shocking power emitted by the nascent soul's strength is beyond what a golden core stage cultivator's soul can resist. Gu Yuan had to mobilize his divine sense to counter this intimidation. In this situation, how will you strike to defeat a nascent soul stage cultivator? After saying this, the aura surrounding Wei Yi completely dissipated. Guiding Gu Yuan was to make him understand the gap between golden core stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators. If he activated the nascent soul's power and then attacked, Gu Yuan would be injured. It was enough for Gu Yuan to realize the disparity between the two, so Wei Yi stopped. At this moment, Gu Yuan also understood why nascent soul stage cultivators were referred to as ancestors. With his current strength, ordinary late golden core stage cultivators had almost no power to resist in front of him. Facing a nascent soul stage cultivator like Wei, it was still extremely difficult, let alone ordinary golden core stage cultivators, who would simply be slaughtered. Even at this moment, if he fought desperately, he would ultimately meet his demise here. The gap between nascent soul and golden core was an essential difference. To attempt to defeat a nascent soul cultivator with golden core strength was an insurmountable challenge. No wonder a character of the Saint Child level had not appeared in the Ming Xin sect. Gu Yuan sheathed his flying sword and fell into deep thought. Wei Yi approached Gu Yuan and said, to defeat a nascent soul stage cultivator with your golden core cultivation, the first point is that you must have means to engage in aerial combat. Unless you can launch an attack that threatens half of the sky, a nascent soul stage cultivator can easily evade. The second point is to have a way to defend against the soul suppression from the nascent soul stage cultivator's power. This is not difficult. You only need a spiritual weapon that can defend against the soul. A spiritual weapon capable of soul defense is quite valuable. The cheapest would cost at least 10 million spirit stones. If you help manage the Puzhao Society combined with the Ming points you receive as a true disciple each year from the sect, you can save up for a few years to purchase one. After guiding Gu Yuan, Wei Yi also reminded him that it would be better to join the Puzhao Society. Gu Yuan looked at Wei Yi and said, Master, I will find a way regarding the matter of spiritual weapons. As for the Puzhao Club, let's forget it. I have established a force called the Summer Festival, and I truly cannot spare any focus for other matters. Hearing this, Wei Yi nodded. That is fine. Do as you see fit. As long as you wish, the identity of the controller of the Puzhao Club will always be reserved for you. In his view, the ordinary resources within the Ming Xin sect had already been completely divided. Even if Gu Yuan established his own force, it would not change much. With his current strength, there was little room for significant development. The Puzhao Club merely picked up the scraps left behind by the sect's auxiliary cultivation club. Is there any business in this world that is more profitable than collecting interest on loan? After returning to his cave dwelling, Gu Yuan pondered how to deal with nascent soul stage cultivators. Compared to ordinary golden core stage cultivators, he had formed the highest level of Dao Dan. The Ming Ji divine intent technique, which cultivates the soul, gives him a divine sense power much greater than that of ordinary golden core stage cultivators. However, when faced with the overwhelming power of the nascent soul stage cultivators, he still felt powerless. Nascent soul stage cultivators' souls are integrated with their nascent souls. Even if their bodies are lost, they can escape using their nascent souls. Their divine sense power is far superior to that of golden core stage cultivators, and no matter how strong the technique, it cannot bridge the qualitative gap. To have a fighting chance against nascent soul stage cultivators, one must not only possess means to attack from the air, but also protect the soul well. The contemplative look in Gu Yuan's eyes grew increasingly fervent. Perhaps I should get more flying swords. After forming a sword array, I will have methods to attack from the air, and I can also empower other flying swords besides my innate flying sword, allowing them to have their own offensive capabilities. At that point, I won't seem so powerless in aerial combat. Moreover, although I have several attack methods, I lack the strongest one. It would be best to incorporate all techniques into one. The innate flying sword needs to be nurtured within his body to continuously improve its quality. Gu Yuan does not wish for his innate flying sword to possess its own intelligence. While such a flying sword could greatly enhance its power, it also introduces many uncertainties. However, this concern does not apply to external magical flying swords or spiritual weapons. The price of a magical flying sword is extremely high, and there are no capable artifact masters in the Ming Xin sect. Almost all magical weapons need to be procured externally, and prices remain high. Collecting a set of magical flying swords requires a vast amount of resources. Although Gu Yuan still has a considerable amount of Ming points left for cultivation, it is still far from enough to procure a batch of magical weapons and spiritual tools for soul defense. The plan to amass wealth must be executed quickly. After completing his thoughts, Gu Yuan visited the scripture pavilion and bought all the sword techniques available. While studying the sword array daily, he also began to pay close attention to the activities of the summer festival. Creating tokens similar to communication plates is quite simple. One only needs to inscribe a miniature formation within them to transmit information to the main formation. The Fuxia Great Formation overseen by Sha Wan was completed in just a few days, located on a rear mountain of the Ming Xin sect. At the same time, a large batch of Fuxia tokens was produced, costing only 1 spirit stone for every 3 tokens. After a few days of frenzied work, the 100 or so members of the summer festival began selling them. At the entrance of the scripture pavilion in front of the Baobao Hall, and in the sect's main plaza, people from the summer festival were busy promoting the Fuxia tokens. For 5 spirit stones, you have the chance to win a grand prize of 5 million. Hesitation means missing out. 1 million spirit stones are just a Fuxia token away. Gu Zhenchuan has provided benefits to the ordinary disciples of the sect. As long as you purchase a Fuxia token, you will have a chance to win a grand prize of 1 million spirit stones. Those passing by don't miss out. The 1 million spirit stones grand prize will be revealed in 5 days. You only need 5 spirit stones to participate. The loud shouts drew the attention of many. After inquiring, most were willing to give it a try. It's just 5 spirit stones, only 5 Ming points. Anyone appearing in the Ming Shin sect is at least a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator. They can afford this amount with a little effort, and if this is real, having 1 million spirit stones would mean taking off right away. Many held on to their fantasies. In just 5 days, the summer festival sold over 20,000 fuxia tokens, with some people even buying hundreds or thousands. At this point, many were still watching. It is understandable that the first phase did not gain much notoriety. Although only about 100,000 Ming points were collected, which is vastly different from the bonuses to be distributed in the first phase, this product does not fear spending money, but rather fears lack of buyers. In the main plaza of the Ming Shin sect, Yuan stood beside Wang Hao. In front of Wang Hao was a pre-ordered rolling drum. Now I will roll this drum, and the number of the ball that falls out will be the winning number for this phase. This drum is very simple and can withstand scrutiny from divine senses, ensuring there is no possibility of fraud. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, countless divine senses scanned the drum. The simplest wooden structure contained 33 balls with no mechanisms whatsoever, making fraud. Though Wang Hao had only initial stage foundation establishment cultivation, he was not afraid of being suspected of cheating under everyone's watch. Nervously, he slowly rolled the drum. After a shake, the first ball rolled down the drum's groove. Number 3. Soon after came the second and third. After all 7 numbered balls fell, they formed a set of numbers. 3, 19, 21, 14, 25, 26, 8. Is there anyone with a matching winning number? After shaking the numbers, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief and looked at the crowd. I won. A weak-looking young man with prominent facial bones, clearly excited, pushed his way to the front, holding his token. And I won second prize. I have third prize. So do I. Me too. All the winners rushed to the front. Come, please show your tokens. Wang Hao looked at the weak-looking young man. He excitedly activated the number displayed on his token, using his divine sense. First phase 19, 14, 25, 26, 3, 21, 8. Although the order of the first few numbers was slightly different, the last number matched. Before purchasing, he had heard the seller say not to worry about the order of the numbers, as long as they matched, one could win. Wang Hao held up his token and said, "Congratulations, you have won the grand prize of 5 million spirit stones." After saying this, he opened his storage bag and revealed all the spirit stones within. Look closely, 1 million spirit stones in total. They are now yours. The young man's eyes widened at the sight of so many spirit stones, and he hurriedly began to stuff them into his storage bag, without even counting. Now those who won second prize of 1,000 spirit stones, please come forward. Wang Hao looked at the crowd. Immediately 2 people pushed their way to the front. The 2 were extremely disappointed, as they were just 1 number away from winning a prize that was 100 times greater. After distributing all the prizes, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief and said to everyone, "The first phase of the fuxia ticket has concluded. The next phase will be revealed in 7 days, and the prize remains the same. Everyone is welcome to participate and win." Immediately those who did not win looked enviously at the winners. The cultivator in the Qi refining stage who won 1 million did not leave immediately after winning. Instead, he headed straight to the treasure hall to exchange all his spirit stones for Ming points, while purchasing a few cultivation resources. Once the spirit stones were converted into Ming points, seizing them became extremely difficult. Even if he were killed, his disciple token could not be used, and the Ming points within would be lost to the sect. He understood this, so he only purchased a few cultivation resources. With so many Ming points in hand, he could not only repay all his previous debts, but also redeem himself. Furthermore, his path to cultivation would become incredibly smooth, as the door to the golden core stage had been fully opened for him. Many were envious of him, and countless people immediately purchased tickets for the second phase. Yuan personally presided over the first phase's draw and left right after announcing the results. The drum appeared to have no mechanism, but the placement of the balls and the frequency of their rolling had been tested to ensure the desired ball would drop. The results obtained did not show any discrepancies. The first phase of the fuxia ticket caused Xingxia to incur a loss of over 80,000 spirit stones. The initial funds provided by Yuan were still sufficient to last for a while. The second phase would not only be sold within the Ming Shin sect, many more buyers would participate. This was because Xingxia had introduced new benefits. Anyone who introduced a newcomer to purchase a fuxia ticket would receive a spirit stone as a reward on the spot. With such benefits, even if one did not purchase personally, the introduction fee alone could earn a lot. The cultivators within the sect had some connections to the outside world, and this sparked a surge in the sales of fuxia tickets. In just 6 days, 100,000 tickets for the second phase. Although this still could not cover the prize expenses, it was very close, and the next few phases would likely generate profits. At 5 spirit stones per fuxia ticket, ordinary people would at least buy one, while wealthier cultivators generously purchased hundreds, or even more. Compared to 1 million spirit stones, this expenditure of several hundred seemed trivial. During the second draw, Yuan did not appear again, and this time 2 first prizes were directly awarded. The entire square of the Mingxin sect was filled during the draw, attracting the attention of several elders within the sect. After understanding the rules of the fuxia ticket, some fell into contemplation, while others scoffed. They wondered why Guxia would engage in such a money-losing venture. With so few cultivators in the sect, even if each bought hundreds of tickets, how many could they sell? It would mean losses each time, so it would be better not to engage in such business. After the second phase of the fuxia ticket draw ended, the sales of the third phase tickets increased even more. This time 3 first prizes were awarded, and outside the Mingxin sect a frenzy of purchasing fuxia tickets erupted within a very short time. Unknowingly, the True Inheritance Conference held by the Mingxin sect arrived as scheduled. On this day the weather was fine. The other 4 demonic sects of the eastern region, led by their respective elders, sent their spirit boats toward the Mingxin sect. Yuan and Li Yunxi each donned purple gold robes. Upon seeing Yuan break through to the golden core stage, the arrogance in Li Yunxi's eyes completely vanished. Without saying another word to Yuan, he directly walked toward the high platform. Yuan remained seated beside the imposing figure, unmoving. In today's True Inheritance Conference, if Li Yunxi could withstand the pressure from the other core golden cores surrounding him, he would not need to intervene. Compared to the Mingxin sect, the positions of the other 4 demonic sects were deep within the eastern region, and they did not need to fend off occasional attacks from righteous sects. Therefore, their foundational strength was considerably greater than that of the Mingxin sect, and the disciples under them were also of a higher caliber, otherwise they would not have produced figures of the Saint Sun level. As a peak cultivator in the early golden core stage, it remains to be seen whether Li Yunxi could withstand the pressure from these individuals. After the elders of the 4 sects entered, Li Feiyu soared onto the arena. Welcome everyone to the Mingxin sect for this True Inheritance Conference. Our sect is simultaneously promoting 2 true disciples. Anyone who can defeat them will gain their true inheritance status, and the necessary cultivation resources will be provided by our Mingxin sect. Therefore, all of you present need not hold back. This is our newly promoted true disciple. To engage with the other, please defeat him first. There will be a 1-hour rest period between each battle. Li Feiyu did not waste too much time. The True Inheritance Conference among the 5 demonic sects of the eastern region had been held countless times, and everyone was already clear. This external True Inheritance Conference is the second path for all core golden cores to advance to true disciples. As long as they defeat him, they can obtain true inheritance status without requiring resources from the sect for cultivation. The defeated side bears the cost, which the 5 demonic sects of the eastern region also agree with. Thus, when selecting true disciples, they are very cautious. The previous 4 true disciples of the Mingxin sect had already advanced to the nascent soul stage, and it had been a long time since the sect had a newly promoted true disciple. After Li Yunxi defeated the vast majority of the daring challengers within the sect, Li Feiyu had no choice but to hold a True Inheritance Conference to boost the sect's morale. Compared to those possessing peak golden core cultivation, both Li Yunxi and Yuan lagged a bit in terms of cultivation, but their methods were sufficient to compensate for this. Li Feiyu was not particularly worried. After he finished speaking, a rugged man from the spectator seats of the other 4 sects immediately stood up. Wuji's sect, Liang Feiqing, I shall challenge first. With that, he ascended the platform. Upon reaching the platform, Liang Feiqing looked at Li Yunxi and said, "Your ability to defend the platform here indicates that you are weaker than the other. Defeating you should be quite easy." Liang Feiqing's words instantly ignited Li Yunxi's anger. The inability to defeat Guxia had become a thorn in his side, and now being publicly called out, his anger surged. Liang Feiqing dared to challenge, and his strength was indeed formidable, a peak golden core cultivator. Faced with this person, Li Yunxi did not take him seriously. What if his cultivation was slightly higher? There were already several peak golden core cultivators who had lost to him. You will pay for your words. Li Yunxi conjured a purple gold spear in his hand, his aura turning cold and merciless. Seeing that he had successfully provoked Li Yunxi, Liang Feiqing was overjoyed and took out his large blade to initiate the attack. As the 5th rank blade intent was unleashed, the large blade in his hand transformed into a frenzied edge. Sensing the opponent's 5th rank blade intent, Li Yunxi sneered. With this level of skill, you dare to come to the platform? Prepare to die. With that, the True Demon Domain activated. As the 9th rank True Demon Domain emerged, it completely suppressed Liang Feiqing's 5th rank blade intent, and a massive sense of restraint spread throughout Liang Feiqing's body. His face turned bitter. How could it be this strong? The 9th grade realm of intent completely suppressed his 5th grade sword intent, and in such circumstances his strength was reduced several times. How could he hope to defeat Li Before Liang Feiqing could express his grievances, Li Yunqi launched an attack with his spear. The air was filled with the sound of rushing wind as the spear drew a sharp arc, its purple-gold shaft emanating a chilling brilliance. Clang! Liang Feiqing exerted all his strength to block the thrust. However, the subsequent onslaught from Li Yunqi fierce as a storm pierced through the spear's shaft with relentless force. In just a moment, the true essence protective shield around Liang Feiqing shattered, and a protective treasure was rendered devoid of spirit. Too fragile to withstand a blow? Given that today is the true inheritance conference, I won't kill you. Get lost. Liang Feiqing had multiple blood holes from Li Yunqi's spear. At this moment his face turned pale with pain. Upon hearing Li Yunqi's words, he could not suppress his injuries, and immediately fled the arena. Bravo! Countless disciples of the Ming-Shan sect cheered for Li Yunqi. Having effortlessly defeated the peak golden core disciple of the Wuji sect, Li Yunqi's strength was affirmed by all. After this battle, those who came to the Ming-Shan sect to challenge the true inheritance identity instantly changed their expressions. If one could not withstand his 9th grade, true demonic domain, how could they hope to defeat him? And how many could truly comprehend the power of intent to the 9th grade? According to the rules, there was an hour of rest after defeating an opponent, but Li Yunqi had not exhausted much. At this moment, he stood in the arena scanning the area occupied by the 4 demonic sects, saying, who else dares to come up for a fight? I need no rest. The area occupied by the 4 demonic sects fell into a brief silence. The disciples of the Ming-Shan sect began to shout, who else? The true inheritance of our Ming-Shan sect is profound. Who else wishes to seek death? After a moment of silence, a slender figure stood up. Xianyin sect, Lu Bingying, please enlighten me. With that, she stepped onto the arena. Li Yunqi looked at her, who appeared to be aloof, and coldly said, make your move. Lu Bingying wasted no words. Before Li Yunqi could unleash his 9th grade, true demonic domain, she first activated her 8th grade, Xian Ice intent. A chilling aura instantly spread across the arena. With this aura enveloping her, even if she could not defeat Li Yunqi's 9th grade, true demonic domain, she would be unaffected within it. After activating the Xian Ice intent, Lu Bingying took out her lifebound treasure, a flying sword. As the ice blue long sword was revealed, Li Yunqi snorted, what I hate the most is dealing with swords. With that, he initiated the attack. The spear struck like thunder, swift as a meteor. Under the glimmering cold light, the spear's glow reached Lu Bingying's front. Seeing this, Lu Bingying did not panic. With her peak golden core strength, she was not to be trifled with. With a flick of her ice blue long sword, an aura of 8th grade shadowy cold sword intent surged forth, instantly deflecting the spear, and she countered with a reverse strike, unleashing a burst of ice blue mixed with a hint of shadowy black sword energy. The shadowy cold sword energy approached in an instant. Li Yunqi swung his spear in a reverse motion, meeting it with a horizontal sweep. Crack, crack. The tip of the purple gold spear instantly froze upon contact with the shadowy cold sword energy, yet under Li Yunqi's movement the ice shattered into pieces. After the exchange, Li Yunqi gauged this woman's strength. Against someone wielding such shadowy cold sword energy, the best method was to completely obliterate her, otherwise the cold energy would affect him. Li Yunqi wielded his spear with overwhelming force, each sweep as if demolishing with ease. After several fierce strikes, Lu Bingying found herself forced to the edge of the arena. The immense power of Li Yunqi's spear left her unable to withstand it with strength alone. Each time she blocked with her sword, she had to step back to absorb the force. Biting her lip, a resolute expression appeared on her icy face. If you can withstand my next strike, consider it your victory. With that, her entire aura seemed to merge with the ice blue long sword she held. A massive blade of cold light erupted from the long sword, this strike resembling the descent of Xian Ice, filling the entire arena with the chilling aura emitted by the blade. A trivial skill. With a sword you are far from my level. Li Yunqi roared, unleashing his 9th grade spear intent, forcefully striking against the towering icy sword blade. Boom. The arena trembled slightly. The icy blade unleashed by Lu Bingying was obliterated by Li Yunqi's strike. A hint of sinister charm appeared on her face. Brotherly, your skills are superb. This little girl admits defeat. With that, she sheathed her long sword, cast a deep glance at Li Yunqi, and walked off the arena. Li Yunqi paid her no mind, sheathing his spear, and silently sitting on the arena, taking out a pill to aid in his recovery. Having consecutively defeated 2 opponents, Li Yunqi's true essence was somewhat depleted. To ensure he was in top condition, he no longer boasted about needing no rest. Elder Wei, the strength of the true inheritance disciple on this arena is quite impressive. Indeed, he possesses the strength of a true inheritance disciple. It seems those core golden core disciples will find it difficult to defeat him. Is the person beside you another newly promoted true disciple from your sect? An elder of the Taishui sect in the nascent soul stage was familiar with Wei Yi. After sitting down not far from him, he had been observing Gu Yuan, and could not help but ask after seeing Li Yunqi consecutively defeat 2 opponents. Wait, you wore a smile. Indeed, this is my junior disciple Guxia. Don't be fooled by Li Yunqi's ferocity in front of my disciple. He is nothing. Seeing this, Yuan greeted the elder with a smile. Oh, so it's Brother Wei's disciple. It seems your teachings have greatly improved your disciple's skills. May I ask for some guidance? About that we can discuss it in detail later. Wei perfunctorily replied with a smile. He hadn't put much effort into Yuan aside from personally guiding him once. He had only rewarded him with some dark points in the past. Yuan's achievements were entirely due to his own. With Li Yunqi having consecutively defeated 2 opponents, the area surrounding the 4 demonic sects once again fell into silence. Dozens of peak golden core cultivators silently rested, pondering their thoughts as they watched Li Yunqi recover on the arena. An hour quickly passed. Li Yunqi stood up. Who else dares to come for a fight? After his words fell, the crowd in the vicinity of the 4 demonic sects exchanged glances. Finally, a middle-aged man stood up. Since both the Wuji sect and Xianyin sect have sent participants as a disciple of the Taishui sect, if I do not step up, it would make us appear cowardly. I Peng Ping wish to seek guidance from Brother Li. With that, he stepped onto the arena. Li Yunqi looked at the man, saying, make your move. Once I take action, you will have no chance. Having consecutively defeated 2 opponents, he had already proven himself to possess the strength of a true disciple, and at this moment, he was not in a hurry. Brother Li, I do not possess much skill myself, but the corpses I cultivated have some strength. I will showcase them. With that, Peng Ping released 5 corpses. The strongest among them exuded an aura that suppressed the entire arena. A half-step 4th grade silver corpse. You are quite wealthy, my friend, to be able to cultivate such a thing. Seeing this, Li Yunqi became slightly alert. The practitioners who delve into the path of corpse refining consume resources increasingly as they progress. To cultivate a 3rd grade silver corpse, a substantial amount of corpse evil energy is required. This corpse evil energy can only be accumulated over time among piles of dead bodies. The birth of each 3rd grade silver corpse necessitates the absorption of countless corpse energies from the deceased, let alone cultivating the silver corpse to the strength of a half-step 4th grade. I Peng do not possess the formidable comprehension of Senior Brother Li, and to enhance my combat power, I naturally need to pursue alternative methods which may seem clumsy. After Peng Ping finished speaking, the 4 silver corpses before him tightly shielded him. The corpse energy of the half-step 4th grade silver corpse surged forth, its dense corpse evil power completely unaffected by Li Yunqi's true demon domain. It swung its corpse claws, moving at an incredibly rapid speed, and in just a few flashes it charged right before Li Yunqi. Facing such a foul-smelling and resilient corpse leader, Li Yunqi understood that engaging it in direct combat would only drain their respective corpse evil power and true essence. How could his true essence compare to that of a corpse leader that had been preserved for who knows how long? In an instant, Li Yunqi activated his true demon form. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from him. Against the corpse leader's swift and decisive action was the correct approach. The cold gaze of Li Yunqi, having activated his true demon form, instilled a degree of fear even in the half-step 4th grade silver corpse leader. Without any exchange, after Li Yunqi activated his true demon form, the spear in his hand became a fearsome weapon, sweeping and striking with a single slash, landing blows upon the half-step 4th grade silver corpse. In the clash of formidable strength, Li Yunqi outperformed the half-step 4th grade silver corpse. In just a few exchanges, the half-step 4th grade silver corpse was forced back to Peng Ping's side. Li Yunqi seized the opportunity and swept his spear toward the 4 3rd grade silver corpses guarding Peng Ping. The defensive power of these 4 silver corpses was not as high as that of the half-step 4th grade silver corpse. With a single blow, one of the 3rd grade silver corpses exploded, releasing a large amount of corpse evil energy. Peng Ping, hiding behind, felt a pang of heart. Seeing that relying solely on the half-step 4th grade silver corpse would not suffice against Li Yunqi, a twisted expression appeared on the refined and amiable face of Peng Ping. In that case, don't blame me for using my strongest methods. After saying this, Peng Ping's body began to swell, and he absorbed the corpses he had refined, including the half-step 4th grade silver corpse. The corpse fusion technique cannot be sustained for long by living beings, but it allows for the fusion of the corpse refining power, unleashing immense attack capabilities in a short time. After the fusion of corpses, Peng Ping's aura changed dramatically. His eyes were filled with a vacant expression, yet his attacking methods did not cease. Relying on his rock-solid body, he charged directly against Li Yunqi's spear light and threw a punch. Like a massive boulder, his fist struck Li Yunqi, who even while in his true demon form, felt a sharp pain. In a moment of carelessness, he spat out a mouthful of dark red demonic blood. Having taken a sneak attack, Li Yunqi showed no hesitation. After creating some distance, a 9th grade spear intent erupted from his spear, sweeping horizontally, like a thunderous storm, the immense power preventing the fused Peng Ping from getting close, while the spear light ruthlessly struck him. The battle between the two resembled feral beasts clashing, fierce and brutal. After several rounds of hard fighting, the vacant expression in Peng Ping's eyes disappeared, and his swollen body suddenly returned to normal, with several refined corpses expelled from his body. Senior brotherly fine technique, I concede. Peng Ping looked at the expended corpse evil energy with some heartache. Upon hearing this, Li Yunqi restored his form, and his cold gaze swept past. These silver corpses have been wasted in your hands. Li Yunqi's fierce tactics as a true demon once again reshaped the understanding of the practitioners from the 4 demon sects who came to challenge him. With the 9th grade domain, the 9th grade spear intent, and the demonic body, they could hardly imagine anyone capable of defeating him during the Golden Core stage. At this moment, the members of the Wuji sect looked gratefully at Liang Fish, thankful that he was the first to step up for the challenge, thus allowing their Wuji sect to make an appearance. The members of the Xianin sect shared the same thought. Those remaining in the viewing area from the Qimeng sect now felt as if they were sitting on needles. Coming to the True Inheritance Conference to stir trouble certainly wasn't a good idea. No wonder so many were reluctant to attend. Without a certain degree of confidence, no one would be foolish enough to claim someone as a true disciple. All 3 sects had already sent representatives to challenge. If the Qimeng sect had no one daring to respond, it would reflect poorly on them. After the battle, Li Yunqi began to recuperate on the stage. At this moment, the elders from the Qimeng sect noticed that the expressions of their participants were all grim, and one of them transmitted a message to one of his companions, instantly darkening that person's face. Without a certain degree of confidence, no one would be foolish enough to claim someone as a true disciple. All 3 sects had already sent representatives to challenge. If the Qimeng sect, the elders who had previously expressed some doubts about Li Feiyu appointing 2 true disciples fell silent at this moment. What a pity no one is placing bets on the outsiders. Elder Ma said, somewhat bored. Indeed, I missed the times when we could win money. Elder Guo agreed. How about we 3 make a bet? Elder Ba leaned in. What shall we bet on? Let's wager on who wins the next match. Oh, I bet on Li Yunqi winning, Elder Ba stated. TCH, we all want to bet on Li Yunqi winning. Who would he win against? Elder Guo remarked. Then let's forget it. Elder Ba spread his hands. After an hour, Li Yunqi had recovered sufficiently, and with a cold expression looked towards the area where the demon sects were located. Who is next? The practitioner from the Qimeng sect who had received the elder's message stood up with a bitter expression. I will go. Li Yunqi noticed that this person was also at the peak of the Golden Core stage. After he ascended the stage, Li Yunqi disdainfully said, make your move. Senior brotherly, I must offend you. After Ruan spoke, his spiritual power erupted, and the entire arena was immediately enveloped in a gray mist. The Qimeng sect cultivator specialized in soul power, and all his combat capabilities relied on his spiritual essence. After Ruan unleashed the domain of dream illusions, he concealed himself within the mist. Taking out some treasures for sneak attacks, he tentatively struck one out. The greatest pain for the Qimeng sect practitioners occurs when they encounter someone with powerful soul power, as all their methods become intangible. Against the weak, they can manipulate them easily with their strong soul power, but against the strong they find themselves at a disadvantage. Li Yunqi's own soul power was already top tier among the Golden Core cultivators. When the entire arena was shrouded in gray mist, he did not panic and immediately used his spiritual sense to probe Ruan's actions. Seeing him preparing to sneak attack with a treasure, Li Yunqi smiled. He swiftly dashed forward. After a few strikes, the mist on the arena dissipated, and the purple gold spear was pressed against Ruan's neck. The lightning-fast conclusion of their battle left the onlookers in shock. The elder leading the Qimeng sect turned dark-faced. This person's duration of resistance was even shorter than that of Liang Fish. Who is next? Li Yunqi looked towards the area where the demon sects were located, and instantly the members of the 4 demon sects fell into silence. Compared to the surrounding cheering disciples of the Mingshun sect, the members of the 4 demon sects were eerily quiet. Seeing this, the leading elder rose and looked at Li Feiyu. Congratulations to the Mingshun sect for acquiring true disciples. We are in admiration. After the elder of the Wuji sect finished speaking, he fully acknowledged Li Yunqi's status as a true disciple. Elders from the other 3 sects also congratulated similarly. Li Feiyu smiled, feeling the pressure of appointing 2 true disciples, but fortunately Li Yunqi did not let him. Just as Li Feiyu was preparing to step onto the stage to announce the conclusion of this true disciple conference, within the audience of the 4 demon sects, a middle-aged cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage from the Tai Sui sect stood up. Wait, wasn't it said that there would be 2 true disciples? Why is it that only Senior Brotherly has battled? I admit I am not his opponent, but I wish to challenge the other true disciple. His words garnered the agreement of the Golden Core cultivators from the 4 demon sects present. Li Yunqi's domineering combat style left them somewhat apprehensive, but they did not believe that the other true disciple of the Mingshun sect was equally monstrous. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Mingshun sect displayed smiles on their faces. Dare to challenge another. The fact that Gu Xia could defeat Li Yunqi during his foundation establishment stage. How thick-headed must they be to challenge Gu Xia, who has now broken through to the golden core stage? Wei Yi looked at Gu Yuan and said, "It seems there are those who are not convinced by you. Go and teach them a lesson, and you do not disgrace your master." Gu Yuan stood up without expression. From what he had observed during the previous match, most of these people would not even be able to handle Li Yunqi's 9th grade, true demon domain. How could such people still dare to boast? They must be tired of living. On the arena, Li Yunqi silently stepped down from the platform. He also wanted to see Gu Yuan's strength now that he had broken through to the golden core stage. As Gu Yuan stepped onto the arena, Li Feiyu glanced at the person who had just boasted. It would be good for Gu Xia to showcase some strength, lest his name be unknown when he ascends to the position of Sacred Son. Walking onto the arena, Gu Yuan calmly glanced at the area where the 4 demonic sects were located, each sect having sent 10 people totaling 40. "Don't say I'm bullying you, come at me together." Gu Yuan's arrogant words left everyone stunned. Many disciples of the Mingxin sect were shocked by Gu Yuan's proclamation. Is he challenging 40 at once? That's 40 golden core stage cultivators. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't dare to claim victory against them. During this time, Gu Yuan's reputation had spread loudly within the Mingxin sect. Being able to defeat Li Yunqi at the golden core stage with his foundation establishment strength, he had become the top disciple of the new generation. Yet Gu Yuan's words still caused some concern among everyone in the Mingxin sect. Unknown, there was no doubt Gu Yuan could defeat them. But could he really win against 40? This kid. Wei Yi's eyes widened. "I told you not to embarrass me, but I didn't mean for you to go on stage and pull this stunt. What will we do?" Gu Yuan's calm demeanor and such arrogant words made the elders of the other 4 demonic sects look displeased. Their gazes turned towards Li Feiyu. Seeing this, Li Feiyu felt some concern in his heart. After all, if Gu Xia lost, it would be a disgrace for the Mingxin sect. Facing the gazes of the 4 leading elders, Li Feiyu calmly replied, "Gu Xia is still young and somewhat impulsive. I hope you can understand. I want to see how he plans to defeat 40, though our sect's core disciples are not pigs to be slaughtered at will." The elder of the Tai Sui sect's anger began to rise, sending a sound transmission to his disciples, instructing them to all go up to the stage. Just moments ago they had seen him as a polite person. How did he turn so arrogant once he stepped onto the platform? He glared angrily at Wei. "Brother Wei, your disciple is quite arrogant." Wei Yi felt some worry in his heart, but with his disciple already acting this way, what could he say? "It's understandable for a young person to be impulsive," he replied calmly. The elder of the Tai Sui sect called all his disciples to the stage, and naturally the elders of the other 3 sects wouldn't just watch. They also sent their disciples to the stage to fight. They wanted to witness how this kid would defeat so many golden core peak cultivators by himself. With 40 golden core peak cultivators unleashing their power, even a nascent soul stage cultivator could fight. As the angry crowd took the stage, Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he softly said, "Let me make it clear, anyone who dares to step onto the stage and dies by my sword should not blame me. I have just recently broken through to the golden core stage, and am still a bit unstable with my strength." "Damn it, arrogant fool. What do you think we are?" The crowd's faces were filled with anger. Even Li Yunqi, who had just stepped off the stage, clenched his fists upon hearing Gu Yuan's words. Seeing that the elder responsible for controlling the arena's protective array had activated it after everyone had taken the stage, Gu Yuan's calm demeanor did not change. He took out 108 second-grade top-grade flying swords from his storage bag. He did not have enough Ming points to equip third-grade treasures, so he could only make do with second-grade flying swords for now. Since his battle with Wei Yi, Gu Yuan had gained significant insights. The sword formation made from 108 flying swords after he integrated different sword intents and laws had become his strongest attack method at present. This was also the confidence that allowed him to take on 40 golden core peak cultivators. After advancing to the golden core stage, Gu Yuan's attack power bolstered by his sword intent and the power of laws was comparable to that of an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator. The power of this sword formation was much greater than using a single sword intent combined with the power of laws. It was an attack method that fused multiple sword intents and laws. After combining them, Gu Yuan was unsure just how great the power truly was. Sword 1 exclaimed, "I'm so excited I finally get to take the stage. I want to kill 10. Sword 2 declared, "I want to kill 20. Sword 3 stated, "I want to kill 30. Sword 4 noted, "It seems there aren't that many of them." Sword 5 agreed, "Yeah, there aren't enough people to kill." Sword 6 added, "Master, why don't you call more people?" Sword 7 remarked, "Exactly how can this few be enough to fight?" "Shut up." Gu Yuan coldly snorted in his heart. To increase the variability of the sword formation, Gu Yuan had refined all 108 second-grade top-grade flying swords, giving them their own intelligence. The refining method of the green spirit was generally good, but the things refined ended up being too spirited and verbose. The 108 flying swords floated in midair like soldiers in formation. On the arena, the 40 golden core stage cultivators quietly spread out to avoid accidentally injuring their allies. Fortunately, the arena was built quite spaciously. Even with so many people standing on it, it did not seem crowded. Everyone attacked together. I don't believe he has the strength to defeat us all. Do not hold back, bring out your strongest techniques. One person shouted loudly. At this moment, everyone held their breath. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Li Yunqi, at least he treated them like people and could fight them on enough. But this person completely disregarded them as human beings. In an instant, the 40 golden core stage cultivators moved in various intent powers, soul attacks, corpse puppets, blade radiance, sword light, and treasures all surged towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remained calm, a dismissive smile appearing on his face. He activated the natural intent along with the illusory object law flashing out of the encirclement, while the sword formation composed of 108 flying swords shot out. Feel despair. Chaotic sword domain. Gu Yuan murmured. The 108 flying swords under the enhancement of the illusory object law instantly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In an instant, the 108 flying swords transformed into thousands of substantial sword bodies. The entire arena's sky was covered by a sea of sword shadows. On each sword body, a fierce sword light erupted in an instant, like a giant axe falling from a farmer's hand, like the endless waves of the ocean crashing, like the scorching sun baking the earth, like a fearless sword that cuts through the air. The sword bodies unleashed their intent power, raining down sword light. The sword shadows covered the entire arena. Countless sword shadows descended, each one echoing the residual power of the repeated laws, all of which were real attacks. Faced with this multitude of sword light, the 40 golden core peak cultivators collectively changed color. Forget about 40, even 400 on this arena would struggle. They summoned their protective measures, thinking that as long as they withstood this wave, it would be their turn to counterattack. Yet countless sword lights poured down like the waters of the Milky Way from the heavens, continuous and unending, each one capable of inflicting great harm. Stop! 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 Someone looked in horror as their defensive treasure was shattered by the relentless sword light, wanting to beg for mercy and concede, but before they could finish speaking, they were sliced into pieces. After a round of the chaotic sword domain, Gu Yuan ceased his attacks, leaving the myriad sword shadows suspended in midair. At this moment, only 19 remained alive. They bore countless injuries under the barrage of sword light. The survivors looked in terror at the elder controlling the protective array outside the arena. Quick, shut down the array and let us out. I concede. As the protective formation was just shut down, the surviving individuals frantically fled the stage. The spectators were left dumbfounded. They had considered that Gu Yuan, confident enough to challenge 40 golden core cultivators, might win, but they never anticipated he would do so with such ease. The sword formation that obscured the sky was akin to a cataclysmic rain of swords. Some early-stage nascent soul elders felt a chill upon witnessing it. I apologize, I just grasped this move, and am not yet proficient. It is unfortunate for those who perished under my sword. Gu Yuan sheathed all his flying swords, casting an apologetic glance at the elders of the 4 sects in the main spectator area. Elder Xiang Jie of the Tai Sui sect widened his eyes, glancing at Wei Yi and then at Li Feiyu. Is this genuine inheritance? The other 3 elders also turned their gaze to Li Feiyu. Wei Yi also stared wide-eyed. He had previously instructed Gu Yuan that to deal with nascent soul cultivators, one must possess the means to launch an attack across half the sky. However, he did not expect Gu Yuan to master such an offensive technique in such a short time. The power of this sword formation could severely injure or even kill early-stage nascent soul cultivators if they faced it head-on. Li Feiyu steadied his mind. Gu Yuan continuously surprised him. In response to the doubts from the Tai Sui sect, Elder Li Feiyu's face flashed with pride as he explained, previously Gu Xia defeated the current Li Yunqi while still at the foundation establishment stage. My intention was to wait until he advanced to the golden core stage and further increased his strength before evaluating his qualifications to become the Holy Son, which is why I allowed him to temporarily occupy a position of true inheritance. I did not intend for him to take action in this true inheritance conference. It was your people who provoked him. You cannot blame us. Rest assured, we will compensate for those who died on the arena as necessary. As he spoke, Li Feiyu wore a broad smile. Gu Yuan's move was sufficient to defeat some newly promoted early-stage nascent soul cultivators. If he had a few more protective spiritual artifacts for his soul, dealing with early-stage nascent soul cultivators would pose no problem at all. Such combat power was enough to make him the Holy Son of the Mingxin sect. Under this sword strike, how many of the golden core true inheritors from other sects could withstand it? Hosting the Holy Sun Conference would no longer require fear of challenges from other Holy Sun level potential. No wonder. The elders of the 4 sects suddenly realized upon hearing this. After learning that Li Feiyu would provide compensation, they did not pursue the matter of the deceased any further. After all, their lives were their own, and compensation was their responsibility. After Gu Yuan defeated everyone with a single move, he sheathed all his flying swords and descended from the stage. Li Yunxi gazed at his figure, his fist clenched tightly beneath his sleeve, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He has grown so much stronger, how can I defeat him? Although separated by the protective formation of the arena, Li Yunxi could sense that if he were to face the sword formation Gu Yuan had just unleashed, he would not be able to withstand it. Damn it! Why is he always stronger than me? After the 4 sect cultivators who had survived returned to their seats in the spectator area, their bodies still trembled. The feeling of helplessness against the onslaught of countless sword shadows lingered in their minds. Even early-stage nascent soul cultivators were not as terrifying as he was. At this moment, everyone loathed the Tai Sui sect cultivator who had provoked Gu Yuan to take the stage. That individual still possessed some strength. Now trembling in his seat, feeling the murderous gazes surrounding him, he stammered, "You all volunteered to take the stage, you cannot blame me." At this moment he was extremely grateful for the arrogance of that true inheritor, otherwise in a unknown confrontation he would undoubtedly have met a humiliating demise. Those who died on the arena had effectively shielded him from disaster. With Gu Yuan triumphing over 40 peak golden core cultivators with a single move, this true inheritance conference came to a successful close, and the members of the Mingxin sect were overjoyed. Especially those from the Yun Sheng Association and the Shengxia Association. Whether it was Li Yunxi or Gu Xia, both exhibited extraordinary strength. In contrast, Gu Xia was incredibly terrifying, while Li Yunxi was at least a relatively normal cultivator. Gu Xia could not be understood from the perspective of an ordinary person. The myriad sword shadows above the arena were beyond their comprehension. After this battle, those who had previously hesitated about joining the Shengxia Association seemed to have made a firm decision. The future of the Mingxin sect would undoubtedly rest in Gu Xia's hands. After the True Inheritance Conference concluded the next day, Li Feiyu summoned Gu Yuan to the main hall of the sect. "You have indeed not disappointed me." Li Feiyu looked at Gu Yuan. "This is thanks to the sect's cultivation and guidance," Gu Yuan humbly replied. Had it not been for the numerous sword techniques and philosophies in the Mingxin sect's library, Gu Yuan would not have been able to comprehend and fuse this chaotic sword domain so swift. Now everyone in the sect calls you the sword demon. With your current strength, although there is still some gap compared to other sects' holy sons, you are already qualified to be our Mingxin sect's holy son. What do you think? Once one becomes the holy son of the sect, they must face the challenges from all golden core true inheritors of the other 4 sects. Gu Yuan needed to consider this matter carefully. Having just broken through to the golden core stage, he still had ample room for improvement. Rushing to become the sect's holy son would not be beneficial for him. "Sect Master, I feel I still need some time. How about we decide this matter a few years later?" "Very well, not arrogant nor impatient, it is good to be a bit more composed." Li Feiyu nodded. He did not intend for Gu Yuan to become the Mingxin sect's holy son so quickly. If he were defeated by the true inheritors of other sects, the Mingxin sect could not afford to lose face. "This is the Soul Settling Seal, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, and I bestow it upon you today as a reward for your victory over numerous core golden core cultivators, enhancing the prestige of our Mingxin sect." Li Feiyu produced a small seal-like spiritual artifact and handed it to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan did not refuse it. A mid-grade spiritual artifact is worth over 20 million Ming points. Refusing it would be foolish. At this time he needed a protective spiritual artifact for his soul, or else he would still be at a disadvantage against nascent soul cultivators. After receiving the spiritual artifact, Li Feiyu said seriously, "You should also be aware that our Mingxin sect serves as a bulwark in the eastern region bordering the southern region, northern region, and the central spiritual realm. The southern region is quite desolate, with even the strongest Qi Shao sect not amounting to much. The northern region is the territory of our superior sect, the Jixing sect, while the spiritual realm has always been at odds with us. 1,000 years ago, it was the Qinkuan sect of the spiritual realm that severely wounded our Mingxin sect, which is why we appeared somewhat weakened over the years. Now that we have nearly recovered, it is time for revenge. I intend to launch a counterattack against the Qinkuan sect in the spiritual realm. As the future holy son of the sect, you must participate in this battle. Remember this matter, we will notify you once we are prepared." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan first raised an eyebrow, and then realized that he was no longer a low-level cultivator at the mercy of others. He felt determined. "Rest assured, Sect Master. If the sect goes to war, Gu Xia will definitely participate." After this conversation, although Gu Yuan was not immediately conferred the title of Holy Son of the Mingxin sect, his treatment improved. Li Feiyu not only provided him with a soul defense spiritual tool to resist nascent soul stage cultivators, but also granted him a mountain as his dojo upon leaving. The mountain originally belonged to a supreme elder who had moved to the Beiyu Jixing sect after breaking through to the transformation stage, and for several thousand years no one had inhabited it. Li Feiyu then gifted it to Gu Yuan. Having his own dojo was beneficial as it spared him from living on the same mountain as Wei Yi. Gu Yuan moved out of his cave dwelling and renamed the mountain where his new dojo was located as Wanjian Mountain. After the True Inheritance Conference, Gu Yuan's status within the Mingxin sect rapidly rose. The most evident phenomenon was that the number of people wanting to join the Shengxiao Association had multiplied several times. The Fuxiao card as a future means of profit for the Shengxiao Association had gained a solid reputation after several rounds of sales. With Gu Yuan's current fame, within just a few days the sales of the Fuxiao card covered the entire influence of the Mingxin sect. A total of 500,000 copies were sold this time. Even if all the prize money was thrown out, this round had already started to make a profit. At Gu Yuan's suggestion, no first prize was drawn in the subsequent rounds of the Fuxiao card. The funds in the prize pool had accumulated to a tempting level. These were merely appetizers. Gu Yuan believed that as time accumulated, ultimately the prize pool of the Fuxiao card would grow to a point that even Li Feiyu would envy. It was still early, it was not yet the time to reap rewards. After moving to the new dojo, Gu Yuan continued to seclude himself, trying to further enhance the Chaos Sword domain. Thanks to the gains from the Nightmare Realm, Gu Yuan had achieved his current strength and had firmly established himself within the Mingxin sect. At this moment, what he needed to do was continue to increase his power. Even if he became mediocre in the future, he would still possess strong self-defense capabilities. While Gu Yuan was in seclusion, the Mingxin sect was also taking action. After the True Inheritance Conference, the morale of the Mingxin sect was high. The revenge plan proposed by Li Feiyu passed the Elder Council's approval. Without the undercover agents of the Mingxin sect buried within the Lingyu Qiankuan sect began to get busy, frequently reporting news back to the Mingxin sect. Meanwhile, some undercover agents belonging to the Qiankuan sect hidden within the Mingxin sect also noticed something unusual. The tasks within the sect had decreased, but the returning cultivators within the sect had increased significantly. The undercover agents who sensed something amiss communicated this news back to the Qiankuan sect. As the Qiankuan sect had already fought against the Mingxin sect 1,000 years ago, they did not pay much attention to the news from the undercover agents when they received it. Unlike the Mingxin sect, where experts above the transformation stage had all left, they had the confidence to deal with any provocation. Moreover, the Mingxin sect might not even dare to provoke them. 1,000 years ago, the Qiankuan sect had already severely injured the Mingxin sect in that battle. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. Inside Gu Yuan's cave dwelling, a crimson-green spirit was now wearing a black and red robe that suited its complexion. It was no longer the petite body it once had. It had become much more robust. Over the years, with Gu Yuan continuously providing it with purchased essence, blood, the strength of the green spirit had rapidly advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th tier. This was equivalent to the mid-stage of a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, it might still be slightly weaker in unknown combat compared to an average mid-stage nascent soul but in terms of group battles, 10 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators would not be able to match it. As long as there was sufficient essence blood, the green spirit could easily summon a horde of blood spirits. These blood spirits had the strongest among them, reaching the 3rd tier. Compared to when Gu Yuan first met it, the green spirit had undergone a tremendous transformation. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, after several years of seclusion, did not see much increase in his cultivation level, but his presence had become remarkably stable. The power of several laws within his sea of consciousness had been comprehended to a deeper level. The fused Chaos Sword domain had also significantly increased in power. The various realms he had mastered had all seen substantial improvements. His comprehension of the natural realm had reached the 9th rank. The woodcutting sword intent had also reached the 9th rank. Even the most difficult to comprehend, the Longhai sword intent, had with the aid of the natural realm reached the 9th rank. Now, with Gu Yuan's full combat power unleashed, he was capable of comfortably dealing with some early-stage nascent soul cultivators. A few days ago, Li Feiyu sent a message to Gu Yuan notifying him of 2 matters. The first matter was that in about 12 years the 5 sects of the Eastern region's demon path would host the Sacred Demon Conference. Li Feiyu hoped that Gu Yuan would participate as the holy son of the Mingxin sect. The second matter was that the Mingxin sect was fully prepared and would launch an attack on the Qiankuan sect in the Lingyu at a chosen date. Gu Yuan had promised Li Feiyu that he would participate in this battle. Now that the green spirit's strength had also increased considerably, and Gu Yuan was capable of facing some strong opponents, he felt no waves in his heart. In these years, the profits from the Shengxiao Association had made other forces within the Mingxin sect envious. The prize pool of the Fuxiao card had accumulated to 1.7 billion spirit stones. In addition to buyers within the Mingxin sect, There were also people from the territories of the other 4 demon path sects in the eastern region purchasing the Fuxia card. Within the Mingxin sect, these forces were deterred by Gu Yuan's status and did not dare compete with him for this business, but the other 4 sects in the eastern region were not so polite. Numerous similar businesses began to emerge. The 108 third-tier top-grade flying swords that Gu Yuan needed had already been gathered by the Xingxia Association. After upgrading the flying swords, the power of the Chaos Sword domain also increased significantly. From now on, Gu Yuan's goal would be to gather 108 spiritual tool flying swords. When we go to the Lingyu, remember to take me along. The green spirit was aware that Gu Yuan would be heading to the Lingyu soon. Gu Yuan nodded. Rest assured, your abilities are quite strong now. Oh, I wouldn't feel at ease without you. A single green spirit can match an entire cultivator army. There is no way Gu Yuan would leave the green spirit behind when going to the Lingyu to battle the Qin. Hearing this, the green spirit nodded and said indignantly, the cultivators of your Mingxin sect are truly too greedy. The prices of essence blood and blood evil within the sect have been rising, and if they continued to charge the old prices, I could have cultivated more blood spirits. Over the past few years, the amount of blood consumed by the green spirit alone accounted for more than half of all the blood within the Mingxin sect. It was no surprise that blood prices were due to this matter. Many people within the Mingxin sect consumed an exorbitant amount. Many realized that doing sect tasks was far less profitable than killing a few people drawing blood and selling it. As a result, the situation outside had become quite chaotic. Be content, at least here, you can still spend money to buy blood. If we were on the Righteous Path's territory, there wouldn't even be a place to buy it. Gu Yuan stood up and casually said this before stepping out of the cave dwelling. Today was the day the high-ranking members of the Mingxin sect discussed the attack on the Qiankuan sect. Gu Yuan was qualified to participate. War might be a disaster for ordinary people, but for demonic cultivators this was a feast, and regardless of the outcome, the high-ranking members would certainly profit. Now the Xingxia Association under Gu Yuan's command had become an unparalleled force within the Mingxin sect. Gu Yuan also intended to share in the spoils of this war. At first glance, this discussion about the attack appeared to be about how to initiate war, but in reality, it was about how to divide the cake. Gu Yuan chuckled lightly and left the cave dwelling, flying towards the Mingxin sect's main hall on his sword. Within the great hall of the Mingxin sect, many people were gathered. Li Feiyu sat in the main seat, flanked by 4 supreme elders with over 30 nascent soul elders seated on both sides below. Among them, 6 true disciples, including Gu Yuan, sat in the front 2 rows. Seeing everyone had arrived, Li Feiyu spoke. I believe everyone knows the matters we are to discuss today. 1,000 years ago, the demoness of the Qiankuan sect seduced our holy son, leading to his demise within the spirit domain. After a great battle, our Mingxin sect has been unable to raise its head, resulting in nearly 1,000 years without a holy son. All of this is the fault of the Qiankuan sect. Now our Mingxin sect is strong and formidable, filled with powerful individuals. I am determined to wage war against the Qin. In this battle, we must display the might of the Mingxin sect. All remained silent, quietly listening to Li Feiyu's arrangements. Under the Qiankuan sect, there are 4 affiliated sects of considerable size, and 12 affiliated cultivation families. In this battle, we will not only crush the Qiankuan sect's prestige, but also cannot spare their affiliated powers. As the sect leader, I hereby order that all affiliated cultivation families within the Mingxin sect must accept the mobilization order to participate in the battle. The 6 true disciples, 1,000 core disciples, 20,000 inner disciples, and 100,000 ordinary disciples will be led by the elders in batches to the battlefield. Let us now discuss the specific matters for which each is responsible. After Li Feiyu finished speaking, one of the supreme elders, a middle-aged man exuding a sharp aura, spoke up. I have informed the higher sect. Once the battle starts, the Jixing sect will send powerful individuals to warn the Qiankuan sect. The limit for participating cultivators is nascent soul. Those who dare exceed this realm will be dealt with accordingly. This statement from the supreme elder set the tone for the battle. Participating cultivators could not exceed the nascent soul realm, clearly indicating that the 4 supreme elders would not be. At this moment, Yang Yao, the true monarch, also spoke. He looked at Gu Yuan seated at the front and said, this battle serves as an opportunity for training. I propose that Gu Xia gather a group of vanguard troops within the sect to launch a surprise attack on the Qiankuan sect and declare our war. Upon hearing Yang Yao's words, the other 3 supreme elders nodded in agreement. I concur with Yang Yao. I agree as well. I have no objections. Gu Yuan, being the only one with a chance to ascend to the position of Holy Son in recent years, held greater weight in the eyes of the 4 supreme elders than anyone else. After all, he was someone that the higher sect would reluctantly regard favorably, making him the most outstanding prodigy of the Mingxin sect. Cultivating someone like him would also bring them some face when they go to the Jixing sect. Having such backing felt entirely different. Before Gu Yuan even spoke, his task was already assigned. Leading the vanguard was a lucrative. Taking advantage of the enemy's lack of preparation to launch a surprise attack typically yields significant rewards with minimal risk. However, once both sides formally engage in battle, the battlefield becomes a meat grinder, making it much harder to reap benefits. Gu Yuan stood up. Gu Xia, ensure the task is completed. The four supreme elders supported this decision, and naturally no one dared to oppose. Seeing this, Li Feiyu directly issued the order, I appoint Gu Xia as the leader of the vanguard. He may select his troops from the sect first. Those who do not comply will be dealt with according to sect rules. Do you have any objections? At this moment no one dared to voice any dissent lest they provoke the supreme elders. A few years ago Gu Yuan had displayed unparalleled talent at the True Disciple Conference, easily defeating 40 core golden core cultivators. His ascension to the position of Holy Son was merely a matter of time, and no one dared to challenge his brilliance. This matter is hereby approved. Now let us discuss the division of forces. In this battle our sect must achieve a swift victory, not giving the Qiankuan sect a chance to gather allies. Thus once we engage we need to achieve a resounding triumph. After Li Feiyu finished speaking, no one else among the four supreme elders opened their mouths, and the other elders immediately joined in fierce competition. Everyone wanted to lead an attack against the affiliated forces of the Qiankuan sect, and no one wished to be at the forefront of a direct confrontation with the Qiankuan sect. Watching the elders scrambling and arguing passionately, Gu Yuan's gaze swept over to his master Wei. He was currently debating vigorously with Elder Ba, Elder Ma, Elder Ku, and others, trying to seize an opportunity to tackle one of the cultivation families. Beside him, the former four true disciples of the Mingxin sect had also formed an alliance, contesting for the chance to deal with one of the affiliated powers. Among these individuals, the one with the shortest cultivation time had already been practicing for over 200 years and had reached the early nascent soul stage. It seemed they had already coordinated their alliance. Only Li Yunqi beside him clenched his fists, unable to interject. Lacking sufficient strength to participate, he could only casually join one of the sides after the others had divided the task. Gu Yuan looked at him and asked, "Are you interested in being part of my vanguard?" Li Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, his clenched fist unconsciously relaxing. "I have no problem, as long as I can participate in the battle. I don't care who we fight." His expression appeared somewhat awkward as he spoke. He hadn't expected Gu Yuan's, "Am I really of such significance?" in his eyes. The vanguard is a lucrative position. After the surprise attack, we can just send the battle declaration and retreat without the need to fight to the bitter end. The resources we gather will count as our rewards. Many within the sect would want this opportunity. For a long time Li Yunqi had regarded Gu Yuan as his greatest rival. However, witnessing Gu Yuan's sword domain 5 years ago left him speechless. To this day, he still hadn't figured out a way to counter that sword formation. This filled Li Yunqi with deep frustration, as the gap between him and Gu Yuan seemed to be widening. "I permit you to recruit 20 individuals to form a small team, but once we reach the battlefield, all decisions will be made according to my orders." Seeing that Li Yunqi genuinely agreed, Gu Yuan added. His invitation to Li Yunqi was merely a casual inquiry. After all, Li Yunqi's combat prowess among Golden Core cultivators was relatively decent. Moreover, he had very few Golden Core cultivators under his command, while he had plenty of early and mid-Golden Core cultivators now. The vanguard team couldn't rely solely on him. Li Yunqi was at least considered a competent fighter. Within the Great Hall, after prolonged debates, the choices for leading the assault against the Qiankuan sect and its 16 subordinate forces were finally determined. Some were elated while others were distressed. After the matter was settled, Li Feiyu waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. His expression grew serious as he said, 10 days later the vanguard will prepare for battle. The remaining forces must follow within half a month to engage directly. In this battle, whether we can display our sect's prestige depends on all of you. After leaving the sect's Great Hall, Gu Yuan first gathered everyone from the summer meeting. At this moment, the summer meeting had nearly 100 Golden Core cultivators and over 600 Foundation Establishment cultivators. In recent years, with ample resources aiding him, Wang Hao had advanced from early Foundation Establishment to peak Foundation Establishment. Even Gao Yang, who had always followed him, had progressed from late Qi refining to mid-Foundation Establishment. All those above mid-Golden Core prepare to battle with me. Others should be ready to provide support. In this battle, our goal at the summer meeting is singular: to gather wealth. Gu Yuan's words excited the members of the summer meeting, but also instilled a hint of worry. After the high-level meeting of the Mingxin sect concluded, the entire sect began to stir restlessly. With war approaching, no one, whether disciples within the sect or the family forces in the Mingxin sect's territory, could escape. Only a few days remained until the war broke out. Gu Yuan seized the opportunity, arranging for people to leave the sect to scout ahead, while also assigning an important task to Wang. The Fuxia tokens had completely risen to prominence within the Mingxin sect. Now, in the face of the impending great battle, the prices of weapons, pills, talismans, and other wartime supplies were bound to increase. At such a critical moment, failing to make a profit would be foolish. Gu Yuan instructed Wang how to procure countless essential wartime items. Subsequently, the Shangxia Association initiated an event to seize spirit stones. For instance, a flying sword originally priced at 300 spirit stones had 300 tokens created by the Shangxia Association, each token costing 2 spirit stones. After selling out, one number would be drawn from these tokens. The person who purchased this number could then directly claim the flying sword valued at 300 spirit stones. Spending a small amount for a great item was a bargain for the purchaser. For the Shangxia Association, this was a huge profit. After mass production, the current cost of the tokens was less than half a spirit stone, and the remainder was the profit for the Shangxia Association. The most painful thing in the world is that when a person dies, their money remains. Faced with the impending war, no one could predict their own fate. Therefore, in recent times, the desire for consumption among ordinary disciples was extremely strong. The Shangxia Association seized the opportunity, and once the event to seize spirit stones launched within the sect, and in various immortal cities outside, it became immensely popular. In just one day, tens of thousands of items were sold. Those who did not win only lost a bit of spirit stones, while those who spent a small amount to gain treasures were the Shangxia Association made a killing. In Wang Hao's view, this was even more profitable than selling Fuxia tokens. He truly wondered what was on Gu Xia's mind, how such a model was conceived. Most of the people from the Shangxia Association stayed behind to amass wealth. Gu Yuan had already taken people to board spirit boats heading towards the spirit domain. Having too many people in the vanguard was not a good thing. Aside from the 20 brought by Li Yunqi, Gu Yuan only selected 50 from the Shangxia Association to accompany him. A vanguard army of over 70 golden core experts caught off guard could cause great destruction. Spirit domain. Wuliang Mountain Range. Everyone took a few days to infiltrate in batches. Since the vanguard's mission was to launch a surprise attack before declaring war, Gu Yuan and the others' target had to be the main forces of the Qiankuan sect. According to the information relayed by the undercover agents within the Qiankuan sect, aside from the sect's main location, the most valuable external resources belong to several majors. Deep within the Wuliang Mountain Range lies a spirit stone mine belonging to the Qiankuan sect. Gu Yuan's target was also set here. With their numbers, if they recklessly attacked the Qiankuan sect's base, it would be tantamount to seeking death. If this spirit mine could be seized, the rewards would certainly be considerable. Upon arriving at the Wuliang Mountain Range, everyone concealed their presence and disguised themselves as ordinary qi refining cultivators pretending to hunt beasts in the mountains. After gathering at the Chu's Wafang city outside the mountains the next day, they entered the Wuliang Mountain Range in small groups. Within this spirit mine, a large number of Qiankuan sect disciples were stationed. According to the information relayed by the undercover agent, the strongest among them was merely at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Faced with such sentinels, Gu Yuan's vanguard army could easily tear them apart. While instructing everyone to proceed discreetly, Gu Yuan had already arranged for the Green Spirit to dispatch its Blood Spirit clan members to spread throughout the entire Wuliang Mountain Range. Should there be any sign of movement, Gu Yuan would be immediately informed. Around the spirit mine, there was a patrol team composed of over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon noticing qi refining cultivators approaching, one of them shouted, "This is the Qiankuan sect's territory. Intruders will face death." Ordinary cultivators would have immediately retreated after hearing this, but the vanguard army in Gu Yuan's hands was here for the spirit mine and had no intention of leaving. Suddenly, 5 mid-golden core cultivators dropped their disguises and unleashed a barrage of attacks. In an instant, the patrol team, composed of a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, let out cries of agony before perishing entirely. Attack! At Gu Yuan's command, while the protective array of the spirit mine had yet to activate, everyone rushed inside. The blood of the righteous, it's been too long since I've tasted. Jia jia jia. Die. A horde of figures rushed into the spirit mine area. In a flash, countless attacks indiscriminately struck at the people inside. Enemy attack. Quick, activate the array. Before the words of the early Golden Core cultivator from the Qiankuan sect could finish, a late Golden Core cultivator from the Vanguard army had already locked onto him. You can activate the array in your next life. A white bone knife flashed by shattering the protective True Essence shield just formed around the early Golden Core cultivator. Oh, you have some strength, but you will still die. Like wolves invading a sheepfold, at this moment the Vanguard army, upon entering the spirit mine area, descended like ferocious beasts. The 10 Golden Core cultivators guarding here were outnumbered, and in a moment several had fallen. As the earthy yellow protective array activated, Li Yunqi let out a disdainful chuckle, holding a spear and stabbing it against the protective array. After a slight tremor, the protective array stabilized. Go kill that person, seize the array, and the array will naturally break. Gu Yuan shot him a glance. Li Yunqi said nothing, turned and sought out the peak Golden Core cultivator. At this moment, the cultivator controlling the array had an extremely ugly expression. Being assigned to guard this lucrative spirit mine had put him in mortal danger. Had he known, he wouldn't have spent so many spirit stones to secure this position. It was too late to say anything now. After Li Yunqi charged in, this person was simply no match for him. In despair, this golden core cultivator revealed a frantic look. If you want to kill me, don't think you'll fare any better, demon spawn die. With that, he began to swell up. Li Yunqi's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled. Boom. A brilliant light erupted. Accompanied by countless blood and shattered limbs, this peaked golden core cultivator self-destructed, leaving a massive crater in it. Several who were unable to dodge in time were also caught in the blast, and were thrown back severely injured. Among them, one unfortunate individual was directly turned to ashes by the golden core self-detonation. Li Yunqi staggered as he avoided the self-detonation of the golden core cultivator, his expression grim. Immature, do you think this is still a platform? Why compete with him? Quickly finish him off, there shouldn't be such a situation. Gu Yuan looked at him coldly. Li Yunqi's expression remained grim as he said nothing, gripping his spear and charging forward again. The 4 remaining golden core cultivators of the Qiankuan sect displayed sorrowful expressions. Faced with the siege of several cultivators, they had no power to resist. Their demise was merely a matter of time. One of them, seeing his comrade's tragic self-detonation, revealed a frenzied look in his eyes. Watching the demon cultivator beside him, his body began to swell as well. Not good, he's going to self-destruct, quick, kill him. Suddenly, several magical artifacts struck the body of the self-destructing cultivator. Before his body could expand and explode, it was pierced through, and the explosive power of the golden core within his dantian was not fully unleashed. With unwillingness in his gaze, he stared wide-eyed as he fell to the ground. The other 3 golden core cultivators, still struggling to hold on, were filled with even greater sorrow. The 3 exchanged glances, and their bodies began to swell. Damn it, why do the righteous cultivators always resort to self-detonation tricks? It's truly despicable. That person cursed fiercely and launched an attack before swiftly retreating. One cultivator who had not succeeded in self-detonation was pierced through the body by Li Yunqi's spear and died. One of the other 2 also failed to self-detonate. Amidst several attacks, his face turned red as he collapsed to the ground. The last golden core cultivator acted faster. After withstanding several attacks, he successfully detonated his golden core. After a loud explosion, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and several vanguard soldiers caught in the explosion bled out on the spot. All the golden core cultivators stationed here were wiped out, and the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, along with countless miners, were now almost completely. Quickly harvest this spiritual mine, Gu Yuan commanded. He had not made a move. Standing at a distance with Green Spirit, he deemed these people not worth the battle over. Even the severely injured could not care for their own wounds at this moment. A large number of spirit stones lay before them. If they did not seize the opportunity, would their injuries not be in vain? Unlike the cautiousness during regular mining, everyone was exceedingly rough now. Upon rushing into the mine, they unleashed a frenzy of bombardments, causing large areas of the spiritual mine to collapse, and all the fragments of spirit stones were directly taken away. Li Yunqi did not join the others in scavenging the spirit stones, but instead approached Gu Yuan. He did not value these ordinary spirit stones. His purpose in this battle was to grow stronger. Before we withdraw, should we also harvest those nearby cultivator families and markets? Gu Yuan shook his head, saying, you don't need to worry about those matters. After we finish looting this mine, we will leave a declaration of war and retreat. As everyone took action, the Blood Spirit clan under Green Spirit simultaneously attacked the markets below and several small cultivator families outside the Wuliang mountain range. At this moment, chaos erupted outside the mountains. As a Blood Spirit, Green Spirit could effortlessly spawn countless Blood Spirit clan members after possessing an abundance of blood. Led by 9 third-tier Blood Spirit clan experts, the area at the foot of the Wuliang mountain range had turned into a sea of blood, with all resources being completely swept clean. Having been a demonic cultivator for many years, Gu Yuan's sense of compassion had long since dissipated. One must act according to their position. If a demonic cultivator still harbored compassion, they would eventually be eradicated. Li Yunqi frowned upon hearing this. He felt Gu Yuan was being overly cautious. The vanguard army's looting of this spiritual mine was far from his expectations. If you wish to fight, there will be opportunities for you to make your appearance after the official battle begins. Gu Yuan disowned his thoughts. Li Yunqi turned his head away and said no more. An hour later, under the relentless bombardments of numerous golden core cultivators, this spiritual mine had completely collapsed, making it difficult to retrieve the spirit stones below. Retreat. At Gu Yuan's command, those who had reaped ample rewards immediately fled the scene. Gu Yuan drew out a sword, exerted force with his legs, and soared into the air, sweeping down with his sword. Upon landing, the open ground not far away was etched with characters by the sword's aura. The Mingxin sect comes for revenge, hereby declaring war. After completing this, Gu Yuan took out a spirit boat and flew onto it. Let's go. After gathering your blood spirit clan, we will withdraw into the eastern domains cover. Green Spirit began to summon the blood spirit clan back. Li Yunqi felt some reluctance during the retreat. Sitting on his spirit boat, he was accompanied by a few members of the Yunsheng Society. My lord, shouldn't we also eliminate the nearby? That market at the foot of the mountain may be small, but even a mosquito is still meat, someone suggested. Li Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Let's go, he is cautious, but we need not be. Let's harvest that market. Li Yunqi had already harbored this thought, and now that someone urged him, he was immediately tempted. The spirit boat sped away rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the defensive position where they had gathered earlier. However, when they were about to take action, they discovered that there were no survivors left in this market. All below had turned into dried corpses, and the entire market resembled a hellish scene. Such a tragic sight was clearly the work of demonic cultivators. Li Yunqi's expression turned cold. It turned out he had been prepared all along. Retreat. After a long time, several figures flew swiftly above the Wuliang mountain range's spiritual mine area. Upon seeing the tragic scene and the words left on the ground, one person's face turned ashen. Within the Qiankuan sect, several disciples' life plates shattered in a short time, drawing attention. 5 nascent soul cultivators immediately rushed over with all their might, but they were still a step too late. Not only here but the nearby areas have also been completely cleaned out. Another nascent soul cultivator gritted his teeth. Mingshan sect. Despicable. How dare they offend our Qiankuan sect? Are they tired of living? In the eastern domain, within a valley covered by the sky-shrouding curtain, Gu Yuan and the others divided the spoils from this harvest. Apart from the gains of the Blood Spirit clan, Gu Yuan alone received spirit stones worth tens of millions of ordinary spirit stones from the spiritual mine area, not counting some mid-grade and high-grade spirit stone pieces. Gu Yuan kept 50% of all the gains for himself. The remainder was distributed among his subordinates. No one complained about this distribution method, everyone was now highly motivated. Except for the 2 unfortunate individuals who fell victim to the self-detonation of the Golden Core cultivators from the Qiankuan sect, the others had reaped considerable rewards. The upcoming war would continue for a long time. Although the Vanguard Army's mission was accomplished, Gu Yuan would not simply return to the sect. It was best to take advantage of the chaos and continue to scavenge as a mobile unit. To ensure swift horse racing, one must provide high-quality fodder. Gu Yuan did not show excessive harshness regarding this. The upcoming matters would still require their efforts. A few days later, the army of the Mingshan sect was fully assembled. The grand force of demonic cultivators officially stepped into the spiritual domain. On the other side of the Qiankuan sect, after the spiritual mine in the Wuliang mountain range was destroyed, they also realized that the targets of the Mingshan sect's assault were them. After a few days of urgent preparations, they had also formed an army of cultivators. The Mingshan sect had long established strategies. Upon entering the spiritual domain, apart from those unfortunate elders leading the summoned cultivators and some ordinary disciples from within the sect to confront the Qiankuan sect, dozens of teams composed of elite disciples from the sect also focused on their respective targets. The army of the Mingshan sect, upon entering the spirit realm, swept through numerous cities and countless cultivation families and small sects here in just a few days, like locusts crossing the land. The Qiankuan sect hastily responded, and a great battle broke out in the Chonglian Gorge. In a short time, the number of people gathered by the Qiankuan sect was far fewer compared to the years of preparation by the Mingshan sect, resulting in an unexpected loss. In this battle, the Qiankuan sect suffered heavy losses and was forced to retreat 300 miles. The Mingshan sect pursued their victory, crushing and plundering several cities. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Since the start of the great battle, no cultivators above the nascent soul stage had appeared on the battlefield, and even the nascent soul cultivators rarely engaged. The real combatants were those at the Qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, and a few golden core cultivators. It seemed both sides had an unspoken. Unlike the main battlefield and other smaller battlefields, teams led by sect elders composed of elite disciples launched surprise attacks on the various subordinate forces of the Qiankuan sect. These subordinate forces had no way to express their grievances. Not only were their personnel being drawn to the main battlefield by the Qiankuan sect, but they also had to face attacks from the elite teams of the Mingshan sect, resulting in catastrophic losses. The vanguard under Gu Yuan had already completed their previous task. Now that both sides were officially at war, they became a mobile unit. Facing the restless crowd, Gu Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Let us head to the Zhenwu sect to support Elder Lu and Elder He." Years ago, Gu Yuan's third senior brother, and Wei Yi, using his name, had forcibly extorted from some forces within the Mingshan sect. Some complied, and paid willingly, while others, relying on their strong backing, refused to compromise. After Gu Yuan returned to the Mingshan sect, he appeared not to hold a grudge about the events of that year. However, he had privately investigated the situation from back then. The family of Elder Liu's concubine had completely ignored Gu Yuan and paid no heed to the people from the Universal Radiant Society. That family, relying on Elder Liu's affection for his concubine, had been quite arrogant. They had boasted back then, "Don't say that Gu Xia isn't a true direct disciple, even if he were what of it. Our Liu family doesn't owe your Universal Radiant Society any money. We've already repaid everything, so why should we pay again? If he has the ability, let Gu Xia go ask Elder Liu for the debt, and see if he dares to." Elder Liu within the sect was quite close to Li Feiyu and wielded power over the law enforcement hall of the Ming Xin sect through that connection. He had no substantial backing himself, although he was a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. Gu Yuan was not afraid. Besides him, Elder He, who was even less formidable, was merely a disciple of Elder Liu and was only at the early stage of nascent soul. Taking food from them, Gu Yuan felt no psychological burden at all. Moreover, the task assigned to Elder Liu was to attack the Zhenwu sect. Although the Zhenwu sect's top strength was not strong, with only 3 nascent soul cultivators, their territory was quite vast. After arriving there, they would certainly be able to gain something. After Gu Yuan finished speaking, the crowd, which had been adjusting for several days, became extremely excited. They were all golden core cultivators, and there were no lower-tier cultivators. On such a battlefield, their speed of action was unmatched. Furthermore, Gu Yuan's orders were not to send them to the main battlefield as cannon fodder. At this moment, everyone was exceptionally obedient to the command. Among them, only Li Yunqi frowned slightly. As a disciple of Li Feiyu, he was well aware of the relationship between Elder Liu and Li Feiyu, and taking food from them might offend Elder Liu. Facing the many restless individuals, he did not say anything further at that moment. Several spiritual boats soared into the sky. The crowd eagerly charged into the territory of the Zhenwu sect. At this time, following the attack led by Elder Liu and Elder He, the forces within the Zhenwu sect had all retreated together, fiercely resisting against Elder Liu's forces. Within the territory, aside from some loose cultivators hiding among the mortals, there was not a single capable person to be found. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. These mortals could also be sold for money after being captured. In the eastern region, the consumption of mortals was exceedingly high, and capturing mortals was always the largest task for various sects. At this moment, with no one guarding, these mortals living in the mortal city became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Gu Yuan looked at Sha Million and said, "Take people to transport these city dwellers back to the sect first. Do not sell them yet." Understood. The Yunsheng Society, led by Li Yunqi, is engaged in the blood slave business, and at this moment his people are even more excited than those from the Shengxia Society. Leave this to them. Let's go take a look at the front lines. Gu Yuan boarded the spiritual boat and spoke to Li Yunqi. Li Yunqi had no interest in these mortals and immediately nodded in agreement. The 2 spiritual boats headed towards the Zhenwu sect. From a distance, Gu Yuan saw the Ming Xin sect fiercely attacking a celestial city. Inside the city, countless cultivators were also resisting with all their might. In addition to the cultivators of the Zhenwu sect, the loose cultivators in this area also joined the ranks of resisting the demonic cultivators. No complete egg remains under a collapsed nest. If the Zhenwu sect could not withstand the attack of the demonic cultivators with their strength, it would be difficult for them to escape. As the invasion of the Ming Xin sect had only recently begun, the Zhenwu sect's counterattack was at its strongest. The earth outside the celestial city had been stained blood red. The city's defensive formation was also fully activated. The forces of the Ming Xin sect were making every effort to break the formation. The earth outside the celestial city had been stained blood red. The city's defensive formation was also fully activated. The forces of the Ming Xin sect were making every effort to break the formation. All those who went into battle were ordinary disciples, and those average cultivators. The true elites were all stationed at the rear, waiting for their opponents to exhaust themselves. After several days of plundering, they had already amassed a great deal of resources. The 2 did not see Elder Liu or Elder He, and among the attacking forces the strongest were only 7 or 8 golden core cultivators. After watching for a long time, Li Yunqi felt somewhat bored. This scene of battle was not what he had imagined. He longed for someone to fight him on Yuan to hone his own strength. He looked at Gu Yuan, saying, "I have no interest in this place. I want to fight in the main battlefield. He'll leave my people with you. Aren't you going to take a look at the Zhenwu sect? This is just a small attacking force." Gu Yuan understood that Li Yunqi might have some concerns. After all, Elder Liu had a good relationship with Li Feiyu. The true experts must all be on the main battlefield. Those remaining here are merely defenders. Why should I bother dealing with them? I'll take my leave first. Gu Yuan did not try to retain him, as their purposes and thoughts were fundamentally different. Are we heading to the Zhenwu sect? After Li Yunqi left, Lu Ling asked from the side. Now is not the time. Once they have exhausted themselves enough, we will make our move. Gu Yuan and Lu Ling stood atop the mountain peak, quietly watching the battle. Suddenly a figure on the city wall of the celestial city caught Gu Yuan's attention. It's him. Gu Yuan's divine sense suddenly extended, probing towards the fairy city, several dozen miles away. Long-forgotten memories resurfaced. Back then, after passing the Immortal Ascension stage trial, within the Shantian sect, Gu Yuan encountered Lu Yongfeng, who had taken on the task of guarding the mountain. At that time, Lu Yongfeng's originally warm demeanor turned cold upon learning that Gu Yuan was from the Zhongshuan sect. As a loose cultivator, he had also been misled by Zhua Xingyin, choosing the second path to spread the teachings of the Shantian sect. Many years have passed, and Gu Yuan did not expect to encounter someone he knew from the Shantian sect here today. At this moment, Lu Yongfeng was already a mid-golden core cultivator, his face showing traces of unwillingness and anger. After leaving the Shantian sect, he spent a long time establishing the Wanxian sect within the territory of the Jinwu sect, and until now only a few disciples had broken through to Foundation establishment, but he never expected to face an attack from the demonic path. Watching disciple after disciple fall, his heart bled, yet he had no way to intervene. As one of the few mid-golden core cultivators in the city, he had to remain at the back to guard against the experts among the demonic cultivators. With more and more former disciples of the Shantian sect emerging, it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Once the 5 demonic sects of the East, or the Jixing sect, learned of this, with more and more former disciples of the Shantian sect emerging, it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Once the 5 demonic sects of the East, or the Jixing sect, learned of this, the Shantian sect would rise again. Thus Gu Yuan could imagine that a great cleansing war was bound to happen. To deal with the Shantian sect, the 5 demonic sects of the East could defend their position for tens of thousands. If they sensed something unusual, it was obvious how excited they would be. Gu Yuan recalled the Xianyuan sect he had left in the southern domain within the Nanchuan Sea. Calculating the time his disciples Yi Bei Shuirenxuan and others who had broken through to Foundation establishment back then were still alive. How would he deal with the day he had to wield the slaughtering knife against them? Gu Yuan's state of mind was somewhat chaotic at this moment. No wonder people say that cultivators should not easily entangle themselves in karma, otherwise this force of karma would always come back to affect oneself. In front of outsiders, Gu Yuan could be ruthless and unperturbed. Yet if the day came when he had to strike at his former disciples, he admitted he still could not be that. After all, people like Yi Bei and Shui Renxian were those he had watched grow step by step. What's wrong? Green Spirit noticed Gu Yuan's unusual demeanor and inquired from the side. Gu Yuan pointed towards the fairy city and conveyed that person is a former member of the Shantian sect. Upon hearing this, Green Spirit was momentarily taken aback. So, you are no longer connected to that past. You don't understand his appearance will inevitably trigger another great battle in the future. Gu Yuan had not discussed the relationship between the 5 demonic sects of the East and the Shantian sect with Green Spirit. It was still unaware of the complexity of the situation. Green Spirit said, "It seems a lot has happened during my slumber." Gu Yuan continued to communicate, recounting the events that transpired after Green Spirit fell asleep. After listening, Green Spirit's eyes widened. So the main culprit behind the destruction of the Shantian sect was the Jixing sect of the northern domain. And the Mingxin sect you are currently in is a subordinate sect of the Jixing sect. Does that mean you will have to witness the forces you built being destroyed, or even be the one to destroy them? Green Spirit understood Gu Yuan's feelings at this moment. Gu Yuan nodded. It seems this matter cannot be avoided. Many who chose to leave the Shantian sect back then still survived. Even if some were killed by Zhua Xingyin, the majority would definitely have emerged from the Shantian. With so many people and the chaos that ensued, it was only a matter of time before outsiders learned that the former Shantian sect had returned. A group was spreading the teachings of the Shantian. At that time, the Jixing sect would surely raise their slaughtering knives again. We cannot sit idly by. We need to take the initiative. A determined look flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. Since the outcome could not be changed, he would attempt to delay the occurrence of that outcome. Once he ascended to the position of the Holy Son of the Mingxin sect, he would take the initiative to purge the southern domain. He would also be able to protect his former disciples for a while, at least allowing those closely connected to him to meet a good end. Have your blood spirit notify the others to gather here as soon as they finish transporting those mortals. We will take the initiative, first controlling this person. Green Spirit nodded, secretly communicating with the Blood Spirit clan left outside to inform those still scavenging in the mortal realm. The defensive strength of this fairy city was extremely strong, and in a short time the Mingxin sect's forces would not be able to capture them. Gu Yuan was not in a hurry either. 5 days later, the stench of blood outside the fairy city became even stronger. In just a few days, the protective formation of the fairy city had also become precarious, on the verge of being breached. Gu Yuan's subordinates had all gathered around him. When the fairy city formation is broken, we will go reap the rewards. Leave those few golden core cultivators in the city to me. I have my uses for them. Don't hold back on anything else, take what you need. Gu Yuan commanded to the crowd. As you command. The group stood on the mountain, gazing into the distant battlefield. On the other side, Elder Liu's subordinates, who were fully focused on breaking the fairy city, had not yet realized that another wave of their fellow disciples was planning to harvest the fruits of. Half a day later, with a crisp crack echoing the protective formation that had held for several days, was finally breached. The cultivators inside the city, with eyes of resolve, now displayed different expressions. Some, realizing they could no longer hold the line after the formation was broken, wanted to flee. Others were determined to defend their homeland to the death. In war there is no right or wrong. At the moment the formation was broken, everyone moved. Charge, charge, charge. The Mingxin sect, led by Elder Liu's subordinates, was thrilled. After sacrificing so many lives, the time had finally come for them to reap. We have come to assist. With a whistling sound, dozens of sword lights rushed in from afar. Both sides engaged in battle changed their expressions simultaneously. Those defending the city, already somewhat desperate, felt even more hopeless upon seeing that the figures coming in on swords were all golden core demonic cultivators. The Mingxin sect side, upon seeing that the newcomers were from their own sect, first felt joy, but their expressions quickly turned to ashen. Yuan charged ahead, not wasting words, his figure leading the way. Like a force of nature, he sent several golden core cultivators on the city wall flying. In the next moment, several binding chains were summoned, and the 5 golden core cultivators within the fairy city were easily restrained by Yuan like little chicks. Including Lu Yongfeng, the 5 golden core cultivators had disbelief in their eyes. After battling for days, they had already understood each other's strengths. They had thought that even if the protective formation was broken, their strength could hold out for a long time. They never expected that this newcomer on the battlefield could defeat them all with just. When fellow villagers meet, they greet each other with a palm strike. Yuan did not show any courtesy towards Lu Yongfeng. After binding him with the god-binding chain, he forcefully pulled, lifting the 5 golden core stage cultivators in his hands. Having received a palm strike from Yuan, coupled with being bound by the god-binding chain, the 5 golden core stage cultivators now looked as pale as death. Despair was etched across Lu Yongfeng's face. After years of striving outside, thinking it would be a smooth journey until one day he could truly unite with the Xintian sect, now it was all over. Upon seeing Yuan, one of the peak golden core stage cultivators under Elder Liu's command turned ashen. He rushed to Yuan's front, clasped his fists in greeting, and said, "I pay my respects to Xuan." Afterward, with some reluctance, he added, "This place was captured." Yuan looked at him with disdain. "I personally came to assist you in subduing the enemy. Oh, what, do you have any objections?" "I dare not." After stammering out those 2 words, the man's iron blue face revealed a pleading expression. "I hope Xuan can take Elder Liu's face into account and share some of the spoils." He then glanced around at the people Yuan had brought with him. At this moment, after the great formation was breached, dozens of golden core stage cultivators charged into the city like ferocious beasts, easily slaughtering several cultivators within, while their storage bags were quickly looted. Such a swift and ruthless manner of action left Elder Liu's subordinates unable to compete. The spoils are seized, not shared. Oh, what use is it for you to? If you want the spoils, you need to act yourself. I have already helped you subdue the strongest individuals in this city. Can you not handle the rest? I am truly disappointed. In front of Yuan, the man's words carried no weight. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to join in and seize for themselves, otherwise there would be nothing left soon. He revealed a helpless expression and said it was Yin Le who spoke incorrectly. "Please forgive me, Xuan, I will go seize the spoils now." After speaking, he turned and joined the ranks of slaughtering cultivators in the city. Yuan's people vastly outnumbered the golden core stage cultivators here. In just a short while, aside from a few who managed to escape, everyone else was slaughtered. "Let's go." Yuan lifted the 5 individuals and flew away on his sword, leaving behind a group that had breached the city but gained nothing. This harvest battle allowed everyone to obtain a large number of storage bags without suffering any injuries. Upon returning to the mountain, they eagerly sorted through them, keeping a small portion for themselves, while turning in the rest. Those who followed Yuan were sure to benefit. At this moment, no one dared to harbor any ulterior motives. Take these 5 back to the sect and imprison them. They will be useful to me in the future. Those who followed Yuan were sure to benefit. At this moment, no one dared to harbor any ulterior motives. Take these 5. Now they could only watch in despair as Yuan handed them over to Sha Wanbai, who then tossed them onto the spirit boat like they were pigs or dogs flying eastward. After arranging for these individuals to be sent back to the sect, Sha Wanbai looked at Yuan. "Master, next, should we follow them to continue seizing the spoils?" Yuan shook his head. "We cannot shear the same sheep repeatedly. Send someone to scout for news from the Jinwu sect. That is where the real meat lies, and these are merely appetizers." Understood. Elder Liu's side had been in a stalemate with the Jinwu sect after days of fighting. Relying on the protective array of the Jinwu sect, even though most of their personnel had been drawn away by the Qinkuan sect, the Jinwu sect's defenses remained tenacious. Aside from the other forces within suffering devastating blows, the Jinwu sect had not sustained significant losses at this time. Hearing the reports from his subordinates, Yuan nodded, "Continue to keep watch. This war will not end anytime soon. We will not participate, only reap the..." With the support of the Yangyao true lord behind him, he was not afraid of offending some elders within the sect who had no backing. If it were someone like Wei Yi who had backing even within the extreme sacred sect, Yuan would not dare to offend them. Though his methods were somewhat shameful, the gains were the greatest. Moreover, his subordinates were quite pleased. Their loyalty to Yuan had unknowingly deepened to a significant extent during this great battle. Even the individuals brought by Li Yunqi glanced at Yuan's figure, their eyes flashing with contemplation. Among these individuals, aside from a few who had been subdued by Li Yunqi, many followed him, due to the influence of sect master Li Feiyu. War is a battle of attrition. Righteous cultivators need to rely on pills and spirit stones to recover, while demonic cultivators have a much easier time. They can simply capture someone and devour them to recover significantly. They do not regard those within their domain as human. Countless captives became their With Elder Liu's side unable to break through after prolonged assault, Yuan did not sit idly by either. He sent people to scout for news in several other areas. Yuan did not concern himself with elders who lacked deep backgrounds, leading his subordinates to seize the spoils as they should. In just 1 year, Yuan accumulated a vast amount of resources. On the front line, the Qinkuan sect had evolved from their initial hurried response to now having honed their combat capabilities, far surpassing those of the Mingxin sect. The righteous cultivators were determined to fight to the death against the demonic forces. In contrast, the Mingxin sect's disciples and summoned subordinates would retreat to save their lives at the first sign of danger. The battle lines had retreated from the brink of attacking the Qinkuan sect's stronghold back to the original Longlian Gorge, where they first clashed. Though they were pushed back by the Qinkuan sect, the casualty ratios between the two sides were different. During this period, the Mingxin sect had suffered numerous setbacks, but had not lost many core members. Most of those who perished were ordinary disciples and members of subordinate forces. Teams that had dispersed to attack several key affiliated forces of the Qinkuan sect had begun to gain success and merge with those at the main battlefield. On Elder Liu's side, after his personal intervention several times, the Jinwu sect's protective array had long lost its initial potency, yet it still stood firm. The teams that had dispersed to attack various immortal cities gradually returned to Elder Liu's base. He had received several communications from Li Feiyu. If they could not capture the Jinwu sect, he would send others to assist. In this great battle, he was responsible for dealing with the Jinwu sect, and the greatest benefits were right before him. Elder Liu naturally would not give up. He recalled several small teams still outside, planning to launch a full-scale attack to quickly take down the Jinwu sect. In this year, Yuan had been running around transporting millions. Now in a desolate area within the Mingxin sect's territory, the members of the Shengxiao Association had begun to establish a nation for him, intending to raise these people long-term. Compared to selling them outright, this method of obtaining benefits is clearly more sustainable. This war has been ongoing for over a year, and the territory within the sphere of influence of the Qinkuan sect has been ravaged by the Mingxin sect. It is impossible to restore the former splendor without 100 years. Yuan has a premonition that if this continues, the Qinkuan sect will surely call for reinforcements to eradicate the Mingxin sect. Li Feiyu must also see this, so the decisive battle of this war should be approaching soon. Yuan plans to retreat to the eastern domain with his people after Elder Liu breaks through the Jinwu sect. He has gained quite a lot from this battle and has no intention of participating in the final confrontation. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. If some shameless powerful being were to attack him, even if someone avenges him afterward, his life would be completely lost. Although Yuan has been somewhat ostentatious in this life, he always prioritizes his survival. Half a month later, under Elder Liu's relentless efforts, the protective formation of the Jinwu sect was completely broken. A Blood Spirit clan member dispatched by the Green Spirit witnessed this scene as he crouched over a corpse. Elder Liu, you have kept me waiting for a long time. I'm coming to assist you. With a command from Yuan, his people excitedly rushed toward the Jinwu sect. Upon their arrival, they saw 3 nascent soul practitioners attacking Elder Liu in the sky, while 2 nascent soul practitioners were also surrounding Elder He. On the battlefield, over 60 golden core practitioners brought by Elder Liu were also engaged in a fierce battle. More than 200 Foundation Establishment practitioners and several hundred Qi Refinement practitioners were fighting with the Jinwu sect. Seeing this situation, Yuan realized that the protective formation of the Jinwu sect was not broken by Elder Liu's people, but likely shut down by the Jinwu sect themselves. As other affiliated forces of the Qinkuan sect were attacked by the Mingxin sect, not all of those powerful beings perished, many managed to escape. At this moment, the main battlefield of the Qinkuan sect was pressing hard against the Mingxin sect, completely eliminating the need for their support. Naturally, these people would come to aid the affiliated forces that had not yet been breached. Elder Lu and his team have fallen into a trap. At this moment, Elder Lu, as a latest-stage nascent soul practitioner, can still fight against 3 mid-stage nascent soul practitioners, though he has not gained any advantage. Elder He, on the other hand, is in a precarious situation. As a nascent stage practitioner, he finds himself overwhelmed facing 2 other nascent stage practitioners. Being sandwiched between the 2 defeat is merely a matter of time. Yet he has no way to escape, under the pressure of their auras, he can only struggle to cope, unable to flee. Elder Liu's expression is grim. He originally thought that after breaking the protective formation of the Zhenwu sect, dealing with the lone nascent soul practitioner inside would be easy. Unexpectedly, 5 nascent soul practitioners charged out from within. Caught off guard, he has no choice but to engage in battle, while sending a message to Li Feiyu urging him to send reinforcements quickly. He could escape himself, but if he does, everyone else will perish here. He had to fight for this position after a long verbal battle. Others returned with rewards, but if he were to bury everyone here, how could he face his sect? Although Elder Lu is somewhat worried about his disciple Elder, he can only endure and hope that Li Feiyu will send reinforcements soon. Otherwise, Lu Changwei will lose face. The higher one's cultivation, the more one values their reputation, even if they are a demonic cult. My lord, shall we advance? Xiao Wanbai looked at Gu Yuan. The group stopped several dozen miles away, and neither side engaged in battle noticed the new arrivals in the distance. Gu Yuan's gaze was fixed on the battlefield. After 5 nascent soul practitioners rushed out from the Zhenwu sect, the Blood Spirit clan, lurking here, informed the Green Spirit. Gu Yuan was also aware of this matter. The reason he came here was to observe whether there were any other hidden traps within the Zhenwu sect. Looking at the stalemate on the battlefield, as soon as Elder He has defeated the Zhenwu sect, can easily send out 2 nascent soul practitioners to swiftly resolve this battle. We are all of the same sect, we cannot stand by and watch. Everyone advance to assist in the battle, but pay attention to your own safety. If something seems off, retreat immediately. With a command from Gu Yuan, nearly 70 Golden Core practitioners under his command rushed into the battlefield without hesitation. After over a year of interaction, they had become accustomed to obeying Gu Yuan's orders. Suddenly, a large number of Golden Core practitioners rushed into the battlefield, significantly reducing the pressure on the Ming-Shin sect, completely overwhelming the Zhenwu sect in terms of numbers. Elder Lu was overjoyed. He did not expect the reinforcements to arrive so quickly. But why were they all Golden Core practitioners? While eliminating a majority of the Golden Core practitioners from the Zhenwu sect could spare some to help Elder He resist the 2 early-stage nascent soul practitioners, he feared Elder He might not hold out until then. At this moment, upon seeing the sect reinforcements, Elder He was invigorated. Quick, bring me some help. I can barely hold on any longer, he said with a pained expression. In response, Gu Yuan's subordinates seemed not to hear. They worked in perfect harmony, taking on one at a time, and after killing several Golden Core practitioners from the Zhenwu sect, they immediately collected the storage bags from their bodies. Originally, the Golden Core practitioners under Elder Lu had already exhausted their strength after a prolonged battle. Even if they had a free hand, they dared not approach the area where nascent soul practitioners were fighting. Human nature is inherently selfish, especially among demonic cultivators, where selfishness tends to be even more pronounced. Whether Elder He can hold out is none of their concern. If someone must die, it will be Elder He, not them. These Golden Core practitioners, emulating Gu Yuan's subordinates' combat style, began to group and take down one opponent at a time. In the distance, Gu Yuan saw that his subordinates had entered the battlefield and had already killed several Golden Core practitioners from the Zhenwu sect. Not seeing any more hidden traps appear, he felt completely at ease. Let's go help Elder He. After telling the Green Spirit, Gu Yuan flew into the battlefield on his sword. It's Gu Zhenchuan. Seeing Gu Yuan arrive, Elder He felt as though he had seen a savior. After a large number of Golden Core practitioners rushed to the battlefield, the 2 early-stage nascent soul practitioners seemed to go mad, desperately trying to quickly deal with him to head to the Golden Core battlefield. In a short span of time, Elder He was covered in injuries. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, he would have to abandon his physical body and flee with his nascent soul. Seeking death, a mere Golden Core dares to come forward. After realizing Gu Yuan's cultivation level, the 2 early-stage nascent soul practitioners sighed in relief. Killing one more Golden Core practitioner would not waste much time, and this nascent soul demonic cultivator would soon be captured by them. Gu Yuan was acutely aware of the gap between himself and true nascent soul cultivators. If they were to become cautious and constantly unleash their nascent soul power to intimidate the spirit, even with a spirit defense treasure at hand, he would still be severely limited. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness while they underestimated him, launching a powerful attack was currently the only chance to slay a nascent soul cultivator. With a serious expression, Gu Yuan summoned 108 flying swords, transmitting a message to Lu Ling. You go save that Elder He. I will attempt to strike. If it fails, you must immediately return to defend and block one of them. Understood. Lu Ling knew Gu Yuan's current strength. If he unleashed his full power and struck, it was uncertain whether a nascent soul cultivator could withstand. At this moment, Lu Ling possessed mid-stage 4th rank strength, moving at incredible speed, transforming into a blood shadow rushing towards Elder He. Upon sensing Lu Ling's aura, the two early nascent soul cultivators changed their expressions. The true reinforcements were not the golden core cultivator, but this demon. Lu Ling's current appearance resembled that of a demon beast, so it was not surprising they mistook it for one. Sensing the mid-stage 4th rank aura from Lu Ling, both of their divine senses immediately locked onto it. Seeing it attempt to save the demon cultivator, the treasures in their hands instantly activated and charged towards it. You two will have to face me. Lu Ling successfully attracted their attention, while Gu Yuan was already in midair, his sword formation prepared. 108 top-tier 3rd rank flying swords floated in the air, resembling soldiers arrayed for battle. In an instant, under the influence of the illusionary laws, the 108 flying swords split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, myriad sword lights formed. As myriad swords were unleashed, the sky was filled with the shadows of flying swords. Violent sword light erupted from each sword body. Under the enhancement of the repeated laws, the sword lights fell like the waters of the Milky Way descending from the heavens, all emitting the sound of whoosh whoosh whoosh. As they cut through, as the myriad sword lights descended right after Gu Yuan spoke, the two immediately sensed a life-threatening crisis and turned to look at Gu Yuan. They had initially thought this was a harmless golden core cultivator, focusing all their attention on the 4th rank demon beast, never expecting that this small golden core cultivator could unleash such a powerful attack. At that moment, the two of them had just launched their attacks at Lu Ling and Elder He, lacking any spare energy to avoid Gu Yuan's chaotic sword domain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of sword lights fell endless and boundless. In an instant, the protective true essence formed by the two was shattered by the sword lights, inflicting considerable damage upon. They thought that after enduring this attack, they could counterattack and eliminate this small golden core cultivator. But the next moment, a seamless barrage of sword lights struck them again. Following were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th strikes. Caught off guard, the bodies of the two were utterly destroyed by the sword lights, leaving behind 2 small, bewildered nascent souls. Is this an attack that a golden core cultivator can unleash? The two were filled with existential doubt. Before they could react, 2 spirit treasures, the spirit binding rings, swiftly bound their nascent souls. From the moment Gu Yuan unleashed the chaotic sword domain to the binding of their nascent souls, only a breath's time had passed. At this moment, Lu Ling had just rescued Elder He and countered with a bloodlight to block their attacks. Capture! Gu Yuan commanded, grasping the 2 nascent souls in his hands. With the resources earned from the summer, Gu Yuan naturally would not waste them. Now he had many means to deal with nascent soul cultivators. The spirit binding ring was one of those means. Once ensnared by the ring, the nascent soul would be unable to escape, left to be slaughtered at will. The nascent souls of cultivators were precious. After refining their consciousness, they would serve as a great tonic for enhancing one's spirit. Elder He, who had been rescued by Lu Ling, gasped for breath, his eyes wide open, staring incredulously at Gu Yuan standing atop the flying swords in midair. The two who had made him suffer so terribly, nearly taking his life, were effortlessly slain by Gu Yuan with a single move, not even allowing their nascent souls to escape. Elder He suddenly felt that all his centuries of cultivation had been in vain. A golden core cultivator slaying 2 early nascent soul cultivators in a single strike. No wonder people in the sect said that Gu Xia was about to become the holy son of the sect. What kind of strength is this if not that of a holy son? On the other side, Elder Lu, who was still engaged in battle with 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, revealed a joyful expression upon witnessing this scene. So it turns out it was Gu Zhenchuan. No, it was Gu Xinxi who came to provide support. The 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators battling Elder Lu realized that the newcomer had killed 2 early nascent soul cultivators in one blow, along with the newly appeared 4th-ranked demon beast. They understood that the situation was dire. At this moment, if they continued to fight, they would not be able to escape either. Instantly, the 3 of them developed a desire to retreat. Without any hesitation, the 3 immediately ceased their entanglement with Elder Lu and dashed towards the battling golden core cultivators. Whatever they could save, they would save. The true martial sect was no longer defensible. How dare you? Seeing this, Elder Lu shouted angrily and chased after the golden core cultivators engaged in battle were closely watching the conflict between the nascent soul cultivators in midair. After all, that was the key to determining the outcome of this. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan slay 2 nascent soul cultivators with a single strike, the golden core cultivators from the true martial sect, who had come as reinforcements, immediately began to retreat. The true martial sect was not their home. They had come to assist in slaying demons, not to be slain by them. The current situation was clearly unfavorable. If they did not retreat now, it would be too late. And among their own, whether Golden Core or Foundation Establishment cultivators, all had faces ashen with despair. One of the two nascent soul cultivators slain by Gu Yuan was their ancestor. The other two nascent soul cultivators of the true martial sect had been summoned away by the Qinkuan sect, leaving him to guard the sect. Even with so many reinforcements, they still could not withstand the demon path. Heaven wants to destroy my true martial sect. At this moment, the people of the true martial sect hated the demon cultivators to the core and despised the Qinkuan sect even more. If their other two ancestors were still present, the battle situation would surely not be as it was now. The three mid-stage nascent soul cultivators rushed into the battlefield of the Golden Core cultivators, casually knocking aside several Golden Core cultivators from the Mingxin sect, rescuing their own, and without any hesitation immediately took to the skies to flee the area. In a matter of moments, only a few of their own remained in the true martial sect. Faced with overwhelming opponents, some of the Golden Core cultivators chose to self-detonate in a fit of rage. Some, seeing the situation was dire, turned to flee, but were ruthlessly intercepted and slain by several Golden Core cultivators from the Mingxin sect, who then extracted their Golden Cores barehanded. Gu Yuan retracted the flying swords from the sky, landing on the ground. Although he had just slain two early nascent soul cultivators, there was no joy on his face. Mainly because they had not taken him seriously, their attention was completely drawn to Lu Ling. The two he had slain were merely the result of a surprise attack, not a testament to his true ability. Thank you for saving my life, Gu Zhenchuan. Elder, he walked over a bit weak. No need for gratitude. We are of the same sect. How could I stand by and watch you die? Elder, he looked at Gu Yuandao with a grateful expression, saying, Gu Zhenchuan truly lives up to his name. I fought hard for a long time and nearly fell to those two, yet you were able to slay them in a single strike. After this battle, the sect must hold a Son of the Sect conference for you. If Gu Yuan had wished, he could have held the Son of the Sect conference years ago with Li Feiyu. Holding the conference meant he would have to accept challenges from the true disciples of the other four sects, and at that time Gu Yuan had little confidence. Now, after years of seclusion, Gu Yuan felt more assured and no longer worried about the conference. The sect leader will decide on this matter, Elder. You should focus on healing as soon as possible. Thank you for your concern, Gu Zhenchuan. I will heal now. Saying this, Elder, he swallowed a pill and began to meditate, absorbing its medicinal energy. As three nascent soul cultivators fled, the battle tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the Mingxin sect, with everyone inside the Zhenwu sect falling under the slaughter. The others began to loot the spoils of war. Elder Lu approached Gu Yuan, gratitude on his face, saying, Thank you, Son of the Sect, for your urgent assistance. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable, and I would have lost face. Who is this? He asked, looking at the green spirit beside Gu Yuan. He did not sense any aura of a cultivator from the green spirit, but rather felt it resembled a magical beast. However, he recognized all fourth-tier magical beasts within the Mingxin sect, and had never seen the green spirit before. It's too early to call me Son of the Sect. Lu, Elder, this is my spiritual pet. Gu Yuan did not elaborate further. The presence of the green spirit had already been discovered by Wei Yi, and it could not be hidden. It was better to be open about it. With its current strength, it was not afraid of anyone discovering its identity as a spirit race. As Gu Yuan's strength increased, so did his knowledge. Within this spiritual domain, there were many spirit races, and their cultivation methods were similar to magical beasts, relying on time to gradually enhance their strength. However, compared to magical beasts, the spirit race had a unique trait. They could be refined like a cultivator's nascent soul into a powerful restorative medicine. Considering the value of the green spirit, which currently possessed mid-stage fourth-tier strength, it was evidently more valuable to the sect to retain it. Thus, Gu Yuan was not worried about others having ulterior motives regarding the green spirit. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu did not pay much attention to the green spirit, but looked at Gu Yuan and said, To slay two nascent souls in one strike, your position as Son of the Sect is merely a matter of receiving an official decree. It's nothing for me to call you that, who dares to dispute it. Let them also slay two nascent souls. I am immensely grateful for your support, Son of Gu. When we return to the sect, please allow me the honor of entertaining you to express my gratitude. Gu Yuan looked at Elder Lu oddly. He had come for the spoils, not specifically to assist. Although he had conveniently slain two nascent souls, his fundamental purpose remained unchanged. Did he not see how quickly his subordinates were looting resources? Elder Lu might have misunderstood. If he later found out that a significant portion of the resources from Zhenwu sect had been taken by Gu Yuan's people, he might not remain so courteous. To reassure Elder Lu and buy more time for his subordinates to loot, Gu Yuan maintained a stern expression, saying, Elder Lu, I cannot allow you to entertain me. What do you mean by that? Elder Lu was taken aback. Your maid surnamed Lu does not think much of me. If I allow you to entertain me, it might lead to unfounded rumors that I intend to take advantage of you. Upon hearing this, Elder Liu's expression darkened. Did that wretched woman offend you, Son of Gu? Please let me know. When I return, I will deal with her. She hasn't offended me, but her family relying on your status has shown me no respect at all, Elder Lu. Decades ago, shortly after I emerged from the Blood Feast realm, I had just broken through to Foundation establishment. My master assigned me a task to collect some bad debts, and the Lu family belittled me as worthless. At this moment, Gu Yuan did not care whether this was true or not, and simply spoke his mind. Even if Elder Lu discovered that the majority of the spoils had been taken by Gu Yuan's people, he would not say much as there was already a rift. If he were to blame someone, it would be the Lu family. It must be said that from the current perspective, Wei Yi's approach to this matter was quite correct. At the very least, it could identify a few targets to strike against. Otherwise, with Gu Yuan's current status, no one in the sect would be foolish enough to oppose him. In a situation where everyone benefits, it would be difficult for Gu Yuan to seize any advantages from them. With this excuse, even if Gu Yuan took some advantages, no one would dare to speak out against it. Such matters truly exist. How can this be? Elder Lu was filled with rage. Relying on the identity of his mate, her family dared to look down on the sect's true disciples. If this matter were to spread, would it not imply that he, Lu Changwei, completely disregarded the sect's true disciples? If Li Feiyu were to learn of this, he would surely reprimand him. Countless thoughts flashed through Elder Liu's mind. With an apologetic expression, he said, "Son of Gu, I apologize. I was unaware of this matter. Had I known, I would have exterminated that wretched woman and her family long ago." As he spoke, he painfully took out a spiritual artifact from his storage bag. "Son of Gu, please accept this spiritual artifact as my apology. I hope you will accept." Gu Yuan's expression was peculiar, but he did not refuse accepting the spiritual artifact. He initially intended to keep it for himself to buy some time, casually using the matter to chat, but unexpectedly it yielded an unexpected gain. If Elder Lu were to investigate, he would find that the so-called bad debts from back then were merely fabricated by the Universal Enlightenment Association. He wondered what, in any case, this matter had nothing to do with him. He was merely executing Wei Yi's arrangement. Moreover, he had not even executed it, and had directly slipped away. "Elder Lu, your righteousness is commendable. At that time my strength was still quite low. It was nothing to be looked down upon, and I did not take it to heart. There is no need for you to be angry. You didn't take it to heart, yet you are speaking to me about it." Elder Lu thought to himself. Gu Yuan sensed that the Zhenwu sect had already been looted nearly clean. His subordinates were quite ruthless, having stripped the scripture pavilion, weapon pavilion, and spirit herb garden of everything valuable. After these important places had been thoroughly looted, he began to entertain thoughts of leaving. If Elder Lu were to discover that most of the benefits had ended up with his subordinates, and if he were to lower his status to demand some for himself, it would not be a favorable situation. "Elder Lu, the matters here are settled. I will take my leave now." "Wait, son of the sect. You traveled a long way. How can you just leave like this? You must take some of Zhenwu's sect's spoils with you." "No need. My subordinates did not hold back. They can take whatever they want. I won't take anything. Farewell." With that, Gu Yuan transmitted a message to Sha Baiwan, instructing him to leave with his people, then soared away on his sword. Watching Gu Yuan's departing figure, Elder Lu sighed. "Son of the sect, you truly are righteous. That wretched maid is truly detestable. She almost ruined my relationship with him. When I return, I will not let her off lightly. I hope that spiritual artifact will make Son of Gu overlook this matter. Otherwise, flaying and extracting every tendon from the entire Lu family will not quell my hatred." After Elder Lu finished lamenting, he saw that Gu Yuan's subordinates were also leaving one after another, and he nodded in satisfaction. They had only just finished the battle for a short while, and these people were already leaving. It seemed they had all adapted to the Son of Gus style of doing things. "This is excellent. I will reap the benefits from Zhenwu's sect." When he turned around, he saw that his subordinates all looked as if they had faces of black soil. "What are you all standing there for? Can't you even clean up the battlefield?" Elder Lu scolded. One of the peak golden core cultivators replied with a grim face, "What is there to clean? Everything valuable has been looted by that group. In just a short while of checking the wounded, all the valuables in Zhenwu's sect have vanished. Aside from these corpses on the ground, there's nothing left." In the realm of the Mingxin sect within the depths of Wanjian Mountain, Gu Yuan's cave abode was filled with various items scattered across the ground. While Gu Yuan was uncertain about the gains of others in the war against the Qinkuan sect, he himself had indeed amassed a fortune. Those who followed him had also reaped significant rewards. They didn't need to fight on the front lines, all they had to do was plunder and seize treasures. A group of golden core cultivators moving together met no formidable resistance. Such good fortune could only be enjoyed by those following Gu Yuan. Even the elders within the sect, despite being assigned tasks to clear out the affiliated forces of the Qinkuan sect, would ultimately need to return to the main battlefield. Only on Gu Yuan's side did Li Feiyu arrange tasks for the vanguard without imposing any further responsibilities. The Mingxin sect was still quite protective of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan felt that in this great war between the Mingxin sect and the Qinkuan sect, both sides were in perfect harmony, and the true casualties were not among their own. On the front lines, the people from the summoned local forces were the true combat power. After this battle, regardless of who ultimately emerged victorious, the local forces would undoubtedly suffer severe losses, especially the affiliated forces within the Chinquan sect. The main combat forces had been requisitioned by the Chinquan sect, while their homes were being attacked by the Mingshan sect. What would happen to those returning after the great battle? Yuan had no intention of paying further attention to these matters. After organizing the materials from over a dozen storage bags, Yuan silently calculated that these assorted items were worth several spirit tools. To acquire such abundant resources in such a short time was already considered quite impressive. After most members were withdrawn from the sect for war, the sales performance of the Fuxia brand, aside from the substantial profits from the 2 spirit stone treasure hunting activities that Yuan had initiated before leaving, there had been hardly any significant income over the past. The combat strategy of the Mingshan sect was exceptionally unique. They had never considered leaving anyone behind to defend the main camp. Since the war broke out, apart from leaving some people behind to maintain the sect's operations, the rest had all launched a full-scale assault. The battle would determine the fate of the world. The initial conflict was already a decisive one. In the eastern region, no one would be able to attack the main camp of the Mingshan sect. Besides, there were still 4 supreme elders guarding it. The 5 golden core cultivators captured from the Xuanwu sect had been imprisoned under Yuan's orders, and the members of the Fuxia Association collected a set amount of their blood each day. They were treated as high-level blood slaves. Under the confinement of the soul-binding chains, these individuals were unable to utter a word, silently enduring their torment each. Regarding Lu Yongfeng, Yuan had not yet decided how to deal with him. His storage bag was taken by Yuan on the spot. Apart from some techniques brought from the Shantian sect, it also contained Lu Yongfeng's disciple token. With these items, Yuan could gain some leverage. Should those who went out from the Shantian sect to spread the teachings be discovered by the demonic sect, he could intervene in this matter using Lu Yongfeng's identity. Thus, he could utilize his identity to provide some protection for the Xian Yuan sect he had established in his previous life. He couldn't concern himself with others, but if any of the disciples he had gathered back then were still alive, Yuan would certainly intervene within his means. If circumstances dictated otherwise, he would not take risks. Yuan retrieved 2 nascent souls sealed within the soul-binding rings. This was a rare medicine that, once refined, could replenish one's spirit power. Yuan took out a 3rd-grade alchemy furnace. After adding many spirit herbs, he began to refine the true spirits within the 2 nascent souls. Under the torment of the soul-refining spells, the 2 nascent souls previously immobilized by the soul-binding rings began to regain a hint of their consciousness. They wanted to struggle, but under the constraints of the soul-binding rings, they couldn't even self-destruct. These 2 had underestimated Yuan. As early-stage nascent soul cultivators caught off guard, they were refined by Yuan, and their pure nascent souls were tossed into the alchemy furnace. Refining nascent souls to create a potent elixir was not as complicated as alchemy. In this life, Yuan had never spent time improving his alchemical skills. Under his control during the refining process, the 2 nascent souls quickly dissolved into a purplish red liquid within the alchemy furnace. Once the entire furnace was transformed into this purplish red liquid, Yuan ceased his actions. The elixir made from the nascent souls was successfully produced. After consuming this purplish red liquid, Yuan began to silently absorb the spirit power within. After a long time, Yuan's spirit power had significantly increased. Previously, even with superior techniques, he still had a considerable gap in spirit power compared to ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivators. After consuming the elixir made from the 2 nascent souls, his spirit power was now comparable to that of a typical early-stage nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, if he faced an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator alone, even if the opponent unleashed their nascent soul power, it would fail to effectively intimidate Yuan. After enhancing his spirit power, it became exceedingly difficult to further increase his strength in a short time. The true essence within him had already been honed to an incredibly... Yuan took out some remaining nightmare beast essence. After consuming it, he began to silently refine it to increase the true essence within. Once he completely refined the remaining nightmare beast essence, the true essence within Yuan had not reached the mid-golden core stage. It was still lacking significantly. He ordered someone to purchase a large quantity of 3rd-grade pills from the treasure pavilion. After continuously swallowing and refining them, Yuan's true essence smoothly broke through to the mid-golden core stage. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed during his cultivation. The breakthrough in the minor realm did not significantly enhance his overall combat power. Yuan still needed to continue refining his true essence after the breakthrough to solidify his foundation. If he continued to rely on pills for cultivation with Yuan's spirit power and the comprehension of the realm he had attained, it would be exceedingly simple for him to quickly break through to the late golden core stage. However, that would cause his foundation to become unstable, and he would lose the ability to fight across a major realm, making it somewhat counterproductive. In this life, Gu Yuan's comprehension was exceptionally strong. He felt that before breaking through to the nascent soul stage, he could still enhance his foundation further. As cultivators ascend in cultivation realms, the role of their spiritual roots diminishes, while the importance of comprehension becomes increasingly prominent. Unless one possesses a special constitution, even the best spiritual roots and ample resources can only assure reaching the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. As for breaking into the transformation stage, no one can guarantee that. Once they break through to these realms, individual combat capability becomes largely unrelated to spiritual root quality, how everything relies on personal comprehension abilities. Just like Li Yunqi, who possessed exceptional spiritual root quality and the true demon body. His innate talent was undoubtedly high, and he could achieve a significant level of comprehension. Yet during the golden core stage, he was still defeated by Gu Yuan. The potential for insight typically correlates with one's spiritual root quality. There are seldom individuals with exceptional talent who are also foolish. Gu Yuan's Nirvana law almost shattered this notion. In this life, his spiritual root quality after Nirvana was only of the 4th rank, later advancing to the 2nd rank after consuming pills that enhanced spiritual root quality. However, his potential for comprehension had yet to reach its limit. According to the records of the sect of the underworld god, whether it be demonic cultivators or righteous path practitioners, the chi refinement stage marks the beginning of cultivation, relying solely on the spiritual roots within one's body to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, gradually shedding one's mortal nature and blending oneself with the spiritual energy of the world to solidify the foundation of this realm. One can manifest various spells by drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with their own magical power, which can be described as leveraging power. Therefore, if one can master the force of momentum during the chi refinement stage, they are considered a strong practitioner of this realm. The foundation establishment stage, on the other hand, involves completely discarding the mortal body and cultivating oneself into a physique well-suited for cultivation, thus acquiring true essence power. Once one possesses true essence power, they become highly attuned to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, having the capital to manipulate the forces of nature with true essence. One can use their true essence power to influence the forces of heaven and earth. If they delve deeper into this domain, they can cultivate willpower to fully master all forces of momentum. Such individuals are deemed qualified foundation establishment cultivators. Upon breaking through to the golden core stage, one can substitute their inner golden core for a particular aspect of the will of heaven and earth. Mastery over this aspect signifies expertise in this realm. As for nascent soul stage practitioners, they fuse their divine soul with the nascent soul, becoming an entity where the 3 souls and 7 spirits unite, achieving perfection in at least one aspect of their will. For those strong in the nascent soul stage, once they have mastered the limits of their willpower, advancing further requires integrating their willpower with the laws of nature that operate normally in the world. By harnessing the power of these laws, they can unleash the might of the celestial laws with a mere gesture. The extent of one's comprehension determines the potential to advance. In his previous life, Gu Yuan grasped the sword intent of the endless sea during his foundation estate. Logically, if he had sufficient resources, he would have had the potential to ascend to the golden core stage, even if he were the weakest among them. In this life, Gu Yuan's potential for comprehension significantly increased after his rebirth. Coupled with his sword bones, his understanding in the realm of swordsmanship is quite. After comprehending the sword intent to the 9th rank, he secured a ticket to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, leveraging the condensed laws of nature obtained from the dream realm, he successfully grasped the method to control the laws, further enhancing his potential and earning him a ticket to the transformation stage. However, those laws were ultimately derived from dream beasts, and even if he were to break through to the transformation stage using them, he would only be among the weakest. To maintain extraordinary combat power in future realms, Gu Yuan must leverage his potential in swordsmanship to comprehend a unique sword law that belongs solely to him. In this way, whether in the nascent soul stage or when he eventually breaks through to the transformation stage, there will still be room for improvement. Otherwise, even if he fully comprehends the laws derived from dream beasts to a perfected stage, he would still be unable to contend with those nascent soul stage individuals who have grasped their own unique laws. After all, there is an inherent difference between externally acquired and self-understood laws. Gu Yuan became aware of this. Thus, in his upcoming cultivation, besides continuing to solidify the foundation of true essence within his body, he must primarily focus his efforts on the study of sword laws. There are no naturally born prodigies. To surpass others, one must work twice as hard, bearing the weight of silent perseverance. After breaking through to the mid-golden core stage, Gu Yuan continued to explore the path of the sword within his cave. The battle between the underworld god sect and the Qiankuan sect has reached its climax. While the battle appeared grand in reality, it merely consumed some lower-tier forces for both sides and provided an opportunity to reshuffle the old powers. Half a year after Yuan comprehended the sword path, the main forces of the underworld god sect retreated back to the eastern region, leaving only some personnel behind. After hastily responding to the battle and losing a significant amount of territory, the Qiankuan sect gradually commenced a counterattack step by step, pushing the underworld god sect back to the eastern region, giving the appearance that the Qiankuan sect had achieved victory. However, the underworld god sect had obtained what they desired. Aside from losing some ordinary cannon fodder, the true elite gained much from this battle. Ordinary cannon fodder is the least valuable, akin to those consumed annually in the blood feed realm. In the eyes of the underworld god sect, they are merely As the forces of the underworld god sect returned to the eastern region, the sect became lively once more. Those who survived the war received a considerable amount of resources and began a spree of consumption upon returning to the sect to enhance their strength. The treasure hall of the underworld god sect, along with various supplying forces, were all beaming with joy. The summer gathering once again kicked off the dual spirit stone treasure-seeking. Due to the large number of affiliated forces perishing on the battlefield, the sales of the summer gathering's fortune summer card were significantly impacted. The sales could not rise relying solely on purchases from the underworld god sect. They were even outdone by the profits from the dual spirit stone treasure-seeking activities. The Qiankuan sect announced their victory after repelling the underworld god sect. The underworld god sect had thoroughly plundered resources, avenging grievances from 1,000 years ago, and the pent-up frustrations were also released, declaring their own victory. Both sides emerged as victors. After the war, everyone celebrated. The forces within the territory were reshuffled, and some forces that had lost their main combat strength were forced to contract. Those who benefited began to expand their territories wildly. The tens of millions of mortals brought back from the eastern region by the summer gathering were regarded as a fresh influx of blood within the underworld god sect. At Yuan's suggestion, some high-ranking relatives within the summer gathering also started to expand their territories, developing the newly established Great Summer Kingdom into a force not to be underestimated. Regardless of the fluctuations within the sect's forces, the underworld god sect would not interfere. They only needed to collect taxes based on territory size in a timely manner. The recently established Great Summer Kingdom serves as the source of future strength for the summer gathering. This gathering, attracted by Yuan's status and identity, gradually possesses the potential for sustained development. The trend of mutual absorption among forces within the underworld god sect continued for nearly a year before concluding. The underworld god sect once again returned to its previous tranquility. On this day, Li Feiyu, in a rather good mood, discussed the appointment of the Holy Sun with Yuan. His urgency stemmed from the fact that not only were the 4 supreme elders in the sect pressing him, but even those from the extreme sacred sect were urging as well. As an immortal level power in this world, the extreme sacred sect has been at war with the 10,000 Buddhist sect of the western region in recent years. In the battles between these two immortal level forces, apart from the mutual attrition of ordinary low-level cultivators, the true competition lies within their prodigious disciples. After all, if the top experts from both sides were to personally engage in battle, both the northern and western regions might be shattered. They are merely fighting out of ideological disagreement and have not reached the level of life and death struggle. Within the extreme sacred sect, there are many formidable beings who previously emerged from the underworld god sect. They have observed that in the eastern region the other 4 sects have their own prodigies, while the underworld god sect has not produced any true prodigies in recent years. This matter has caused them some embarrassment, and has led to a bit of dissatisfaction with Li Feiyu's leadership of the underworld god sect. Thus, Li Feiyu felt the urgency to discuss this matter with Yuan shortly after the conclusion of the grand battle. Yuan looked at Li Feiyu and said, "Gu Xia is already prepared and can face the challenge of the 4 sects' true inheritors at any time." Upon hearing this, a hint of relief flashed across Li Feiyu's face. After the battle with the Qiankuan sect, he had spent over a year sorting out the results of the war. In this battle, the number of truly fallen experts was not many. The 2 nascent soul initial stage cultivators that Yuan had slain were already considered significant achievements in the overall results of the battle. Being able to slay nascent soul initial stage cultivators indicated that Yuan had already attained the strength of a saint's son. However, Li Feiyu was well aware of the daunting challenges Yuan would face once he was conferred the title of saint's son of the Ming-Shin sect, which is why he wanted to give Yuan some time. Unfortunately, the upper sect was pressing him too hard, leaving him no choice but to push Yuan forward. In the Eastern Domain's Demon Path 5 sects, there can only be 1 person of Saint Son status in each sect. The Ming-Shin sect had not had a Saint Son for nearly 1,000 years, so once Yuan reached this level of strength, he could attain the title. Meanwhile, the other demon path sects in the Eastern Domain had always had the presence of a Saint Son, and anyone wishing to become a Saint Son must defeat the current one. Among the 4 sects except for the Saint Son of the Wuji sect who is still in the Golden Core stage, the other 3 sects, Saint Sons and Saint Daughters, are all already cultivators in the nascent soul stage. They only need to wait for the current sect leader to step down to take over the positions of Saint Son and Saint Daughter, so there are many true inheritors from the other 3 sects waiting to assume the. According to the rules established by the Eastern Domain's Demon Path 5 sects, only those who possess the ability to defeat nascent soul cultivators while in the Golden Core stage can become Saint Sons or Saint Daughters. The true inheritors waiting to take over in those 3 sects must have suppressed their strength for a long time. Although they are not currently Saint Sons or Saint Daughters, there must be some among them with that level of strength. Li Feiyu conveyed this to Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Rest assured, Sect Master. Since Gu Xia dares to take on the title of Saint Son, he is not afraid of challenges from outsiders. Good, then I will announce this news to the public and hold the Saint Son conference for you in 6 months. After finishing his words, a hint of envy flashed in Li Feiyu's eyes. If you can securely hold the title of Saint Son, it won't be long before you can go to the Jisheng sect for training, which would be a good thing for you. The Saint Sons and Saint Daughters of the Eastern Domain's Demon Path 5 sects can go to the Jisheng sect for training once they ascend to their positions. 1,000 years ago, the then Saint Son of the Mingxin sect fell in the Spirit Domain. At that time, the sect leader of the Mingxin sect, who is now the Supreme Elder Li Feiyu's master, the Honorable True Monarch, had already broken through to the transformation stage for a long time. Not wanting to manage the sect anymore, he passed the position of sect leader to Li Feiyu, who was then merely a true inheritor. Although he became the sect leader of the Mingxin sect, he never went to the Jisheng sect for training, which has always been a regret for him. Gu Yuan was already well aware that becoming the sect's Saint Son required training at the Jisheng sect. Ever since the Honorable Yang Yao had spoken to him about it, he had been paying attention to this matter. Under normal circumstances, one could return after some training. But now with the Jisheng sect and the Yuan Fo sect at war, after completing the training, he might have to go to the battlefield and engage with those top-tier talents before he could return. Gu Yuan was not worried about this. His current strength was gained through the power of the laws obtained in the Nightmare Realm combined with his own comprehension of the sword path. His inherent physique was not particularly outstanding, unlike those who relied on special physiques to ascend to the positions of Saint Son and Saint Daughter. Even if he went to the Jisheng sect, Gu Yuan did not have to worry about anyone taking an interest in his body. After communicating with Gu Yuan, Li Feiyu announced the upcoming Saint Son conference in 6 months. The people within the Mingxin sect felt that this was only natural and not surprising. Upon learning of this, Gu Yuan's master Wei, he appeared somewhat anxious. Despite his happiness, he was subtly worried. Disciple, with little time left until the Saint Son conference, I have no pressing matters and can serve as your sparring partner to help you refine your skills. Wei Yi approached Gu Yuan. If anyone in the Mingxin sect cared about whether Gu Yuan could become the Saint Son, it was undoubtedly Wei Yi. Although Gu Yuan did not join the Puzhao Society thanks to the reputation of Gu Yuan's master the business of the Puzhao Society under Wei, he had improved significantly in recent years. They even dared to compete with the Assistance Cultivation Society within the sect, and under Li Feiyu's guidance the Assistance Cultivation Society chose to concede. Then thank you. Over the past year, although Gu Yuan did not grasp the laws of the sword path, he had comprehended several impressive sword techniques that were quite formidable. Now, although the chaotic sword domain remained his strongest defensive method, he had already mastered several sword techniques capable of inflicting considerable damage on nascent soul midstage cultivators. After a bout in an open area outside the sect Wei, he ultimately defeated Gu Yuan due to his solid strength. However, he did not look well after the battle. To his surprise, he had been injured. Gu Yuan had already attained such strength. He was both pleased and disappointed. He was certainly not an ordinary nascent soul midstage cultivator. He had many trump cards. The fact that Gu Yuan could injure him meant that Gu Yuan was already capable of contending with ordinary nascent soul midstage cultivators. Gu Yuan had grown so much in such a short time, which made Wei Yi reflect on the years he had spent training in vain. After the fight, Wei Yi felt much more at ease, subtly looking forward to this upcoming Saint Son conference. A golden core stage cultivator defeating a nascent soul midstage cultivator was already the limit. He did not believe that any of the true inheritors from the other 4 sects were stronger than Gu Yuan. As long as Gu Yuan could secure the title of Saint Son of the Mingxin sect, it would bring immense benefits to him, as the master, ensuring that no one would dare to defy him within the sect. As the news of the Mingxin sect's upcoming Saint Son conference spread, the 4 sects of the Eastern Domain were sharpening their blades. In the last true inheritor conference, Gu Yuan had slain many, causing them to feel somewhat humiliated. This time, with Gu Yuan's promotion to Saint Son, they were determined to make him pay for it at the Saint Son conference. For this Saint Sun conference, the Mingxin sect built a new massive arena outside the sect far larger than that of the True Inheritor conference. The Saint Sun conference concerned the sect's succession and was far beyond what the True Inheritor conference could compare to. At that time, not only the Golden Core True Inheritors from the 4 sects would challenge, but the sect leaders would also come to watch the match. Half a year soon passed. On this day the sky was clear and bright. On the main combat stage, 3 middle-aged men exuding authority sat next to Li Feiyu along with a stunningly beautiful woman who exuded elegance. These men were Zhao Wuji, the leader of the Wuji sect, Li Yulong, the leader of the Taisui sect, Yi Chang'e, the leader of the Qiming sect, and Zhang Yaoцин, the leader of the Xianin sect. Next to the 5 of them sat 7 true inheritors clad in purple and gold robes. Gu Yuan stood calmly in white attire on the arena. Around them one could vaguely sense 4 faint divine senses probing, which were clearly the 4 supreme elders of the Mingxin sect keeping watch. Beside the true disciples from the 4 sects sat a middle-aged man clad in yellow brocade, who was currently watching Gu Yuan on the stage with great interest, his eyes flashing with a hint of intrigue. This man was none other than Ji Xingyuan, the current Saint Sun of the Wuji sect. He had ascended to this position 12 years ago. As the Jixing sect's 9 Nether Holy Domain would not open for another 3 years to nurture talents, he had yet to go to the Jixing sect for training. Today's Saint Sun conference had nothing to do with him, yet he still attended. He wanted to see what abilities this newly promoted Saint Sun of the Mingxin sect possessed, and whether he could become a companion after he went to the Jixing sect. Gu Yuan stood on the stage calmly observing the crowd participating in the Saint Sun conference. Today marks the time when I Gu ascend to the position of Saint Sun, accepting any challenges. Those who are dissatisfied may come forward to battle. Gu Yuan did not indulge in excessive formalities, for whether he could truly sit in this Saint Sun position depended on defeating the challengers from the 4 sects first. In the audience, Li Yunqi clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve. He too had the qualifications to challenge on stage. However, he had already lost confidence in defeating Gu Yuan. Upon learning that Gu Yuan had killed 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators in the spiritual domain, his mood had been extremely complicated. On the main battlefield, he had taken the risk to battle against early-stage nascent soul cultivators from the Qiankuan sect. The result was that after just 10 moves, he was forced to call for the sect's elder to rescue him and escape. Though his attack techniques were nearly on par with those of early-stage nascent soul cultivators, the qualitative gap remained evident. He did not possess any ultimate techniques capable of inflicting fatal damage on them, and even after activating his true demon form, he could only barely hold on for a few moves. It was already difficult to defeat the opponent, let alone kill them. At this moment, Li Yunqi had abandoned the thought of competing with Gu Yuan. The mountains are high and the road is long. A momentary lead does not equate to victory. He believed that one day he would surpass Gu Yuan, allowing him to be arrogant for a time. After Gu Yuan calmly finished speaking, one of the true disciples from the 4 sects stood up. He was from the Wuji sect. Years ago, Xiao Jian had lost the position of Saint Sun to Ji Xingyuan and did not want anyone else to obtain that position now. He was the first to step onto the stage while the others watched thoughtfully. Someone needed to test the caliber of this newly promoted Saint Sun of the Mingxin sect. If he proved to be too formidable, it would dissuade them from challenging him. If his strength was lacking, then they would be met with destruction. Xiao Jian looked at Gu Yuan with a gloomy expression as he ascended the stage. I've heard that you are also a master of the sword, senior brother Gu. Last time at the True Inheritance Conference, you slew many of our Wuji sect members with a single strike. Since I also wield a sword, let us exchange teachings, and I hope you will not hold back guiding your junior brother a bit. After speaking, he took out a spirit weapon flying sword. Gu Yuan calmly produced a spirit weapon flying sword as well. Since we are both sword cultivators, this battle should be quite interesting. Xiao Jian moved first, saying, Senior brother Gu, I apologize in advance. With that, a 9th-tier bloodthirsty sword intent rose around him, and the crimson-black long sword in his hand turned bright red, faintly exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Gu Yuan's own life-sustaining flying sword had just reached the quality of a mid-grade magic treasure and was not as good as the mid-grade spirit weapon flying sword in his hand. Therefore, he directly engaged with the spirit weapon flying sword. Seeing the opponent activate the 9th-tier sword intent right from the start, he retaliated in kind, summoning his own 9th-tier blazing sun sword intent, instantly dispersing the bloodthirsty aura surrounding them with a wave of heat. The crimson sword light emitted a sharp ringing sound. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn in as a strike was unleashed, akin to a red dragon's breath imbued with a potent bloodthirsty intent, wild and fierce. Gu Yuan countered by utilizing the blazing sun sword intent as a foundation to launch several sword beams. The bright white sword beams, intertwined with repeating laws, swiftly formed a counterattack sword shadow composed of sword light. The crimson sword strike, reminiscent of a red dragon's breath, was shattered by several white-hot sword beams, with its residual force still surging towards Xiao Jian. Upon noticing that Gu Yuan's sword moves were accompanied by the power of laws, Xiao Jian's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained unperturbed. His figure transformed into a pool of blood instantly, splitting into 4 blood clones scattered around, and then the 4 blood figures simultaneously struck. Countless blood-colored sword shadows filled the air, with Gu Yuan caught in the center, becoming the target of the attack. If he chose to defend at this moment, even if he could dispel 1 or 2 of the attacks, the other 2 would still strike him. Faced with Xiao Jian's rapid blood shadow sword attack, which was akin to a blood escape technique, Gu Yuan smirked. The illusionary object law activated, and the Gu Yuan that remained in place was instantly shattered by the blood-colored sword shadows striking from 4 directions. In the next moment, 4 of Gu Yuan's figures appeared behind Xiao Jian's 4 blood clones. The blazing sun sword intent merged with the wood-cutting sword intent, as the 4 figures lightly slashed down with their swords. In an instant, Xiao Jian's 4 blood clones were sliced into 8 segments. The blood splattered rapidly merged on the stage, revealing Xiao Jian's figure once again. Gu Yuan had effortlessly broken through the seemingly invincible blood clone attack, and even inflicted damage upon him. Xiao Jian's expression turned serious. No wonder he was able to ascend to the position of Saint Sun, as his methods were exceedingly impressive. To defeat him, he would need to reveal his true skills. A glint of determination flashed across Xiao Jian's face. After his figure reappeared without any hesitation, the stage beneath him turned blue. Numerous blood swords refined from his own essence blood, and imbued with the concept of blood defeat, floated up from the ground. An extremely fierce aura of bloodthirst enveloped him, with several blood-colored small swords swirling around him. Go! Xiao Jian shouted. Countless blood-colored small swords surged toward Gu Yuan like a rain of swords. This is interesting. Gu Yuan calmly observed this scene, retracting his sword, and striking out with one palm from which a blood-red light burst forth. The incoming blood-colored small swords were instantly drawn and transforming into raindrops as they were absorbed by the blood-colored rainbow light emanating from Gu Yuan's palm. The bloodlight imprint passed to him by the green spirit was simply a weapon against these blood path cultivators. The blood sword attack unleashed by Xiao Jian contained his unique concept of blood defeat. As long as one of those blood swords struck, the essence blood within the opponent would uncontrollably decline under its influence. He never imagined that Gu Yuan would dare to directly absorb all those blood swords into his palm. Just as a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, in the next moment the blood-colored small swords he dispatched lost connection with him, as if they had been devoured. How could this be? Xiao Jian's face displayed disbelief. Thank you for your contribution, Gu Yuan said as he retracted his palm. After absorbing so many blood-colored small swords, the imprint had turned deep red. This was originally a divine ability, given to Gu Yuan by the green spirit, to help collect blood. Having absorbed so many blood-colored small swords from Xiao Jian, it instantly filled up. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian's face turned pale after losing so many blood swords. Damn it! Enraged, Xiao Jian gripped his long sword, preparing to fight desperately to reclaim the blood swords he had refined for years. At this point, Gu Yuan had nearly grasped Xiao Jian's strength. While defeating him was indeed difficult for an ordinary person, after the bloodlight imprint absorbed the blood-colored small swords carrying the concept of blood defeat, this person was no longer a threat. To conserve his true essence, Gu Yuan decided not to expend more. 32 third-tier magic treasure flying swords flew out, forming a small chaotic sword domain in an instant. With his divine sense locked onto Xiao Jian, nearly 1,000 sword shadows surrounded him in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword beams collided with the long sword in Xiao Jian's hand. Experiencing the terrifying display of Gu Yuan's sword domain firsthand, Xiao Jian's expression changed dramatically. It was as if an endless stream of sword beams left him flustered in his defense. He once again deployed the blood shield technique, hoping to avoid this sword domain. Before he could reveal himself, Gu Yuan's small chaotic sword domain had already reached above his head. How can I block this? A sense of powerlessness filled Xiao Jian's heart. The chaotic sword domain primarily relies on the locking power of divine sense. After taking a powerful medicine refined from 2 nascent souls, Gu Yuan's spiritual power reached nearly the level of a nascent soul cultivator, representing a qualitative improvement compared to golden core cultivators. If Xiao Jian were a nascent soul cultivator, he might have been able to escape Gu Yuan's divine sense lock, using his nascent soul power. But he was not. Even the strongest spiritual power of a golden core cultivator struggles to match a nascent soul cultivator without special opportunities. Unable to escape the lock of divine sense, Xiao Jian was doomed to continuously face the attacks of the chaotic sword domain. The sword formation, infused with the power of laws and various 9th-grade sword intents, could not be overcome by brute force. Xiao Jian was at a loss. As soon as he revealed himself, he was struck by several swords. Xiao Jian had no choice but to once again use blood transformation escape technique while extending his divine sense beyond the arena. Quick, disable the protective array, I concede. His voice echoed throughout the arena. Hearing this, Gu Yuan retracted his flying sword. The elders below the stage promptly shut down the protective array. Once again revealing himself, Xiao Jian said nothing and directly left the stage. Fortunately, those present were all individuals of status. Had the people from Wujiao seen him in such a disheveled state, it would have tarnished the reputation of this true. After Xiao Jian left the stage, Gu Yuan took out a pill and swallowed it, looking at the remaining few. Who else wants to challenge Gu? Come on up. Below the stage, the only female true disciple from the Xianyin sect looked at Gu Yuan, who had easily defeated Xiao Jian from Wujiao, with a peculiar expression. Next to her, another male true disciple from the Xianyin sect noticed this, seeing his expression shifting slightly. He stood up and said, Xianyin sect Tian Rong seeks guidance from senior brother Gu. After he spoke, the female disciple Lin Mijun next to him frowned and transmitted a message. What are you doing? How can you be his opponent? Tian Rong did not respond to her and directly walked up to the arena. He realized Lin Mijun intended to subdue Gu Yuan, and as her male lead, Tian Rong planned to exhaust Gu Yuan for her. This way, if Lin Mijun were to take action in the next round, she would undoubtedly be able to defeat him. Considering his efforts, he might just retain his position as the male lead, at most allowing this person to become the second lead. Within the Xianyin sect, the feminine energy prevails over the masculine. Tian Rong's current status was entirely due to Lin Mijun, and he did not wish to lose his position. Although his direct combat ability might not be very strong in terms of defense, none of the current true disciples could match him. It was enough to exhaust this newly promoted true disciple of the Mingxian sect. If he remained arrogant and continued without resting, Lin Mijun's strength could easily defeat him in the next match. Lin Mijun was currently a candidate for the next generation saintess of the Xianyin sect, and her own strength was formidable. As Tian Rong arrived on the arena, the hatred reflected in his eyes made Gu Yuan feel inexplicably puzzled. However, since he dared to step onto the stage, Gu Yuan was also unceremonious. Once the protective array rose, he took the initiative to use the small chaotic sword domain composed of 33rd grade flying swords. Since this move had already been revealed, there was no need to hide it. Using this move was suitable for testing the opponent's power or directly the thousands of sword domains transformed from 30 flying swords reappeared, but Tian Rong did not panic. A spiritual artifact, the Yin Mountain Seal, was summoned and floated above his head, transforming into a small mountain. The myriad sword lights fell and struck that small mountain, producing a crisp sound without shaking it. Tian Rong's lips curled into a smile. His strongest defensive technique indeed held up. With hundreds of sword lights descending, the small mountain above his head remained unscathed, prompting Gu Yuan to raise an eyebrow. This person's defensive power was indeed astonishing. Trying to break through his defense with this small chaotic sword domain was somewhat difficult. In that case, facing such an opponent, Gu Yuan did not need to rely on brute force. Gu Yuan retracted the sword formation and, relying on his powerful divine sense, directly launched the soul-binding law against Tian Rong, while his perception laws secretly activated. Still defending against the sword shadows, Tian Rong suddenly felt a chill around him. In the next moment, an aura of soul pressure locked onto him. A sharp pain immediately struck his divine sense. Tian Rong's expression changed. He had not expected Gu Yuan's divine sense power to be so much stronger than is capable of directly injuring his soul. Before he could react, the pain in his divine sense vanished. The next moment, Tian Rong saw Gu Yuan charging at him with his sword raised. He quickly moved the small mountain above his head in front of him to block the strike. In front of him, Gu Yuan exerted all his strength to try to cleave through this small mountain seal, but it was perfectly defended. Thus a smile appeared on Tian Rong's face. I thought you were quite powerful. It seems you are helpless against my Yin Mountain Seal. A comical scene unfolded. Tian Rong was seen controlling the Yin Mountain Seal, swaying it left and right to defend against the air, while a victorious smile spread across his face, and Gu Yuan stood quietly beside, watching him. Tian Rong's face bore a constant expression of scorn as he defended against the air alone, leaving the onlookers puzzled. Seeing that the opportunity had matured, Gu Yuan stepped behind Tian Rong. The latter seemed completely oblivious, still focused on defending against the front, as if trying hard to fend off. Seeing that the opportunity had matured, Gu Yuan stepped behind Tian Rong. The latter seemed completely oblivious, still focused on defending against the front, as if trying hard to fend off. How is this possible? How did you get behind me? Tian Rong exclaimed in shock, sending the Yin Mountain Seal flying from his hands without a second thought. Without any further words, Gu Yuan flashed and struck again. Puff! Like a ball, Tian Rong was slapped back and forth by Gu Yuan, and despite his strong physical defense, he was now spitting blood. I concede. After being sent flying by Gu Yuan for the second time, Tian Rong decisively chose to concede. He could not retrieve his Yin Mountain Seal in a short time. If Gu Yuan were to strike him with his sword, he would have lost his life. Tian Rong realized this and immediately chose to concede. In his view, he had already held out against this person for quite a while, and his true essence must have been severely depleted, giving Lin Mi-jun ample time. If she were to enter the arena, now her strength would surely be able to defeat this person. Tian Rong collected his treasures and left the stage, not caring about how others viewed him. Although his prolonged defense was somewhat embarrassing, he had exhausted Gu Yuan for a significant time, which was enough to be proud of. After Tian Rong left the stage, Gu Yuan looked at the remaining few and said, "Next one." Upon hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Tian Rong's face. Indeed, this person was arrogant, daring to challenge the next person even after being exhausted. Lin Mi-jun, with a cold expression, looked at Tian Rong with disdain and said, "Get lost." After that, she stood up and looked at Gu Yuan on the arena. Xianyin sect. Lin Mi-jun seeks guidance from senior brother Gu. Tian Rong's expression darkened upon hearing her reprimand. After helping him deplete Gu Xia's true essence, he had not even received a favorable glance. It seemed that his position as the male lead was in jeopardy. Just as he sat down, someone beside him inquired, "Tian Shidi, what were you doing on the arena just now? Why were you defending against thin air for so long?" "Against thin air? I was defending against that Gu Xia. He fought me fiercely for so long, and in the end, I don't know what kind of supernatural ability he used to come up behind me. It was under his sneak attack that I was defeated," Tian Rong replied. Upon hearing this, the questioner's expression twitched. If there had been a recording stone present, he would have wanted to show this person exactly what he had. On the arena, Lin Mi-jun's expression was icy. Gu Yuan's mockery of her Xianyin sect made her feel somewhat humiliated. As Tian Rong's master, Lin Mi-jun felt it was necessary to take revenge for him. As a candidate for the Holy Maiden of the Xianyin sect, she only needed to wait for the current Holy Maiden to abdicate before she could assume the position. Unlike ordinary true disciples, Lin Mi-jun was already capable of defeating early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Gu Yuan's previously displayed strength did not intimidate her in her eyes. He was merely average. "Please give me guidance, Gu Shixiao." With that, she took the initiative. The two iron chains in her hands danced like serpents, swirling left and right as they extended towards the sides of the arena. An eerie aura emerged around her, and the entire arena seemed to transform into a dark abyss under her influence. The chains, like soul-reaping locks, extended and transformed, with the sharp blades at their ends becoming piercing fangs, striking towards Gu Yuan from behind with a thunderous momentum, aiming to pierce him. This girl was clearly much stronger than the previous two. Gu Yuan sensed a dangerous feeling from her. Her speed of attack was extremely fast, and around her the darkness had already transformed into an abyss, rapidly consuming the space on the arena. Once affected by her, if the entire arena turned into a dark abyss, it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. The essence of nature emerged from Gu Yuan, and following his lead, the natural forces filled the arena once more, dispelling the encroaching darkness around it. The chain hidden within the darkness pierced through Gu Yuan's body directly, yet it passed straight through without causing him any harm. Go! Gu Yuan unleashed his small chaotic sword domain, while his main body had already flashed to one side of the arena, leaving only a phantasmal projection behind. As the small chaotic sword domain formed, the sword array capable of threatening early-stage nascent soul cultivators fell upon Lin Mi-jun. One of the iron chains in her hand rose, transforming into a protective net. Dark energy erupted from the chain, and the sword shadows falling from the air were dispelled into nothingness upon contact with the darkness. The law of darkness entering the dark meant merging with the darkness. Under the influence of the law's power, the small chaotic sword domain could not inflict any damage on her. Seeing this, Gu Yuan became much more cautious. This was the first person he had seen who mastered the power of laws at the Golden Core stage. The darkness law she wielded was evidently extraordinary. If shrouded in darkness, attacks would not harm her, how then could he achieve victory? Fortunately, this was on the arena, and it was daytime, which had some effect on her. If it were nighttime, this woman would be even more difficult to deal with. The small chaotic sword domain couldn't deal with her. This sword array seemed to have considerable attack power, but the actual attack power of each sword shadow was not high. Once absorbed into the darkness, they were easily dispelled. The best way to deal with darkness was with light. Gu Yuan took out his innate yin-yang sword. Although its quality was currently not as good as a spiritual weapon, its yin-yang attribute was more suitable against Lin Mi-jun. After Lin Mi-jun blocked Gu Yuan's small chaotic sword domain, she did not take the initiative to attack again. She only needed to completely envelop the entire arena space with her darkness to gain the upper hand. In the darkness, she was invincible. Gu Yuan also realized this. How could he let her have her way? The yin-yang sword in his hand erupted with dazzling brilliance, forming a beam of sword light that descended from above, slashing towards Lin Mi-jun in the darkness. Wherever the white light reached, the darkness retreated swiftly, as if the surface of water had been broken only to close in again. The sword that pierced the darkness was like a blade of light striking down into the abyss. Seeing this, Lin Mi-jun waved her hands, and the black iron chain in her grasp transformed into a raging serpent, its mouth wide open, aiming to swallow this light. The dark serpent opened its gaping maw and fiercely devoured the heavenly sword light. With a single blow, the arena erupted with a thunderous clash. After the sword of light was swallowed, it vanished into nothingness. It seemed to have neutralized Gu Yuan's attack, but Lin Mi-jun also suffered as the darkness around her dissipated significantly. So that's how it is. The exploratory strike yielded the result Gu Yuan desired. Lin Mi-jun's greatest reliance was the dark power emanating from her black iron chains. As long as the dark power was completely dissipated, defeating her would not be a problem. The yin-yang sword struck again. Let's see how you swallow this. Gu Yuan unleashed several sword strikes. Each beam of bright sword light contained the power of repetition, the light and shadow as unquenchable as the blazing sun. All directions became a domain of light. In the center of the arena, Lin Mi-jun, engulfed in darkness, resembled a mouse hiding in the shadows after dawn, appearing somewhat flustered in the face of so many blades of light. Damn it, the sunlight hidden in his sword intent is too overwhelming. Absorbing his attacks consumes too much of my energy. A thought flashed through Lin Mi-jun's mind, and then she directly summoned her trump card. No matter how bright your sword light is, I want to see how you fight when the entire sky is obscured by me. From Lin Mi-jun's body flew numerous black scales resembling her own body, swiftly rushing towards the sky. Then the scales scattered to form a canopy that obscured the heavens. The dazzling sword light struck these scales, passing through as if through a mirage. Once entering the darkness, the sword light was instantly reduced several times, turning dark gray, and its power diminished significantly. Is this the illusory law within the law of darkness? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Mi-jun's displayed strength surprised him. As expected of a candidate for the holy maiden of the Xianyin sect, she possessed two kinds of law powers. In the spectator seats, Li Feiyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Yaochen, the leader of the Xianyin sect. Your esteemed sect's Lin Jinchuan possesses considerable strength, yet she has not yet ascended to the position of saintess. He was somewhat frustrated with Jiang Yaochen for still occupying the position of the Xianyin sect's leader. If she abdicated, the current saintess would ascend to the position, and once Lin Mi-jun became the saintess, there would be no need for a battle with Gu Xia. Jiang Yaochen smiled slightly. What's the matter, junior brother Li? Are you anxious? Li Feiyu shook his head. Gu Xia has previously slain 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. His strength is far beyond that. What do I have to be anxious about? Then let's see what he is capable of against Lin Mi-jun. Jiang Yaochen wore a teasing smile. A few years ago, she had intended to abdicate. However, after the last true disciple conference of the Mingxin sect, she abandoned that idea. Since Gu Xia possessed the potential to become a saint's son, what harm was there in waiting a bit longer? Years ago, that heartless man from the Mingxin sect had caused her senior sister considerable suffering. It was said that Gu Xia was that man's disciple, and she would be quite pleased to see him fail at the Saint Son conference, unable to become the saint's son. Not only would it serve as revenge for her senior sister, but it would also deal a blow to the Mingxin sect. Therefore, even though Lin Mi-jun already possessed the strength of a saintess, she was in no hurry to make room for the two within the sect. On the arena, as Lin Mi-jun revealed her illusory laws, forming a veil of scales, the entire arena dimmed considerably. Fighting Lin Mi-jun in the darkness was extremely disadvantageous for Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan had no good way to break through Lin Mi-jun's illusory laws. Similar to the illusionary laws, Gu Yuan comprehended these illusory laws seemed to have a physical presence, yet were indeed illusory. They could only be broken through with the power of laws, otherwise one had to wait for the opponent to make contact. Gu Yuan had no means to deal with the power of laws. In this life, it was the first time he felt a sense of powerlessness in battle. At this moment, he also experienced that sense of helplessness that others felt when facing his own use of the power of laws. Now, to defeat Lin Mi-jun, there was only one method. That was to compete in consumption. She unleashed such vast dark power which must have also consumed a considerable amount of her energy. Let her be arrogant, once her strength was exhausted, he would naturally be able to defeat her. Gu Yuan immediately abandoned the use of the energy-consuming yin-yang sword for attack. Sheathing the yin-yang sword, Gu Yuan equipped a spiritual weapon, flying sword, and actively charged into the rapidly expanding darkness created by Lin Mi-jun. With the illusionary laws and natural intent activated simultaneously, Gu Yuan resembled a small fish plunging into water, merging seamlessly with the... Even Lin Mi-jun, who commanded the power of darkness, could only sense Gu Yuan's presence after just catching a glimpse. As soon as the black chains attacked, in the next moment his aura appeared in another location, darting around like a nimble and clever little fish. Let's see how long you can hide. Lin Mijuan unleashed her dual powers of laws, and the arena had now become her domain. In the darkness, she held absolute control, and was confident she could capture Gu Yuan. After securing 2 black chains, Lin Mijuan manifested 2 daggers, transforming into a nimble assassin within the shadows. She mockingly pursued Gu Yuan. Her speed of attack was faster than her use of the black chains. In the darkness, she could clearly sense Gu Yuan's aura. Even though he constantly created afterimages and shifted his position, Lin Mijuan could easily capture him. The two seemed like phantoms in the darkness, and in a flash they had already clashed several times. The clash of sword and dagger produced a crisp sound. Outside the arena, the son Yao Xinjuan, who was observing with divine sense, sat within his cave, dwelling his expressions. It's my fault that he is in this situation. A graceful figure floated in his mind. They had met in humble beginnings, both captured by the Mingxin sect and Xianin sect. When they met again, both had attained true disciple status. His masculine energy and her feminine aura created a mutual attraction. They had been together for quite some time. Son Yao Xinjuan gradually noticed something amiss. She was vying for his Yang Yuan energy. Every time a breeze passed, he would lose a significant amount of Yang Yuan, which was extremely detrimental to his cultivation. Eventually, he resolutely severed that relationship, ignoring her desperate pleas. In the end, that woman, turning love into hatred, schemed to lure son Yao Xinjuan out with the intent to kill him, but was instead slain by him. As a result, son Yao Xinjuan offended the Xianin sect and suffered greatly back then. He never expected that this karma would still fall upon his disciple today. He discerned Gu Yuan's intentions, but did not have high hopes. It would be exceedingly difficult to exhaust her in her own domain. In the arena with the protective array in place, ordinary spectators could only vaguely see the 2 figures flickering in the darkness. However, son Yao Xinjuan, who had been observing with divine sense, could see everything clearly. Gu Xia had already been injured. Lin Mijuan's dark body was indeed among the top ranks of all special physiques. The laws derived from her special physique were evidently much more compatible and powerful than the laws Gu Xia acquired from the nightmare realm. The illusionary laws Gu Xia utilized appeared as if they were non-existent in Lin Mijuan's eyes. In the spectator seats, Li Yunqi also subtly sensed something amiss. The power of laws Lin Mijuan demonstrated seemed to be connected to her physique. At this moment, Lin Mijuan could suppress Gu Xia. If he could also utilize his own unique physique to comprehend the power of laws, could he not defeat Gu Xia? In Li Yunqi's eyes, there was no one else, only Gu Xia, who had caused him to lose 3 matches. At this moment, he seemed to see hope. He stood up and left, no longer concerned about the outcome of the arena. Even if Gu Yuan were to lose to Lin Mijuan, so what? He still wouldn't be able to contend with Gu Xia for the position of Saint Sun. He needed to return and enter seclusion, comprehending the power of laws that belonged to him through his unique physique. In the spectator seats, all the members of the Mingxin sect also sensed the unfavorable turn of events. Gu Xia seemed to be at a disadvantage. How could he turn the tide in his opponent's domain? The Mingxin sect had finally found someone capable of becoming the Saint Sun, but would they really be defeated by outsiders? At this moment, Gu Yuan was indeed feeling the pressure as seen by outsiders. He had somewhat underestimated Lin Mijuan's strength in the darkness. In her eyes, the illusionary laws seemed non-existent. Had it not been for the natural intent surrounding him, preventing him from being affected by the dark power, it would have been difficult for him to engage Lin Mijuan calmly. However, once he launched his attack, it would be weakened by the surrounding dark power. The attack power of both sides was not on the same level. If this continued, defeat would only be a matter of time. For this Holy Sun conference, Gu Yuan had prepared numerous trump cards, yet in this darkness, he found himself unable to counterattack. Ordinary means were utterly insignificant before the laws of darkness. In the mastery of the laws, he clearly was no match for Lin Mijuan. The external force of the laws was always inferior to what he had comprehended himself. At this moment, several thoughts surfaced in Gu Yuan's mind. If he were to be defeated, then this Holy Sun Conference would become a mere joke. Although the Holy Sun Conference was not like the True Inheritance Conference, where defeat meant that the Mingxin sect would have to sacrifice resources meant for cultivating their Holy Sun to the opponent. However, it was foreseeable that once he was defeated, the attitude of the high elders within the sect would surely change. Currently, his status within the Mingxin sect relied entirely on the backing of Yang Yao Xinjuan. If he were to lose in this Holy Sun Conference, it would inevitably lead to a collapse, and others in the sect would no longer regard his identity. The prize pool accumulated by the Fuxia token in the hands of Shangxia would also come under scrutiny. These matters placed considerable pressure on Gu Yuan. In the darkness, Gu Yuan continually flickered, each time his figure barely materializing, only to be met by the cold gleam of Lin Mijuan's dagger. In this dark environment, his divine sense was severely diminished, making it impossible to capture Lin Mijuan's position. She resembled a queen in the darkness, ruling over everything within it. For the first time, Gu Yuan experienced the terrifying nature of a special constitution. Unlike the still immature special constitution of Li Yunqi, Lin Mi Jun had evidently developed hers to an incredibly terrifying level. Gu Yuan, like Li Yunqi, had not been cultivating for long. Both of them had suffered greatly in this regard. If he had ample time, Gu Yuan believed that once he comprehended his own sword path laws, he wouldn't appear so embarrassed against the laws of darkness. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The pressure from the Jisheng sect, the expectations of Yang Yaojinjun, and the urging of Li Feiyu compelled Gu Yuan to step forward. Thinking of Li Yunqi, a sudden realization struck Gu Yuan. Why should he care so much about this Holy Sun conference? What does it matter if he truly ascends to the position of Holy Sun? Besides gaining the opportunity to be cultivated by the Jisheng sect, what else could he obtain? Once he became the Holy Sun, then what? Would he have to continuously defeat opponents to maintain his status as a prodigy even after arriving at the Jisheng sect? Why couldn't he, like Li Yunqi, simply be a true disciple in peace? There are countless prodigies in the world. Did he have to defeat everyone? In the darkness, Lin Mi Jun noticed the change in Gu Yuan's expression, and a smile crept onto her lips. In the realm covered by my darkness, the distractions in your heart will be magnified infinitely. You must be feeling quite uncomfortable now. Seize the opportunity to take your life. Lin Mi Jun's attack methods grew even more ferocious. Just as Gu Yuan had anticipated, upon entering the darkness, maintaining two types of law powers for an extended period was extremely taxing for her. If she couldn't quickly deal with Gu Yuan, she would ultimately be the one to lose. In the darkness, Gu Yuan's inner distractions were magnified infinitely, causing his mind to be ensnared and his counterattacks naturally slowed. In just a moment, the cold light emanating from Lin Mi Jun's dagger inflicted multiple wounds on Gu Yuan. His white robe was already torn, revealing numerous bloodstains. At this moment, Gu Yuan was still pondering. It seemed he had undergone a significant change in mentality due to repeatedly defeating opponents within the Mingxin sect. He had become somewhat contemptuous of ordinary people, a bit arrogant. He had been quite cautious when he first arrived at the Mingxin sect. When had he started to become so proud? It began after returning from the Nightmare Realm, when he defeated the Golden Core Li Yunqi with his foundation establishment Cultivation. At that time, he was already the first among the new generation of the Mingxin sect, having the audacity to challenge 40 Golden Core cultivators. Gu Yuan broke into a cold sweat. To have reached his level of cultivation, yet unconsciously undergone a shift in mindset, was quite Today on the arena, even if both sides fought to the bitter end, there would be no life-threatening dangers, as this concerned the face of both sects. If this were a life-and-death duel, Gu Yuan would likely find himself regretting it here. Where did the cautious and meticulous version of me go? Why not keep my trump cards hidden? Why expose everything at the slightest show of strength? If I hadn't used my strongest methods to defeat 40 opponents in the last true inheritance conference, today's situation would not have arisen. I would still have had plenty of time to develop. My pride had influenced me, making me believe I was inherently the first of the new generation. There are always stronger people beyond the mountains, and this mindset will lead to destruction. If I continue like this, I will surely perish one day. I am different from others. Do I have ample time to ascend to the celestial path? This damned sense of pride nearly ruined me. Gu Yuan's expression darkened, as in this moment he had already been wounded multiple times due to failing to defend against Lin Mi Jun's attacks. Blood had already dripped onto the arena floor. Lin Mi Jun pressed her advantage, and her attacks grew increasingly fierce, while Gu Yuan's counterattacks slowly weakened. Even if I were to lose, so what? I am still a true disciple of the sect. What does it matter if some outsiders covet my possessions? Relying on resources obtained through backing is never truly one's own. That windfall shouldn't belong to a Golden Core cultivator. Like Li Yunqi, relying on resources gained from the Yunsheng Association's blood servant business is more than enough to sustain my cultivation. Why should I scheme for ill-gotten gain? Pride drives one to madness. To bring about its downfall, let it sink into insanity. Gu Yuan felt as though an invisible hand was influencing his. He had become overly concerned with his current gains and losses, forgetting that when he first arrived at the Mingxin sect, his initial thought was merely to survive. Now, even if he were to lose on this arena, he would still live well as a true disciple of the sect. Despite outsiders having opinions about him or seizing some benefits from him, they would not pose a threat to his life. Temporary gains and losses mean nothing. What I pursue is long-term eternity. At this moment, a wave of enlightenment arose in Gu Yuan's heart. The fierce look in his eyes faded, and his mindset was elevated. No matter how battered he was, as long as he fought for the sect until the very end, even if he lost, no one could say anything. After his mindset was uplifted, all of Gu Yuan's chaotic thoughts dissipated. Under the cover of Lin Mi Jun's abyss of darkness, the method that influenced his mindset not only failed to destroy it, but instead facilitated a transformation. At this moment, Gu Yuan's defensive stance regained its strength. He now viewed the outcome of this battle with tranquility, simply needing to fight until the end, allowing the sect to see his effort. The reason humans can become the masters of heaven and earth is that they can continually grow. By reflecting on their mistakes and failures, they can achieve a certain degree of growth. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt a transformation in his state of mind, feeling invigorated. Facing Lin Mi-jun's attack in the darkness no longer seemed so. Although he had suffered many injuries due to the distractions in his heart after stabilizing his footing, it became increasingly difficult for Gu Yuan to be harmed again. The injuries he sustained were the price he paid for his own pride. Gu Yuan's transformation left Lin Mi-jun utterly astonished. Clearly his state of mind had been thrown into chaos just before, and he was on the verge of defeat under her assault. How could he stabilize himself so quickly? What on earth is this person thinking? Maintaining the power of two major laws was exhausting for Lin Mi-jun. She had thought she would quickly overwhelm him, but unexpectedly he recovered. In this darkness, she had been unable to quickly subdue Gu Yuan. At this moment her own state of mind seemed somewhat chaotic. The leader of the Xianyin sect, Jiang Yaotzen, had made a promise to her. As long as she could defeat the Saint Sun of the Ming God sect at this Saint Sun conference, she would step down once she returned, allowing the current saintess of the Xianyin sect to ascend, while she would take the position of saintess and go to Jisheng sect for training. Everything had been going well, and she believed she could take him down, but now Gu Yuan seemed like an unkillable cockroach, becoming increasingly adept at defense, which made Lin Mi-jun anxious. If she could not subdue Gu Yuan in this darkness once she could no longer hold on, and the power of darkness dissipated, she would surely be no match for him. Lin Mi-jun understood this point very well. At this moment she desperately wanted to intensify her attack, hoping to defeat Gu Yuan, who was engulfed in darkness, but the more anxious she became, the more chaotic it appeared. Gu Yuan's defense became increasingly stable. He no longer moved from his position, standing there with his sword, listening attentively to all directions, able to block any attack coming from anywhere. The sword in his hand became more and more manageable, and a faint understanding of the sword path principles began to arise in Gu Yuan's heart. He had struggled for a long time to grasp the sword path principles, but had failed to break through. Now, after his state of mind transformed, Gu Yuan seemed to grasp the beginnings of the sword path principles. The sword is a weapon. Any intent added to it enhances its power. But what about the sword's inherent power? The sword is pure, just as Gu Yuan is currently defending solely with the sword in his hand. He used sword techniques without any added intent. Only the purest sword can reveal the essence of the sword. A surge of understanding regarding the sword path's blade principles flooded into Gu Yuan's heart. The aura emitted by the sword in his hand grew increasingly sharp. The pure sword, the pure blade, cuts through all injustices. The blade principles erupting from Gu Yuan's sword caught Lin Mi-jun off guard. Even though he had just comprehended the sword path principles and had not yet reached a minor success, this was uniquely Gu Yuan's. It was not borrowed like the principles he had brought back from the nightmare realm. This blade principle could still inflict significant damage on Lin Mi-jun, even in the darkness. In her haste to break through, she was wounded by the suddenly appearing sword path. This was the first time she had been injured since their battle began. The pure sword path's blade principles were conveyed to her body through her dagger. The aura of the cutting blade had been dissipating for quite some time. Gu Yuan stood still, quietly listening to the sounds around him. In this dark environment, being immobile to respond to countless changes was evidently better than his previous frantic movements. His perception here was not as sharp as Lin Mi-jun's. Whether fleeing or dodging, she could easily detect him. It was better to wait quietly for a counterattack. Facing Gu Yuan, who possessed the blade principles, Lin Mi-jun no longer dared to engage in close combat. In the darkness, her ambush speed was extremely fast, but if she failed to deliver a fatal blow and gave him a chance to counterattack, the danger would instead fall upon her. Seizing the moment while her true essence could still support her, a frenzied look flashed in Lin Mi-jun's eyes. Even if it might kill you and affect the relationship between our two sects today, I must defeat you. No one can stop me from ascending to Saintess. I have waited too long for this. She abandoned the close-quarters dagger fighting style. With a wave of her hands, two black iron chains hidden in the darkness flew into her grasp. Die! With her full power unleashed, a fierce aura erupted from the two black iron chains. Like divine whips of annihilation, the chains swept across the entire dark area as Lin Mi-jun swung them. Gu Yuan, who had remained still, did not wait for Lin Mi-jun's attack, but instead sensed a deadly crisis. Without hesitation, he activated the illusionary law within him again, propelling himself into the air. Looking down, he saw two long whips resembling the bodies of giant pythons sweeping through the darkness. In the next moment, two long whips formed from the black iron chains surged towards Gu Yuan in midair. The black iron chains rattled, resembling two giant pythons with gaping maws rushing towards Gu Yuan in the air. The twisted chain formation below, formed by the black iron chains, entirely blocked Gu Yuan's escape route downward. Golden core cultivators can briefly float using external assistance, but it cannot be sustained for long. Lin Mi-jun was well aware of this. Within the attack range of the two black iron chains, she had sealed off all of Gu Yuan's routes to the ground. At this moment, Gu Yuan's body was suspended in midair. Even though he could fly away on his sword, he would definitely not be faster than Lin Mijun's attacking black iron chains. Having stayed too long in the darkness, you really think you are the master here, able to do as you please. Gu Yuan was currently suspended in midair. Although the area was covered by the heavenly scales above, the power of darkness here had dimmed to the point of being almost non-existent compared to below. Lin Mijun formed a chain formation with the two black iron chains, while Gu Yuan also had a sword formation. In an instant, 108 third-tier magic swords appeared around Gu Yuan, launching a chaotic sword domain directly against Lin Mijun's chain formation. Upon collision, an intense burst of light erupted. To block and weaken such a multitude of sword shadows, Lin Mijun's consumption was equally At the moment the sword formation clashed with the chain formation, Lin Mijun's face turned pale. The dual law power she had maintained had suddenly lost its sustaining force at that instant. The heavenly scales in the sky fell like raindrops, and the darkness below was struck by sword light, creating a void. The chain formation composed of the two black iron chains was firmly pinned to the ground under the relentless sword rain. The dark area maintained by Lin Mijun also began to dissipate. Having sustained the dual laws for such a long time, Lin Mijun had exhausted too much true essence. At this moment, facing Gu Yuan's strongest attack, she was unable to completely weaken and block it. Under the collapse, the entire dark area crumbled. Damn it, why could he recover his state of mind so quickly under the influence of the dark abyss? I was so close to winning, why could he come back? What on earth is he thinking? Lin Mijun, whose situation had turned dire, let out a desperate roar. In a world shrouded in darkness, she was unable to defeat Gu Yuan. Now her true essence had nearly been depleted. Even if she still had some strength left to activate the dark laws and reconstitute the abyss of darkness, how long could she hold on? Lin Mijun stood on the stage with a grim expression, revealing her unwillingness. Senior brother Gu, your methods are impressive, I concede. Lin Mijun's choice to admit defeat brought a sigh of relief to Gu Yuan. This woman was truly formidable. She had prepared herself for defeat, but unexpectedly, through her transformation of mindset, she comprehended her own sword path. Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel the unpredictability of life. After Lin Mijun left the stage, Gu Yuan chose not to continue the challenge. He sat cross-legged on the ground, taking out a few pills to restore his depleted true essence and injuries. This battle was incredibly arduous for him. He was wounded in multiple places, and his white robe was stained with blood in many areas. Lin Mijun's performance left Jiang Yaochen, the master of the Xianyin sect, seated at the main stage looking extremely grim. In order to hinder the Mingxin sect, she had suppressed her cultivation, delaying her advancement to the transformation phase, and occupied the position of sect master for several years. Yet this effort yielded no results. Sister Jiang, thank you for your consideration. It seems our holy son is indeed superior. This Lin Jinchuan possesses quite remarkable strength. In my opinion, she is already qualified to be a saintess. The Xianyin sect is truly filled with talents, yet such strength still occupies a position of true inheritance. Li Feiyu's face broke into a smile. He had initially thought the Mingxin sect would be embarrassed, but did not expect Gu Xia to hold her ground. At this moment, he cared little for his own dignity and directly mocked Jiang Yaochen for clinging to power and refusing to step down, suppressing the talents within the sect. If you can't even defeat this person, how can you be the saintess of our Xianyin sect? Jiang Yaochen snorted coldly and turned her head away. Seeing this, Li Feiyu did not say anything more. He looked towards the two sect masters of the Tai Sui sect and the Qimeng sect. Masterly sect leader, surely your disciples are not also at the level of Holy Sun like Sister Jiang, right? Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the otherwise calm faces of the two. The Qimeng sect's Yichanga said, I am ashamed to say that our true disciples are not as strong as Sister Jiang's. Congratulations to Junior Brother Li. Our Qimeng sect acknowledges the qualification of your Holy Son. The master of the Tai Sui sect Li Yulong also said, I acknowledge this Holy Son from the Tai Sui sect, as well. With such strength, the true disciples within our sect will surely not dare to challenge him on stage. Congratulations, Junior Brother Li. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, not everyone is like the Xianyin sect, hiding true disciples with Holy Sun-level strength. Masterly sect leader, surely your disciples are not also at the level of Holy Sun like Sister Jiang, right? Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the otherwise calm faces of the In the spectator seats, the Holy Son of the Wuji sect Ji Xingyuan watched Gu Yuan on the stage with great interest. After 3 consecutive battles, he acknowledged Gu Yuan's strength. This person was qualified to be his companion in the 9-yu sacred domain. On the stage, Gu Yuan briefly recovered and looked towards the people from the Tai Sui sect and Qimeng sect, the only ones who had not yet come up to challenge. Who else wishes to come up for a battle? The four true disciples from the Tai Sui sect and Chi Ming sect stood up simultaneously. Senior Brother Gu, your skills are remarkable. I admire you. Congratulations on ascending to the position of Holy Son. We will not fight. Congratulations, Senior Brother Gu. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a sense of relief. Compared to these seasoned true disciples, his cultivation time was far too short. After just one battle with Lin Mijuan, Gu Yuan realized the problem. If the upcoming challenges were all like Lin Mijuan, he would have to give up this Holy Son position. Fortunately, not everyone was like Lin Mijuan. With the abandonment of the challenge by the Tai Sui sect and Chi Ming sect, this Holy Son conference passed without significant incident. Gu Yuan thus gained a new identity as the Holy Son of the Ming Shun sect Gu Xia. After the conference concluded, Li Feiyu informed Gu Yuan that he had 3 years before he needed to go to the extreme sacred sect to enter the 9 sacred domain. After speaking, he went on to detail the matters regarding the 9 sacred domain. After hearing this, Gu Yuan felt somewhat speechless about his previous self. Entering the 9 sacred domain were not only the talents from subordinate sects like theirs in the eastern region, but also the affiliated forces from other extreme sacred sects in the northern region, as well as the talents from the extreme sacred sect itself. Compared to them, the 5 demonic sects of the eastern region seemed like a remote place. Within the 9 sacred domain there were abundant opportunities, but at the same time dangerous existences. Previously he had been so arrogant that he had not considered these matters at all. Arrogance and inflated pride had indeed caused him harm. The ship had sailed, Gu Yuan now had no choice but to go along with it. Deep down, Gu Yuan had already begun to contemplate hiding his abilities. Even if he could gain immense rewards in the 9 sacred domain, he would no longer reveal his brilliance. Now being able to ascend to the position of Holy Son was entirely due to the power of the laws he obtained in the Nightmare Realm. However, his success in acquiring the power of the laws in the Nightmare Realm was primarily due to the special means of LV Ling. Otherwise, Gu Yuan could have easily faced multiple rebirths in the Nightmare Realm. If it weren't for the various powers of the laws he obtained there, Gu Yuan might not even surpass Li Yu. Now that he had taken the position of Holy Son, it was already quite an achievement. Moving forward, Gu Yuan decided not to put too much pressure on himself. With his feet firmly on the ground, taking one step at a time, his path as a cultivator would be steadier. Continuously pursuing power and status would eventually lead to a point. After the Holy Son conference, although Gu Yuan had ascended to the position of Holy Son of the Ming Shin sect, he became considerably more low-key. Under his deliberate control, the prize pool of the Fuxia token in the summer festival gradually shrank from over 100 million. A portion was taken by those fortunate enough. A portion was obtained by members of the summer festival themselves. Once the prize pool of the Fuxia token shrank to 40 million, Gu Yuan finally stopped. Leaving this as an enticing reserve for purchases was sufficient. The resources he had previously obtained were not all left to gather dust in his storage bag. Aside from continuously purchasing the blood essence required by LV Ling, he procured a substantial number of magical artifacts, spiritual tools, and pills. There were very few alchemists and artifact refiners within the Ming Shin sect, and those who were generally could only advance to the 3rd tier before stopping. Therefore, the prices of high-level magical artifacts, spiritual tools, and advanced pills remained high. Most of these items were procured from the northern region. The resources Gu Yuan obtained over the years seemed considerable, but after a single shopping spree, his spirit stone resources were completely depleted, leaving him with less than 10 million. Regarding this, Gu Yuan felt no fluctuation in his heart. Enhancing his strength was far better than letting it gather dust. Having just become the Holy Son of the sect, Li Feiyu did not grant him the authority to manage sect affairs, instead burdening him with trivial matters, allowing him to focus on preparing for the journey to the 9 sacred domain. Gu Yuan was also happy with this, as he closed himself off in his cave dwelling, exploring the newly comprehended blade law. Time always seems to pass quickly for a cultivator in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have gone by. During this period, many events have transpired. Firstly, Jiang Yaochen, the leader of the Xianyin sect, stepped down, and the current Saintess Ma Zining took over, followed by Lin Mijuan ascending to become the Saintess of the Xianyin sect. Due to her performance at the Holy Sun conference of the Mingxin sect, no one dared to challenge her at the Saintess conference, and she calmly assumed the role of Saintess of the Xianyin sect. Secondly, since its appearance on the Spirit Realm battlefield, Green Spirit's identity has been made public within the Mingxin sect after Elder Lu spotted it. Li Feiyu issued a token of the Mingxin sect to it, making Green Spirit a member of the Mingxin sect. After becoming the Spirit Beast Elder officially recognized by the Mingxin sect, Green Spirit's treatment has greatly improved. Those who failed to complete sect tasks, those who betrayed the sect, and those unable to repay debts have largely become blood thralls for Green Spirit to draw blood from daily. Now, even without spending money to purchase vital blood, Green Spirit has an inexhaustible supply. This point has brought it immense satisfaction. Now anyone from the Ming-Shin sect who sees it must refer to it as Elder Green. There are still 6 months before the Juyo sacred domain of the Jisheng sect opens. Gu Yuan needs to head to the Jisheng sect in advance to prepare. On this day in the magnificent cave dwelling, Wei Yi smiled and invited Gu Yuan to sit at the stone table. Upon arriving at the Jisheng sect, do not worry, my grandfather the corpse fiend great master is there. Once you arrive, he will protect you. This is a small gift I prepared for you to give to him upon your arrival at the Jisheng sect. As he spoke, Wei Yi handed Gu Yuan a storage bag. Gu Yuan did not check the items inside. After receiving the bag, he nodded and said, "Rest assured, master." Wei Yi felt extremely pleased at this moment. Ever since Gu Yuan became the holy son of the sect, he has visited friends within the Ming-Shin sect much more often. He has firmly established the reputation of the holy master. Whether he will have the opportunity to go to the Jisheng sect in the future is uncertain, but now his disciple can go there, which allows his grandfather to see that Wei Yi has not brought shame to the Wei family. The northern region is vastly different from the eastern region, as its territory is extremely expansive. Traveling to the Jisheng sect by spirit boat will take at least half a year. Fortunately, deep within the eastern region, the Qi Ming sect possesses a teleportation array leading to the Jisheng sect, allowing for direct travel. After arranging some trivial matters within the Ming-Shin sect, Gu Yuan set off alone on the spirit boat to the Qi Ming sect. Green Spirit stayed within the Ming-Shin sect. Gu Yuan would have to enter the Juyo sacred domain at the Jisheng sect, and could not take it with him, so it was better to leave it in the sect. The spirit boat Gu Yuan was currently riding was a premium spirit boat specially crafted by the Ming-Shin sect, adorned with the sect's unique insignia, flying high above the eastern region where no one dared to provoke it. Half a month later, Gu Yuan arrived at the Qi Ming sect. The Qi Ming sect is located deep in the eastern region, not far from the Xiantian sect, which is firmly sealed by the protective sect formation. Upon arriving here, flying high in the sky, Gu Yuan could see the golden gleam of the massive protective array. The Qi Ming sect was already aware of Gu Yuan's arrival. At this moment, an elder of the Qi Ming sect approached Gu Yuan from a distance. "Welcome, Holy Son Gu. I apologize for not greeting you sooner." Elder Xin approached Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan pointed towards the east and asked, "Is that the legendary Xiantian sect?" Elder Xin nodded. "That's right, over there is the Xiantian sect. Their people have long been exterminated, yet the protective sect formation remains unbroken. It is said that this formation originates from the Immortal realm. Even the Su Xian of the Jisheng sect could not break it, and we can only watch and wait for the day this formation loses its sentience." Lose its sentience? Gu Yuan mused silently, fearing that he would wait until the ends of time and never see the formation lose its sentience. Instead, he might face a counterattack from the Xiantian sect. Gu Yuan has always been wary of Zhua Xingyan within the Xiantian sect. This person possesses considerable ability, and if he continues to hold a dominant position in the Xiantian sect, one day, it will surely rise again. At that time, another battle between righteous and demonic forces will erupt. Holy Son Gu Ji Yuan of the Wuji sect has arrived yesterday and is currently in our sect's great dream realm. The Saintess Lin of the Xianyin sect has not yet arrived. Would you like to experience the great dream realm? Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a spark of interest. Each of the 5 demonic sects in the eastern region possesses a unique location. The Yuming Abyss within the Ming-Shin sect can manifest grievances, and although Gu Yuan has heard about the function of the Great Dream Realm, he has not experienced it. "Then I will trouble Elder Xin to lead the way." Gu Yuan also did not stand on ceremony. Elder Xin led Gu Yuan to the Great Dream Realm of the Qi Ming sect, saying, "Holy Son Gu, within this Great Dream Realm, you can choose to experience life autonomously. I believe you're already aware of this, so I won't elaborate further. You can experience it here for up to 1 month, after which you must depart for the Jisheng sect." Gu Yuan nodded and stepped into the Great Dream Realm. This realm is extremely beneficial for honing one's heart. Its function is somewhat similar to the 9th trial of the ascending Immortal platform in the Xiantian sect, but here one can freely choose their life path, and whether to retain memory. The flow of time in the dream realm is different from that in the outside world. Living decades in here only takes a single day in the outside world. Gu Yuan's heart is extremely stable, and he does not need to rely on dreams to experience life and enhance his life experiences. He plans to use this opportunity to sharpen a pure sword technique. At the Holy Sun Conference, relying on a pure sword, Gu Yuan comprehended the blade law. Gaining further insights into the pure sword through the dream realm would also benefit his. The Great Dream Realm does not possess extraordinary powers like the 9th trial of the ascending Immortal platform in the Xiantian sect. Here the power can only reach the limits of the mundane world. Upon entering the Great Dream Realm, Gu Yuan chose to enter the world of martial artists with a fragment of his consciousness walking the path of a solitary swordsman. After setting up his life trajectory, a fragment of Gu Yuan's consciousness entered the illusion, while his sea of consciousness was shrouded in a layer of mist. He saw a world in which a newborn baby was born in a large mansion. This perspective was strange. Yuan could tell that this newborn baby was the embodiment of his consciousness, yet he could not influence it from afar. Like a mirage, it could be seen, but not touched. Only after this life is lived and consciousness returns can Yuan gain all the experiences of this life. After the baby was born, his wealthy father named him Wang Fugui, hoping for him to lead a prosperous life. The bewildered baby at this moment had no idea of the troubles this name would bring him in the future. On the occasion of the child's first birthday, his wealthy father prepared gold ingots, a golden abacus, a golden pen, calligraphy, and painting a replica of an official seal, a wooden sword, and various toys. At 1 year old, Wang Fugui crawled on the mat, and without hesitation reached for the wooden sword. It seemed as if he was destined to love swords. Seeing his son grasp the broken sword during the ceremony, his wealthy father Wang Youcai angrily snatched it away and threw it far away, hoping his son would choose again. However, Wang Fugui once again seized the wooden sword. Wang Youcai sighed helplessly and ordered the servants to collect these items, cursing that the ceremony was utterly inaccurate. His son was meant to inherit his vast fortune, and how could he become a swordsman? As Wang Fugui grew older, his performance increasingly disappointed Wang Youcai. He had no interest in luxurious food and clothing, nor did he love toys like other children. Each day he clung to his wooden sword, pestering the household guards to teach him swordsmanship. Wang Fugui's talent for swordsmanship was remarkable. By the age of 10, he could spar with the guards in the manor for several rounds without being defeated. Wang Youcai no longer wished to concern himself with his legitimate son. His wife had been injured during childbirth and had not conceived again, so he married several concubines. By the age of 13, the guards in the manor were no longer his opponents, and he turned his gaze towards the martial arts halls within the city. Young Wang Fugui challenged everyone in the local martial arts halls. After a battle, Wang Fugui's fame spread throughout the city. Everyone said he would become a formidable swordsman in the future. Unsatisfied with his current situation, Wang Fugui left the small town alone to seek out masters to enhance his swordsmanship. Along the way, he encountered many people. There were chivalrous heroes who helped the poor and punished the rich. There were flower-picking thieves. There were gentlemen from reputable sects. There were enlightened monks who had seen. The young man dressed in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse became known as the Fugui swordsman, gradually gaining recognition among the people of the martial world. Wang Fugui wielded his sword, roaming the Jianghu, eager to find a master to learn swordsmanship. However, his exceptional talent for swordsmanship meant that after each master, it wouldn't be long before Wang Fugui had completely mastered their skills. After apprenticing with several masters in succession, Wang Fugui realized that there was no one left who could teach him swordsmanship. He began his solitary journey of self-discovery in swordsmanship. Years later, having integrated the unique techniques of several masters, Wang Fugui independently created a new swordsmanship style. With this style, he embarked on the path of challenging powerful opponents. With just one sword, he searched for masters throughout the Jianghu. The number of those who fell beneath his sword increased, and his name became exceedingly renowned in the martial world. A young woman with dreams of the Jianghu wished to follow in Wang Fugui's footsteps, but he coldly rejected her, believing that a woman would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword. Years later, there was no one in the Jianghu who could match Wang Fugui. The feeling of solitary invincibility made him incredibly lonely. On a snow-capped mountain, he stood alone with his sword, once again beginning his journey of self-discovery in swordsmanship. 10 years later, he descended from the mountain only to find his swordsmanship had hit a bottleneck. He returned to the small town where he was born. At this time, Wang Youcai was already in his twilight years. Wang Fugui's several younger brothers were very wary upon his return, constantly worrying that he might take everything from them, as he was the legitimate eldest son. Wang Fugui looked down on this. He merely wanted to return home and take a look. After returning home, he found that this place was no longer familiar to him. Not only were his younger brothers wary of him, but even his father was cautious. Wang Youcai had been a businessman all his life. He didn't want his family business to be destroyed by Wang Fugui. A wanderer in the Jianghu might encounter enemies and perish, leaving the family assets to Wang Fugui made him uneasy. Wang Fugui had no intention of returning to fight for family assets. He left again alone after only a few days. Rumors in the Jianghu said that there was a giant dragon by the eastern sea that would periodically invade to capture mortals. Having no opponents left, Wang Fugui wished to go east to seek the giant dragon to see if that so-called dragon could provide him with pressure to further enhance. After a long wait, Wang Fugui finally encountered the giant dragon. He stood before a small town, one man and one sword, ready to engage the dragon. Wang Fugui fearlessly fought the dragon with his sword, but the dragon's power was beyond what a mere martial artist could contend with. In the end, he was no match for the dragon and met his demise in its jaws. After Wang Fugui's life came to an end, Yuan's consciousness returned. In Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness, all the insights and experiences of Wang Fugui's life appeared. Unlike what he saw with his eyes, it felt as if he had switched perspectives. He could clearly sense Wang Fugui's thoughts and realizations at every stage of his life. The swordsmanship that Wang Fugui comprehended throughout his life was not particularly profound for Gu Yuan. It merely added some pure understanding of swordsmanship. Gu Yuan felt slightly disappointed. After selecting a new life trajectory, a fragment of consciousness entered into the grand dreamland. He still chose the path of the swordsman, but the world he was in had changed. Time and time again, he cast his consciousness into the grand dreamland to train. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yuan had already witnessed the experiences of over 10 lifetimes. The swords of ordinary martial artists brought Gu Yuan little insight, yet each small realization granted him new ideas. The way of the sword is not only about killing, sometimes it is also about protection. Standing in the grand dreamland, he chose not to continue pouring his consciousness into life training, but instead he continuously contemplated this idea. 10 days later, Gu Yuan exited the grand dreamland. Outside, Ji Xingyuan watched Gu Yuan with great interest. Seeing him still in a contemplative state, he couldn't help but jest, "Gu Xingzi, what's wrong? Are you immersed in the illusion?" He understood Gu Yuan's past. This person had been cultivating for a century, less than him, naturally lacking in life experience compared to himself. Entering the grand dreamland was merely a way to pass time and enjoy life, unlike Gu Yuan, who would become absorbed in it. He did not understand that Gu Yuan was not pondering the life insights within the illusion, but his understanding of the way of the sword. He had a premonition that if he could grasp the principles of the protective sword, his swordsmanship would become exceedingly formidable in defense. In past encounters with opponents, the best defense had always been offense. In swordsmanship, defensive techniques were extremely rare. Even when Gu Yuan had intentionally leaned towards this aspect, he had only comprehended a single technique, the Xuanwu sword intent. Aside from that, he had not comprehended any other defensive sword intentions. Through the insights gained from different lives in the grand dreamland, Gu Yuan developed a new understanding of the protective sword, and he aimed to understand the principles of his own protective sword. Ji Xingzi is joking. How could a mere illusion trouble my mind? Gu Yuan, about to head to the Jixing sect, ceased his contemplation of the protective sword, his eyes regaining their clarity. Seeing this, Ji Xingyuan said, "Let's go. Lin Mijuan is already waiting at the teleportation array. This time we three will head to the Jixing sect together, and once we arrive we will certainly form an alliance." The two arrived at the teleportation array leading from the Qimong sect to the Jixing sect. The newly appointed saintess of the Xian-In sect, Lin Mijuan, displayed a hint of resentment in her eyes upon seeing Gu Yuan. Although she had achieved her dream of becoming the saintess, she had paid a great price for it, after losing to Gu Yuan in battle. Seeing the look in Lin Mijuan's eyes, a chill flashed through Gu Yuan's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. "Junior sister Lin, congratulations on your promotion to saintess. I hope you do not hold any grudges against me for my previous actions to secure the position of the Holy Sun." Lin Mijuan suppressed the resentment in her eyes, revealing a shy smile. "Senior brother Gu, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. I lin am no match for you. My defeat is merely due to my lack of skill. How could I dare to blame you? It is good that junior sister Lin does not take it to heart. This time the three of us are heading to the Jixing sect, and we must unite as partners in the Geo Holy Domain, representing our eastern region. If you harbor any resentment against me for past events and cause our 5 sects to lose face at the Jixing sect, then I, Gu Xia, would be the sinner." "What young Master Gu said is indeed correct," Ji Xingyuan remarked with a gentle smile as he looked at the two. "This time we represent the 5 sects of the eastern region. If there are any misunderstandings between us, we can resolve them at the Sacred Demon Conference when we return." Lin Mijuan's shyness grew deeper as she said, "You two are joking. How could I, Lin, be the kind of person who lacks perspective?" Gu Yuan and Ji Xingyuan did not say anything further. An elder from the Qimong sect watched this scene with a smile on his face. "I wish the three of you could bring back some honor for our 5 sects in the eastern region. Previously most of us went alone and were bullied by those over there, so it all depends on you three now." After saying this, he activated the teleportation array. "Please step onto the teleportation array, and it will transport you to the Jixing sect." The three stepped onto the array. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they felt the force of teleportation. The next moment they found themselves in a valley. New arrivals come here to register. A divine sense swept over them, revealing an expressionless old man in gray, sitting in a small palace not far from the teleportation array. The three looked at the old man, but found they could not sense his specific cultivation level. Gu Yuan felt an aura of authority emanating from the gray-clothed elder, a feeling he had only experienced in the presence of the true monarch Yang Yao. This man was a cultivator at the transformation stage. The three did not dare to be negligent and hurried to the small palace. "Senior, we come from the eastern region." Ji Xingyuan spoke first. "I don't care where you come from. Anyone using the teleportation array at this time is likely heading to the Geo Holy Domain. Hand over your token so I can record your aura, or otherwise as soon as you leave this valley the sect's protective array will obliterate you. The three obediently took out their Holy Sun tokens. The Holy Sun tokens contained the essence blood of the three. Once the token's information was recorded, if they fell here, not only would their sect in the eastern region know, but the Jixing sect would also be informed. After recording the aura from the tokens, the gray-clothed elder looked at the three and said, "Let me remind you that once you leave this valley and enter the sect, you can only move within the guest area. Do not cause trouble. Winning will cost the sect money, and losing could cost you your lives." The three nodded in agreement. They had heard some stories about the Jixing sect's way of doing things before arriving. Compared to the Jixing sect, the rules within the 5 sects of the eastern region were as gentle as sheep. In the Jixing sect, the only standard for measurement was money. With money you can do as you please. In broad daylight you could kill someone without anyone intervening. Compensation would be based on the opponent's strength and value. If you could afford it, everything would be fine. If not, you would suffer the consequences. The three left the teleportation valley and arrived at a mountainside. Surrounding them were clouds and mist swirling like a light veil, with scattered palaces stacked along the mountainside resembling an immortal's abode under the haze. A winding blue stone staircase rose up, appearing like the spine of a dragon from a distance. This was the guest area for the Jixing sect to host outsiders. At first glance it seemed like a palace of immortals. Although the Jixing sect is the leader of the demonic sects in the world, it has always regarded itself as a sacred sect. The architecture within the sect appears even more righteous than that of the orthodox sects. The three each received their temporary residences. As they stepped up the blue stone stairs, a person at the golden core stage approached them, wearing a fawning smile. "You three will be residing here for 2 months. The daily room fee is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, making a total of 60,000 spirit stones per person." Here the sect's people do not recognize any points like dark points, extreme points, or een points. Everything requires spirit stones. The eastern region is resource poor, and its vital resources were cleaned out by the demonic sects tens of thousands of years ago. Thus it is common for the 5 demonic sects in the eastern region to use contribution points instead of spirit stones, but this is clearly not applicable here. The three, not wanting to stir up trouble upon their arrival, frowned, and took out their spirit stones to hand over to the man. After receiving the spirit stones, a smile appeared on his face. "Alright, you can go to your own rooms now. The rooms contain the aura of the Geo Holy Domain, which will help you acclimate to the environment. I take your time to comprehend it well." After saying this, the man turned and left. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Yuan and Jixing Yuan. "Have you considered what would happen if that person was not from the sect? Since the elder in the valley has already given us room tokens without charging us, it means the room should be free, right? I noticed that senior brother Ji took the initiative to pay earlier, so I followed along. Sorry, I didn't think much about it." Gu Yuan had already noticed something off about that man, but since he had just arrived, he preferred to keep a low profile. Losing a small amount of money did not bother him. Ji Xingyuan's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he glared at Lin Yuan. "Junior sister Lin, since you noticed, why didn't you remind us?" Lin Mijan's expression turned aggrieved. "If I raised doubts, wouldn't that offend him? I can't even defeat senior brother Gu. How could I dare to recklessly make an..." Ji Xingyuan's embarrassment faded as he returned to normal, and said, "You should also know that everything in the sect revolves around money. Perhaps that person really is from the sect. Without evidence, junior sister Lin, don't make wild guesses." Since Ji Xingyuan had taken the lead in paying, even if he noticed something was off, he could not admit he was the fool. After a brief exchange, the three each found their respective rooms. In the palace built on this mountainside, each person had a large room that exuded a unique aura. Upon closer inspection, one could feel that being enveloped in this aura could bring tranquility, allowing them to release all their distracting thoughts and immerse themselves in this carefree atmosphere, as if they could peacefully drift into sleep at any moment. "What an impressive Geo aura," Gu Yuan said with a serious expression. If he fell asleep in this aura, he might never wake up again. Once a cultivator absorbs qi into their body, they gradually shed their mortal form, utilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transcend the need for mundane tasks such as eating. Under the influence of the 9 nether qi, one can find the thought of letting go of all distractions and sinking into a deep sleep, which is indeed terrifying. In this room, as more 9 nether qi is absorbed, the desire to release everything and enter into slumber grows stronger. This is merely a small amount of 9 nether qi drawn from the 9 nether sacred realm. If one enters the sacred realm unprepared and absorbs this qi directly, they might fall into an eternal slumber immediately. Gu Yuan did not shield himself from the 9 nether qi in the room, but instead immersed himself in it, slowly adapting with his divine sense. These 2 months are a benefit provided by the extreme sacred sect for those about to enter the 9 nether sacred realm. If one cannot quickly adapt to this 9 nether chi, once they enter the 9 nether sacred realm, not only will they be unable to seize opportunities, but merely resisting the effects of this chi will require immense effort. Once the 9 nether sacred realm opens, it will last for 3 to 4 years, during which time one cannot leave. To gain opportunities within, one must first adapt to this 9 nether chi. After arriving at the extreme sacred sect, Yuan took out a communication token. This was given to him by Wei Yi to contact Wei Yi's grandfather, the Supreme Lord of Corruption. Yuan also possessed another communication token given to him by Li Feiyu, used to contact the former seniors of the Underworld God sect within the extreme sacred sect. Yuan was unsure if these two tokens connected to the same person. To be safe, he first used the token given by Wei Yi to contact the Supreme Lord of Corruption. He informed him of his arrival at the extreme sacred sect, and that Wei Yi had entrusted him to bring a gift to the Supreme Lord of Corruption. After sending the message, a response came swiftly. The communication token received only a few words. This seat is already aware. For 3 consecutive days, Yuan did not receive any news from the Supreme Lord of... Within the guest area of the extreme sacred sect, he had no authority to go outside. If he wished to meet the Supreme Lord of Corruption, he could only wait for the latter to come personally. After another 2 days, someone knocked on Yuan's door. Xia, Elder Wei requests your presence in the guest hall. Upon stepping out of the room, Yuan saw that the visitor was dressed in a flowing robe patterned with clouds in white and azure, adorned with a character for sacred on the chest. His expression was extremely indifferent, as if he held Yuan in contempt. Sensing that the person was merely at the golden core stage, Yuan said nothing and followed him to the guest hall. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence sat at the head seat, while a cold-faced woman in a dark purple dress stood beside him. Upon seeing Yuan enter the hall, both of their gazes fixed upon him, bringing him different feelings. The Supreme Lord of Corruption's gaze revealed admiration, while the woman beside him cast a look filled with skepticism. Seeing this scene, Yuan felt a pang in his heart. He calmly stepped into the hall and saluted, saying, "Disciple Xia, greetings to the ancestor." The Supreme Lord of Corruption nodded, saying, "Before you came, the Underworld God sect already informed me of your news. You need not use the token given to you by Li Feiyu. I am now responsible for contacting the Underworld God sect. Wei, you rascal, present the items you brought for me." "Yes." Yuan respectfully handed the storage bag given to him by Wei Yi to the Supreme Lord of Corruption. After inspecting it, the Supreme Lord smiled. "Wei Yi is quite thoughtful. I am very satisfied." Looking at Yuan, he spoke with a hint of profound meaning. "Though your aptitude is lacking and your physique is average, your comprehension is decent. Being able to become the holy son of the Underworld God sect is already a testament to your abilities." With the opening of the 9 nether sacred realm, all affiliated forces and talents within the sacred sect will enter it. If you can carve your way through and obtain any Dao within the sacred realm, then upon entering the western battlefield, regardless of your performance, I shall ensure that the most talented female of our clan is betrothed to you. Afterward, he turned to the woman beside him. "Ruo Lin, what do you think of this person?" Ruo Lin's eyes remained skeptical. She replied coldly, "Based on his reliance on the power of the laws obtained in the Nightmare Realm and the recently grasped Blade Law, it will be difficult for him to gain any Dao within the 9 nether sacred realm. Whether he can become my husband depends solely on his own capabilities." Watching the two discuss him so casually without regard for his feelings, Yuan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Within the Underworld God sect, even if Yuan demonstrated extraordinary talent and combat power, no one had ever sought to recruit him with their clan's women. I had thought the traditions within the Underworld God sect would differ from those of orthodox sects. To his surprise, he had long been targeted by the Wei clan, and outsiders dared not extend any olive branch. The Supreme Lord of Corruption, as a void refinement cultivator, still commanded great respect within the Underworld God sect. Noticing Yuan's expression, the Supreme Lord of Corruption revealed a slight smile, saying, "I suspect you harbor some grievances at this moment, right?" The methods of a void refinement cultivator to read the hearts of men are unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Yuan was taken aback and quickly replied, "The disciple dares not. We cultivators walk a path of integrity. If Ruo Lin looks down on you, it is entirely normal for you to harbor grievances. There is no need to conceal. If you feel proud, you can show your prowess in the 9 nether sacred realm to prove yourself. Merely harboring resentment in your heart is the act of a petty person. To tell you the truth, Ruo Lin will also enter the 9 nether sacred realm. Although you are the holy son of the Underworld God sect, when it comes to talent and potential, you remain significantly behind Ruo Lin. Since you hail from the Underworld God sect and are a disciple of my grandson, I have granted you this opportunity. If you fail to seize it, you cannot blame anyone else." After finishing, the Supreme Lord of Corruption glanced at the woman beside him. "Ruo Lin, I possess the 9 mysterious body and have mastered 2 complete powers of the laws. In my presence you are nothing. Do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. Only if you obtain a supreme inheritance and gain the power of the Tao within the 9 nether sacred realm will you qualify to stand alongside me. Their words made Gu Yuan feel as if outsiders were placing a piece of meat before him, insisting he strive to snatch it. If he were an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly be filled with excitement and determination at their words. However, Gu Yuan was already prepared to hide his capabilities. Even if he obtained the inheritance of the Tao, he would not reveal it. Thus disappointment was destined for the two. Although Gu Yuan concealed these thoughts within, he could not reveal them at this moment. Determination surfaced on his face, and his gaze towards Ruo Lin grew. Within the 9 nether sacred domain, Gu Xia would surely spare no effort in striving for the qualification to stand beside Miss Ruo Lin. Hearing this, the corrupting spirit master maintained his smile, saying, "As long as you have this intention, it is enough. Remember, once you enter the 9 nether sacred domain, you must do your utmost to prioritize protecting Ruo Lin in obtaining the Tao's inheritance. Her innate talent surpasses yours by quite a bit, so her chances of obtaining the inheritance will be greater. Even if you ultimately do not acquire the inheritance, if you can protect Ruo Lin in doing so, given your contributions, she may consider giving you an opportunity and allowing you to stay within the extreme sacred sect, potentially not having to return to the eastern region. Additionally, if I find out that you did not exert yourself in the 9 nether sacred domain, or that you abandoned Ruo Lin to flee alone even after you emerge, I will not let you off lightly." The corrupting spirit master revealed the primary purpose of this meeting with Gu Yuan. Why was he so eager for the Mingxin sect to hasten the emergence of someone capable of entering the 9 nether sacred domain? It was all to pave the way for Wei Ruolin. Within the sacred sect, there are no intimately close friends. Even if one spends heavily to find several teammates for Wei Ruolin, once they enter the 9 nether sacred domain, they will inevitably prioritize their own chances of obtaining the inheritance. Only those from small places belonging to their own factions will willingly assist Wei Ruolin under threats and temptations. Although Gu Xia's strength is not particularly formidable among those entering the 9 nether sacred domain, he is still considered quite capable. Among the disciples of the sacred sect, most have yet to comprehend their own laws. With his assistance, coupled with the 3 individuals continuously surrounding Wei Ruolin, she would have a significantly increased chance of obtaining the inheritance of the Tao. With the support of a background and connections, one must also bear corresponding responsibilities. At this moment, Gu Yuan grasped this truth. The privileges and benefits he received within the Mingxin sect also come at a cost. The corrupting spirit master's words, using Wei Ruolin both as an attraction and a threat, ultimately aimed to compel him to protect Wei Ruolin desperately in the 9 nether sacred domain. The 9 nether sacred domain contains many corpses of former high-level cultivators deliberately placed there by the extreme sacred sect. In the unique environment of the 9 nether sacred domain, these corpses' Tao and laws form special domains, and those who pass the trials have the chance to inherit the Tao. These high-level cultivators were all renowned powers in their lifetimes. Once inside the 9 nether sacred domain, if one does not compete for resources, they simply need to withstand the 9 nether chi. However, if one wishes to seize some superior Tao inheritance, they must fight fiercely. Wei Ruolin's ambition to acquire supreme Tao inheritance clearly indicates that she will aim high, necessitating competition with outsiders. It is uncertain how many individuals will enter the 9 nether sacred domain. Although these individuals are all at the golden core stage, their actual strength must be at the nascent soul level. Otherwise, with Wei Ruolin's capabilities, she would not require assistance. Although Gu Yuan's combat prowess is not trivial, he is also self-aware. He finds it extremely challenging to defeat Lin Mijun from the Xianyin sect in the eastern region, and in this gathering of talents within the 9 nether sacred domain, his level remains uncertain. If he must desperately protect Wei Ruolin, then he will undoubtedly find himself in considerable danger. These thoughts flickered through Gu Yuan's mind. Faced with the corrupting spirit master, Gu Yuan found himself unable to utter even a word of refusal. Otherwise, if he offended him, even if he survived the 9 nether sacred domain, the outcome would still not be favorable. Rest assured, Master Ancestor Gu Xia will certainly do everything possible to protect Senior Sister Wei. Even if it means shattering my body, I fear not. The corrupting spirit master was very pleased with Gu Yuan's response, and warmly said, "After all, you are also a disciple of that brat Wei. While ensuring Ruolin obtains the inheritance, do keep an eye on your own safety. I would not wish for you to perish in the 9 nether sacred domain, leaving Wei Yi to blame me." This seemingly caring statement made Gu Yuan sense another layer of meaning in the corrupting spirit master's words. While ensuring Wei Ruolin receives the inheritance, he must also gain something for himself, otherwise he would still be a useless pawn upon his return. The longer one lives, the more astute they become. Today, the corrupting spirit master, who seemed to meet with Gu Yuan out of concern for the younger generation, not only introduced him to outstanding women from the clan, but also showed great concern for his safety. Yet the underlying message was clear: he must protect Wei Ruolin well, while ensuring he himself is not a failure. Wei Ruolin's powerful physique and strength dispelled Gu Yuan's thoughts that the corrupting spirit master intended to win him over with a woman from the clan. However, the situation had worsened. It was worse than being assigned an ordinary woman as a partner by the corrupting spirit master. Gu Yuan must treat this expedition to the Nine Nether Sacred Domain with caution. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Being a talent is no easy task, especially without a strong backing. At this moment, Gu Yuan deeply realized this truth. This time the other two who came to the sacred sect with you should think of a way to have them assist Rolin as well. They should also be meeting their own ancestors, and they might have tasks assigned to them. If I were to intervene, it may not yield good results. You are all young people, so banding together for warmth is the best strategy. He'll leave this matter to you. The corrupting spirit master continued. Gu Yuan nodded. If I can persuade them, Gu Xia will certainly make the effort. Please rest assured, Master Ancestor. After saying this to reassure the corrupting spirit master, Gu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Wei Rolin, as if she already belonged to him. Seeing this, the corrupting spirit master retained his smile, displaying a look of satisfaction. Although Wei Ruolin seemed a bit aloof, her unparalleled beauty combined with her special constitution and strength made it difficult not to attract these young talents. Counting Gu Xia along with the three individuals in the extreme sacred sect vying for Wei Ruolin, this expedition to the Nine Nether Sacred Domain significantly increased her chances of obtaining the supreme inheritance. At this time during the conflict between the extreme sacred sect and the 10,000 Buddha sect, the sect placed great importance on its talented disciples. If Wei Ruolin could secure the supreme inheritance, she might surpass even him. As someone from a small place who has struggled through the extreme sacred sect, the corrupting spirit master understands well that to gain the opportunity for ascension within the extreme sacred sect, one not only needs formidable strength, but also the backing of a virtual immortal. Otherwise, reaching the tribulation transcendence stage would mean certain death. If Wei Ruolin can obtain the supreme inheritance and catch the eye of a virtual immortal within the sect, then for Wei Chongyun this could serve as a connection to the virtual immortal, alleviating any concerns when he ascends to the tribulation transcendence stage in the future. Gu Yuan could not fathom the corrupting spirit master's thoughts. After leaving the reception hall, his possessive gaze gradually returned to calm. After Gu Yuan left, Wei Ruolin glanced disapprovingly at the corruption emperor, saying, "Old ancestor, is this really necessary? Every time you treat others' bodies as bargaining chips. Furthermore, Gu Xia's strength is mediocre. It's uncertain whether he can be of any help in the Nine Nether Sacred Domain. Why grant him such advantages? What if he truly acquires the supreme Tao inheritance? Am I to follow him? The best he has is the sword bone within him, yet such individuals are as common as grass within the holy sect. If I were to become his Tao partner, neither of us may bear children with special constitutions." The corruption emperor chuckled, saying, "Roland, it seems you still haven't realized what your greatest asset is. Within the holy sect there are many like you who possess special constitutions. You've been under my protection and have yet to comprehend the dangers lurking in the holy sect. Those three who fight for you daily, do you think it's not for your body? Using your body as bait is the most enticing aspect. They will fight fiercely for it. Once you obtain the supreme Tao inheritance, you will have the potential to become a powerful being. What do those people even amount to? How could I possibly hand you over to them? Everything is for the sake of the immortal path. Once you obtain the supreme inheritance, if you can stand against that group of bald heads on the western battlefield, you will catch the eye of those celestial beings in the sect. If we can curry favor with just one of them, our paths to immortality will be smooth sailing." Seeing that the corruption emperor didn't genuinely intend to betroth her, Wei Ruolin felt relieved. She already had someone in her heart, she just hadn't mentioned it to the corruption emperor. After Gu Yuan returned to his dwelling, his brow was tightly furrowed. The arrangements made by the corruption emperor caught him off guard. With his strength, he couldn't handle everything with ease in the Nine Nether Sacred Domain. A few days later, a similarly troubled Jixing Yuan found Gu Yuan. After a brief exchange, they discovered that their situations were strangely similar. Initially, they thought that as long as they ensured their own safety and worked hard to acquire opportunities in the Nine Nether Sacred Domain, everything would be fine. Who would have thought that upon arriving here, they would be directed by the old ancestor to help others compete for opportunities? Not following the old ancestor's arrangements would make it difficult to survive afterward, while complying would put their own safety in jeopardy. Jixing Yuan looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Why don't we bring Lin Mijun in to discuss this? No matter what, as long as the three of us form an alliance, our chances of survival will increase significantly." Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and didn't refuse. The two found Lin Mijun. At this moment, Lin Mijun's face was even darker than theirs. After the two briefly shared their experiences, Lin Mijun said with a dark expression, "What do you call this? If I had known it would be like this, I would never have agreed to become the holy maiden of the Xianin sect. Do you know what task my ancestor assigned me? The two looked at Lin Mijuan with curiosity. She instructed me to do everything possible to seduce Lu Yuankai once I entered the 9 nether sacred domain. I mustn't hesitate to become his furnace cauldron. Afterwards the ancestor will compensate me with some resources. His ancestor is a great celestial being within the holy sect. If I can win his favor, the ancestors can obtain the chance for ascension. One of you is promised a beautiful wife, and the other is promised resources for transformation, while I have to not only sacrifice my body, but also lose my... After hearing this, the two looked at Lin Mijuan with strange expressions. Ji Xingyuan couldn't help but say, "Isn't it said that the holy maiden of the Xian sect must maintain her complete Yin essence? Why are you so angry? If you can curry favor with Lu Yuankai, wouldn't you need to worry about the Xian sect's ancestors' displeasure? Compared to you, we are helping others to obtain inheritance while you only need to seduce someone. The difficulty is completely different, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mijuan's face darkened even further. To seduce someone, one must possess capital. All my Yin essence has been used for cultivation. How can I spare any for Lu Yuankai? If it weren't for the male pets I raised in the sect aiding my cultivation, how could I have ascended to the position of holy maiden? At the moment of conflict between the extreme holy sect and the 10,000 Buddhas of the western region, all the talents within the holy sect wanted to show off. Even ordinary people from the eastern region, who were usually looked down upon, were being courted with promises of benefits. At this time, all three had their own difficulties, and their expressions were rather grim. Gu Yuan looked at the two and said, "I have an idea. I wonder what your thoughts are." The two turned to Gu Yuan upon hearing this. Gu Yuan said, "All we need to do is let outsiders see that we are making an effort. This way, even if we all fail, no one can blame us. Once we enter the 9 nether sacred domain, we can cooperate with each other to help one another escape." Ji Xingyuan couldn't help but ask, "How do we cooperate?" Lin Mijuan also looked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan glanced at the two and said, "We can exchange our blood essence to sense each other's locations. Once one of us encounters a high-level Dao inheritance, we can lead the other two over. Will they not try to seize it when encountering an inheritance opportunity? We can form 3 teams. Regardless of which side encounters a high-level inheritance opportunity, we will lead the other two over. Amidst the chaos, we only need to fight amongst ourselves, ultimately creating a situation where all 3 are injured, losing combat capability, and thus freeing ourselves from the task." The two understood Gu Yuan's intention to create opportunities for each other. Once a situation of competition arose, the 3 could take advantage of the chaos, perform their acts, and if they sustained serious injuries within the 9 nether sacred domain, it would mean they lost their qualifications to contend for the inheritance opportunity, thereby freeing themselves from the old ancestors' task, without leaving any traces. It's easier said than done. You two can do this without issue, but I'm different. The ancestor of the Xian sect has already disclosed this matter to him. Once he discovers that I lack even a trace of Yin essence, I will be kicked out of the team immediately. How can I cooperate with you?" Lin Mijuan said unwillingly. "Then it depends on your skills, Lin Shimi. Since you can have so many male pets, you must have some methods to captivate men. As long as you can hold him off until the inheritance is found, that would suffice. But seeking high-level Dao inheritance opportunities in the 9 nether sacred domain is no easy task," Lin Mijuan said with a dark expression. "Then that's your own problem, Lin Shimi. Ji Xingyuan and I have no responsibility to worry about this matter for you. If you agree to form an alliance, we can exchange blood essence right now. If you don't agree, Ji Xingyuan and I can also proceed with our plans. Although it may not be as intense, without someone of Lu Yuankai's stature present, we will still find a way." Gu Yuan looked at Lin Mijuan. Before the teleportation array of the Qimeng sect, Gu Yuan had noticed the hidden killing intent in her eyes towards him. It was evident that Lin Mijuan had paid a considerable price to secure her position as the holy maiden after losing to him. With such a gifted woman harboring resentment towards him, Gu Yuan felt uneasy. He schemed that if possible, he absolutely could not allow this woman to return to the eastern region alive. As long as the 3 exchanged their blood essence, Gu Yuan would gain control over her location information, making it much easier to deal with her later. As for his own blood essence being in her possession, Gu Yuan had his own ways to resolve that. If Ji Xingyuan knew that Lin Mijuan was such a reckless person with such a task at hand, he would definitely not have brought Gu Yuan to ally with her. Now Ji Xingyuan felt a bit regretful. Lin Mijuan gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I agree to form an alliance, but you must act swiftly. Otherwise, once my situation is exposed, I won't be able to remain a holy maiden and neither of you will have it easy." Gu Yuan and Ji Xingyuan exchanged glances and nodded, saying, "No problem." Time passed unknowingly, and on this day, everyone living in the guest quarters received a notification to head to the 9 nether sacred domain. It was also on this day that Gu Yuan realized that there are always greater powers beyond what he knew. Among the affiliated forces, including the three, who came from the eastern region, plus all the Golden Core elites from the extreme sacred sect in the northern region, there were over 70 people in total. There were even more people from the extreme sacred sect intending to enter the 9 nether sacred domain, totaling over 400. Most of these individuals had mastered their own unique laws and possessed the combat strength of the nascent soul stage. Only a few had yet to master their own laws, but their combat strength was still impressive. Seeing these individuals, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Is the eastern region truly a barren land? Then why was the Xuantiangong able to contend with the extreme sacred sect tens of thousands of years ago? This question arose in Yuan's mind. Despite being a holy son of a sect, he felt extremely ordinary in front of these people. Ji Xingyuan and Lin Mijun also felt similarly moved. They had thought themselves to be outstanding among their peers, able to look down upon others. However, upon arriving here, they realized how narrow their perspective had been. There were unexpectedly many individuals who were comparable to them. In an instant, their confidence was shaken. They had believed that with their own talents and combat strength, they would still stand out among the sacred sect, but there were simply too many prodigies in the sect. Previously in the guest quarters, the three had spent every day in their rooms adapting to the 9 nether aura, completely unaware that not only were there many people from the sacred sect, but even the affiliated forces had a significant presence. Now that everyone was gathered together, they realized how many prodigies existed in this world. The three felt as if they had come from the countryside to the city, experiencing the vast difference in power between sects, and the extreme sacred sect truly lived up to its reputation. Come to my side. After everyone had gathered, Wei Wulan sent a message to Yuan. Feeling the information from the communication token, Yuan glanced at Ji Xingyuan and Lin Mijun before silently walking to Wei Wulan's side. At this moment, 3 individuals from the extreme sacred sect looked unfavorably at Yuan beside Wei Wulan. This is my uncle's disciple who came from the eastern region. It's too dangerous for him to act alone, or would you mind taking him along? Wei Wulan said with a cold face to the 3. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions varied. One of them replied, Sister Wei, since he is family, how could we mind? Rest assured, once we enter the 9 nether sacred domain, I will protect this junior brother. Maiwa, what are you protecting? You should take care of yourself. Once we enter the 9 nether sacred domain, I want need to compensate you if I hammer you first. After all, since you are Sister Wei's relatives, stand behind me. He'll allow you to follow, but don't have any strange thoughts about Sister Wei, or he'll take you down. Niazimo, what are you being so arrogant about? If you have the guts, let's battle now. He'll cut you down, or I don't mind compensation. Mayu was immediately, what are you two barking about? Sister Wei has me Fong Lung to protect her, what are you? And you don't think that, because you are related to Sister Wei, you can get close to her. He'll be the first to deal with you. Fong Lung looked at Yuan. Hearing the words of the 3, Yuan's face darkened. What was wrong with these 3? Despite their impressive strength, why were they bickering over a woman? He turned to Wei Wulan. Wei Wulan frowned with a cold expression at the 3, can you not make a scene and embarrass outsiders? I haven't decided who will protect me, and if you continue like this, none of you can follow me. After saying that, she transmitted to Yuan, these 3 are senior brothers within the sect. They don't get along well. Claiming it's for me is just an excuse, and don't offend them. Once we enter the 9 nether sacred domain, we will still need to rely on their strength. Yuan found it hard to believe her words. This initial interaction made him realize that Wei Wulan resembled a little fairy stringing along infatuated fools. Could these 3 really be that foolish? They were all golden core cultivators, yet were so jealous over a woman. With their status, what kind of woman could they not have? Although Yuan did not understand the 3, their presence would aid his plans to swim through murky waters. If he was to play a role, he needed to go all out. Since the great Lord of Corruption had instructed him, he couldn't appear too weak. Immediately, Yuan displayed anger on his face, and said to the 3, the ancestor sent me to protect Sister Wei, what do you have to do with this? Hearing this, Wei Wulan's face darkened. Was Xia really foolish? Hadn't she told him not to offend them? Wasn't he offending all 3 of them with that statement? Their strengths were considerable, and what if they were angered and left? Moreover, what if Xia accidentally revealed the great Lord of Corruption's deceptive words, letting the 3 know he intended to betroth himself to Xia? Wouldn't they blow up? At once, Wei Wulan hurriedly interrupted Yuan, giving him an annoyed glare. What are you making a fuss about? The ancestor only said to stay by my side. When did he say to protect me? After saying that, she immediately transmitted to Yuan, these 3 are our helpers, they don't provoke them. Once we enter the 9 nether sacred domain, having these 3 to rely on will increase our chances of obtaining the inheritance. Upon receiving her message, Yuan's face immediately showed a look of realization. Looking at the 3 who seemed ready to eat him, he quickly said, apologies, I misunderstood. The ancestor merely meant for me to stay close to Sister Wei to prevent me from encountering danger. To the 3 senior brothers, please forgive me, it was my mistake earlier. After saying this, Yuan received an appreciative glance from Wei Wulan. Hearing this, the three finally relaxed their hostile expressions, but they remained vigilant against Gu Yuan. After all, he was a relative, not a blood brother, and there was still a chance he might compete for Wei Wulan. Moreover, the speed at which this kid's demeanor changed indicated he was not a good person. Gu Yuan's words revealed his possessiveness over Wei Wulan, and listening to Wei Wulan's instructions not to clash with the three showed his rapid change of stance. Wei Wulan observed all this and no longer regarded Gu Yuan seriously. He was just another fool like those three, merely lusting after her body. He was incomparable to the one in her heart. That person, although not as strong as these few, possessed a strong heart of a warrior. With her beauty, talent, and strength, she felt like a mere transparent figure in front of him. He was the most unique person among all she had encountered. Regarding matters of her heart, she dared not speak to the great lord of corruption. That person was only at the foundation establishment stage now, and would definitely not attract the great lord's attention. Wei Wulan decided to wait until he had sufficient strength before revealing this matter to the great lord. As Ma Yu and the others observed Gu Yuan's rapid change of demeanor, while waiting for the 9 nether sacred domain to commence, they too remained wary of him. However, thanks to Wei Wulan's mediation, no one caused any more trouble. With the opening of the small world of the 9 nether sacred domain, everyone began to enter. After nearly 500 people had entered, the 2 elders of the extreme sacred sect responsible for guarding the secret realm finally had some leisure. The 9 nether sacred domain would last for 3 to 4 years, and during this period the gates of the secret realm would reopen. The 2 elders would then have nothing to do. Elder Kai, do you think our sect's disciples will be at a disadvantage inside due to the long-term influence of the Tao of Sincerity, making them unable to compete with those cunning people from the affiliated forces? Why would they? Another elder said, a look of disdain on his face. Don't be fooled by our sect's disciples appearing to lack any scheming due to the long-term influence of the Tao of Sincerity. Their cultivation potential has been enhanced. In the 9 nether sacred domain, finding a domain inheritance that aligns with one's own laws is extremely difficult. Aside from a few lucky individuals in terms of comprehension of the laws of the domain, how could they possibly compete with our sect's disciples? And those from the affiliated forces, though they may seem cunning, now have many distracting thoughts. It will not be easy for such impure individuals to comprehend the laws. Elder Kai is correct if our sect has considered this thoroughly, both consolidating the lower forces and keeping the benefits for ourselves. The 2 chuckled as they discussed outside, while those who had entered the 9 nether sacred domain began to feel the pressure. Compared to the 9 nether aura they had adapted to beforehand, the aura within the 9 nether sacred domain was several times stronger. As soon as they entered, everyone felt the pressure. Within the 9 nether sacred domain, the entire world is shrouded in darkness with a layer of dark clouds enveloping the sky, and the surroundings have lost all color, resembling a vast graveyard beneath the night. The concentration of the 9 nether aura here is several times stronger than that of the outside world. Upon entering, everyone has no choice but to employ their divine sense for protection. In this place, the power of divine sense is severely limited, and attempting to probe the outside situation with it entails considerable pressure. After entering the 9 nether sacred domain, the group did not disperse, but instead appeared collectively on a vast plain. Among the first to enter, many had already left in small groups. Wei Shimi, come with me. According to our clan's records, there exists a powerful In Sha Dao domain within the highest mountain of the 9 nether sacred domain. Where are we going? Fong Ling looked at Wei Wulan. Hearing this, Wei Wulan felt a bit tempted. The reason she was keeping the 3 around was that their family powers were strong and they had more information than others. Wei Shimi, don't listen to him. I know where there is a Dao domain that suits you, and I will take you there, Niezimo also said. After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Fong Ling and Ma Yue. You cannot follow. That is a place my grandfather told me about, and I cannot let you take it. Ma Yu spat disdainfully. What are you two so smug about? Knowing where the Dao domain is means nothing. If you don't try, you won't know if you can obtain the inheritance. What, just because you go there it's automatically yours? Watching the 3 bicker again, Wei Wulan felt a bit speechless and said softly, what senior brother Ma said makes sense. Oh, why don't we try going one by one? We are a team and should work together. What Wei Shimi said is truly wise. Look at you, Niezimo, how selfish can you be? Ma Yu glared at Niezimo. Stop talking nonsense. You who are not even from the clan and have never been here are unfamiliar with the situation and just want to take advantage of us. Niezimo retorted disdainfully. What are you two barking about? Listen to Wei Shimi and follow me to find the highest mountain. Fong Ling roared at the 2. As if realizing he had spoken too rudely, Fong Ling looked at Wei Wulan and explained, Wei Shimi, I'm sorry, those 2 are just too annoying, which is why I raised my... Wei Wulan gazed at him and said, it's no trouble, senior brother Fong. Let's go to the place you mentioned first. Gu Yuan looked at the 4 in shock, feeling out of place. Is it possible that the location of the Dao domain is just revealed so easily? Their voices were so loud that nearby people could hear them. How did they manage to cultivate to the golden core stage? Gu Yuan had a head full of questions. The four before him, apart from Wei Wulan having a bit of cunning, the other three were like not only them, but other disciples of the sacred sect were the same. Many were openly sharing what they knew and inviting companions to follow them. In just a short while, Gu Yuan had already heard of several locations hiding Dao domains. Around him, some members of affiliated powers also widened their eyes. They were unsure whether the sacred sect members were intentionally revealing this to lure them, or if it was something else. It felt like the sacred sect members were acting strangely. "Let's go follow senior brother Fong first," Wei Wulan said, and the group flew into the sky on their swords. "The mountain over there is higher, let's head." Fong Ling pointed in a direction. Gu Yuan closely followed behind the group, still pondering why the golden core cultivators of the sacred sect were like this. Clearly he could sense danger from them, indicating they were strong, yet their behavior was so absurd, like childish kids, completely lacking normal reasoning. How did they cultivate to the golden core stage and comprehend the power of laws with such strong combat power? Gu Yuan was filled with questions. The group landed on the peak of the high mountain. Fong Ling sniffed and sensed an unusual aura. "This is the place. I can smell the scent of insects here." Without him saying anything, the others also saw it. After the five landed, several massive white giant insects emerged from the ground, bearing their disordered, huge mouths, glaring at the group. This insect is called the Breaking Immortal insect, a unique creature within the 9 nether sacred domain. They typically live near Dao domains. Wherever there are Breaking Immortal insects, there is bound to be a Dao domain. Protect Wei Shimi. Fong Ling led the charge, unafraid of the Breaking Immortal insect charging directly forward. He opened his mouth wide, and a devouring law erupted from his mouth. The enormous Breaking Immortal insect was swallowed whole, as if it were a delicacy, causing Fong Ling to swell up. In the next moment, a surge of devouring law erupted from Fong Ling's body, and after a few shakes, he returned to his normal state. What a great supplement! A look of enjoyment appeared on Fong Ling's face. The other two were equally unafraid. Ma Yu directly took out a large axe, charging forward, and chopped off a Breaking Immortal insect with a single strike. A dark green pus erupted from its massive mouth, instantly corroding the dirt and leaves on the ground. Ma Yu paid no heed to this, hacking at the Breaking Immortal insect with several more strikes. "It'll kill you." On the other side, Niezimo became even more frenzied, a brownish-yellow glow emanating from him as he engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Breaking Immortal insect. The insect's enormous mouth bit into him, and he remained unfazed, delivering a punch to the Breaking Immortal insect. "He'll hammer you to death." Gu Yuan stood beside Wei Wulan, without moving, watching the unique battle styles of the three, lost in thought. Wei Wulan's expression grew colder as she observed their barbarian. How can such a crude person be worthy of being with her? The three, having finished off a dozen Breaking Immortal insects, returned proudly to Wei Wulan's side. "Wei Shimi must have seen my impressive side just now," the three thought simultaneously. Fong Ling wiped his mouth. Ma Yu wiped off the goo from his axe. Niezimo patted the blackened wounds on his body from the Breaking Immortal insect. "Kid, why didn't you make a move just now? Don't think just because you are related to Wei Shimi, you can take advantage. When it comes to the Dao domain, you must be the last to test it," Fong Ling said, licking his lips as he looked at Gu. Gu Yuan looked at the goo still hanging from Fong Ling's mouth, feeling somewhat nauseous, but his expression revealed admiration. "I've heard from Senior Sister Wei that the 3 senior brothers are all heroes among men with extraordinary strength. With the 3 of you here, why would I need to step in? If I did, wouldn't that overshadow the 3 senior brothers?" Ma Yu grinned and said, "You speak well, then you go ahead of me to comprehend the Dao domain." Fong Ling looked at Gu Yuan with satisfaction. "You're right, with us here, this little danger is enough. You don't need to get involved." Niezimo had been patting his wound for a long time, and he felt no pain from the spot where the Breaking Immortal insect had bitten him. His face showed a look of annoyance. "This insect is too weak, it only gave me this little pain. It seems ahead is where the Dao domain is located. Ooh, I sense the power of the laws there." Wei Wulan pointed towards the depths of the forest. A few people quickly walked to the place pointed out by Wei Wulan. At the mountainside, an inexplicable pressure filled the surroundings. In the dimness, a violent aura could be faintly sensed. Gu Yuan did not expect to find a domain so easily after entering the 9 nether sacred realm. He knew little about the happenings within the 9 nether sacred realm, and at this moment, he silently followed behind the others, observing closely. What kind of Dao rule? Why did my vitality seem to inexplicably decline as soon as I stepped in? Ma Yu took 2 steps forward into the domain left by the immortal corpse, only to immediately retreat. In the brief entry and exit, the color on his face turned pale. Truly uninformed, this is a dead domain, and the inheritance of the Dao rules inside has already been taken by... Niezimo looked at Ma Yu with disdain. "That makes you seem capable." Ma Yu shot back, glancing at Fong Ling. "You brought Junior Sister Wei to such a dead domain." Fong Ling's face flashed with embarrassment as he angrily replied, The 9 Nether Sacred Realm opens once every 50 years. The elder from our clan came here hundreds of years ago. It's not surprising that the inheritance was taken away. Wei Wuolin's face showed disappointment as she looked at Zimo. Then let's move on to the place mentioned by senior brother Nya. Zimo revealed a proud expression. Don't worry, junior sister Wei, the domain I learned about was discovered 100 years ago, so it should not have been taken. Moreover, that domain is hidden beneath a pond, making it even less likely to be noticed. Just wait a moment while I think about the location of that pond. After pondering for a moment, Zimo said, I remember that we first need to find 2 independent peaks. The pond lies between those 2 peaks. What you said is as good as nothing. Most of this place is mountains. Where are we supposed to look? Mayu countered. That's still better than having no information at all, right? Zimo retorted. Wei Wuolin frowned, realizing that these 3 were indeed unreliable. Stop arguing, let's search for a bit first. Wei Wuolin said. The 3 of them listened to her, and immediately fell silent. They continued on their way searching for the domain that Zimo spoke of. After searching for several days without finding the pond, they instead encountered another group of people who happened to have a domain on the peak they occupied. Seeing that these individuals were not from the sacred sect, but from an affiliated power, they approached. Gu Yuan's group had 5 people while the other side had only 4, all from an affiliated power of the extreme sacred sect. At that moment, one of the 4 had entered the domain, while the other 3 were forming a protective formation for him. Get out of the way, you lowly beings! How dare you snatch the opportunity of our sacred sect disciples? Are you tired of living? The group landed on the peak, and Mayu looked disdainfully at the 3. The 3 outside the domain were also skilled individuals. Being insulted by Mayu's words, anger instantly appeared on their faces. So what if they were disciples of the sacred sect? After entering the 9 Nether Sacred Realm, everything had to be based on strength. The 3 regarded them warily. One of them, with a furious expression, said, We discovered this place first. If you want us to leave, you must wait until we see if we can obtain this inheritance. Damn it! Mayu was instantly furious. He swung his axe and charged at one of them. Fong Ling and Zimo also did not back down, quickly rushing forward, each confronting one opponent. Wei Wuolin glanced at Gu Yuan. Let's deal with the person inside the domain. Oh, we can't let him monopolize this inheritance. Gu Yuan nodded, drawing out a flying sword that erupted with a brilliant white light, illuminating the surroundings. A massive sword beam whistled as it slashed towards the unprepared individual standing in the domain. A great danger approached, and even though the person was within the domain, he sensed the threat. Instantly, a protective true essence rose around him. As the sword fell, the protective true essence was instantly cleaved apart, and the person shot out of the domain. Seeing this scene, the individual displayed a look of anger. Had he not sensed the danger in time, he might have been struck down by a single sword. Before he could express his anger, Wei Wuolin's attack had already been unleashed. A black aura of mystical evil infused with the power of mystical evil rules transformed into a pitch-black long sword slashing towards his head. The mystical evil energy contained a violent, sinister aura that could affect one's mind. The individual just regained his senses, unprepared for counterattack, and was caught off guard by Wei Wuolin's strike. In a hurry, he slapped out a palm, aiming to shatter the sword formed from the mystical evil energy. The palm, infused with the power of the rules, was struck out, yet it did not achieve the desired effect. The sword formed from mystical evil energy passed through the blood-red giant palm he unleashed, directly slashing into his body. Instantly, the person's face turned white as the mystical evil energy entered his body, wreaking havoc within his organs. Attempting to use true essence to suppress, it was not something that could be done quickly. With this mystical evil energy in him, he had already lost his combat capability. He glanced over to the other side, and discovered his companions were not faring any better. In that moment, he made a decision. His figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, and don't worry about him. The smoke escape technique he used can cover hundreds of miles in an instant. You can't catch up. Go help Zimo, he'll try to test the quality of this domain. After successfully hitting her target, Wei Wuolin instructed Gu Yuan to assist Zimo, who was at a disadvantage among the 3, while she entered the domain. It seems that Wei Wuolin isn't too bright. The battle isn't over yet, and she rashly entered the domain without fear of being ambushed. Gu Yuan muttered to himself as he turned to look at the direction of the 3 fighting. He saw Fong Ling expanding and contracting like a frog, the devouring power emanating from his mouth, forcing his opponent to dodge desperately. Once touched, they would immediately lose apart. Mayu wielded his great axe like a god of war. Each of his strikes was fast and fierce, containing tremendous force that pressured his opponent, causing cracks to appear in the knife held by the other. Zimo fought his opponent barehanded, already suffering many sword wounds. His opponent was also a sword master with a 9th grade dripping sword intent mixed with the stone-shattering rules. Each strike could inflict wounds on Zimo. At this moment, Zimo's body resembled a sieve riddled with blood holes. The opponent's dripping sword intent combined with the stone-shattering rules was executed with exceptional precision, inflicting multiple blood holes on Nyezimo with each hit. In the brief exchange, Nyezimo had already sustained numerous injuries. Just as Gu Yuan intended to help, Nyezimo scolded him. "Don't mind me. The more damage I take, the more excited I become. I'm going to crush him." Although Nyezimo was injured, he appeared even more frenzied. His fists became afterimages as countless fist strikes clashed against the sword light, attacking him, showing no concern for his own injuries, fiercely engaging, as if his body were not his own. Seeing this, Gu Yuan did not intervene, remaining vigilant as he watched over Wei Wulan, who was guarding without a brain. The opponents of Fong Lung and the others, seeing that their teammate had already fled and realizing that these three from the holy sect were not easy to deal with, suddenly felt the urge to retreat. The strength of the few was not significantly different, and as the three attempted to escape, Fong Lung and his companions could not stop them, only watching as they coordinated and fled. "Damn it, I was so close," Fong Lung said with some irritation. "I didn't even get to enjoy myself. That person's blade was about to shatter, and I was just about to land a hit on him, but he ran away. So frustrating." Ma Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. "That felt so good," Nyezimo said, patting his numerous wounds, his blood splattering all over his body. "I really wish to be injured like this every day." A look of pleasure appeared on Nyezimo's face, as if the injuries on his body brought him joy. Gu Yuan did not understand Nyezimo's cultivation method. Seeing that the three had driven away their opponents, he said to them, "Senior Sister Wei is currently in the Dao domain, do not disturb her." Hearing this, the three showed an expression of agreement. "Let Senior Sister Wei test it first. Oh, I have no objections. If she does not obtain the inheritance, then it will be my turn next." Fong Lung looked at the other two and said, "Why should you go first?" "I should go first. My performance was the best. I almost shattered the opponent's blade." "That's not fair," Ma Yu retorted. "I'm heavily injured. Shouldn't I go first?" Nyezimo was similarly unyielding. "Is that really an injury? Don't think I don't know you're stacking the pain energy. What are you trying to do?" Fong Lung looked at Nyezimo disdainfully. "I just want to be beaten to death or smashed by you two." Nyezimo revealed his thoughts without hiding. What a nice thought. Fong Lung was quick-witted, a pill shot from his hand directly flying into Nyezimo's mouth, entering his stomach before he had a chance to react. You sneak attacked me. I don't need healing." Nyezimo's expression changed. "If you want to stack pain energy to enhance your strength, you won't be able to. This pain relief pill is specially designed for you. You can't feel pain now, right?" Haha. A smile appeared on Fong Lung's face. "Damn it, you despicable person." Nyezimo's face darkened. This pain relief pill countered him too much. Without feeling pain, he couldn't unleash his true strength, making his injuries feel pointless. Disheartened, he swallowed another pill to heal his wounds. The effects of the pain relief pill would last for a long time. Having injuries now was futile, so it was better to recover. Seeing the three bickering, Gu Yuan felt as if he were watching elementary school students argue, but unlike them, these three could easily crush a normal person with. As they continued to bicker, a considerable amount of time passed unnoticed. Wei Wulan stood in the Dao domain for a long while, frost forming on her body. Just when the others thought Wei Wulan had gained something, she stepped out and shook her head at them. "This is a cold ice Dao domain. I have little understanding of the cold ice laws. Gaining the inheritance here will take a long time, and the laws contained within do not align with my own understanding. If any of you are confident, you can give it a try." Hearing this, Ma Yu shook his head. "What I need is an inheritance related to power or axe techniques. This is not suitable for me." Nyezimo also shook his head. "If I obtained the inheritance here, my body would become as hard as ice, and I wouldn't feel pain anymore. I don't want that." "Then let me give it a try." Fong Lung stepped into the Dao domain. After a long while, he unknowingly also formed a layer of frost on his body. He revealed an unwilling expression on his face, opening his mouth wide, as if attempting to swallow the power within the Dao domain. A fierce chill was swallowed. Fong Lung's body trembled instantly. He covered his mouth in pain, rapidly retreating from the cold ice Dao domain. "Damn, this thing is so cold, my body is almost frozen. Oh, I can't refine it. How despicable." His entire body was covered with ice crystals, as if he were to be enveloped by dark ice. "It would be better if you froze to death." "Haha, this is your own doing. Do you want me to help you break this layer of ice? Let me think about where to strike. How about from your neck? One chop there, and you won't have to." Ma Yu walked towards Fong Lung with an axe in hand. "Senior brother Ma, what are you doing?" Wei Wulan scolded. "I'm just helping out, and don't worry, I won't take his life." With a single chop, the dark ice that had formed on Fong Lung instantly shattered. He continued to endure the excruciating cold pain, trembling and stuttering. "Don't meddle in my affairs. I won't be grateful to you. Senior Sister Wei is mine." Even while enduring the pain, Fong Lung remained defiant. After Fong Lung's failure, Wei Wulan looked at Gu Yuan. "Junior brother Gu, do you want to give it a try?" Gu Yuan himself also had no power related to the cold ice laws, but the cold ice Dao domain was right in front of him, so he felt it was reasonable to give it a try. He nodded, "I'll go feel it out. If it doesn't work, I'll come out right away. Oh, I won't waste any time." After speaking, Gu Yuan stepped into the Dao domain, and instantly a wave of icy chill surged toward him. Within the chill, there was an indescribable power. Under this force, it felt as if even the soul could be frozen. Without mastering any laws related to cold ice, it was extremely difficult to start from scratch and comprehend this icy aura. Not to mention that his body would have to endure the cold ice's erosion for a long time. The others outside wouldn't wait for Gu Yuan. After experiencing it personally, Gu Yuan retreated. Fang Lung was still recovering from the injuries he had suffered from his earlier recklessness. Once he had recovered, the group set off again to find other Dao domains. These Dao domains were formed from the remains of powerful beings from the former extreme holy sect. Once someone obtained the inheritance, the Dao domain would transform into a dead domain. Dao domains also varied in strength. Some obscure Dao domains, even if encountered, would be unlikely to keep people lingering and spending much time to conquer them. Just like this cold ice, Dao domain comprehension was extremely difficult, and even if obtained, it would not provide significant help to oneself. The group continued their search, eliminating many broken immortal insects along the way, but they consecutively discovered that 2 Dao domains had already become dead domains. Unbeknownst to them, 15 days slipped by quietly. While passing through a mountain range, Zimo exclaimed, "This seems to be the place I mentioned. Look, don't those 2 peaks connect? Let's go check between the peaks." Gu Yuan looked in the direction Zimo pointed, sensing Lin Mijuan's aura there. Before entering the 9 Nether Sacred Domain, the 3 had agreed that if any one of them discovered a powerful Dao domain, they would notify the other 2. However, since Lin Mijuan hadn't sent any message to the other 2, it indicated that this place held little value. When several individuals arrived between the 2 peaks, they could see 4 people standing in front of the water pool from a distance. They were all wearing the robes of disciples from the extreme. Gu Yuan and the others noticed them and were naturally spotted by the other party. So it's Senior Brother Yuan and Senior Brother Lu. Fang Lung recognized them. The 4 people by the water pool looked at the approaching group. Their gazes lingered for a moment on Wei Wulan, and the Senior Brother Yuan said, "Junior Sister Wei, Junior Brother Fang, you are late. We have not obtained the inheritance from the domain beneath this water pool, but that woman who followed Junior Brother Lu should have gained it. She has been inside for several days." Fang Lung and the others were quite arrogant in front of outsiders, but in front of these people they appeared much more subdued. "Since that is the case, let us seek other Wei Wulan could not help but ask, "May I inquire, Senior Brother Yuan, Senior Brother Lu, what kind of principles does this inheritance hold?" The Senior Brother Yuan, who was speaking, did not hide this, and replied, "This domain pertains to the dark principle. None of us are particularly compatible with it, and understanding it forcefully will take considerable time. Only that Junior Sister Lin possesses the power of the dark principle, making it much easier for her to comprehend." Upon hearing this, Wei Wulan felt somewhat disappointed. She had comprehended the mystic principle and the dark principle from her own 9 mystic body, and this dark principle would also aid her significantly. If she were to enter, obtaining the inheritance should not be too difficult. At this moment, the previously silent Senior Brother Lu Yuan Kai spoke up, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Wulan. "Junior Sister Wei, this dark domain is also beneficial for you. If you agree to what I proposed earlier, I will drive that woman out so you can give it a try. How about it?" Wei Wulan's expression turned cold as she looked at Lu Yuan Kai. This person had previously pursued her, but his methods were rather ruthless. The principle he comprehended was known as the repair principle, which required the extraction of a woman's essence for cultivation. Wei Wulan's entire strength relied on her 9 mystic body. If he were to extract from her, her strength would immediately drop several tiers. Moreover, the Corpse Demon Grandmaster had found no special background regarding him, so initially, she had ignored him. With the Corpse Demon Grandmaster backing her after Wei Wulan rejected Lu Yuan Kai, he did not engage in any further outrageous actions. Now as the 2 met again in the 9 Nether Sacred Domain, Lu Yuan Kai brought up this matter, once more causing Wei Wulan's heart to chill instantly. She looked at Fang Lung and Ma Yue, who were behaving submissively in front of Lu Yuan Kai, and his group, realizing that relying on strength to confront them was likely impossible. Among these individuals, the others were not particularly noteworthy, but that Senior Brother Yuan was a renowned expert within the sacred sect, possessing strength capable of contending with those in the nascent soul stage. Among these individuals, the others were not particularly noteworthy, but that Senior Brother Yuan was a renowned expert within the sacred sect, possessing strength capable. No need, Senior Brother Lu. Wulan has not fallen to that level. Farewell. After saying this, Wei Wulan prepared to leave with the others. With Senior Brother Yuan present, she understood that her group could not compete with just a few people. Gu Yuan had been standing behind Wei Wulan. Upon hearing the conversation, he immediately understood why Lin Mijun had not sent news to him, and Ji Xingyuano, it turned out, she had gained the advantage. Just as they were about to turn around to leave, a graceful figure flew out from the water pool. It was Lin Mijun. At this moment her face was filled with boundless joy. After reaching the shore, Lin Mi-jun saw Gu Yuan and the others, and her expression slightly changed. Gu Yuan turned to glance at Lin Mi-jun, noticing that her aura had changed. It seemed she had obtained the inheritance of the dark domain. Seeing Gu Yuan and the others looking back at her, a strange expression flashed across Lin Mi-jun's face. She looked at Lu Yuankai and said, "Senior brother Lu, thank you for protecting Mi-jun. Mi-jun has obtained the inheritance." Good. Lu Yuankai's eyes revealed a look of joy, and he found Lin Mi-jun much more pleasing to the eye. As soon as he entered the 9 nether sacred domain, he was eager to extract from Lin Mi-jun, but was moved by her words and abandoned that plan. Lin Mi-jun made it clear that she was still a maiden. If she were to be extracted now, it would harm her combat strength, so it was better to wait until they left before discussing it. She could not escape anyway. Now that Lin Mi-jun had obtained the inheritance of the domain, her value had increased significantly. "Let's go." Wei Wulan looked at the girl who had obtained the inheritance, feeling somewhat displeased and unwilling to remain there to watch others revel in their success. Seeing that Gu Yuan and the others were about to leave, Lin Mi-jun walked to Lu Yuankai's side and whispered something to him. In the next moment, Lu Yuankai blocked the group that was, "Stop. You all can leave, but that kid has to stay." Lu Yuankai pointed at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's expression changed, and the others turned to look back. Wei Wulan looked at Lu Yuankai and said, "Senior brother Lu, what do you mean? He is the disciple of my uncle." Her words revealed her intention to protect. However, the 3 who had always complied with Wei Wulan now acted as if nothing had happened, watching the excitement without any intention to intervene. Lu Yuankai glanced at Lin Mi-jun and then at Wei Wulan, his face displaying a resolute expression. "I don't care who he is. If you want to protect him, you must be willing to let me extract from you, otherwise I will take him down today." Wei Wulan's expression changed as she looked at Gu Yuan, transmitting, "What grievances do you have with that woman?" Gu Yuan's face darkened as he replied, "What grievances could there be? She challenged me during the Sacred Sun Conference and was defeated by me. If there's any grievance, it's only this matter. I ask for your help, senior sister." Upon receiving the transmission, Wei Wulan looked at Gu Yuan with a complex expression. While communicating with Wei Wulan, Gu Yuan also transmitted to Lin Mi-jun, "What do you mean?" Lin Mi-jun still wore a strange expression as she looked at Lu Yuankai, not responding to Gu Yuan. At this moment, she was no longer the original Lin Mi-jun. She was the master of this domain. A remnant thought nurtured by the 9 nether sacred domain for thousands of years, possessing the ability to seize the body of a former tribulation period expert. Lin Mi-jun's physique greatly satisfied her, as it was not much different from her own in life. It was practically custom-made for her. After successfully seizing the body, she learned of Lin Mi-jun's past. She intended to erase everyone who had previously interacted with her. Gu Yuan, Ji Xing Yuan, and her male pets in the Xianyin sect all had to die. She could not let anyone discover that she had swapped bodies. Now Gu Yuan just happened to be in front of her. With Lu Yuankai and his companions present, it would not be difficult to deal with Gu Yuan, thus Lin Mi-jun decided to take action. "Senior brother Yuan, junior brother Mo, junior brother Bao, let's work together to take him down." Seeing that Wei Wulan had no intention of intervening, Lu Yuankai no longer cared. Upon hearing this, Wei Wulan's expression changed. "Junior brother Gu, may you seek your own fortune. This matter is due to your own provocation, and it has nothing to do with us. We are Gu Yuan's face darkened as he watched Wei Wulan abandon him. The 3 beside her were even more direct, showing no hesitation as they distanced themselves. In an instant, several sword lights rose up, and the 4 had already fled far away. The abandonment by Wei Ruolin and others plunged Gu Yuan into a perilous situation in an instant. The 3 beside Lu Yuankai showed no hesitation upon hearing his words. That senior brother Yuan took the lead, a terrifying aura locking onto Gu Yuan directly. The other 2 spread out to the left and right, each summoning a sealing talisman to prevent Gu Yuan from escaping. The aura of that senior brother Yuan was extremely terrifying. Under his lock, Gu Yuan felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. His divine soul power is even stronger than mine. Feeling that the surroundings had been completely locked down, he couldn't even use an escape technique. Without any hesitation, Gu Yuan took out the token given to him by Yang Yaojin and activated the power contained within, which held the might of a transformation stage cultivator's attack. Once the fiery red strike, imbued with the power of the sun, was unleashed, it transformed into a blazing sun charging towards the group with terrifying. As the terrifying aura erupted, the expressions of the group changed. "Damn it, do you think you can compare your trump cards with me?" Lu Yuankai revealed a cruel smile, summoning a talisman treasure, and in an instant the scorching light that attacked them was directly dispelled. "You are far from being able to compare your trump card with mine." Lu Yuankai sneered disdainfully. After the light dissipated, Gu Yuan's figure had already vanished from the original spot. Relying on the power contained within the token, Gu Yuan did not deliver a fatal blow to the group, but he broke the sealing barrier and activated his escape technique. He actually managed to escape. Absurd chase after him. Before Lu Yuan Kai finished his words, the group had already pursued. While Gu Yuan was fleeing at high speed, he no longer cared about anything else, and activated the blood escape twice, in quick succession, instantly covering a distance of 1,000 miles. Lin Mi-jun held his blood essence, which originally served as a means for the three to conspire to escape from the task's control, but at this moment, it became an unstable factor. Gu Yuan decisively performed the blood separation technique, completely severing the connection with the 2 drops of blood essence he had given to the others. This blood separation technique came from the clumsy nightmare he eliminated upon arriving in the nightmare realm. Although this technique had no significant effect, it had a unique efficacy in separating blood and qi. After the 2 drops of blood essence were separated by Gu Yuan, Lin Mi-jun and Ji Xing Yuan could no longer locate Gu Yuan through the blood essence. This was also the method Gu Yuan had thought of when handing over the blood essence. Although it deviated from the original plan, it allowed him to escape the constraints of it. He had lost a means of survival bestowed by Yang Yaojin-jun. In that situation, had Gu Yuan not decisively used that life-saving trump card once entangled by the group, it would have been extremely difficult to escape. Among the group, not to mention the several Saint sect disciples, even Lin Mi-jun alone could delay him for a long time. Gu Yuan had no chance of victory against them. Lin Mi-jun remaining in place, sensed Gu Yuan's aura disappearing, a strange smile appeared on her face. Do you think that by erasing your blood essence I won't be able to find you? Ridiculous. Since she dared to turn against him in public, she was confident in her ability to deal with the changes. Shadow tracking dark curse kill. A curse power surged along the blood essence left behind by Gu Yuan, directly assaulting him in an unfathomable manner. Lu Yuan Kai Wan Jinggan and the others chased for a distance, but did not detect Gu Yuan's aura, and they stopped abruptly. 1,000 miles away. After Gu Yuan separated his blood essence using the blood separation technique, he kept a close watch on Lin Mi-jun's movements. Seeing that she remained stationary, Gu Yuan felt a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't pursue, it seemed his blood separation technique was effective. As long as she was unclear about his location and could not accurately track him, he would not be in too much danger. In the next moment, Gu Yuan's expression changed. A strange energy surged into his body. In an instant, Gu Yuan's body felt as if it were being devoured by countless insects, the blood essence within him rapidly decaying, a withering power spreading inside. What is this? Gu Yuan was startled. Without time to think, he immediately took out a pile of pills to replenish his blood essence, and swallowed them. The damage caused by this withering power was akin to a cultivator rapidly losing their blood essence in their old age. At that moment, the Nirvana mark within Gu Yuan began absorbing the decaying energy. If this power could not be controlled, and the blood essence continued to decay, it was highly likely he would undergo Nirvana right there. This was the Nine Hells' sacred domain. After Nirvana, the body would be exceedingly vulnerable, and the divine sense power could no longer be used freely. Just the surrounding Nine Hells' energy could take Gu Yuan's life. I absolutely cannot undergo Nirvana here. This withering power was recklessly destroying his blood essence, and after activating the blood escape twice, Gu Yuan's blood essence was already severely depleted. Under the influence of the withering power, any blood essence that came into contact with it would instantly decay, and there was a tendency to infect other blood essences and decay together. Fortunately, all completely decayed blood essences would be absorbed by the Nirvana mark, preventing them from spreading recklessly. Gu Yuan steeled his heart, and frantically urged the power of his golden core to suppress and eliminate this withering power. After a moment, the withering power within him not only failed to be suppressed, but instead intensified. Gu Yuan's eyes revealed a frenzied expression as the power of his golden core began to burn, using the burning force of the Tao pill to resolve that withering power. After a long time, Gu Yuan's face turned extremely pale. After consuming hundreds of pills to replenish his blood essence and burning a large amount of golden core power, he finally managed to eliminate the withering power. This inexplicable power nearly took half of Gu Yuan's life. The blood essence within him suffered severe losses. The laws upon his Tao pill completely dissipated, and the Tao pill turned into an ordinary golden core. To restore it to its original state would take decades at the very least. During the foundation establishment stage, relying on the comprehension of the realm and the power of laws to augment the golden core to form a Tao pill was easy, but later on it was extremely difficult to improve the quality of the golden core. Gu Yuan's combat capability was severely diminished as a result. Damn it, who on earth could use such means against me? Gu Yuan vaguely suspected a target, but dared not believe it. The reason Lu Yuan Kai and others attacked him was Lin Mi-jun. Gu Yuan believed there was no deep-seated enmity between him and Lin Mi-jun. If there was a grievance beyond defeating her at the Holy Sun Conference which made her lose some face, there was only the knowledge of her keeping a male pet. These two matters were not sufficient for her to try to kill him. Unless Lin Mi-jun had undergone some change after obtaining a legacy and believed she could fully deceive Lu Yuan Kai, wanting to eliminate Gu Yuan and Ji Xing Yuan, those who knew her past. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan immediately sent a message to Ji Xing Yuan telling him about Lin Mi-jun's changes. After receiving the message, Ji Xing Yuan quickly replied to Gu Yuan. Ji Xing Yuan, that vile woman really did get close to the Saint Sect people. Damn it, she thinks it would be so easy to erase her dark history. Let's see how I ruin her reputation. Ji Xing Yuan Gu Shirdi, I don't know if you've noticed, but it seems the people of the Saint Sect aren't too bright. Before coming here I was worried I would be treated as bait for testing, but after interacting with them I found they charge ahead even more aggressively than I do. I am now utterly transparent. Not only did I not encounter danger, but I also gained quite a few benefits by following them. Gu Yuan Ji Shishong, I noticed that too. Had I known we shouldn't have pulled Lin Mi-jun into the alliance, following the Saint Sect people is quite good. Ji Xing Yuan, it seems this situation is not an exception. It's too late to say anything now. With the brains of those Saint Sect disciples, I have no doubt Lin Mi-jun could easily deceive them. If we want to deal with her, we must first ruin her reputation. Be careful and escape. Just watch me. Gu Yuan, then I will trouble Ji Shishong. Ji Xing Yuan, no need to be polite. We are both from the eastern region, we need to support each other to go far. I won't say much more. I'll first let the few Saint Sect disciples beside me. After communicating with Ji Xing Yuan, Gu Yuan felt much more at ease. At least he still had help. Ji Xing Yuan spread rumors about Lin Mi-jun's scandals, which would only cause her to lose some face, but it wouldn't harm her in any substantial way. Gu Yuan was well aware that after obtaining the Dao domain inheritance, Lin Mi-jun, even without Lu Yuankai and others, would still be difficult to deal with. The ability to launch such an attack from a distance must be directly related to that drop of blood. Either Lin Mi-jun handed that drop of blood to Lu Yuankai and the others, or it was an attack she herself unleashed. If Lin Mi-jun had such means, she wouldn't have lost to Gu Yuan earlier. Moreover, she had just acquired the inheritance and couldn't possibly comprehend such a powerful killing move so quickly. It is highly likely that there is a problem with the Dao domain. At this moment, Gu Yuan couldn't help but think. Since the Dao domain is transformed from the remains of a former supreme being of the extreme Saint Sect, could it be possible that some powerful beings have not completely died and still retain remnants of their consciousness? The Dao domain itself is quite mysterious. If one does not master the laws akin to it, the time required to start comprehending it from scratch is exceedingly long. The 9 Nether Sacred Domain only opens for 3 to 4 years each time, and within such a short period it is nearly impossible to comprehend a complete law from zero. As long as one can find a Dao domain that aligns with their own attributes, they will gain something, otherwise others are destined to merely broaden their horizons on this trip. Since one must find a Dao domain that matches their own laws to gain anything, could it be that the Dao domain is actually selecting people? According to conventional understanding, even if a powerful cultivator's true spirit dissipates, they cannot rely on soul possession to be reborn. However, this is the 9 Nether Sacred Domain, which is inherently a very special existence. Otherwise, the manifestation of the Dao laws wouldn't occur. If remnants of those powerful beings here could also possess and be reborn, then it would be quite terrifying. It is highly likely that Lin Mi-jun has already been possessed. After calming down, Gu Yuan pondered extensively. At this moment he was alone and severely injured. If he did not recover quickly, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to gain fortune here. Encountering others could pose a threat to his life. Gu Yuan found a secluded spot in the mountain range he was currently in, opened a temporary cave, concealed the entrance, and set up a concealment array before entering to silently recover his. Fortunately, he had prepared a large amount of medicinal supplies. Aside from the irreversible damage to his golden core, the lost blood essence could all be restored. With the Dao pill degrading into a golden core, Gu Yuan's combat power was also affected. In the future, if he wished to unleash an attack comparable to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he would have to rely entirely on the power of the laws. Within the 9 Nether Sacred Domain, the power of divine sense is restricted. Once divine sense is unleashed, one will feel pressure. With the concealment array outside the cave, as long as no one was idly searching the area with their divine sense, no one would discover Gu Yuan. Before healing, Gu Yuan deliberately checked Lin Mi-jun's location. Seeing that she had already begun to move and was not heading in his direction, he felt relieved and focused on recovering his injuries. 3 months later, the lost blood essence within him was fully restored thanks to a substantial amount of medicinal pills. During this time, Ji Xing Yuan sent Gu Yuan 2 messages. Ji Xing Yuan, I have already spread the scandal of Lin Mi-jun. She broke the rules first, and even if we return to the sect, we are not afraid. Gu Shidi, save me. After the second message arrived, Ji Xing Yuan's aura vanished. Gu Yuan noted that Lin Mi-jun was still quite far from Ji Xing Yuan. There are 2 scenarios in which Ji Xing Yuan encountered an accident. The first is that he suffered a strange attack like himself and lacked sufficient medicinal pills to restore his blood essence, leading to his demise. The second is that his team encountered an accident and was wiped out. Regardless of which scenario it is not good news for Gu Yuan. With Ji Xingyuan's fall, he lost his only helper here. His situation would become even more difficult. The degradation of his golden core has weakened Gu Yuan's combat power, and the only life-saving trump card has already been used. Now he only had two choices. The first is to quietly wait here for the 9 Nether Sacred Domain to end, and then return to the eastern region to hide within the Mingxian sect. The second is to seek opportunities. If he can find a Dao domain suitable for himself, his strength could significantly increase. Given these two choices, if not for Lin Maijian's threat, Gu Yuan would definitely choose the first. However, Gu Yuan could not ascertain whether Lin Maijian had been possessed. Even after returning to the eastern region, he might still be targeted by her. Should that time come with his current strength, he wouldn't even have the power to fight back. I cannot waste the opportunities here. I must find a way to increase my strength. After healing his injuries, Gu Yuan made a decision in his heart. Acting alone, Gu Yuan was extremely cautious. His divine sense was on par with that of a nascent soul cultivator in the early stage. Within the 9 Nether Sacred Domain, everyone's divine sense was restricted. In comparison, Gu Yuan's divine sense could probe farther than an average person's. He embarked on a journey to search for a Dao domain. Once he discovered someone nearby, Gu Yuan would quietly observe from a distance. After waiting for the people to leave, he would then reveal himself, leaving behind a few magical swords that had been activated to guard outside the Dao domain before daring to enter and investigate. This 9 Nether Sacred Domain had not been open for long, and the people inside were still searching for suitable Dao domains. For those that did not align with their own, they would try to comprehend them to a certain extent, and after finding no gain, they would decisively give up. Thus Gu Yuan traveled for 2 months, and discovered 8 or 9 Dao domains, 4 of which had already become dead zones. The other Dao domains did not align with the laws he had mastered. Gu Yuan had no choice but to continue searching. He could not believe that there was not a Dao domain left by a sword master within the 9 Nether Sacred Domain. Another 2 months later, Gu Yuan observed a few individuals leaving a valley below, their faces marked with regret and reluctance. Once the few people walked far away, Gu Yuan approached the valley. From a distance, he could sense that the valley was filled with the aura of Sword Dao. A surge of joy filled Gu Yuan's heart. After such a long time in the 9 Nether Sacred Domain, he finally encountered a Dao domain related to swords. Familiar with placing several activated magical swords outside the Dao domain, as a guard, Gu Yuan stepped into this Dao domain. The fierce sword energy surged within the Dao domain. If one cannot comprehend the same Sword Dao aura, merely defending against this fierce sword energy would require considerable effort. Gu Yuan was extremely confident in his Sword Dao. Though the Sword Dao aura here differed from what he had mastered, the essence remained the same. With the foundation in Sword Dao, it was still quite easy for Gu Yuan to comprehend the Sword Dao aura here. 3 days later, Gu Yuan had adapted to the Sword Dao aura surrounding this Dao domain and could enter the true Dao domain. Walking amidst the fierce Sword Dao aura, Gu Yuan felt as if he merged with it. After taking a few steps, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original view of the valley was no longer visible, replaced by a graveyard filled with long swords. Release your understanding of the sword. Every sword intent can summon a sword from the surroundings. The more swords you can summon, the more Sword Dao laws I will impart. A voice echoed in Gu Yuan's mind. Gu Yuan's heart trembled. He did not immediately release his understanding of the sword, but instead observed the long swords embedded in the ground. Among these long swords, Gu Yuan sensed that each sword contained an understanding of its own. The voice was indeed telling the truth. As long as he released his understanding of the sword, he could summon the long swords of this place into his body, and thus gain insights into the Sword Dao inheritance. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, and began to release all the Sword Dao techniques he had mastered. One by one, sword techniques, sword intents, and sword wills were unleashed. In an instant, the long swords embedded in the ground began to stir, floating in midair as if they had encountered their master. Insights into various Sword Dao surged into Gu Yuan's heart: the sword-slaying intent, the agile sword intent, the swift sword intent. The killing sword will, the heaven-slaying sword will, the grassendwood sword will. The sword law of transformation, the star-picking sword intent. You are quite impressive. To gain so many insights into the Sword Dao, you are qualified to meet me and accept the true Sword Dao inheritance. After absorbing so many insights into the Sword Dao, Gu Yuan heard the voice of the Sword Dao expert's remnant once again. With a vigilant heart, Gu Yuan followed the guidance of the lingering remnant step by step to the center of the Dao domain. An immortal corpse lay peacefully within a black coffin. The moment he saw the corpse, a thought flashed through Gu Yuan's mind. If he could use this corpse to refine a corpse puppet, its power would undoubtedly be considerable. A trace of a shadow drifted out from the black coffin, its body appearing almost transparent with a look of desolation on its face. I am Fanshu, a cultivator of the Tribulation Transcendent stage in life, known as the Falling Leaf Sword Sovereign. The 3 tribulations and 9 disasters of the Tribulation Transcendent stage were far more difficult than I had anticipated, and I ultimately fell in the 8th disaster. Fortunately, the Holy Sect was merciful and granted me the opportunity to leave behind a legacy here. You are quite remarkable to master such a plethora of sword momentum and sword intent at the Golden Core stage, comprehending the principles of the sword path. I am very satisfied. What I transmitted to you just now were merely the foundational insights of the sword path. The true legacy of my sword path is entirely contained within this lingering remnant. Are you willing to inherit my teachings and carry my sword path, to explore the greater glory of the sword path? His face bore a look of desolation, resembling an elderly man with unfulfilled wishes. Gu Yuan's expression became solemn as he gazed at the shadow before him, saying, I am willing to inherit your will and walk the path you could not complete. Very well, meeting you here brings me great comfort. My true spirit has long since fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. This lingering remnant was preserved out of reluctance to sever the legacy. Once I impart all my sword path insights to you, I will disappear. You must carry forth my falling leaf sword path and make it flourish. The remnant of the falling leaf sword sovereign seemed to be delivering its final words, and its transparent body trembled with excitement as it was about to complete the sword path inheritance. Do not resist. This remnant will enter your sea of consciousness. The remnant form will not affect you. Once I imprint the sword path inheritance in your sea of consciousness, I will dissipate. After advising Gu Yuan, the figure floated toward him. Gu Yuan did not resist allowing the falling leaf sword sovereign to enter his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the Supreme Soul Defense Spirit artifact, the Soul Suppression Bell, hidden in Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness, unleashed its power. This Soul Suppression Bell was of a higher grade than the one Li Feiyu had gifted him, previously obtained after Gu Yuan acquired a wealth of resources from the summer conference. What are you trying to do? Upon entering Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness, the remnant of the falling leaf sword sovereign was immediately suppressed by the Soul Suppression Bell, emitting an angry roar of dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Gu Yuan's consciousness avatar appeared in the sea of consciousness, looking at the falling leaf sword sovereign playfully. Rather than letting you imprint the sword path inheritance here, I would prefer to suppress and refine your remnant, allowing me to personally explore your lifetime of sword path insights. Though the effect may be weaker this way, safety is paramount, wouldn't you agree, senior? I cannot trust the inheritance imprint you leave behind. I will take matters into my own hands. I believe you won't refuse, since you are about to dissipate. The remnant of the falling leaf sword sovereign's expression darkened significantly, glaring at Gu Yuan's consciousness avatar, in anger, unable to restrain himself from asking. The 9 Nether Holy Domain has methods to shield against soul possession. How did you discover this? In that moment, trapped in Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness and suppressed by the Soul Suppression Bell, the remnant had lost all means of resistance, so it no longer concealed anything. I am naturally cautious by nature. Even if this place can shield some of my awareness, I would never be careless enough to let you safely leave an imprint here. It seems my caution was damn it. The expression of the falling leaf sword sovereign's remnant was extremely grim. This remnant, nurtured by the power of the 9 Nether for thousands of years, had finally gained the ability to imprint the principles of the Tao and occupy the consciousness of another. With the hope of rebirth through possession now shattered, everything had turned to dust. Why are you so cautious? A sword cultivator should possess clarity of mind and heart. Someone like you is unworthy of cultivating the sword. The remnant of the falling leaf sword sovereign roared within Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was extremely difficult for remnants to seek rebirth. Only within the 9 Nether Holy Domain could there be a slim chance. When he fell back, then it was precisely because of this slim chance that he cast aside his true spirit, leaving behind this lingering remnant, in hopes of starting anew. Now that hope was extinguished. If the remnant were still in its original body, it could summon the power of the Tao domain to resist. Now trapped in the sea of consciousness, it was like a general who had lost his soldiers, able to muster no strength. Gu Yuan disregarded its furious roars. Under the suppression of the Soul Suppression Bell, this remnant, no matter how powerful it had been in life, was now merely a lamb waiting. Destroying this remnant was easy, but preserving the memories within it was quite difficult. Gu Yuan attempted to persuade it to cooperate voluntarily, otherwise, even if he could obtain some memories from this remnant, they would be incomplete. Senior, you are merely a remnant. Why cling so tightly to rebirth? Help me this once by leaving your sword techniques and principles behind. Your true spirit has already reincarnated. If we meet again one day, I will surely repay you for this kindness. What do you think? The true spirit that has already reincarnated is no longer me. You plot against me while wanting to obtain my sword path inheritance. How naive. I will never let you succeed, even in death. The falling leaf sword sovereign was now showing signs of madness and self-destruction. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Yuan did not hesitate and directly began to refine this remnant. Due to the falling leaf sword sovereign's continuous self-destruction, Yuan obtained very little memory from him. The complete sword techniques and principles were merely fragments, while the rest were chaotic memories from his past life of little use to Yuan. However, even obtaining these fragments of principles would aid Yuan in comprehending the true power of the sword path in the future. Combined with the various sword path principles he had previously grasped in the Sea of Consciousness, Yuan was able to enhance his strength. Although he did not acquire complete sword path memories, Yuan felt content. His consciousness left the Sea of Consciousness and returned to his body. At this moment, the Tao domain lost the control of the falling leaf sword sovereign's remnant, and the surrounding sword path principles began to go awry, showing signs of turning into a dead zone. In an instant, Yuan understood how those dead zones in the 9 nether holy domain came to be. It was either that a powerful remnant had escaped, or the remnant had perished. Without the control of a powerful remnant, the Tao domain would turn into a dead zone. This means that within every complete Tao domain there exists a powerful remnant. The actions of the Supreme Holy Sect are truly impressive. Not only can they allow some powerful beings to revive and reincarnate, but they also benefit some disciples, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Yuan raised his true essence defenses to withstand the chaotic sword chi around him, while looking at the corpse lying in the black coffin. The formation of this Tao domain relied entirely on this corpse. If he were to take it away, perhaps this Tao domain would instantly dissipate. Faced with the corpse of this tribulation transcendent stage cultivator, Yuan felt a strong temptation. He attempted to take the black coffin along with the corpse. However, he was unable to move the coffin. It was as if the black coffin was connected to this place, and no matter what methods Yuan used, he could not budge it even slightly. The corpse within the black coffin was similarly trapped, as if it were firmly locked within the coffin and could not escape. Seeing this, Yuan felt somewhat disheartened. On this corpse of the falling leaf sword sovereign, he sensed a profound aura of the sword path. If he could extract it and refine it into a corpse puppet, its power would surely be formidable. Staring at the corpse for a moment, Yuan conceived a plan. Is it possible to ignite this corpse? Upon coming to this realization, Yuan extended his hand and invoked the talent of transforming all things shared by the green spirit, directing it towards the corpse within the After the transformation, Yuan's divine sense firmly locked onto the corpse in the black coffin. Once transformed by himself, as long as it developed spiritual intelligence and sensed the power of divine, since it would acknowledge him as its master, and Yuan was not concerned about any issues. If he could transform this corpse, Yuan would possess a humanoid puppet formed from the body of a tribulation transcendence cultivator. After being transformed by Yuan, the corpse lying in the black coffin suddenly opened its eyes wide. The eye sockets, now devoid of eyeballs, suddenly opened, appearing somewhat eerie. I have been lying here for so long, why can I speak now? How strange. Did I not die long ago? Am I alive again now? Yes, come out quickly, you do not need to lie there anymore. You will follow me from now on, and listen to me. Like other transformed items, the corpse of the falling leaf sword master had much to say after being transformed, continuously communicating with Yuan through the divine sense. Upon hearing Yuan's command, the corpse of the falling leaf sword master attempted to rise from the black coffin. I can't get up, oh, only my eyelids can move. Something is binding. The falling leaf sword master's corpse complained to Yuan. Try a little harder, give it another shot. Alright, I'll try again. My legs seem to be moving. I'm using all my strength. He'll try harder. I'm using a lot of strength. I'm using immense strength. Yuan's face darkened as he continually received the words from the falling leaf sword master's corpse in his consciousness. Gradually, as the falling leaf sword master's corpse exerted itself, it began to move within the black coffin. The chaotic sword energy around them also began to weaken. Boom. The falling leaf sword master's corpse broke free from the restraints of the black coffin, stepping out beyond its confines. The surroundings trembled violently. A large amount of sword energy in the Tao domain dissipated. I have emerged. The corpse of the falling leaf sword master rolled out of the black coffin, and the surrounding Tao domain vanished, leaving only a black coffin in its place. After leaving the black coffin, the falling leaf sword master's corpse was like a child bouncing around joyfully. With each leap, the entire valley trembled. Yuan quickly stopped him. Stop right there. From now on you will be called Sword Servant. Sword Servant. Yay. I have a name now. I have a name now. The sword servant obediently ceased jumping, and the valley returned to calm. Do not resist. Oh, I will see if I can store you in the spirit beast bag. Oh, what is a spirit beast bag? How do you store me? The sword servant was like a curious child, chattering endlessly. Yuan ignored him, took out a spirit beast bag, and after activating the incantation, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and the sword servant was instantly stored within. Seeing that it could indeed be stored in the spirit beast bag, Gu Yuan's face revealed a joyful expression. He then released him again. Just now, where was that place? It felt just like before, dark and lonely. The sword servant was quite talkative. This was a characteristic of having developed spiritual intelligence right after being transformed, and Gu Yuan was already accustomed to it. He directed the sword servant, trying to make him attack some targets. Go destroy that mountain. Gu Yuan pointed at a mountain beside the valley. He had to test the sword servant's strength to prepare himself mentally. How do I destroy it? The sword servant retorted. Kick it with your foot. Alright, I'll give it a try. The sword servant staggered towards the small mountain, attempting to kick it. With a rumble, the small mountain trembled and was kicked out by the sword servant, creating a massive cave. The kick contained the power of the sword Dao. Is this how it's done, master? Gu Yuan was very satisfied with the physical power of the sword servant. Truly, as the corpse of a tribulation transcendence cultivator, even without any additional powers, the body alone possessed such strength. This casual kick was stronger than an attack from a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. With him by his side, Gu Yuan felt an immense sense of security. Gu Yuan continued to teach the sword servant some other attack techniques. The sword servant practiced for a long time. Ultimately, Gu Yuan concluded that while the sword servant's body strength was high, and it could unleash terrifying power, relying solely on brute force in battle made it difficult to land actual hits on agile opponents, especially since he lacked any divine sense to lock onto targets. To turn him into a true trump card, Gu Yuan needed to use the corpse refining method to refine him, utilizing the corpse chi as an enhancement for the sword servant to unleash its maximum potential. Immediately, Gu Yuan performed the corpse refining method on the sword servant, transforming him into a refined corpse. The body of the falling leaf sword master, which had been in slumber for thousands of years, inherently contained strong corpse chi. Under the refining techniques of the corpse method, in just a few days the sword servant attained the strength of a pinnacle 4th stage corpse king. Gu Yuan's divine soul power was limited, and refining the sword servant into a pinnacle 4th stage corpse king was already his limit. With him by his side, Gu Yuan possessed a formidable trump card in the 9 nether sacred domain. With the power of corpse refining combined with the sword servant's natural strength, even his casual attacks held the might of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. After refining the sword servant, Gu Yuan began to comprehend the insights of the sword Dao he had obtained. Compared to the sword intent and blade laws he had comprehended, the insights left behind by the falling leaf sword master were far more magnificent. Gu Yuan did not directly attempt to comprehend the sword Dao laws within the inheritance, but instead started from the insights of the sword momentum left by the falling leaf sword master. Step by step, after mastering all the sword momentum and sword intent he had left, he began to comprehend the sword Dao laws. The sword Dao of the falling leaf sword master evolved from an initial focus on slaughtering swords to a later emphasis on transforming all things into sword. From the slaughtering sword intent to the heavenly slashing sword intent to the grass and wood sword intent, Gu Yuan gradually sensed the changes in the state of mind of the falling leaf sword master during his cultivation of the sword Dao. The grass and wood sword intent already hinted at the subsequent transformation of sword laws. With grass and wood as swords, plucking leaves could injure others. All things become sword. After comprehending this sword law, Gu Yuan's own sword Dao aura also underwent an unnoticed transformation. The sharpness of the sword Dao faded, returning to some. He shed the extravagant and dazzling sword techniques, retaining only the plain and unadorned means of sword attack. Gu Yuan's entire demeanor became more. From his aura, it was difficult for others to discern that he was an unparalleled swordsman. The transformation of sword laws is truly extraordinary. It seems to simplify complexity, yet the sharpness is hidden within form. After comprehending the first sword law left by the falling leaf sword master, Gu Yuan continued to understand his second sword law, the star plucking law. Gu Yuan immersed himself in the understanding of the sword, while the sword servant stood guard nearby. Unknowingly, after Gu Yuan comprehended the entire inheritance of the sword Dao, more than a year had passed. Since he entered the 9 nether sacred domain, a total of 2 years had already elapsed. The power of the sword Dao's principles connects everything. Gu Yuan independently comprehended the principles of the sword Dao's sharp blade from the legacy left by the falling leaf sword master. He successively grasped the principles of sword transformation, star plucking, heavenly slaying, illusionary destruction, and earth splitting. Although the latter principles were understood through the falling leaf sword master's inheritance, compared to the principles he acquired in the nightmare realm, Gu Yuan understood their origins and foundations, which were not much different from those he had realized himself. Unlike the repeating illusory object perception and soul-binding principles, which he only knew how to use without understanding their underlying principles. After comprehending these sword Dao principles, even though the power of the golden core within Gu Yuan had diminished somewhat, his overall combat capability had improved significantly. Having understood the power of the principles, Gu Yuan learned from the faint memories of the sword Dao left by the falling leaf sword master that it was precisely through these major principles that the sword master had consolidated his own sword Dao. If he could merge the power of the principles with his Dao God Yuan in the future, he would be able to form a sword Dao uniquely his own, gaining a ticket to the refining void stage. With his strength greatly increased, and the sword slave as a trump card, Gu Yuan began to plan how to take the initiative and eliminate Lin Mijun first. From the matter of the falling leaf sword master, Gu Yuan had already confirmed that Lin Mijun had been possessed. The strange attack he suffered was also initiated by her, otherwise how could Ji Xing Yuan have inexplicably died? Gu Yuan did not believe that if Ji Xing Yuan's team encountered danger, he would seek his help. It was certain that after suffering a similar attack as he did, without sufficient recovery pills, he had withered and weakened within, desperately seeking help from Gu Yuan. Lin Mijun might not have expected him to possess so many recovery pills, ultimately relying on burning her Dao pill to neutralize her attack. If Lin Mijun was truly possessed, her recovery of cultivation would undoubtedly be faster than Gu Yuan's diligent training. Once she realized she was not dead, all she needed was to launch such an attack once more, and Gu Yuan would be powerless to resist. That withering power was truly terrifying. Gu Yuan speculated that there must be prerequisites for Lin Mijun to execute such an attack, and her essence blood might be an essential component. Having already endured an attack, once the essence blood left with her must have been depleted. It might be impossible for her to launch such an attack again. Dealing with someone like her, Gu Yuan understood that there was only one opportunity, otherwise once she reacted she might employ other means against him. Gu Yuan could not predict the abilities of past powerhouses based solely on speculation. The opponent was a possessed body and had possessed Lin Mijun. Using residual thoughts, it seemed unlikely that complete integration of her soul could be accomplished in this limited time. With the sword slave in hand, and his own strength significantly increased, this was the best time to deal with Lin Mijun. Otherwise, Gu Yuan would have to consider abandoning this identity once he left the 9 Nether Sacred Domain and immediately undergo Nirvana. Within the 9 Nether Sacred Domain, the power of divine sense was restricted, and the range of exploration was limited, making it extremely difficult to locate someone in such a vast area. Fortunately, the drop of essence blood left by Lin Mijun was still there. With the aura of this essence blood, Gu Yuan could sense her location. At this moment, Lin Mijun was approximately 2,000 miles away from Gu Yuan. At this distance, he could reach her quickly by flying with his sword. Considering that there might still be Lu Yuan Kai and others nearby, Gu Yuan did not recklessly approach after getting close to Lin Mijun's location. Concealing his aura, Gu Yuan resembled a ghost, silently observing nearby. Indeed, Lu Yuan Kai was still beside Lin Mijun. At this moment, Lu Yuan Kai and another member of their team were comprehending the power of principles within this Dao domain, while Lin Mijun guarded outside to protect the two. The strongest member of their previous team, Brother Yuan, and another individual were not present among the three. This discovery relieved Gu Yuan. With only 3 people present and 2 of them still within the Dao domain affected by its power, their perception of the outside world would be significantly reduced. If he could catch Lin Mijun off guard and slay her, Gu Yuan's objective would be accomplished. It seemed that even after being possessed, Lin Mijun still cared about Lu Yuan Kai's identity, otherwise she would not have stayed by his side. Lu Yuan Kai had a formidable ascendant-level void immortal backing him. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Yuan did not wish to offend this person. He had many trump cards, even the attack power granted by the true monarch Yang Yao could be easily countered by him. If Gu Yuan's ambush on Lin Mijun failed, he would need to escape immediately, ensuring that he did not provide this person with an opportunity to intervene. Otherwise, the ensuing complications were unpredictable. From a distance, Gu Yuan released the sword slave and detailed his instructions. Once the sword slave fully understood Gu Yuan's intentions, he cast several concealment spells on it, and affixed several concealment talismans. Afterward, the sword slave burrowed underground, heading towards Lin Mijun. It's up to you now. Gu Yuan silently prayed in his heart, not daring to release his divine sense to probe. In the dim environment, he quietly watched Lin Mijun with the sword slave as a corpse was equipped with several concealment techniques, moving silently underground. Although Lin Mijun was currently protecting the two, she was also continuously refining her own divine soul power. As a remnant body, even with the ability to transform into the Tao, suppressing Lin Mijun's original soul consciousness for devouring and refinement, her soul had not completely fused. The reason she was anxious to deal with Gu Yuan and Ji Xing Yuan was also due to a prior agreement among the three before entering the 9 Nether Sacred Domain. Lin Mijun did not wish to abandon Lu Yuan Kai, who had a powerful ascendant-level void immortal behind him, and feared the two discovering something unusual, which led her to act decisively. The secret of a remnant being able to possess was the highest confidentiality of the extreme sacred sect. If discovered, no one would dare to allow their own prodigies to enter the 9 nether sacred domain. Those waiting for revival also had their own powerful backgrounds. If they learned that she was responsible for all this destruction, the wrath of those individuals would be something Lin Mi-jun could not bear. She too had a backing while alive, but considering her long slumber of thousands of years within the 9 nether sacred domain, her original backing might have ascended to the immortal realm long ago. Thus she must use Lu Yuan Kai as a guide to find herself a new backing. Even if the ascendant-level void immortal behind Lu Yuan Kai discovered her identity, she was not afraid. She still held great value. As long as she sincerely pledged allegiance, she did not believe the other party would reject her. While Lin Mi-jun focused on continuing to refine her divine soul, the sword slave had quietly approached her from underground. With the cultivator's instinct for danger, Lin Mi-jun instantly sensed the ominous aura approaching. Before she could prepare herself, the sword servant shot up from the ground, his body piercing through the earth like a spear. A terrifying force erupted, producing a deafening explosion that shook the very ground. Even though Lin Mi-jun realized the impending crisis at the center of the sword servant's attack, she was still a step too late against the assault empowered by the 4th stage of corpse refinement. In an instant, half of Lin Mi-jun's body was severely injured. In the distance, Gu Yuan felt a surge of joy at this scene, and having prepared for an attack, he struck. A chaotic sword domain composed of over 100 sword principles descended in an instant. Caught off guard, Lin Mi-jun's complexion changed dramatically. Before she could counterattack, the sword servant's next punch was already launched. The terrifying force erupted, and even Lu Yuan Kai, who was in the Dao domain, sensed the danger. The two opened their eyes and witnessed the scene outside the Dao domain. Instantly, Lu Yuan Kai's face fell, and he rushed out of the Dao domain, followed closely by the other person. Facing the sword servant's incoming punch, Lin Mi-jun's pupils constricted. Fallen Leaf, Swordmaster. How is this possible? In her hurry, a surge of dark energy manifested around her, and in the dim environment of the 9 nether sacred domain, she was instantly engulfed by the shadow. The sword servant's punch struck the protective force formed by the dark energy. Instantly, the dark energy Lin Mi-jun had gathered was shattered by the punch, and her body exploded under the residual force, creating a massive black pit on the ground. With only half of her body remaining, Lin Mi-jun couldn't cast the dark power for defense in time as Gu Yuan's chaotic sword domain arrived. With a collective launch of swords, the chaotic sword domain, empowered by the sword principles, surged in power. Even without the support of the Dao pill, each sword radiated a sharpness close to that of a late nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mi-jun suffered a series of brutal blows. Even though she was once a powerful being in the tribulation transcendent stage, she had little means to counter such overwhelming force before her body was fully adapted. Caught off guard by the sword servant's 2 punches, Lin Mi-jun, with only half her body remaining, found herself in a dire situation against Gu Yuan's chaotic sword domain. It won't be so easy to kill me. My true self has just awakened. Ooh, I cannot fall again. A frenzied look flashed in Lin Mi-jun's eyes as she glanced at Lu Yuan Kai and the person beside him, named Bao Yi. After hesitating for a moment, a black spirit shot from her body towards the cultivator Bao Yi. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of swords struck the place where Lin Mi-jun's body had been, instantly expanding the black pit several times. When the sword light fell, there were no remnants of Lin Mi-jun's body left. Gu Yuan did not let his guard down. He watched Lin Mi-jun channel her spirit power towards that person before her demise, determined not to give her any chance to survive. Under Gu Yuan's command, the sword servant threw a punch at the person who had rushed out from the Dao domain. Lu Yuan Kai had just exited the Dao domain when he witnessed this scene, Lin Mi-jun's instant demise, and her spirit power rushing towards Bao Yi, penetrating into his body. As Bao Yi had just left the Dao domain and was about to lend assistance, he was caught off guard by Lin Mi-jun's spirit entering him. What could a strange spirit entering his body intend to do? Without needing to say much, Bao Yi's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly took out a defensive spirit artifact to protect himself. Seeing that the corpse refinement cultivator who attacked Lin Mi-jun intended to strike at Bao Yi, Lu Yuan Kai sensed danger as well. Without hesitation, he summoned a talisman treasure. Activating the talisman's power, a force of overwhelming might erupted from it, sending the sword servant, who was charging at Bao Yi, flying and crashing into a distant mountain. Boom. The mountain erupted with a deafening roar. The sword servant's body was shattered by the strike from Lu Yuan Kai's talisman. Although the sword servant was crippled by Lu Yuan Kai's trump card, Gu Yuan's chaotic sword domain had already descended upon Bao Yi. In the midst of battling with Lin Mi-jun's spirit, Bao Yi had no time to defend himself. Swish, swish, swish. Several sword lights slashed through, and Bao Yi's body was shredded into pieces. The shadow formed by Lin Mi-jun's spirit still attempted to escape. Collect. The soul suppression bell was summoned, and a massive bell shadow flashed, capturing Lin Mi-jun's spirit within the soul suppression bell. Without a moment to think, Gu Yuan turned and fled. Lu Yuankai's trump card was too terrifying. Even the body of the sword servant could be obliterated by his single strike. If he allowed Lu Yuankai to unleash another attack, Gu Yuan's life would be in danger. With Lin Mijuan already annihilated, Gu Yuan's goal was accomplished, and he activated the blood escape technique, vanishing hundreds of miles away in an instant. Damn it! Lu Yuankai's face darkened as he watched the two people beside him be killed. I shouldn't have let Master Yuan and the others separate. Lu Yuankai was now somewhat enraged. He recognized that the one who had killed the two beside him was the person who had accompanied Wei Wulan that day. Lin Mijuan's inheritance from the Dao domain was immensely valuable to him. Now that she had been eliminated by this person, Lu Yuankai had suffered a severe loss. Lu Yuankai stood grimly in place. Hundreds of miles away, Gu Yuan, who had just appeared, took out the soul suppression bell. At this moment, Lin Mijuan's spirit trapped within the bell was still struggling frantically, attempting to break free. Damn it, why are you not dead? In my curse you should not be able to survive. You are not him, you are the fallen leaf sword master, right? I am the Dark Crow. Release me quickly. Lin Mijuan's spirit struggled violently within the soul suppression bell. Gu Yuan ignored her and forcibly urged the bell to annihilate Lin Mijuan's spirit. After a long time, the soul suppression bell fell silent. After thousands of years of slumber, the former Dark Crow Mighty One, who had successfully seized Lin Mijuan's body through transformation, completely vanished from the world. She believed she had been exceedingly cautious. Using her blood as a guide, the shadow tracking and dark curse techniques she employed were impossible for ordinary golden core prodigies to withstand. She thought that within the 9 nether sacred domain, she was entirely free from worries. Once she left here and annihilated everyone familiar with Lin Mijuan in the eastern region, she could live again in her own identity. But at this moment, all of that was nothing but a fleeting dream. She never anticipated the existence of the Nirvana mark within Gu Yuan. The waning life force would be directly absorbed by the Nirvana mark, preventing the decaying vitality from affecting other energies within him. Additionally, Gu Yuan had so many spirit pills to replenish vitality, and he decisively burned his golden core power to eliminate the withering force within. Moreover, Gu Yuan had the fortuitous encounter of obtaining the sword servant formed from the corpse of the fallen leaf sword master, catching her completely off guard and stripping her of her combat ability. Everything had its cause and effect. To gain a new life, she needed to trample over others. But evidently her luck was lacking, and the person she attempted to trample was Gu Yuan. It was too late for her to regret her previous decisions, having already completely fallen. With Lin Mijuan's total annihilation, Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. With Lin Mijuan removed as a threat, Gu Yuan no longer had any worries. The talisman treasure in Lu Yuankai's hand must be of an extraordinary grade. It annihilated the sword thrall with a single blow. This man possessed vast connections and countless reserves. Killing 2 men in front of him would surely earn his enmity. Gu Yuan had considered this outcome before he acted. He needed to find Wei Wulan and have her stand before him, diverting Lu Yuankai's wrath onto her. After all, she was a disciple of the sacred sect, and could endure pressure better than he could. Since she had decisively abandoned him first to draw the danger away, Gu Yuan felt no moral burden. After taking pills to restore his qi and blood, and replenishing the vital essence he had expended using the blood escape technique, Gu Yuan set out to find. This scapegoat must be used wisely. Half a month later, beside a cliff, Gu Yuan stood above and watched 2 figures below meditating within a domain, endeavoring to comprehend its principles. Both of them remained at the outermost edge of the domain. It seemed neither was well attuned to its laws. This was the very man who had swindled Gu Yuan and the others of 60,000 spirit stones apiece in the guest quarters of Jixing sect. This was the very man who had swindled Gu Yuan and the others of 60,000 spirit stones apiece in the guest quarters of Jixing sect. My money is not to be taken so lightly. Gu Yuan snorted coldly. Although the sword thrall had been destroyed by Lu Yuankai after inheriting the sword Dao, and with the force of the laws empowering him, Gu Yuan's combat prowess rivaled that of a late nascent soul cultivator. Against these ordinary prodigies, a surprise attack made slaying them not difficult. Gu Yuan concealed his aura and used an escape technique to arrive directly beneath the cliff. Silently reaching the outskirts of the domain, Gu Yuan slipped up from the ground. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Chaos Sword domain. Gu Yuan's sudden appearance startled the two within the domain. With no comrades offering protection, they remained attentive to the outside despite being immersed in the domain. This unexpected intruder clearly bore ill intent. The two immediately burst out of the domain. Because of the domain's influence, their counterattacks would be hindered. No sooner had their figures left the domain than tens of thousands of sword flashes from the Chaos Sword domain swept in. Gu Yuan's spiritual sense had firmly locked onto the man who had cheated him of 60,000 spirit stones. With myriad swords converging and various sword Dao laws reinforcing recursive patterns, the swindler was pinned at the center. In haste, he unleashed a gigantic palm imprint in a desperate attempt to retaliate. The sword flashes effortlessly tore through the palm imprint and struck the two's protective treasures. Fellow cultivator, hold back. If you desire this domain, we will concede it to you, they pleaded. Each of them employed means to resist the onslaught of sword flashes from the Chaos Sword domain, attempting to placate Gu Yuan and persuade him to desist. What I want is your lives, Gu Yuan barked coldly, intensifying the Chaos Sword domain's assault. The man under Gu Yuan's spiritual lock flushed with fear. Under the oppressive weight of the sword domain's laws, he could not even employ an escape art. What sort of harbinger of doom is this striking to kill at once? He wondered in bewilderment. He was utterly perplexed. Beside him, the other's aura was markedly weaker, and Gu Yuan had not fully fixed his gaze upon him. A thoughtful expression flickered through his mind, then, without hesitation, he deployed the smoke form escape technique, expending a great deal of true essence, but breaking free from the Chaos Sword domain's suppression to flee. The man who had cheated Gu Yuan of 60,000 spirit stones saw his companion abandon him without loyalty, and his expression darkened. He could not fathom why Gu Yuan was so intent on targeting him. Beside him, the other's aura was markedly weaker, and Gu Yuan had not fully fixed his gaze upon him. A thoughtful expression flickered through his mind, then, without hesitation, he deployed the smoke form escape technique, expending. Gu Yuan paid him no heed. With the companion fled, the Chaos Sword domain was aimed at only this one man, and Gu Yuan's exertion eased considerably. Having driven the man to this point, and seeing no sign of any trump card, it was clear he had no backing, not even a life-saving card. Gu Yuan felt no pressure in dealing with it. Pushing his power further, in an instant the swindler's protective treasures and spirit weapons were blasted apart. He could not even employ an escape art, and was pierced through by myriad swords, dying instantly. After executing him, Gu Yuan took the man's storage pouch and inspected its contents. "Goodness, you were truly wealthy," he murmured. His 6,000 spiritone scheme had yielded 30 million in return, along with tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, thousands of superior spirit stones, several spirit devices, numerous treasures, and various cultivation manuals. Gu Yuan could not understand how someone so affluent would cheat for the paltry gain of a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Perhaps deception was this man's pastime, and for that hobby he had paid dearly. If not for those 60,000 spirit stones, Gu Yuan would never have singled them out alone. Having dealt with him, Gu Yuan entered the domain to inspect it, and discovered it suffused with malevolent energy, unsuitable for himself, but perhaps well suited to Wei Wulan. If he could find her, and bring her here to bolster her strength, he might better employ her when maneuvering against Lu Yuankai. A plan instantly formed in Gu Yuan's mind. After leaving a trace of recorded aura here, he set out again to search for Wei Wulan. 20 days later, after relentless searching through towering mountain ranges, Gu Yuan finally located Wei Wulan's small team. He did not approach, instead he left a mark and departed at once. Half a day later, Gu Yuan returned. Wei Wulan sat sullenly on a clearing between peaks, while Ma Yu beside her closed his eyes to rest. Behind them, Fong Lung and Nie Zimo were within a domain contemplating its laws. Gu Yuan released his concealment technique and walked directly toward them. Sensing an unfamiliar aura approaching, Ma Yu opened his eyes and looked toward Gu Yuan. Wei Wulan also lifted her head. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, both showed expressions of surprise. He actually isn't dead. Escaping from Lu Yuankai and senior brother Yuan. This man has some skill, they thought, their minds diverging. Senior sister Wei, it is such a relief to have found you, Gu Yuan said with a smile as he approached them. Embarrassment flickered across Wei Wulan's face. Junior brother Gu, I'm sorry. I had to abandon you then for the safety of our 3 senior brothers. I'm relieved you're unharmed, she said. Kid surviving an escape from senior brother Yuan will give you bragging rights for years, Ma Yu said approvingly. Gu Yuan ignored Ma Yu and addressed Wei Wulan. Senior sister Wei, what are you saying? My life is of little value. If I had dragged you into danger, it would have been my fault. You were right to leave me behind. Hearing his flattering words, Wei Wulan's original cool demeanor returned. She replied calmly, I'm glad you've come to terms with it. Welcome back to the team. Senior brother Fong and senior brother Nie are inside comprehending laws. This domain benefits them somewhat. Once they finish, we will need to continue searching for other domains. Finding one suited to us here is exceedingly difficult. After so long aside from senior brother Ma extracting a single law in one domain, the 3 of us have yet to gain anything, she added. A hint of displeasure lingered in Wei Wulan's words. The 3 beside her obeyed her in everything, yet whenever they discovered a place that could augment their strength, they paid no heed to her feelings. Fong Lung and Nie Zimo had been inside this domain for several days. Having made no gains yet forcing themselves to stay, they gave no consideration to her. Wei Wulan felt annoyed. If things continued this way, their expedition might prove fruitless. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan understood. Wei Wulan had yet to encounter a Dao domain suited to her cultivation path. Thus, the slaughtering Dao domain he had discovered held genuine value. Senior sister Wei, there is no need for concern. I have already located an exceptionally fitting Dao domain for you and meticulously recorded its coordinates. Once senior brothers Fong and Ye complete their insights, I shall escort you there. Gu Yuan spoke plainly. A gleam of delight flickered in Wei Wuolan's eyes. What kind of Dao domain is it? A domain saturated with slaughtering energy. Gu Yuan withheld nothing. Where is it? Take me there at once. Wei Wuolan rose impulsively, her excitement palpable. Patience, senior sister Wei. Allow me to recount precisely how I came upon this place. Though eager, Wei Wuolan restrained her impatience. Her pride would not permit overt haste. Very well, junior brother Gu. Speak at your leisure. It all began when that contemptible woman betrayed me. She wielded overwhelming force within her sect team and sought my annihilation. Though I narrowly escaped with my life, grievous wounds left me incapacitated for a long recovery. Thereafter, I relentlessly scoured the realms for a Dao domain aligned with my own cultivation, seeking strength sufficient to exact vengeance. Fortune favored me. I uncovered an ancient sword Dao legacy. Immediately afterward, I set out to rejoin you senior sisters and brothers. Yet despite extensive searching, I could not locate your party, though I did encounter them. Their original team had fractured, and I saw no trace of the formidable senior. At that moment, that contemptible woman stood deep within a Dao domain, the very slaughtering domain destined for you senior sister Wei. As she neared its legacy, I could not stand idly by while she usurped the karmic opportunity meant for you. Without hesitation, I struck from concealment, slaying her and another member of her team, preserving the domain's legacy solely for you. Yet Lu Yuankai witnessed my deed. Might this imperil you senior sister Wei? Having heard Gu Yuan's account, Wei Wuolan's gaze burned solely with anticipation for the slaughtering Dao domain. Lu Yuankai's enmity held no weight. Who does he think he is? Were it not for senior brother Yuan's protection, I would not deign to glance his way. Junior brother Gu, you have performed admirably. I am thoroughly pleased. Fear not, Lu Yuankai, who lead me to that Dao domain without delay. At that moment, Wei Wuolan's vision held only the slaughtering Dao domain. Your tale sounds suspiciously contrived. Could it be that Lu Yuankai has already subjugated you, intending to lure senior sister Wei into a fatal trap? Ma Yu's skepticism colored his expression. Having accompanied Wei Wuolan for some time, without discovering any noteworthy legacies, Ma Yu resented Gu Yuan's sudden success, not only securing his own sword Dao legacy, but also locating one perfectly suited to Wei Wuolan, thereby stealing the spotlight. Does your excellence render us inept? If authenticity is doubted, verification is simple enough. Gu Yuan, unimpressed by Ma Yu's bullying nature, dispensed with courtesy. Then let us verify. Do you truly believe I fear you? Ma Yu dismissed Gu Yuan entirely, gripping his axe and preparing to test his mettle. Wei Wuolan made no move to intervene. Though consumed by desire for the slaughtering domain, she too wished to ascertain the veracity of Gu Yuan's claims. Should Gu Yuan genuinely possess sword Dao inside, his words held truth. Should he lack even that foundational mastery, then Ma Yu's suspicion that he schemed to entrap her would prove justified. Gu Yuan showed no restraint against Ma Yu. Without invoking his chaos sword domain, he wove merely 2 or 3 sword Dao principles, and left Ma Yu's body crisscrossed with deep bleeding gashes. Their clash drew the attention of Fong Lung and Nie Zimo, who emerged from their respective Dao domains, their expressions darkening as they fixed hostile gazes upon Gu Yuan. Within mere exchanges, Ma Yu was decisively overpowered. Though formidable, his combat prowess peaked at nascent soul midstage, far inferior to Gu Yuan's current state, where layered Dao principles elevated him to nascent soul latest stage equivalents. A spark of triumph flashed in Wei Wuolan's eyes. Gu Yuan had indeed grown stronger. According to prior intelligence, he had mastered only a single sword Dao principle, and several fragmented laws gleaned from the nightmare realm. The techniques he'd just displayed surpassed 2 or 3 sword Dao principles, confirming his account's veracity. The thought of the slaughtering domain ignited her pulse. She longed to depart instantly. Senior brother Ma, really? How could junior brother Gu possibly deceive me? Why provoke him? Are you gratified now that you're injured? She turned to Gu Yuan. Junior brother Gu, are you unharmed? I am unscathed, senior sister Wei. Fong Lung and Nie Zimo watched Gu Yuan with undisguised hostility. What transpired? Why did you assault Ma Yu? Though I find him equally insufferable, he is not yours to discipline. Precisely. Do not presume newfound strength grants license to flaunt yourself before senior sister Wei. We are no idle spectators. Gu Yuan's victory over Ma Yu had stirred deep unease within them. Their cultivation levels were closely matched, rivalry among them had long been ingrained. The sudden emergence of a superior cultivator beside Wei Wuolan posed a grave threat to their standing. Instinctively, they aligned themselves with Ma Yu. Upon their remarks, Wei Wuolan's brow furrowed, her voice chilled as she retorted, "What business is this of yours?" Senior brother Ma distrusted junior brother Gu's word and insisted on sparring. Meanwhile, junior brother Gu has secured for me a Dao domain legacy perfectly attuned to my cultivation. If you possess equal competence, produce one yourselves. For how long have you pursued only your own gains, neglecting my aspirations, yet still posture before me with such arrogance? Her unvarnished rebuke struck them dumbfounded. To be reprimanded by senior sister Wei, for the sake of an outsider, ignited fury in their eyes, sharpening their animosity. Gu Yuan again marveled at Wei Wulan's mercurial temperament. Any lingering guilt over manipulating her toward confronting Lu Yuankai dissolved instantly. This woman needed first-hand exposure to the treacherous depths of human nature, or she would never learn caution. Gu Yuan sought allies to share the burden of pressure, not rivals vying for Wei Wulan's favor. Sensing the venomous glares of Fong Lung and Ye Zimo, and Ma Yu's smoldering rage still sprawled upon the ground, Gu Yuan knelt and extended a hand to help him rise. Senior brother Ma, my humble apologies. I have only recently mastered these new Dao principles and misjudged my force. To wound you, senior sister Wei's most cherished confidant, is unforgivable. Ma Yu froze mid-motion, startled by the gesture. Most cherished confidant. What do you mean? Could it be? His fury evaporated. Leaning close, he whispered urgently through spirit voice, what precisely did you intend by those words? Upon hearing Ma Yu's telepathic message, Gu Yuan immediately replied, what else could it mean? Senior sister Wei already told me before that what she cares about is you. Is that true? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to senior brother Ma? Senior sister Wei said she likes people who are bold and decisive, and isn't senior brother Ma just that kind of person? Yes, that's right, it's me. Ma Yu's heart bloomed with joy, realizing that Wei Wulan cared most about him. Ma Yu now interpreted Wei Wulan's earlier scolding as concern for himself. After getting up, he wore a satisfied expression as he looked at Gu Yuan, and said, Junior brother Gu, you're truly impressive now. I was just too careless earlier. Gu Yuan concurred, senior brother Ma is right. If you take it seriously, how could I be your match? The friendly demeanor of the two left the other two who were supporting Ma Yue utterly puzzled. A look of confusion appeared on their faces. Ma Yue, what are you up to? Exactly. Ma Yu glanced at Wei Wulan, who was looking at him with eager anticipation, and a proud smile appeared on his face. What does it have to do with you if junior brother Gu and I are After speaking, Ma Yu turned to Wei Wulan and said, since what junior brother Gu said is true, let's hurry to find that place of the Yin Sha Dao domain, so that junior sister Wei can obtain her inheritance as soon as possible. Ma Yu's words greatly pleased Wei Wulan, who had been itching to go. I will follow senior brother Ma's lead. Afterward, Wei Wulan sent a telepathic message to Gu Yuan saying, now that you've obtained the inheritance and are stronger than the three of them, why are you still being so polite with Ma Yu? She wouldn't care for those who couldn't lead her to the inheritance. Gu Yuan replied, senior sister Wei, weren't you the one who said she wouldn't care for those who couldn't lead her to the inheritance? Gu Yuan replied, senior sister Wei, weren't you the one who said to keep them in check? Did I do something wrong? Wei Wulan felt speechless upon receiving the telepathic message. When she made that statement, what was Gu Yuan's power level, and what is it now? Can they be the same? This person is a bit stubborn, Wei Wulan thought to herself. Facing the upcoming Yin Sha Dao domain, Wei Wulan was not concerned about these little matters at the moment. She sent a telepathic message to Gu Yuan saying, since your strength has increased, you don't need to be so polite with them anymore. Be a bit more assertive with me, protected by you, that's enough. Wei Wulan thought that once she obtained the inheritance, she wouldn't need to pay attention to these three followers anymore. If Gu Yuan could act more assertively, it might directly drive away these three annoying fellows, preventing her from being harassed again. Gu Yuan understood very well what Wei Wulan was thinking and would not comply with her wishes. These three could also serve as excellent shields, and Gu Yuan was unwilling to give them. On the way to the Yin Sha Dao domain, Gu Yuan would occasionally send telepathic messages to the three. After a round of flattery, Fong Lung and Nie Zimo no longer looked at Gu Yuan with hostility, instead feeling a sense of guilt. How despicable junior brother Gu was so considerate for them, yet they had previously abandoned him. If they could be with junior sister Wei in the future, they would definitely need to make it up to junior brother Gu. The three of them were not particularly bright. Otherwise, they wouldn't be revolving around Wei Wulan. Although Gu Yuan did not understand why the three had such low intelligence, it provided him with an opportunity to use Wei Wulan's status in their hearts to win them over. The Yin Sha Dao domain was not far from where Wei Wulan and the others were, but under Gu Yuan's guidance they walked for quite a while. It seems to be this area. Gu Yuan stopped at a cliff, carefully observing the surroundings. Wei Wulan complained, in such an important place, didn't you leave a trace of your aura, junior brother Gu? It's a bit difficult for me, senior sister Wei, Gu Yuan replied awkwardly. You know, after I helped you kill that woman, I was discovered by Lu Yuankai and the others, leaving in a hurry and didn't have time to mark it. It should be here. Let's look carefully, we will definitely find it. Although Wei Wulan felt that Gu Yuan was somewhat unreliable since it concerned her own opportunity, she could only suppress her displeasure and follow behind Gu Yuan to search slowly. The place Gu Yuan brought them to was not the Yin Sha Dao domain at all, but rather the domain where Lu Yuankai was located. Before approaching, Gu Yuan had already gone back to observe. After Lin Mijuan and his disciple died, Lu Yuankai did not leave, but called another person to protect him. Since he wanted Wei Wulan to serve as a shield, naturally he needed the two. After searching for a while, they unexpectedly discovered the domain where Lu Yuankai was located. In front of Wei Wulan, Gu Yuan looked at Lu Yuankai, whose expression changed, and said, "Senior sister Wei, this isn't the place, oh let's leave quickly." "Wait, senior brother Wan seems to be absent. What is there to fear?" Lu Yuankai treated junior brother Gu like that, and now it's just the two of them. "We should stand up for junior brother Gu." Ma Yu boldly stepped forward. Gu Yuan's words made him feel exceptionally good, and he now found Gu Yuan very pleasing to the eye. To show off his bold and decisive side in front of Wei Wulan, Ma Yu decisively wanted to stand up for Gu Yuan. Ma Yu's action greatly pleased Gu Yuan. The previous flattery was indeed effective. Wei Wulan raised an eyebrow as she watched Ma Yu charge forward. She only wanted to quickly find the Yin Sha Dao domain and did not wish to stir up trouble. However, seeing that Ma Yu had already charged ahead, she could only follow. Outside the domain, Imo Xingzhan, who was responsible for protecting Lu Yuankai, changed color upon seeing someone rushing toward them. "Senior brother Lu, someone is coming, be careful." After speaking, he immediately sent a message to senior brother Wan. Senior brother Wan was not far from them, and if anything happened, he could quickly arrive here for support. "You dare to bully my junior brother Gu? Take this." Ma Yu took the lead, charging forward and swinging his axe at Imo Xingzhan. Fong Lung and Nie Zimo looked at the valiant Ma Yu, confused about the situation. Gu Yuan sent a telepathic message to the two saying, "Can't you see that senior sister Wei was very unhappy last time because she lost face in front of Lu Yuankai?" Upon hearing this, their expressions changed. Indeed, last time Lu Yuankai had made senior sister Wei his tool for replenishment in front of them. How could she not be angry? With senior brother Wan absent, what was there to be afraid of? The two suddenly understood. No wonder Ma Yu was so brave. He was trying to show off in front of senior sister Wei. How infuriating, he stole the initiative. Lu Yuankai died. After realizing this, the two rushed forward. Lu Yuankai, who had just stepped out of the domain, changed his Looking at the two rushing toward him, a conflicted expression crossed his face. He only had one chance left to use the remaining trump card he had. Using this against the two seemed a bit wasteful. However, if he didn't use it with their strengths being similar, he would surely be suppressed. Damn it, I should not have let senior brother Wan go alone to comprehend the laws. If he were here, would there be these troubles? After realizing it was Wei Wulan and her group, Lu Yuankai's anger grew even more. Damn it, it wasn't enough that they came to kill his two subordinates. Now they wanted to kill him too. Did they really think he was made of mud? Hold on, or it will take just a moment for senior brother Wan to arrive. Lu Yuankai instructed Mo Xingzhan, then summoned a large cauldron which emitted a yellow protective barrier to block Fong Lung and Ye Zimo. Senior sister Wei, that Lu Yuankai once humiliated you so grievously, attempting to cultivate by absorbing your essence. Now is the perfect moment for retribution. Step forward and teach him a lesson. Should senior brother Wan return, I shall hold him off. Gu Yuan urged beside Wei Wulan. Upon hearing this, Wei Wulan fixed her gaze upon Lu Yuankai, who was besieged by Fong Lung and Nye Zimo, her eyes blazing with last time. Wary of senior brother Wan's overwhelming strength, she had abandoned Gu Yuan mid-battle and fled, only to be mocked and toyed with by Lu Yuankai. That humiliation still festered deep within her heart. Now outnumbering their foe, to let him escape unscathed would betray this golden opportunity. Brother Gu, ready yourself to face the enemy. Senior brother Wan cannot be far. I shall deal with Lu Yuankai. Wei Wulan charged into the fray. Instantly Lu Yuankai found himself fighting three opponents at once, and the fury blazing in his eyes turned volcanic. You dared covet my essence, now die. Her strike was merciless. A whip forged from Einslaughter Chi coiled through the air, evading the defensive blind spots of Lu Yuankai's great cauldron and lashing across his body with surgical precision. Within mere breaths, he bore multiple lashes. Just as he resolved to unleash his ultimate trump card, regardless of cost, he sensed senior brother Wan's approaching aura and instantly restrained himself. Before Wan Songming, these cultivators were no more than marked lambs awaiting slaughter. The moment Wan Songming's presence manifested, all their faces paled. With that cry, Gu Yuan drew his sword and intercepted Wan Songming, determined to test the very cultivator who had made Wei Wulan abandon him without hesitation. With that cry, Gu Yuan drew his sword and intercepted Wan Songming, determined to test the very cultivator who had made Wei Wulan abandon him without hesitation. Wan Songming's gaze burned with solitary pride. Disdainfully, he hurled a single punch toward Gu Yuan. Infused with mountain-shattering force, that fist descended like an avalanche, its afterimage coalescing into a colossal mountain, vibrating the air into a deafening hum, its momentum unstoppable, shattering all resistance before it. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Before absolute power, technique crumbled into irrelevance. He unleashed the heaven-cleaving Tao law seeking to cleave that mountainous fist apart. A pillar of sword light pierced upward, only to explode violently against the mountain fist with a thunderous boom. The blade light shattered, the mountain's momentum surged on. Gu Yuan's expression shifted instantly. He slashed desperately, multiple radiant blades flashing forth, to intercept the lingering force. Only then did the residual impact dissipate entirely. Incredible. The chasm between them yawned wide. Though Gu Yuan matched a nascent soul latest-stage cultivator in combat prowess, Yuan Songming likely possessed the capacity to slay one outright. They stood on utterly different tiers. Yuan Songming had no intention of prolonging the duel. Having driven Gu Yuan back, he immediately surged toward Lu Yuankai. His master had entrusted him with a solemn duty: safeguard Lu Yuankai within the 9 nether sacred realm. Senior Sister Wei, flee now? I cannot. Gu Yuan gave chase. The trio engaged with Lu Yuankai had already prepared their retreat the instant Yuan Songming appeared. Even before Gu Yuan's warning fully left his lips, Wei Wulan had already vanished. Fang Lung and Nie Zimo lagged a heartbeat behind, and were instantly cut off by Yuan Songming. Senior Brother Yuan, hear me out. Fang Lung attempted to plead, but Yuan Songming ignored him entirely, delivering another crushing blow. Run now. Wei Wulan transmitted urgently to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan watched helplessly as Fang Lung and Nie Zimo were flung aside, each struck down with terrifying ease, reaffirming Yuan Songming's dread power. Meanwhile, Ma Yue, ever the pragmatist, had already retreated far away, gripping his axe tightly. Lucky brat, you've dodged fate this time. Next time Senior Sister Wei crosses your path, I'll snap your third leg clean off, else it'd be an insult to justice. Gu Yuan spat the threat even as they fled. They arrived swiftly, and departed faster still. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuankai turned to pursue, only to find the battle. Senior Brother Yuan, why did you let them escape? Yuan Songming shook his head. I am still not strong enough, my speed falls short. I could not overtake them. Damn it. Lu Yuankai's rage swelled uncontrollably as he watched them vanish. It's all my family's fault. Why force me to conceal my lineage? Had I revealed it, these petty insects would never dare defy me, and Wei Wulan would never dare glare at me with such contempt. Darkness clouded Lu Yuankai's eyes. Elsewhere, the fleeing cultivators regrouped. You two are utterly disgraceful. Not even one punch endured. Fang Lung clutched his abdomen. You try taking Senior Brother Yuan's fist. If you survive, I'll call you master. Nie Zimo added, his assault exceeded my threshold of endurance. Without enhancement, I stand no chance against him. Wei Wulan paid them no mind, turning instead to Gu Yuan. This is not the Einslaughter Dao domain. Within does it lie? Gu Yuan had already achieved his aim, revealing themselves before Lu Yuankai. Concealment served no further purpose. Bolstering Wei Wulan's confidence now ensured she remained a reliable shield once they exited the realm. Senior Sister Wei, we shall search again. The terrain matches closely. It must lie nearby. With diligence we will surely locate it. After extensive wandering, circling countless paths, Gu Yuan finally led them to the entrance of the Einslaughter Dao domain. Sensing the dense Einslaughter chi within, Wei Wulan's face lit with delight. Guard me. I shall enter and test its resonance. Without delay she stepped inside. Senior Sister Wei, exercise utmost caution. Dao domains may harbor remnants of ancient masters' consciousness. Never trust them blindly. Gu Yuan transmitted the warning as she neared the threshold. He could not afford to lose his shield to possession, nor risk facing her wrath upon emergence. One encounter with Lin Mijuan's bizarre techniques had nearly cost Gu Yuan half his life. A second would likely prove fatal. Wei Wulan's 9-en mystic body resonated perfectly with this domain. While Wei Wulan entered, Gu Yuan and Ma Yu, with Fang Lung and Nie Zimo, stood watch outside, praising their earlier valor and noting how pleased Senior Sister Wei had seemed. Wei Wulan's joy stemmed solely from the domain's resonance, but Gu Yuan's words misled the others into believing her approval reflected their martial prowess. A flush of triumph rose on their faces. Watching them, naive as peasant lords' foolish sons, Gu Yuan mused wryly, if all sacred sect disciples were this gullible, life would be infinitely simpler. The Einslaughter Dao domain harmonized flawlessly with Wei Wulan. Scarcely moments after entering, she advanced deeper. Days later she emerged, her countenance radiant with profound satisfaction. Beyond the ultimate legacy, I have claimed all else this domain holds. Now I must seclude myself to assimilate these insights. She turned to Gu Yuan. Brother Gu, you shall accompany me and stand guard. Gu Yuan nodded. Within the 9 nether sacred realms, solo cultivation offered no advantage. Attaching himself to Wei Wulan as her shield was the wisest course. Once beyond its borders, Lu Yuankai's grudge would fix upon her, not upon him, her insignificant attendant. Senior Sister Wei, if you have inherited the legacy, your strength must have surged. There's no need to rush seclusion. Let us first seek other Dao domains together. Fang Lung urged, reluctant to let her depart so soon. Wei Wulan's expression soured. I scoured endlessly with you, yet found nothing suited to your temperaments. Now that I've secured my own legacy, you deny me time to integrate it, and demand I wander aimlessly with you. No, you may go alone. The trio exchanged glances, each wearing a different shade of dismay. Wei Wulan's words dripped with disdain. Having acquired the legacy, these three had lost all utility in her eyes. Only Gu Yuan, who like her had inherited the legacy and possessed strength rivaling a nascent soul late-stage cultivator, was worthy of standing beside her. Those weaker than herself had no right to remain at her side. Her words wounded the three deeply. At once Gu Yuan sent them a covert transmission. Senior brother, senior sister Wei is urging you to strive harder. Not bluntly, of course, for as a young lady she cannot speak so plainly. She stays with you precisely because she trusts you will not part ways. With the 9 Abyss Sacred Realms expiration drawing near, she fears delaying your individual quests for fortuitous opportunities. Gu Yuan could not afford a rift between Wei Wulan and the three. Oh, what if their wounded pride turned to resentment and drove them straight into Lu Yuankai's? He could not foresee the future, but within the 9 Abyss Sacred Realm, he had to eliminate that possibility entirely. Only by exiting the realm together as a unified team would he fade into obscurity, allowing him to depart from the Jixing sect unobtrusively. And with Gu Yuan's transmission offered them clarity, and instantly they grasped his meaning. Indeed, none of them trusted the others to keep Wei Wulan safely in their company. Yet parting ways would inevitably hinder their own pursuits of destiny. Still out of devotion to Wei Wulan, they dared not separate, until Gu Yuan stepped in, restoring their peace of mind. Judging by his earnest counsel on how to court Wei Wulan, treating her solely as senior sister without ulterior intent, it was evident he held her in genuine respect, nothing more. Ma Yue, then I shall depart. Feng Long, I too shall seek Dao realms alone. Nie Zimo, if you go I go. Brother Gu, please look after senior sister. Wei Wulan paid no heed to the three departing. Instead she sought seclusion once more, to deepen her comprehension of the legacy she had received. Within the Insha Dao realm, she had heeded Gu Yuan's counsel. When the residual consciousness of an ancient sovereign guided her toward its core, she halted, deeming the few laws of Yin and malevolence she had already grasped sufficient. Her abrupt withdrawal left that sovereign's lingering spirit still raging in furious disbelief within the Insha Dao realm. Just one step more, that little girl stopped short. Gu Yuan led Wei Wulan to a secluded retreat for cultivation. While Wei Wulan immersed herself in mastering the Insha laws, Gu Yuan likewise deepened his understanding of the Sword Dao laws he had inherited from Lord Yi Luo, the Sword Sovereign. From that legacy, he had only attained partial mastery over several Sword Dao laws. Full mastery would significantly augment his combat prowess. After exchanging a single strike with Wan Songming, Gu Yuan realized his golden chorused strength still fell far short of the pinnacle. Beyond every peak lies a higher one, beyond every master a greater master. His path ahead remained long, and both now commenced their solitary cultivation, each delving deeper into their inherited legacies. Time slipped away unnoticed, until in the blink of an eye 1.5 years had passed. One day a brilliant radiance flared upon the distant horizon. The exit of the 9 Abyss Sacred Realm had opened. Wei Wulan ceased her cultivation and rose, saying, "The exit has opened. This expedition yielded fine rewards. I shall soon contemplate breaking through to the nascent soul stage, then journey to the Western Wilderness battlefield." "Senior Sister Wei," Gu Yuan replied, "I fear I cannot accompany you to the Western Wilderness battlefield. During Lu Yuankai's ambush, my golden core's essence was gravely damaged. I must undergo prolonged recuperation before attempting the nascent soul breakthrough." Wei Wulan mistook his words as regret for failing to meet the late Lord Fu Ming's expectations and thus unable to declare his affection openly. She responded coolly, "Your conduct has not gone unnoticed. Should you recover fully and wish to stand by me again, I shall grant you that chance." A quiet thrill stirred within her. She had been pondering how to extricate herself from Gu Yuan. Only for fate to intervene. His core injury meant he could not break through, immediately forfeiting his place at the Western Wilderness battlefield, a most welcome turn of events. Gu Yuan's cultivation stood firmly at golden core mid-stage, solidified through sustained accumulation. Though swallowing vast quantities of pills could swiftly propel him to nascent soul, such a shortcut would yield negligible gains in true combat strength, hardly worth the cost. Moreover, he harbored no desire to fight in the Western Wilderness battlefield. Upon leaving the 9 Abyss Sacred Realm, he intended to return directly to the eastern region. Within the Jixing sect he lacked patronage, and with Lu Yuankai, ever-present peril loomed unpredictably. Let Wei Wulan contend with Lu Yuankai. Instead, he hoped she would bear the pressure well. Guided by the realm's exit beacon, the two departed the 9 Abyss Sacred Realm and re-emerged within the Jixing sect. Of the 470 who had entered, barely over 300 returned. Some faces glowed with triumph, others darkened with bitter regret. Senior Sister Wei. Ma Yu emerged and approached her without delay. Senior Sister Wei. I've acquired another law of Tao? I now command 4 laws in total, he declared elated. Wei Wuolin's expression remained icy, unmoved by his enthusiasm. Congratulations, Senior Brother Ma, she replied, tone flat and detached. She herself now commanded 6 laws, more than enough to achieve flawless nascent soul ascension. Ma Yu's modest strength no longer merited her attention. As they spoke, a venomous gaze locked upon them. From Lu Yuankai standing grim-faced across the plaza, his eyes fixed coldly on Wei Wuolin and Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan stood quietly behind Wei Wuolin, playing the part of a humble attendant, so thoroughly that Lu Yuankai dismissed him outright. He transmitted silently, "You'll pay for this." Wei Wuolin met Lu Yuankai's stare, brows faintly furrowed. "Do you imagine I fear you?" He snorted contemptuously and strode away. Though he had gained something within the 9 Abyss sacred realm, he had also lost a woman, and suffered humiliation at the hands of multiple assailants. His mood was black as night. Now that the expedition had ended, he could focus on ascending to nascent soul. Once achieved, per Lu family tradition, he would no longer need to conceal his lineage, and could wield his family's influence to crush rivals. Then, he would make Wei Wuolin suffer. Thereupon the small plaza of the Jixing sect, Gu Yuan and Wei Wuolin parted ways. With no intention of breaking through here, he prepared to use the sect's teleportation array to return to the eastern region. First, Gu Yuan returned to the guest quarters of the Jixing sect, then without pause descended the mountain to the Valley of Transference, where numerous envoys from subordinate sects were preparing to depart. Most had returned empty-handed from the 9 Abyss sacred realm, departing in silent dejection. Those who had succeeded now stood confident, ready to ascend to nascent soul, and march proudly to the western wilderness battlefield to test themselves against true prodigies. Senior Sister Wei, that Lu Yuankai once humiliated you so grievously, attempting to cultivate by absorbing your essence. Now is the perfect moment for retribution. Step forward, and after returning to the Qimi sect via the teleportation formation, Gu Yuan did not pause. He immediately piloted his spirit vessel toward the chaotic expanse beyond the Donglin Mountains. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Lu Ling instructing her to hasten there as well. Though Gu Yuan had successfully escaped the Jixing sect, his troubles were en route. A message emanated from the token bestowed upon him by Lord Fuming. Lord Fuming, you performed admirably this time. I have already heard the full account from Wuolin. Her acquisition of 4 laws of Tao has greatly pleased me. I understand you sustained injuries. Return and recuperate thoroughly. Should you break through to the nascent soul realm before the western battlefield concludes, I shall grant you the opportunity to participate. Gu Yuan replied, many thanks for your venerable ancestors' concern. I shall strive with unwavering diligence. Lord Fuming, I have already shared your token's authorization with Lianyun and Chengzhou. They wish to consult you on certain matters. Lianyun hails from the Xianin sect. Chengzhou belongs to the Wuji cult. Answer what you may, decline what you must without hesitation or remorse. Upon reading this, Gu Yuan's heart sank. He knew what was inevitable could not be evaded. Shortly thereafter, Great Elder Chengzhou transmitted a message to him. Great Elder Chengzhou, do you know precisely how Ji Xingyuan perished within the Jiuyou Holy Domain? Gu Yuan, Venerable Elder. If you are already aware of Senior Brother Ji's demise, may I ask, was this information relayed by his companions? Great Elder Chengzhou, indeed. They reported that Ji Xingyuan's body inexplicably withered and decayed before succumbing. I do not believe it. Do you possess knowledge of the true circumstances? Gu Yuan pondered in silence for a moment before replying. His hasty departure from the Jixing sect had been precipitated precisely by this matter. Ji Xingyuan's death was relatively straightforward to explain, but should a grand elder of the Xianin sect inquire, Gu Yuan would find himself cornered with no credible defense. Fortunately, no grand elder from the Xianin sect had yet approached him. Gu Yuan's senior brother Ji likely fell victim to a curse. I too was afflicted by the same malevolent force within the Jiuyou Holy Domain, and was compelled to burn away my golden core's essence to dispel it. Great Elder Chengzhou, a curse. Gu Yuan, precisely, a curse. And if my suspicion holds true, its caster was none other than a disciple of the Xianin sect. That woman has since been slain. Great Elder Chengzhou, why would a disciple of the Xianin sect attack you both? Gu Yuan, a grand elder of the Xianin sect, assigned her a mission to infiltrate the proximity of a man named Lu Yuankai, said to be patronized by a void immortal. Initially, the Xianin sect's current holy maiden expressed grave trepidation, fearing she lacked the requisite purity to accomplish it. Having long lost her maidenhood, she sought counsel from Senior Brother Ji and myself, requesting our aid. Once inside the Jiuyou Holy Domain, however, she somehow succeeded unaided in ensnaring Lu Yuankai, and promptly resolved to eliminate us both. If you doubt my words, investigate freely. The present holy maiden of the Xianin sect maintains numerous male consorts within her sect. This truth is easily verified. After sending this message, Gu Yuan waited a long while before receiving Qingzhou's reply. Great Elder Qingzhou, I shall demand an explanation from the Xianin sect. Disciples of promise within the Saint sect undergo the influence of the sincerity, Tao principle prior to nascent soul formation. Impurities of nature are purged, leaving intellect dulled even as cultivation aptitude intensifies. Thus their susceptibility to that woman's guile is unsurprising. Rest assured, the fault lies solely with her. Even had she succeeded in slaying you both, her delusion that Lu Yuankai would embrace her is laughable. Once he attains the nascent soul realm, his innate nature will re-emerge, and he shall discern her artifice instantly. Having concluded this exchange with Qingzhou, Gu Yuan soon received another transmission from Lord Fuming. In Lord Fuming, Qingzhou informed me that Lu Yuankai is backed by a void immortal. Did you and Roland incur his enmity within the Jiu Holy Domain? Gu Yuan, venerable ancestor. Upon encountering senior sister Wei, Lu Yuankai attempted to absorb her spiritual vitality through cultivation vampirism. Moreover, the Xianin sect woman at his side sought my life. To ensure senior sister Wei's safety, I remained behind alone as rearguard while she and the others withdrew. Later struck by a Dao wound inflicted by that Xianin woman, I ultimately slew her through a calculated ambush. Lord Fuming, you acted with commendable resolve. Return to the sect and recover in peace. Concerning the Xianin sect, you need not trouble yourself further. We shall uphold. Having delivered this, Lord Fuming offered no further reply. To neither elder did Gu Yuan dare disclose Lin Mijuan's possession, knowing full well such a revelation would constitute a closely guarded secret within the Jixing sect. Otherwise, countless cultivators would never have ventured into the Jiu Holy Domain. Attributing the curse to Lin Mijuan posed minimal risk. Even if Xianin sect elders bristled, they could not threaten Gu Yuan directly. Yet revealing the domain's sole possession capability would seal his fate. He knew, without question, he would not survive. After several days of relentless travel, Gu Yuan arrived at the chaotic expanse beyond the Donglin Mountains, the very threshold through which he had once entered the Yin. Lu Ling had already reached the site. And what has transpired? Why return here instead of to the sect? She asked, perplexed. Until matters are fully resolved, the sect is unsafe. Let us remain here for now. And should danger arise, we shall retreat into the Yin realm for sanctuary. Offering no further elaboration, Gu Yuan added, forge me a blood spirit clan member, devoid of sentience. I shall refine it as a corporeal avatar to dispatch back to the Mingxin sect. Perceiving Gu Yuan's grave demeanor, Lu Ling asked no questions. Merely erased the consciousness from a cultivated third-rank blood spirit body she kept and handed it. Through extensive resource investment, Lu Ling's strength had recovered to peak fourth-rank capacity, her power now formidable. Were it not for insufficient refined blood essence, she could even cultivate fourth-rank blood spirits. Taking hold of the third-rank blood spirit's body, Gu Yuan refined it meticulously, then infused a wisp of his divine sense into its core. Under his alchemical mastery, the form swiftly reshaped itself into his exact likeness. He then concealed its innate blood spirit aura with a concealment artifice and subtly imprinted upon it fragments of his own sword Dao principles. When the final refinement concluded, the avatar was indistinguishable from Gu Yuan himself, identical in aura, Dao resonance, and outward appearance. Only meticulous divine sense scrutiny could expose its artificial nature, and few would dare subject Gu Yuan, the saint heir of the Mingxin sect, to such invasive examination. Even the sect's supreme elders, out of courtesy, would only perform a cursory sweep with their divine sense, never probing deeper. Beyond raw power, significantly inferior to Gu Yuan's, the avatar bore no discernible distinction from its creator. Standing side by side, they gazed at one another, and the avatar smiled. Lu Ling, you ought to craft a doppelganger of your own to accompany me back. Trusting Gu Yuan implicitly, Lu Ling wasted no time. After merging several peak-tier third-rank blood spirits and erasing their spiritual consciousness, she severed a portion of her own divine soul to forge a fourth-rank initial body. Once Lu Ling's clone was complete, Gu Yuan's clone said, let us board the spirit vessel. We return to our sect. After both clones departed, Lu Ling transmitted voicelessly, now you may explain why you've done all this. Gu Yuan replied in silent transmission, this matter cannot be explained in brief. I pray my fears prove unfounded, or otherwise we shall have no choice but to take refuge in the Yin realm for a time. Within the Jiu Holy Domain, Gu Yuan had successfully positioned Wei Roland as his shield, thus escaping Lu Yuankai's grudge upon leaving the domain. Yet beyond its borders, with Fuming Grand Sovereign presiding, whether Wei Roland could still serve as a shield, and for how long, remained uncertain to Gu Yuan. After all, behind Lu Yuankai stood a void immortal at the Grand Ascension cultivation realm. Even Fuming Grand Sovereign would hesitate to provoke such a being. Should Lu Yuankai pursue relentlessly, Gu Yuan risked becoming the sacrificial scapegoat. Lu Yuankai's vendetta was Gu Yuan's gravest concern. He feared fuming Grand Sovereign might offer him up to resolve the enmity between Wei Wulan and Lu Yuankai. Sending a clone ahead to test the waters posed no danger. Should it meet misfortune, Gu Yuan would immediately devise a plan to flee to the Yin realm. Only the Yin realm, a minor world, could shelter him, if only temporarily. In the chaotic expanse, Gu Yuan and Lu Ling carved out a temporary cave abode. After sealing its entrance with a concealed chi formation, Gu Yuan began recounting the events within the Juyo Holy Domain. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's account, Lu Ling sighed inwardly. A mere golden core cultivator like you entangled with a void immortal of the Grand Ascension realm. You truly are extraordinary. Is that even a being you ought to cross paths with? That is a half-immortal, on the cusp of ascending to the celestial realms. When the Grand Ascension void immortal of Xuantian sect once brushed my forehead, lightly my spiritual intelligence surged profoundly. Their mastery transcends imagination. Should a Grand Ascension void immortal fixate upon you, even the Yin realm offers no sanctuary. Do not underestimate the Yin realm merely because it is a minor world. It is governed by the Yin beast's sovereign laws, rendering ordinary cultivators helpless within. Yet those who have transcended the nascent soul realm and attained the refinement Tinto void cultivation realm treat those laws as mere illusions. Faced with Lu Ling's words, Gu Yuan offered no rebuttal. This life had unfolded too smoothly. So smoothly he had grown arrogant. Upon ascending to the position of Saint Heir of Mingxian sect, certain matters had already slipped beyond his control. Though Gu Yuan considered himself meticulous once drawn into the vortex, he found himself powerless to resist. Had he failed to slay Lin Mijuan, then he knew full well his peril would have dwarfed today's. His current crisis hinged entirely on Lu Yuankai's mood. If the latter dismissed him entirely, Gu Yuan remained unscathed. Yet should Lu Yuankai dwell upon the matter obsessively, Gu Yuan risked being discarded by fuming Grand Sovereign without hesitation. With no recourse, Gu Yuan could only rely on his clone to await the outcome. Should circumstances deteriorate, he would have no choice but to undergo nirvana within the Yin realm, to sever himself from present tribulations. Gu Yuan's clone, accompanied by Lu Ling's clone, returned to Mingxian sect and first sought out Li Feiyu, recounting key events from the Juyo Holy Domain. Li Feiyu's face darkened with fury. Unforgivable. The Xuantian sect oversteps grievously. You were right to kill her. They owe us an explanation. This matter demands redress. I shall contact the Wuji teaching. You need not involve yourself further. After parting from Li Feiyu, Gu Yuan's clone sought Yang Yao True Lord, a transcendent spirit elder whose influence proved vital to Gu Yuan. Within Yang Yao True Lord's cavernous abode, Gu Yuan's clone repeated verbatim the report he had delivered to Li Feiyu. Yang Yao True Lord listened impassively. Rest assured, others will champion your cause. As Saint Heir of Mingxian sect, consequences need not weigh upon you. Return now, and recover your injuries in peace. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's clone bowed respectfully, and withdrew from Yang Yao True Lord's abode. Only after Gu Yuan's clone departed did Yang Yao True Lord's expression shift subtly. Fuming instructed me to keep watch over this youth. Yet what returns is but a clone. It seems the sacred sect itself is unsettled. Without amassing sufficient hidden strengths, one must not rashly advance. With a sigh, Yang Yao True Lord closed his eyes once more, resuming contemplation of his personal Tao principles. Departing his abode, Gu Yuan's clone proceeded to Wei Yi's cave. Inside the residence, Wei Yi wore a warm, approachable smile. How was your pilgrimage to the sacred sect? My master, I delivered the gift you entrusted me to convey to Elder Master, and he expressed profound satisfaction. Good, Wei Yi replied with a gentle nod. The sacred sect teems with prodigies. This journey broadened my horizons immensely. Your kinswoman, senior sister Wei, possesses extraordinary talent. She received an ancient legacy within the Juyo Holy Domain and now prepares to break through to the nascent soul realm. Her name shall soon echo across the sacred sect. At mention of senior sister Wei, Wei Yi's countenance softened with nostalgia. You speak of Xiao Wulan, do you not? I myself performed her foundational aptitude assessment in childhood. She remains the sole, peerless genius born of our Wei lineage. A century has passed, yet she stands poised to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Time flows swift indeed. Wei Yi sighed wistfully, then turned his attention to Gu Yuan's gains from the journey. Gu Yuan's clone withheld all perilous details of the Juyo Holy Domain, sharing only favorable highlights. Wei Yi, though outwardly benevolent and a commendable master, habitually prioritized immediate advantage, a trait Gu Yuan had already discerned. Were he to learn that Gu Yuan's actions might draw the ire of a Grand Ascension void immortal upon the Wei clan, Wei Yi would likely seize Gu Yuan himself and deliver him as penance. Though Wei Yi might no longer overpower Gu Yuan's true body, such intent would surely arise. Until clarity emerged, Gu Yuan refused to sever ties with. Wei Yi had been a pivotal benefactor in this life. Without him, Gu Yuan's path would never have unfolded so seamlessly. After prolonged discourse within the residence, Gu Yuan's clone returned to his own abode and summoned Wang Hao. The latter retained his portly frame, his cultivation having reached the apex of foundation establishment. Upon seeing Gu Yuan's clone, Wang Hao lowered himself deferentially. "Greetings, Saint Heir." Gu Yuan's clone nodded, and asked how fares the inquiry. Wang Hao withdrew a jade slip from his robe, and presented it. "Saint Heir, I dispatched elite agents from the Xingxiao Association to investigate thoroughly. This compendium contains their findings. Please peruse at your leisure." Gu Yuan's clone examined the jade slip, and upon reading its contents his expression flickered with surprise. Within the southern region's Nanchuan, no trace of the Xuanyuan sect existed among any known faction. Had it been eradicated? Or had some cataclysm erased all evidence, leaving not even a whisper of its existence? Once on the battlefield of the spirit domain, after Gu Yuan captured the rogue Yongfeng who had emerged from the Xintian sect, he instructed Wang Hao to arrange for a secret investigation into affairs within the southern region. Gu Yuan did not specify the exact direction of the investigation. He only asked him to gather all information on the various forces in the southern region, particularly those in the Nanchuan Sea to the south. Wang Hao, not understanding the reason behind this, did not dare to inquire why Gu Yuan wanted this done, and diligently arranged for people to handle the matter. The information he collected was extremely detailed. In the Nanchuan Sea, apart from the several forces in Linhai City, even the Leaf family from Nani Island appeared on the list. Moreover, the various Qi refinement families within the Nanchuan Sea also appeared on the list, including the Shui family, which Gu Yuan was familiar with. However, the Xianyuan sect was conspicuously absent from this list. It had only been a little over 100 years since Gu Yuan left the Xianyuan sect, it should not have been destroyed. The Xianyuan sect, which once had 2 foundation establishment cultivators stationed, could not possibly have been wiped out in such a short span of less than a century in that small region of the Nanchuan Sea. Gu Yuan's avatar looked at Wang Hao and asked, "The forces you have investigated are all currently existing, correct?" Wang Hao shook his head. "I always handle matters meticulously." The last part of the jade slip also records forces that have perished, documenting those that faded away within 10 to 100 years in the southern region. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's avatar examined the content at the end of the jade slip. He saw an inconspicuous piece of information stating that the Chun family of Nanjing Island had perished 100 years ago and was occupied by the rising Xiong family 80 years ago. This piece of information did not record what force occupied the territory after the Chun family was destroyed. Among the records of those forces that had perished, Gu Yuan still could not find any trace of the Xianyuan sect. It was as if they had been completely erased. All the forces that had once been eliminated by the Xianyuan sect were recorded. If it weren't for the clear temporal gaps, Gu Yuan would have doubted whether the world he currently inhabited was still the same as before. Gu Yuan handed the jade slip to Wang Hao and said, "Pay attention to the records concerning the Nanchuan Sea at the end of the jade slip and see if you can discover anything unusual." Wang Hao, confused, took the jade slip to examine it. After a moment, an unusual expression appeared on his face. "There seems to be a gap in the records of a certain territory here, but it does not indicate which force occupied that territory at the time. Is that correct?" It must be said that Wang Hao was quite perceptive, and he managed the affairs of the Summer Assembly well. Investigate this matter specifically. Gu Yuan's avatar did not elaborate further, and Wang Hao did not question the reason, but went to arrange for people to investigate. After Wang Hao left, Gu Yuan's avatar sealed off the restrictions within the cave and pretended to enter secluded meditation. He kept a constant watch on the communication token. The powerful beings of the Xianyuan sect had yet to inquire about Lin Mijuan, as if they had forgotten about it. While Gu Yuan's main body was in seclusion in the cave of the chaotic domain, comprehending the laws of the sword, he was also silently restoring the quality of his golden core. A year later, the communication token in Gu Yuan's avatar's hand had yet to receive any news. Unable to resist, Gu Yuan's avatar sent a message to Wei Wulan. "Gu Yuan's senior sister Wei, have you successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage?" Wei Wulan did not reply. It was unclear whether she did not want to respond or was too busy to do so. Another year passed. The Holy Demon Conference of the 5 demonic sects in the eastern region was held as scheduled every 50 years. As the holy son of the Mingxin sect, Gu Yuan needed to lead the team to participate. Gu Yuan's avatar had long been prepared for this. As the holy son of the sect, he was not required to participate in battle, merely to make an appearance. During this time, Gu Yuan's avatar had purchased a defensive spiritual artifact using the profits from the Summer Assembly, which would prevent outsiders from probing his. This session of the Holy Demon Conference would be held at the Tai Sui sect. Because of this, Li Feiyu sent a message to Gu Yuan's avatar asking him to go to the sect's Grand Hall for a discussion. Gu Yuan's avatar exited the cave and arrived at the Grand Hall of the Mingxin sect. Inside the hall, only Li Feiyu was present. Li Feiyu looked at Gu Yuan's avatar and said, "The sect has already avenged you regarding the matters in the Jiu-Yu sacred domain. The Xianyuan sect has compensated our sect with 20 million spirit stones, which have already been converted into Ming points on your token." Gu Yuan's avatar nodded in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sect master, for standing up for me. This is not just for you, it concerns the reputation of our sect. This matter is settled, so you need not dwell on it. Now let me explain some important matters regarding the Holy Demon Conference." Li Feiyu proceeded to detail various points that Gu Yuan needed to be careful about. After finishing, Li Feiyu looked at Gu Yuan's avatar with a somewhat profound gaze, and said, "I have suppressed my cultivation for too long, Eli. It can give you at most 20 more years. After 20 years I will step down. I hope that by then you will have advanced to the nascent soul stage and take over the position of sect master." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's avatar was slightly stunned so soon. His main body's golden core had yet to be repaired. 20 years sounded long, but it was hardly enough to mend the damage to his golden core. Before the golden core was repaired, Gu Yuan did not even want to contemplate advancing to the late stage of the golden core, let alone to the nascent soul stage. A look of helplessness flashed across Li Feiyu's face. "I was pushed into this position of sect master against my will, and I've held it for over 1,000 years. The lifespan of the nascent soul stage is only 2,000 years, so I can only delay my advancement to the god transformation stage. Otherwise, according to sect rules, I would be eliminated. Now that the Mingxin sect has a holy son, the position of sect master can no longer be passed to an inner disciple. I have no choice. I hope you can understand." Gu Yuan's avatar replied, 50 years? I asked the sect master to hold on for another 50 years. You know that I have sustained Dao injuries. If I were to rashly break through to the nascent soul stage, wouldn't it eliminate any possibility of future advancement? Li Feiyu nodded. 50 years it is. Kai can wait that long. Just don't let me down. After parting ways with Li Feiyu, Gu Yuan's avatar began to prepare for the Holy Demon Conference. For him, this was merely a formality. The elders would take care of the rest. After selecting a few accompanying elders, Gu Yuan did not concern himself further. After all, the Mingxin sect had consistently ranked last for nearly 100 years. How much worse could it get? What was that saying? They all look down on me, but I am also not ambitious. Although the Mingxin sect had seen an increase in the strength of its new disciples under Li Feiyu's leadership over the past century, the participation in this Holy Demon Conference still relied mainly on the elders. Since the reform of the blood sacrifice realm, very few had advanced to core disciples. The baseline for participating in the Holy Demon Conference was being a core. In this respect, the Mingxin sect still lagged behind the other four sects. All he hoped was that the true heir Li Yunxi would not place last in the Holy Demon Conference. The Holy Demon Conference was held as scheduled. Aside from the current sect leaders of the Xianin sect and the Wu Ji sect, the representatives from the Mingxin sect and the Qimeng sect were all Saint Sons, as this year's conference took place at the Tai Sui Gate. The gatekeeper of the Tai Sui Gate and the Saint Sons were both in attendance. Zhao Wuji, the leader of the Wu Ji sect, cast a dark gaze toward Ma Zining, the newly appointed leader of the Xianin sect. Originally, he would have stepped down soon, but now with Ji Xingyuan dead, he would have to wait for the Wu Ji sect to produce another Saint Son who could reach the nascent soul stage before he could resign. Influenced by Zhao Wuji of the Wu Ji sect, the members of the Wu Ji sect were particularly ruthless in their dealings with the Xianin sect during this Holy Demon Conference. Ma Zining, the new leader of the Xianin sect, was also in despair. She faced a series of difficulties right after taking office, and compared to those who had held their positions for many years, she felt much more inexperienced. Due to the incident involving Lin Mijuan, the Xianin sect had to compensate the Mingxin sect with 20 million spirit stones and the Wu Ji sect with 100 million spirit stones. This greatly undermined the authority of the newly appointed Ma Zining. But she had no alternative. The higher-ups had ordered it, and could she refuse to pay? She was also in despair. At the Holy Demon Conference, the competition was divided into 4 groups ranging from the lowest Qi refinement stage to the highest nascent soul stage. The Mingxin sect performed extremely steadily. In the battles among the true disciples at the nascent soul stage, they ranked last in total points. The disciple with the worst record among the 4 true disciples of the sect lost his status, and was instead promoted to an elder of the Mingxin sect. On the battlefield of the Golden Core stage, true disciples Li Yunxi performed exceptionally well, ranking 3rd. Meanwhile, the Mingxin sect unsurprisingly ranked last among the core disciples of the Golden Core stage. In the Foundation Establishment battlefield, the performance was decent, ranking 3rd, while the last place was taken by the Xianin sect, which was severely targeted by the Wu Ji sect. In the Qi refinement battlefield, the Mingxin sect stood out brightly, astonishingly ranking 1st. Thanks to the influence of the Blood Feast Realm's debating platform, the combat strength of the Qi refinement stage cultivators from the Mingxin sect was quite impressive. Yet when the overall results were announced, the Mingxin sect still ranked last. The point allocation mechanism was highly flawed, with most points concentrated on the nascent soul true. Even if the lower-tier cultivators won, the points they added were minimal. Gu Yuan noticed the underlying issue, but did not step forward to criticize it. The ranking was not a concern for him, as he was no longer the leader of the Mingxin sect. After the Holy Demon Conference concluded, Gu Yuan's avatar continued to hide in the cave, pretending to be in seclusion. 2 years later, Wei Wulan finally replied to him. Wei Wulan, sorry junior brother Gu, I just saw your message. I have advanced to the nascent soul stage, and will soon head to the western I wish you success in the western battlefield, senior sister Wei. Wei Wulan did not reply to Gu Yuan again. She seemed very busy right after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Gu Yuan was waiting. He wondered when Wei Wulan would return from the western battlefield, and if nothing else occurred by then, it would indicate that the matter of Lu Yuankai had come to an end. One day Wang Hao approached Gu Yuan's avatar with newly discovered information. Your Excellency Saint Sun, this is the latest news we have obtained. There are indeed issues there. You should take a look yourself. After saying this, Wang Hao handed over a jade slip to Gu Yuan. After reviewing it, Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and after dismissing Wang Hao, he sat alone in the cave deep in thought. After several years of investigation, the people from the Shengxiao Association had not uncovered any useful information. They only found that there had previously been a power on Sanshan Island in the South River Sea region. However, despite exhausting all leads, they could not find any information about that former power. Even the records in the Dado Commerce Association in Linhai City showed no trace of it, as if that power had never existed. Yet the temporal gap proved that there had indeed been a power near Sanshan Island in the past. There was definitely something wrong with this situation. The ability to make the people of the South River Sea collectively forget the existence of the Xian Yuan sect was already an unimaginable power for Gu Yuan. He dared not allow further investigations. The Xian Yuan sect was established by himself, and the only secret involved was related to the Xiantian sect. The matters concerning the Xiantian sect were too great, and he had already prepared to sever all ties with it. He also secretly dealt with Lu Yongfeng, who was still a blood slave within the Mingxian sect. He did not wish to have any further connections with the Xiantian sect. Thus both Gu Yuan's main body and his avatar fell into a state of tranquility. Time flew by and 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, Gu Yuan's main body finally restored his golden core and became a Dao Dan once again. Simultaneously, the sword path inheritance he had obtained in the 9 Nether Holy Realm allowed him to fully comprehend the sword transformation, laws, the star plucking laws, and the sky slashing laws. At this time, Gu Yuan's main Bodhis combat power had soared to the point where he could easily crush some ordinary latest-stage nascent soul cultivators. Once the Dao Dan was restored, Gu Yuan no longer had any worries and immediately consumed a large quantity of elixirs to stack his cultivation to the late golden core stage. He merely needed to stabilize his late golden core cultivation before he could start preparing for the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Over these 30 years, Gu Yuan's avatar occasionally sent messages to Wei Wulan inquiring about her situation on the western battlefield. Initially, Wei Wulan would reply once or twice, but after 15 years she ceased to respond to Gu Yuan's messages. From the messages Wei Wulan had previously sent, Gu Yuan learned that the Jisheng sect had the upper hand in the battle against the Wan Fo sect in the western region. The talented individuals within the Jisheng sect were also much stronger than those from the Wan Fo sect. As long as the war continued this way, the Wan Fo sect would inevitably suffer. However, it seemed that the Wan Fo sect was not aware of this, allowing the Jisheng sect to rampantly destroy various regions within their territory only to deal with the aftermath later. Although Wei Wulan had not sent any more messages to Gu Yuan, he maintained the frequency of sending a message every 2 years. One day, the communication token held by Gu Yuan's avatar finally showed some movement. Upon picking it up, Gu Yuan discovered that the message came from the Great Venerable of Corruption and Darkness. The Great Venerable of Corruption and Darkness said you shouldn't send messages to Wulan anymore. I'm afraid Lu Yuankai might misunderstand. Gu Yuan was filled with questions. Lu Yuankai might misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Could it be? Gu Yuan pondered a possibility. Without directly inquiring about it, he maintained his persona and sent a message to the Great Venerable of Corruption and Darkness. Gu Yuan, Master, what has happened? How did you know I was sending messages to Senior Sister Wei? Did you not promise me that once I obtained the inheritance you would give me the opportunity to get close to Senior Sister Wei? Why do you say that now? Don't think too much. You and Wulan are impossible. She is now the Dao partner of Lu Yuankai, and her token was handed to me 10 years ago. Do not send messages anymore. The Great Venerable's words brought joy to Gu Yuan's heart. Wei Wulan had actually become Lu Yuankai's Dao partner, which meant that he was finally safe. His main body had been in seclusion in the chaotic realm for over 30 years, and he finally received the best news. Since the two had become Dao partners, and Gu Yuan's avatar left in the Mingxian sect had remained unbothered, it indicated that Lu Yuankai had not taken him seriously at all. The matter of the 9 Nether Holy Realm had been completely settled. Gu Yuan no longer needed to worry about it. From now on, he only needed to steadily cultivate and fulfill his duties as the leader of the Mingxian sect. This was the best response Gu Yuan had received after persistently sending messages to Wei Wulan for so many years, bringing him great relief. For safety, Sake Gu Yuan's main body continued to consolidate his foundation and comprehend the sword path laws in the chaotic realm for nearly 15 more years. Only after comprehending the remaining sword path laws to a significant level did he plan to return to the Mingxin sect. He could not postpone his return any longer. He was already ready to prepare for the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, and undergoing the tribulation in the chaotic realm was not safe. Continuing to hide would only worry Li Feiyu. Gu Yuan's avatar piloted the spiritual boat accompanied by the avatar of Green Spirit heading towards the chaos domain with the intention of retrieving Gu Yuan's true body. After flying for several days, they arrived at the cave where Gu Yuan resided. Upon sensing the arrival of her avatar, Green Spirit revealed a hint of relief on her face, saying, "You are too cautious. Nothing at all has happened." Gu Yuan smiled, and replied, "Being cautious is never a mistake. Let's go back to the Mingxin sect." Stepping out of the cave, Gu Yuan felt the fresh air once again, as if only a few days had passed. As his strength increased, and his lifespan extended, the 40 years of seclusion felt like just a few days. Just as Gu Yuan and Green Spirit stepped onto the spiritual boat, his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, Gu Yuan's expression darkened. "Master Li, is this a special visit to capture me?" The avatar only possessed a trace of Gu Yuan's aura and a hint of divine soul power. His divine sense could not extend far. After Gu Yuan's true body left the cave, which was filled with concealment formations, and stepped onto the spiritual boat, intending to use his divine sense to explore the surroundings and confirm the direction, he discovered Li Feiyu in the distance, along with 5 elders in the nascent soul stage from the sect. They had actually followed the avatar all the way here. After being discovered by Gu Yuan, Li Feiyu did not attempt to hide any longer. A look of helplessness flashed across his face. "Guxia, I did not wish to carry out this task. I had planned to hand over my burdens to you once you broke through to the nascent soul stage, and I would finally be free. But there is no choice. Those above have ordered me to capture you and bring you to the holy sect. I am merely following orders. I hope you can understand." "Guxia, do you think everyone else is foolish and cannot see that your return to the sect is merely an avatar?" Elder Lu beside Li Feiyu revealed his fangs. As soon as the order to capture Guxia and send him to the holy sect came down from the holy sect, Guxia would no longer be the holy son of the Mingxin sect. This Guxia has made quite a fortune with the summer club over the years. I have been itching to get my hands on him. After capturing him, we can finally act. Elder Ma rubbed his hands excitedly. The other 3 latest-stage nascent soul elders from the Mingxin sect were also staring at Gu Yuan like predators eyeing their prey. Li Feiyu had already used the Great Concealment Formation to probe Gu Yuan's location, but because Gu Yuan's avatar bore his aura, Li Feiyu could only lock onto Gu Yuan's avatar within the Mingxin sect and could not find Gu Yuan hiding in the concealment formation. Therefore, he decided to wait for Gu Yuan's avatar to actively seek out Gu Yuan, thus keeping Gu Yuan occupied outside while preserving the Mingxin sect's face. Once this information spread, the Mingxin sect's reputation would be tarnished regardless of success or failure if the sect master personally led a team to capture the Holy Sun. Master Li truly thinks highly of me bringing 6 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators to capture this golden core. I should feel honored. Gu Yuan's expression darkened as he realized that the area around him had been sealed off by several people. At this moment, he could not even escape using his escape. It seemed that Lu Yuankai did not intend to let him go. Perhaps the great Lord of Corruption believed that his existence would affect the relationship between him and Wei. Regardless, in their eyes, Gu Yuan was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. A sigh appeared in Li Feiyu's eyes. "No matter how talented you are, you cannot escape from us. The great Lord has instructed that after sending you to the holy sect, he will destroy your body in front of Lu Yuankai, giving you a chance to reincarnate. You should be grateful for that. You should not have killed those around him. What status does he hold? Even if he does not care about that woman and his subordinates, you should not be the one to act. Furthermore, you attempted to incite Wei Wulan against him, digging a pit for the entire Mingxin sect. We cannot afford to offend the one behind him." Gu Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He had still underestimated the weight of a great ascension stage void immortal. Even though Lu Yuankai was merely a younger relative, it was enough to make the Mingxin sect fawn over him. However, if Gu Yuan had not found a way to kill Lin Mijuan in the 9 Nether Holy Domain back, then his situation would not be better than it is now. No wonder the people of the Xianin sect had not come to question Gu Yuan. It turned out they had already considered that once the great Lord of Corruption learned of the other party's identity, he would certainly not survive. I was still not cautious enough. I should have charged directly into the nightmare realm upon returning. Gu Yuan felt a tinge of regret. Beside him, Green Spirit's face was also grim. The rapid changes in demeanor of the demonic path cultivators were extremely disconcerting. Clearly they had all been well united as a family before his avatar did not notice anything unusual upon returning, yet they suddenly turned hostile. Now Green Spirit found herself trapped alongside Gu Yuan in this desperate situation. I will hold back Li Feiyu, you deal with the others. I will find a chance to help you escape, you don't need to worry about me, I won't die. Gu Yuan did not reply, his gaze fixed on Li Feiyu. What do you still wish to resist? Li Feiyu sneered as Gu Yuan drew out his flying sword. Gu Yuan understood that Li Feiyu was not an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Given his current strength, he could barely predict his survival against him alone, let alone with the presence of 5 other late-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, it was not in Gu Yuan's character to wait for death. He would do anything to seek a glimmer of hope. Master Li, if you want my life, then come and take it. Gu Yuan would never sit idly by and wait for you to capture me for the holy sect, even in death. Li Feiyu did not act. Instead, the elders beside him struck out instantly. Elder Lu was the first to charge forward, the resentment from having his spoils taken away by Gu Yuan lingering in his heart, and now he finally had the opportunity. You made me lose one of my beloved concubines, your life will be the compensation. In Elder Liu's hand, the golden spear erupted with sharp crimson gold power, instantly enveloping Gu Yuan. I will assist you all to prevent him from escaping, Elder Ma said with a subtle smile on his face, summoning 5 blood-red small flags that instantly enveloped the others. The other 3 elders flew forward, quietly watching without acting. In their view, dealing with Gu Yuan only required Elder Lu, and they completely ignored the green spirit beside Gu Yuan. After all, she was merely a spiritual pet. Even if she were a 4th-tier spiritual pet, she would not last even a round in their hands. In an instant, 30 sword lights shot out from around Gu Yuan, meeting Elder Liu's golden spear, with a small chaotic sword formation carrying the rule of slashing the heavens. A massive roar erupted in midair. To think you could block my attack. No wonder you have the confidence to fight back, but this is where it ends. Elder Lu roared as he held the long spear, his crimson gold power surging violently, engulfing all the sword lights of the small chaotic sword domain. Gu Yuan wore a grim expression. With the Dao Dan in his body not yet restored, he could still contend with the battle strength of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator using his mastery of the sword Dao. Now that his Dao Dan had recovered, his cultivation had progressed further to the late golden core stage, and he had comprehended the power of the Dao to a major level, allowing him to battle against latest-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, even a simple strike clashing with Elder Lu still could not withstand his attack. This Elder Lu was no ordinary latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. Go! Gu Yuan shouted with a booming voice, and all the magical artifacts and flying swords around him moved simultaneously. His strongest move, the chaotic sword domain, directly condensed in front of him, and the formidable power of the sword Dao was fully infused into the chaotic sword domain. At the same time, a spirit artifact flying sword in Gu Yuan's hand unleashed a breathtaking sword light, slicing towards Elder Ma. To escape, he had to break through Elder Ma's blockade, otherwise if he fought to the death with several others, he would be left with no chance of survival. As Gu Yuan called out, the green spirit also moved, and countless Blood Spirit clan members suddenly emerged around them. Among these Blood Spirit clan members, the strongest possessed early-stage 4th-tier combat strength, just like its previous avatar. After all the Blood Spirit clan members appeared, the green spirit opened its mouth wide, and the surrounding Blood Spirit clan members, like fearless warriors, were all swallowed whole by the green spirit. Instantly, it was enveloped in a layer of blood-red, otherworldly light. Without any hesitation, the green spirit charged towards Li Feiyu, and with the support of all the Blood Spirit clan members, it now possessed the strength of a half-step. Originally, everyone had not paid much attention to the green spirit beside Gu Yuan. However, after the green spirit erupted, they were shocked to find that the vitality within their own bodies seemed to be declining uncontrollably. In an instant, they realized that Gu Xia's spirit pet was far from being as useless as it appeared. The 2 cultivators erupted simultaneously, catching the chaotic sword domain directly blocked Elder Lu and the other 3 elders, while Gu Yuan's astonishing sword strike also fell before Elder Ma. Elder Ma's expression changed slightly, and he quickly summoned a small bronze bell to block in front of him, while angrily shouting at the 3 elders, "Are you 3 dead? Why aren't you helping?" The 3 had thought that Elder Lu alone could easily deal with Gu Yuan, but the strength Gu Yuan had unleashed surprised them. As expected of the Holy Sun, he could unleash such power even in the Golden Core stage. The 3 had to take him seriously and join forces to defend against the myriad sword shadows of the chaotic sword domain. Boom! Gu Yuan's astonishing sword struck the ancient bronze bell summoned by Elder Ma. The power of the sword Dao immediately dissipated, and a crack appeared on Elder Ma's ancient bronze bell. This spirit artifact cost me 45 million to acquire. How could it be damaged? You all better hurry up and subdue him. Elder Ma felt extreme heartache. Elder Lu waved his spear, uncertainly resisting the myriad sword shadows before him. At this moment he felt powerless. Facing Gu Yuan's attack was already his strongest strike. He took the initiative to attack, showing enough of his strength on his face, disregarding Elder Ma's anger, and focusing on protecting his spirit artifact was the best strategy. Gu Xia's attacks were too fierce. If he charged too aggressively, he risked damaging his weapon. The other three elders shared the same thought. Capturing Gu Xia was still paramount, and with so many people present, a single golden core cultivator couldn't escape. The best strategy was to ensure that they suffered no losses. At this moment the four had an unusual tacit understanding which gave Gu Yuan a chance to catch his breath. With the chaotic sword domain blocking the four, he only needed to strive to attack Elder Ma, to break through the surrounding blockade, to have a glimmer of hope. On the other side, after the green spirit erupted, it transformed into a blood-colored giant clashing heat-in with Li Feiyu. Their battlefield instantly shifted to the rear. At this moment, if the green spirit were to ignore Gu Yuan, it could easily escape alone. The power it unleashed relied entirely on the strength of the blood spirit clan members it had consumed. Once this power was exhausted, it would merely return to being an ordinary peak 4th-tier creature unable to possess the half-step transformation power it currently had, infinitely approaching 5th-tier strength. Li Feiyu also had to expend tremendous energy to deal with the green spirit, whose strength surprised him. Had he not suppressed his cultivation for hundreds of years to reach half-step transformation, he would not be able to stop the green spirit at all, and might even allow Gu Xia to escape. Seeing that the green spirit could withstand Li Feiyu, Gu Yuan felt somewhat reassured. However, facing 5 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators, the pressure on Gu Yuan was immense. The ongoing high-intensity attacks of the chaotic sword domain rapidly consumed his divine sense and true essence. If he could not quickly break through Elder Ma's defense, he could not hold on for long. Compared to these latest-stage nascent soul cultivators, he was simply not their match in terms of endurance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gu Yuan continuously unleashed several sword techniques toward Elder Ma, each strike infused with the power of the sword Dao, possessing the attack strength of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. While Elder Ma maintained the surrounding blockade, he also had to defend against Gu Yuan's attacks, and several cracks had already appeared on the ancient bronze bell in his hand. Elder Ma was extremely enraged. "If you four keep this up, I will no longer care." Upon hearing this, one of the elders felt somewhat embarrassed. He struggled to break free from the attacks of the chaotic sword domain, and stood in front of Gu Yuan. "If you want to attack Elder Ma, you have to go through me first." Gu Yuan did not waste words. Time was of the essence for him. Star-picking sword. He struck out with the spirit artifact flying sword in his hand, and in an instant the star-picking sword Dao erupted. The terrifying explosive force pushed that elder back. Elder Ma also took advantage of this moment to flash to another side. In the battle with the others, Gu Yuan was at a disadvantage due to his mobility. To continue attacking Elder Ma, he must use long-range sword techniques. Once he lost his lock-in, he would have to gather his strength again. In just a short moment of fighting, Gu Yuan had already consumed nearly half of his divine sense and true essence. If he continued to fight, he would soon be facing 5 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators. Gu Yuan found it extremely strenuous with his current strength. As for forcibly transcending the tribulation to advance to the nascent soul stage, Gu Yuan had considered it, but directly abandoned the idea. If he were an ordinary golden core cultivator, it would be fine, as the speed of advancing to the nascent soul stage was extremely fast. However, he possessed the Dao Dan in his body, which meant he could only form a Dao infant. This process was very slow, and before he could even attract the heavenly tribulation, he would be instantly captured by the others. "Run!" the green spirit shouted loudly. At this moment, Elder Ma was floating not far from the green spirit. The green spirit endured a blow from Li Feiyu, and its bloodlight scattered, but it released a blood-red palm print that instantly enveloped Elder Ma. The moment Elder Ma was grasped by the blood-colored palm, the vitality within him instantly withered and declined. He could only activate his nascent soul power to resist, and the surrounding barriers also showed signs of loosening at this moment. Gu Yuan did not waste the opportunity created by the green spirit. His body transformed into a beam of bloodlight and vanished from the spot, disregarding the magical artifacts and flying swords left behind. "Pursue him," Li Feiyu barked. Seeing the 3 still struggling against the Huanluan sword domain, he shot Li Feiyu a look of displeasure, and without mercy struck Lu Ling with another palm. Lu Ling was doing everything it could to hold Elder Ma back, its back fully exposed to Li Feiyu. One palm sent Lu Ling's blood body flying, slamming onto the earth. Before Li Feiyu could strike again, the fallen form dissolved into a puddle of tainted blood and slipped underground, flowing like sanguine liquid at tremendous speed toward a single direction. "Forget it, go after Gu Xia." He appeared in 2 places at the edge of the Huanluan domain and fleeing toward the eastern expanse. "Split up and pursue." Li Feiyu seized an array banner and attuned it to the Zhitian array. After a brief sensing, he learned Gu Yuan's location. Deep within the Huanluan domain, Gu Yuan anxiously probed the surrounding situation, with his spiritual sense ruthlessly applying his Inshi concealment technique to himself, while plastering several concealment talismans to his body. Those measures were far weaker than a properly arranged concealment array. Gu Yuan could not be sure whether they would evade the Zhetian array's detection. He only hoped Li Feiyu would chase his decoy. Sensing that the contract bond with Lu Ling still held, Gu Yuan allowed himself a slight relieved breath. He had watched Lu Ling take blows from Li Feiyu to allow his escape. Now that the contract remained intact, it proved Lu Ling had not been destroyed. Gu Yuan rode his sword in a blur, sending his spiritual sense darting out for distance. Only the Shen district could now save his life. If Li Feiyu could constantly sense his aura, then any concealment array set here would be futile. Li Feiyu would always be able to. Fortune had not wholly abandoned him. From afar, streaking on his sword, Gu Yuan espied a black oppressive Shen district, shrouding an area that had long since become a dead city. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan sped toward it. Li Feiyu, accompanied by Elder Lu and Elder Ma, was already in pursuit. Li Feiyu could read Gu Yuan's thoughts. To be safe, he had sent 3 others to chase the decoy, while personally leading forces into the Huanluan domain. Gu Yuan's blood escape had carried him only a few hundred li. That distance was easily enough for an ordinary person to flee to safety, but to a nascent soul master it amounted to at most a few breaths' travel. The instant Gu Yuan plunged into the Shun district, Li Feiyu, Elder Lu, and Elder Ma lunged in after him, intending to seize him before the district tightened its grasp. All the treasure-flying swords used to form the Huanluan sword domain were gone. Facing the 3 who charged at him, a severe light flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. Catching me will not be so simple. With that, Gu Yuan's body shimmered, and by employing the illusory object law, fragmented into over 100 presences within the Shun district in the blink of an eye. The illusory object law seemed amplified inside the Shun district. Over 100 figures identical in aura to Gu Yuan dispersed, leaving Li Feiyu and the others utterly unable to determine which was the true body. Li Feiyu unleashed a colossal palm to try to obliterate all of Gu Yuan's apparitions. Elder Lu brandished a golden spear that erupted in blinding radiance, attempting to disperse the misty district. Elder Ma carried out his duty, raising 5 blood-red banners to seal off the surroundings, preventing Gu Yuan from slipping away by blood escape again. Li Feiyu's palm slammed down with a thunderous force, shattering nearly half of the ruined city's buildings. Dozens of Gu Yuan's images were smashed, but none revealed. There. After the strike, Li Feiyu locked onto the figure that moved most swiftly among the multitude, and in an instant raised another palm. Having been fixed by Li Feiyu's aura, Gu Yuan's real body could not flee. Confronted with that palm, he could do no more than slash out a sword to parry. The giant palm, like something that crushes the withered and collapses the strong, shattered the sword light. In an instant, its aftershock struck Gu Yuan's protective, true chi. With a roaring crash, the force of that palm blasted Gu Yuan's body, sending several buildings behind him toppling into the rubble. The vast disparity in power left Gu Yuan incapable even of resisting a single blow. Just as the 3 prepared to press forward and seize Gu Yuan, the Shun district's power erupted. Every living thing in the dead city began to be drawn into. Li Feiyu's expression changed. Both of you go in and bring him out. Saying so, he vanished from the Shun district. Elder Lu and Elder Ma, left behind, looked grim. Neither had ever entered the Yin realm. Before they could deliberate, they were transported into it. In a desolate little town, 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared. 2 stood with sullen faces, one lay pale and bloodied upon the ground. Seize him first, then deal with it. Elder Lu glanced at Gu Yuan and was about to move when a stabbing pain in his nascent soul surged and a message echoed in his mind. Within the Dead City movement is restricted, you may only move at night. Elder Lu turned to Elder Ma with an ugly expression. Did you receive that prompt? Elder Ma spat. What sort of place is this? I was about to take a step and my nascent soul screamed in pain. Some rule prevents movement. This pain I can. He produced a soul defense spirit artifact and strode forward forcefully. The artifact creaked and cracked. The sound sent him halting in alarm. This place is insidious. Another of my spirit artifacts is damaged. What a loss. Elder Ma looked at the grievously wounded Gu Yuan on the ground with regret. He cursed himself for having accompanied Li Feiyu to seize Gu Xia. How reclining Gu Yuan realized that once he had been brought into the Yin realm, otherwise Elder Lu and Elder Ma would never have appeared before him. Gu Yuan hesitated about to move when he too received the same prompt. He frowned but ignored it. From his previous journey into the Yin realm, he understood that the realm's rule force rendered many special techniques useless. His innate natural attainment was one such example. These 2 elders might possess methods to resist the Yin realm's rule force. Severely wounded, he could not lie here like a corpse in front of them. Steeling himself, Gu Yuan invoked his natural attainment upon his body. Pale-faced, he rose and, indifferent to the realm's rules, cast a glance around before striding toward the heart of the abandoned town. How can he move? The two watched Gu Yuan depart with puzzled expressions. Could deploying rule force itself oppose the Yin realm's rule force? They were not fools. Realization instantaneously dawned upon them. Both of their bodies burst with rule force. Elder Lu tested a step. A stabbing pain flared on his nascent soul again, though it was not as intense as before. He could barely withstand it. Elder Ma did likewise, invoking rule force to strengthen himself. Both found that so long as they could endure the stabbing pain on their nascent souls, they could move. Pursue. The two of them stepped forward, pursuing Gu Yuan, and the more they chased, the grimmer their expressions became. I can't go on. I can't hold it anymore, Elder Ma said, stopping in place, unable to continue the pursuit. The more they moved, the heavier the pressure above the nascent soul became. Relying on their own laws, they could barely manage a few steps. Elder Lu also halted, asking, why is he unaffected? Is this only targeting the nascent soul? Elder Ma shook his head. Did you not sense the natural essence surrounding him, almost blending with the surroundings? I believe his method is stronger than ours. Do you possess any similar insight into the natural essence? Elder Lu shook his head. I only have pure golden energy. Where would I find the natural essence? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and comprehend it. With our strength, grasping the natural essence shouldn't be too difficult, Elder Ma urged. Both of them were nascent soul cultivators and had already comprehended their own unique laws. At their level, if they focused on comprehending a certain insight without considering the impact on their own laws, it shouldn't be too hard. Here their nascent soul power was suppressed by the laws of this place, unable to extend outward, and they could only watch as Gu Yuan moved further away. Here their nascent soul power was suppressed by the laws of this place, unable to extend outward, and they could only watch as Gu Yuan moved. As Gu Yuan walked away with heavy steps, he casually found a dilapidated house, and entered, taking out a recovery pill from his storage bag and swallowing it. Though he had hidden in the illusory realm, the crisis he faced was far from resolved. If the corrupt fiend master truly intended to capture him for Lu Yuan Kai, after spending too much time in the illusory realm, he would surely come personally. At that point, the laws of the illusory realm would be powerless against a refinement realm expert. Gu Yuan faced two paths. The first was to undergo nirvana here, avoiding his current identity. This approach carried risks. If the corrupt fiend master entered the illusory realm and could not find Gu Yuan, he might destroy everything in his rage, leaving Gu Yuan unable to escape death. The second path was to forcefully break through to the nascent soul stage at all costs, and quickly utilize his current mastery of Sword Dao laws to impact the transformation stage, then rely on the power of the transformation stage to break out of the eastern region and immediately undergo nirvana. Both choices carried extremely high risks. While recovering, Gu Yuan pondered for a moment and made his decision. Rather than passively waiting for death and not knowing how long he would have to hide, Gu Yuan decided to wait until he recovered, then resolve the two elders before they understood the laws here. After that, he would quickly break through to the nascent soul stage and forcibly enhance his nascent soul's power using Sword Dao laws to attain transformation, allowing him to escape the eastern region before the Mingxian sect could react. With Gu Yuan's accumulated law power, forcibly enhancing his nascent soul's power to achieve transformation stage was likely to succeed. However, advancing in this manner would nearly exhaust his potential, making it impossible to progress further in the transformation stage. Gu Yuan silently continued to heal his injuries. After a long time, he had managed to recover most of his strength and immediately returned to his original look. At that moment, a faint natural essence simultaneously manifested on the bodies of Elder Ma and Elder Lu. Seeing this, Gu Yuan frowned. The comprehension ability of a nascent soul cultivator was indeed terrifying. In such a short time, these two had surprisingly begun to show signs of condensing the natural essence from scratch. If they succeeded, any later Gu Yuan's death would be imminent. Die. Gu Yuan summoned a spiritual weapon, long sword combining the unbeatable sword of heaven's slaughter law with the blade's law, and struck toward Elder Lu. In that instant of attack, Gu Yuan's soul trembled violently as a terrifying crisis surged into his soul. In an instant, Gu Yuan's soul was struck by an inexplicable force, causing it to quiver as if it would collapse at any moment. In the dead city, the dead cannot attack other dead during the day. The voice of the shimmering region's rules reached his ears, and Gu Yuan's soul felt a surge of dread. He forcibly dissipated the sword light in his hand, and resisting the backlash, quickly retreated. This shimmering region was too strange. Even with the natural essence, one could not attack during the day. If night fell, and the three could move freely with Gu Yuan still injured, he would be no match for the two. With his magical treasures lost, and the power of the chaotic sword domain greatly diminished, Gu Yuan would definitely not be able to contend with the two. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan flew directly into the sky on his sword, hoping to escape the shimmering region. Soaring into the sky, Gu Yuan soon spotted the boundary of the shimmering region. A faint blue glow enveloped this desolate dead land, which was far smaller than the shimmering region he encountered in the heavy nightmare. Gu Yuan charged toward the boundary of the shimmering region like a fish leaping out of water. As he broke through the faint blue barrier, the inexplicable power that had been binding him vanished just as he had slain the first sluggish nightmare he encountered in the illusory realm. Outside the shimmering region, he was free to move. Flying through the air, Gu Yuan saw various azure glowing barriers covering different locations, some small, only the size of a city, while others stretched in. Compared to the place he had been trapped in, this was merely standard. Before Elder Lu and Elder Ma comprehended the natural essence, Gu Yuan needed to leave quickly. If they caught up with him here, without the restraining laws of the shimmering region, Gu Yuan would have no means to escape from their grasp. After flying for a long distance, Gu Yuan landed in a sandy area. Given the vast distance and the endless desert here, even if the two of them exited the shimmering region, it would be challenging to find Gu Yuan. After landing, Gu Yuan began to recover from his injuries. Once healed, he would need to consider immediately undergoing nascent soul formation. He had to do it as quickly as possible. After a long while, Gu Yuan's injuries were completely healed. A determined look flashed in his eyes as he began to wash his golden core with spiritual force, directly choosing to undergo nascent soul formation. Transforming the golden core into a nascent soul is an exceedingly slow process. Especially since Gu Yuan had to use Dao Pill for the transformation, it would take much longer than ordinary people. The first step in nascent soul formation is to wash the golden core inside with spiritual force. Then use the power of blood and energy to nourish the golden core. The combination of blood and energy with spiritual force guides the golden core through a qualitative change. For Gu Yuan's Dao Pill to break into a nascent soul, it still required law imprints to be inscribed onto the nascent soul, allowing the nascent soul to become a Dao soul with the core law power. Gu Yuan took out several spiritual herbs suitable for nascent soul formation, swallowing them to continuously provide nourishment to the power of his blood and energy, while his spiritual force began to wash the golden core inside. This process was exceedingly long. Only when the golden core inside was completely cleansed by the spiritual force, and the spiritual force fused within, could it be considered a success. Gu Yuan's body seemed to become a frantically operating machine. After several days, the spiritual force merged into the golden core, and Gu Yuan began to frantically absorb the power of his blood. When Gu Yuan's entire body became scorching hot, the golden core in his dantian had transformed from pure white to blood red. Being in a small world, ascending to the nascent soul stage would not allow the thunder tribulation to sense him. This had its benefits and drawbacks. The benefit was that he need not worry about dying under the thunder tribulation, while the drawback was that without the baptism of the thunder tribulation, the overall power after ascension would be less pure than if he had undergone the thunder tribulation. At this moment, Gu Yuan could no longer care about that, as numerous cracks appeared on the blood-red golden core. The spiritual force within them burst forth like blooming flowers, and the golden core completely shattered, giving birth to the long-nurtured nascent soul, which resembled a mini version of Gu Yuan. After successfully forming the nascent soul, Gu Yuan did not stop. He still needed to imprint the law power onto the nascent soul. Gu Yuan concentrated, inscribing the several profound law powers he had comprehended onto the nascent soul. Once the nascent soul was formed, all of Gu Yuan's spiritual force transferred to it, allowing him to control the imprinted law power, giving him a clearer understanding of these Sword Dao laws. As each law imprint was inscribed onto the nascent soul, Gu Yuan's control over the law power grew stronger. When all the Sword Dao law powers he mastered were imprinted onto the nascent soul, Gu Yuan's aura suddenly changed. The massive amount of blood and energy that had been consumed by his body was replenished once the nascent soul was stabilized, and the surrounding heaven and earth powers surged toward Gu Yuan like a tide. The pills and various spiritual herbs Gu Yuan had prepared were all consumed at this moment. After a while, Gu Yuan's aura gradually calmed. His figure moved, and he flew into the air effortlessly. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, Gu Yuan's first task was to obtain a ticket to leave the nightmare realm at any time. Instead of spending time trying to break the rules of the large mirage zones, it was faster to directly engage with the weaker nightmare beasts. Gu Yuan rushed into a nightmare realm the size of a small city. Upon entering, he immediately noticed many obvious rule prompts. No urinating or defecating anywhere. No physical violence. The weaker the nightmare beast, the more rules were enforced in the mirage zone. Gu Yuan ignored these. The nightmare beasts in this mirage zone were at most as strong as the previous foolish nightmare, unable to even conceal their forms, making them very easy for him to kill. In the largest residence of the small city, Gu Yuan found this nightmare beast. The moment it saw Gu Yuan, fear appeared in its human-like eyes, and before it could speak, Gu Yuan struck it down effortlessly. With a simple bone refinement technique in hand, Gu Yuan left the now dissipated mirage zone. According to the customs of the nightmare realm, once the protection of this mirage zone faded, it would soon be devoured by other nightmare beasts, and Gu Yuan did not want to be drawn back into a large mirage zone. Having obtained the ticket to leave the nightmare realm, Gu Yuan flew to a desolate land of yellow sand. The pills he had collected previously were now scarce after the trip to the 9 Nether Holy Domain and his recent breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, his clone had returned with a new batch of resources gathered over the years. In addition to 5 spiritual weapons, there were also a large number of 3rd and 4th tier pills. Coupled with the perfected Sword Dao rules in his body, it was sufficient for Gu Yuan to forcefully break through to the lowest level of the God transformation stage. Gu Yuan understood that he needed to act quickly, as Li Feiyu might still be guarding the original location. If he could quickly break through to the God transformation stage and seize the formation flags that controlled the vast array, he would have a chance to escape. Otherwise, he would be monitored by the vast curtain, and no matter where he fled, he would be discovered. Normally, a nascent soul cultivator would consider advancing to the God transformation stage only after comprehending at least one rule to the highest level. Gu Yuan did not have the luxury of time to comprehend the rules anymore. Although his mastery of the rules was slightly lacking, it was still stronger than Li Feiyu, who had suppressed his cultivation for many years. Having made up his mind, there was no room for regret. Gu Yuan began to forcefully use pills and the rule powers within him to strengthen his nascent soul, prioritizing rapid advancement regardless of the stability of his realm. Li Fei might suspect that Gu Yuan would advance to the nascent soul stage and become somewhat stronger, but he could never imagine that Gu Yuan would directly break through to the God transformation stage in one go. If he could seize this opportunity, Gu Yuan might snatch the formation flags that controlled the vast array of the eastern region from him, or even slay him. Ignoring the consequences, the speed of his advancement was extraordinarily fast. After 6 months of nourishing with a large number of pills, Gu Yuan reached the mid-nascent soul stage. After a year, he was promoted to the late nascent soul stage. Another 6 months later, the Sword Dao rules imprinted on his nascent soul had deeply integrated it. Gu Yuan began to forcefully break through to the God transformation stage. The main characteristic of the God transformation stage was the divine essence, which could be formed in the sea of consciousness using the rule powers fused within the nascent soul. Thus, a God transformation stage cultivator possesses 2 special powers: the power of the nascent soul and the power of the divine essence. The power of the nascent soul is the source of cultivation, while the divine essence serves as the hub for controlling rule powers. The power of the rules can be enhanced through the divine essence. To condense the divine essence, one must continually gather the power containing the rule's essence in the sea of consciousness with the nascent soul. The stronger the rule power within the nascent soul, the stronger the condensed divine essence. The rule powers within Gu Yuan were only at a perfected level, not particularly strong, making the process of condensing the divine essence much simpler. After 6 months, the divine essence in Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness was fully formed. At that moment, Gu Yuan successfully advanced to the most ordinary God transformation stage cultivator. Not only did he not undergo a heavenly tribulation, but even his rule powers were merely at the perfected stage. Such a God transformation stage cultivator would be laughed at in the outside world. After 2.5 years having successfully advanced to the God transformation stage, and briefly consolidating his cultivation, Gu Yuan prepared to leave the nightmare realm. At that moment, 2 figures were aimlessly wandering in the desert. These 2 were Elder Ma and Elder Lu. Upon sensing their presence, Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment. They were about to leave, and the 2 had appeared. Was this not a meal delivered to his doorstep? At that moment, Gu Yuan was no longer afraid of them. To avoid them noticing his recent advancement to the God transformation stage, and potentially fleeing, Gu Yuan directly concealed his aura, controlling his cultivation to the late golden core stage. The 2 elders were wandering aimlessly in the endless sandy region. Ever since they comprehended the natural intent, they had disregarded the mirage zones, easily traversing one after another. They were still searching for Gu Yuan's trace. While flying, the 2 noticed a small black dot in the desert. With a sweep of their divine sense, they were instantly overjoyed. He hasn't even advanced to the nascent soul stage, yet his arrogance is excessive. Does he really think he is safe hiding in the nightmare realm? Even now, he is still thinking about strengthening his foundation. He truly deserves to be the one I once favored. Elder Ma muttered to himself, and together with Elder Lu swooped down towards Gu Yuan. To prevent Gu Yuan from escaping, Elder Ma had already prepared his 5 elements seal. The 2 suddenly appeared before Gu Yuan, expecting him to be flustered, but instead they saw his cold, indifferent gaze. Gu Xingzi, you might as well not struggle. Let's make it easy for each other, it's better for everyone. I don't wish to continue damaging my spiritual weapons. So how about this? If you cooperate, I will fulfill any last wishes you have. What do you think? After the 5 elements sealing flag sealed the surroundings, Elder Ma appeared calm, and even had time to negotiate with Gu Yuan. I think it's reasonable that I shouldn't cause damage to Elder Ma's spiritual weapons. Gu Yuan stood up calmly looking at the two. If you can think this way. Elder Ma was about to praise Gu Yuan when he was suddenly locked by Gu Yuan's divine essence power, making both of them feel their souls tremble. You've lost your mind. You actually advanced to the God transformation stage. The two looked at Gu Yuan in disbelief. With Gu Yuan's talent, he had the opportunity to advance to a super strong God transformation stage, or even to the void refining stage, but he had forcefully advanced from the late golden core stage directly to the God transformation stage. Wasn't this advancement method a complete waste of his talent? I was forced by you all. Gu Yuan coldly finished speaking, showing no mercy. Two beams of sword light flashed, and under the lock of the divine essence the two bodies were easily severed like sheep to be slaughtered. He may be the weakest God transformation stage cultivator, but even the weakest God transformation stage cultivator is still a God transformation stage cultivator. Elder Lu and Elder Ma were simply no match for Gu Yuan at this moment. The two nascent souls looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Before they could react, two small rings locked onto them, capturing their nascent souls. After a long while, a furnace of nascent soul elixirs appeared in the alchemy furnace. After consuming them, Gu Yuan's divine essence strength slightly increased. Glancing at the sky, Gu Yuan activated the mark to leave the nightmare realm. Gu Yuan entered the dilapidated dead city where he had been before entering the nightmare realm. At this moment, Li Feiyu sat cross-legged nearby, with 5 other nascent soul cultivators also seated beside him. In front of them, a large confinement formation firmly sealed this place. According to the rules of the Nightmare Realm, no matter where one entered from, they would leave from the same location. Li Feiyu and the others were well aware of this matter, so they set up the confinement formation and waited. Li Feiyu was extremely troubled at this moment. From his perspective, he greatly hoped that Gu Yuan would be safe, for as long as Gu Yuan could advance to the nascent soul stage, he could finally escape from this position of sect leader. He had held this position for over 1,000 years and had long grown weary of it. However, facing the orders coming from the upper sect, he had no choice but to listen. Such persecution of the sect's holy son could not be known by too many people. He understood very well that with Gu Yuan's background, once he entered the Nightmare Realm, if he was not quickly subdued by Elder Ma and Elder Lu, he would undoubtedly emerge as an... Given his combat power, the ordinary latest-stage nascent soul cultivators within the sect would not stand a chance against him. Only he himself could suppress Gu Yuan with his half-step transformation stage strength. He had initially wanted to invite the transformation stage elders of the sect to intervene. However, they all refused to give him face, disdainful of dealing with their own. Transformation stage cultivators already had the confidence not to concern themselves with Lord Fuming. To deal with a golden core person, did they need the transformation stage to take action? Was there no one left in the sect? Even if Lord Fuming personally came, they could refuse with the reason of needing to guard the sect. They were not required to intervene, but Li Feiyu could not. Unless the Mingxin sect no longer recognized the Jisheng sect as the upper sect, he had to carry out the orders. Not wanting too many people to know about the Mingxin sect's actions against their holy son, Li Feiyu did not bring too many individuals. Among the 5 beside him, besides the 3 latest-stage nascent soul elders, only Wei Yi, who had come uninvited, and Baranta were with him. Wei Yi knew very well that he might not even be a match for his disciple now, but since he dared to come, he was prepared. He possessed life-saving cards granted by Jinju and Yang Yao and Lord Fuming. Ultimately, family interests took precedence, and Wei Yi stood on the side of his own family. If Gu Xia's presence affected Wei Wulan's development within the Lu family, then Gu Xia deserved to die. Wei Yi knew very well that he might not even be a match for his disciple now, but since he dared to come, he was prepared. He possessed life-saving cards granted by Jinju and Yang Yao and Lord Fuming, and even if his disciple advanced to the nascent soul stage, he was not afraid. As the few sat in silence, suddenly a tremor rippled through the space, and the next moment, Gu Yuan's figure appeared before them. Elder Ba immediately went to control the ceiling form. His main task for being brought by Wei Yi was to do just this. Seeing Gu Yuan's figure appear, a complex expression emerged on Wei Yi's face. Good disciple, listen to your master. Go to the holy sect obediently, and you will still have a chance for reincarnation. If you continue to resist, you will end up with nothing. Gu Yuan looked at Wei Yi coldly. To lick someone else's stinking boots and betray your own disciple, do you deserve to be my master? Wei Yi's face flushed red as Gu Yuan publicly said this, leaving him feeling humiliated. Li Feiyu frowned at Gu Yuan, who was still at the late golden core stage. If you break through to the nascent soul stage, there might be a slim chance for you to escape, but you're too arrogant. You have no opportunity now. Opportunity. If I break through to the nascent soul stage, will you let me go? Gu Yuan looked at Li Feiyu disdainfully. Sect leader, stop wasting words with him. Quickly subdue him. I don't want to see him anymore. Wei Yi turned his head away. To subdue me, you still need to see your abilities. Mere words won't suffice. Gu Yuan drew his flying sword in preparation to defend himself. With his current divine essence power, they still could not discern his specific cultivation level, which was Gu Yuan's opportunity. If he could use this move to subdue Li Feiyu, he would have hope for escape. Otherwise, even if he broke through the encirclement, as long as the oppressive veil of the eastern region remained, Gu Yuan would never find safety. After advancing to the nascent soul stage and the transformation stage, Gu Yuan could also attempt to alter his own aura, but he could not achieve a perfect change. If he could not obtain the control flag from Li Feiyu, he was still likely to be discovered. Very well, since you refuse to admit defeat, I shall personally capture you and take you back to report. Li Feiyu sighed and flew forward, not allowing the three latest-stage nascent soul elders beside him to exhaust Gu Yuan. As the sect leader, he still wanted to give Gu Yuan some dignity. Li Feiyu extended his palm, and a massive handprint materialized, reaching directly for Gu Yuan. Under his powerful divine sense, he thought Gu Yuan would have no chance to escape. But in the next moment, Gu Yuan's figure broke free from the restraint, instantly dispersing, and aided by the illusionary laws, his figure split into multiple. His true body flickered among the many phantom clones, and Li Feiyu grabbed at empty air. He raised an eyebrow but did not take it to heart, striking out at Gu Yuan's many illusory figures. At this moment, as the illusory clone nearest to Li Feiyu shifted position, Gu Yuan made his move. The divine essence power burst forth suddenly, and the flying sword in his hand instantly gathered all the law powers it had fused with into a single strike. There was no dazzling brilliance, no splendid sword light, only an unremarkable strike. In that instant, Li Feiyu felt a sense of crisis. By the time he thought to evade, it was already too late. Under the lock of Gu Yuan's divine essence power, Li Feiyu had nowhere to escape. This strike, infused with all of Gu Yuan's law powers, possessed the full power of a transformation stage strike. At such a close distance, Li Feiyu had no chance to dodge. As the sword passed through, Li Feiyu's body was severed in two. The law power contained within the sword easily destroyed his body, and by the time Li Feiyu's two halves hit the ground, they had already turned to ashes, leaving only his astonished nascent soul suspended in midair. Even the worst transformation stage Jinjuan could not be compared to a half-step transformation. Under Gu Yuan's deliberate bait and ambush, it was too late for Li Feiyu to regret. Gu Yuan swiftly grabbed the storage bag that had fallen from Li Feiyu without any hesitation, and with a single sword strike, he slashed at Barantu. Locked by the divine essence power, Barantu was horrified to find that he could not even move. Locked by the divine essence power of a transformation stage cultivator, Barantu, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, could not resist. After a single strike, Barantu's body also turned to ashes, leaving only his wide-eyed nascent soul behind. After this confinement, formation lost his control, its power immediately decreased significantly. Gu Yuan's sword swept through the formation, breaking it instantly, while Gu Yuan's figure transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the spot. From the moment Li Feiyu unleashed that palm strike until Gu Yuan was able to counterattack, taking away the storage bag and slaying Balantu before fleeing, it was barely the span of a breath. He had just closed his eyes, not wanting to witness the tragic fate of his disciple. In the next moment, two unwilling roars of nascent souls echoed in the air. Oh! He turned to look, only to see Li Feiyu's nascent soul in midair, its expression as cold as water, with rage surging to its peak. On the other side, Balanta let out a thunderous roar before his eyes became vacant. It's over, I am finished. I will never have a chance to achieve the divine transformation in this life. Wei widened his eyes, exclaiming what happened. When he turned around, he saw the three latest-stage nascent soul elders behind him also staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape. He actually wasted his own potential to ascend to the most worthless stage of divine transformation. What use is such a divine transformation cult? The two elders sighed. He can only wait for death now. Just after they spoke, Li Feiyu's nascent soul roared, shut up. If it weren't for you three fools allowing the previous fight to be too lenient, would I have lost my physical body? The three exchanged glances, remaining silent. Wei opened his mouth. What happened? What happened? How dare you still ask what happened? You brought me here just to have your disciple killed, didn't you? Old Wei, if you don't find me a suitable physical body, I swear I won't let this go. Balantis' nascent soul seemed eager to devour Wei. What about Guxia? Wei asked in confusion. He forcibly broke through to the divine transformation stage, became a true lord, and fled after slaying the sect master. An elder explained from behind. Wei felt a buzzing in his head. A genius like Guxia would give up his own potential to ascend to a divine transformation that has no further possibility of advancement. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and send a message to Yang Yaozhenjuan to intercept Guxia. If he really escapes, our Mingxin sect will be utterly humiliated. Li Feiyu's nascent soul glared coldly at Wei. Fine. Realizing he was in the wrong way, he did not argue further. Gu Yuan, who was rapidly fleeing, opened Li Feiyu's storage bag, ignoring the various resources and treasures within, quickly locating a blood-red array flag. After erasing the refining traces left by Li Feiyu, he swiftly refined it with his divine essence. Instantly, countless tiny points appeared in Gu Yuan's sea of consciousness, all of which were the auras recorded by the Great Array. After finding the specific aura that belonged to him, Gu Yuan used the array flag to erase it, feeling a significant sense of calm wash over him. After erasing his aura from the Great Array, Gu Yuan found the aura of Green Spirit and erased it as well. He then messaged Green Spirit, "Where are you?" Green Spirit risked its life to buy Gu Yuan a chance to escape, so naturally, he wouldn't neglect it. However, after sending the message, a long time passed without any reply from Gu Yuan's expression darkened. He sensed that the bond with Green Spirit was still strong, yet it had not replied. It was likely severely injured, and could have fallen into a deep slumber. Gu Yuan stood there with a grim face, a manic light flashing in his eyes. After erasing the aura recorded by the Great Array, he no longer had any worries. I am not made of mud. After being humiliated like this, if I don't retaliate, how will I face myself? The reason he hadn't immediately slain Li Feiyu and the others was not out of kindness. Rather, he had long been brewing a mad idea in his heart. Since his path to immortality in this life was destroyed, then he would no longer pursue it. Gu Yuan stood there, his eyes filled with madness. With his cultivation in this life, he was capable of achieving a decent physique through rebirth. Thus, retaining his current divine essence power would not greatly aid him in the next life. Divine transformation cultivators are referred to as great beings because their lives are divine essence power counts as one and nascent soul power counts as another. With these two guarantees, retaining either one would allow him to survive. The insane idea in Gu Yuan's heart was to actively sever his divine essence power, leaving his physical body, to choose one path of escape. Meanwhile, his divine essence power would directly seize another person's body, using demonic methods to swiftly enhance his strength, devouring others at all costs, even if it meant falling into madness and becoming a complete demon. In the eyes of the great lord of corruption, Gu Yuan might seem like a small character he could easily manipulate. But even a clay figurine has some fire, a cornered rabbit will bite. If he thinks he can easily control Gu Yuan, he is mistaken. Even if Gu Yuan cannot kill the great lord of corruption in this life, he will make him uncomfortable. Aren't you all eager for some powerful figures to emerge from the eastern region to help you gain more influence in the extreme holy sect? What if I were to kill them all? Gu Yuan's heart was filled with murderous intent. After making the decision, he hesitated not a moment and headed straight for the Xian'an sect located near the South Sea. Gu Yuan had come this far entirely because of that wretched woman from the Xian'an sect. Thus he chose to take revenge on them first while allowing his physical body to escape from the south. Once inside the territory of the Xian'an sect, Gu Yuan flew swiftly. Soon he arrived at a large city. With a sweep of his divine essence, he discovered the figures of a man and a woman, both early-stage nascent soul cultivators within the city. In the next moment, Gu Yuan's figure appeared before the two at incredible speed. Before the two could scream in shock, Gu Yuan struck down the female, nascent soul cultivator with a single palm. Her nascent soul was caught before it could escape. "Spare me, senior." The remaining male cultivator was now terrified. How could a divine transformation cultivator suddenly appear on this land of the eastern region? Gu Yuan ignored him, and under the suppression of his divine essence, the man couldn't even escape. Extending his left hand, Gu Yuan reached for the nascent soul within the man's body. "Spare me." The face of the extracted nascent soul showed signs of terror. "You will become a part of me, and I will use your body to make the world remember." With madness in his eyes, Gu Yuan controlled the two nascent souls with the soul-binding ring, and then severed the connection between his divine essence and his physical. Instantly, Gu Yuan's face turned pale. The pain of severing his divine essence was greater than he had imagined, but it was all worth it. The divine essence expelled from the self-slicing body surged directly into the early-stage, nascent soul male cultivator, seizing control of the body as it lost its nascent soul power. After successfully taking over, Gu Yuan exchanged a glance with his new body. In unison they said, "Take care." Gu Yuan's original body, pale-faced, summoned a spiritual boat and set off directly towards the South Sea. The road from the eastern domain was not singular, departing from the South Sea, although it would take a long detour, was still a viable path. After the original body left, Gu Yuan's new form underwent a transformation, morphing into Gu Yuan's appearance, and then glanced at the two nascent souls shackled by the locking infant rings, licking the corner of his mouth. "Let your journey into my path of demonization begin with you." With that, Gu Yuan's possessed body emitted a wave of demonic energy, opening its mouth wide to swallow both nascent souls whole, and then swiftly performed the demonic devouring art. Gu Yuan had thought he would never have the opportunity to use this technique after acquiring it. Yet fate had forced his hand, and now he had no choice but to employ. The demonic devouring art was a technique from the northern domain, not one he acquired from the underworld divine sect, but rather discovered within the storage bag of the individual he killed in the 9 Nether Sacred Realm after being tricked into losing 60,000 spirit stones. He had thought this technique would remain forever unused. Now it had found its purpose. Once the demonic devouring art was executed, it could absorb all forms of power rapidly, enhancing one's own strength, while simultaneously forming demonic energy around the body. Once this energy was fully formed, it could transform into a pure demonic body. Practicing this technique meant that the more beings one consumed, the more their consciousness would be gradually influenced, ultimately leading to a complete transformation into a demon lord. At this moment, Yuan had no choice but to use it for revenge, and to provide an escape opportunity for his original body. After quickly refining the powers of the 2 nascent souls, Yuan's new body experienced a significant boost in strength. His gaze shifted towards the other cultivators within this celestial city. 2 nascent souls were insufficient to elevate this body's power to the mid-nascent soul stage. However, if he were to devour everyone in this celestial city, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of a latest-stage nascent soul. In this celestial city, there were no other strong cultivators aside from these 2 nascent souls. Yuan had no regard for those weak golden core cultivators. The slaughter commenced. Under the intimidation of Yuan's divine essence, the cultivators in this celestial city were like lambs to the slaughter, allowing themselves to be devoured. After some time, aside from a couple of latest-stage golden core ants who managed to escape the oppressive restraints using their trump cards, everyone else in the celestial city became part of Yuan. With the nourishment of so many souls and flesh, Yuan's possessed form leaped to latest-stage nascent soul strength. This power was still far from sufficient. Yuan's slaughter plan was far from over. He aimed to absorb enough strength to contend with latest-stage transformation realm cultivators before destroying the 5 sects of the Eastern Domain. Yuan soared directly towards the next celestial city within the territory of the Xianin sect. Before transformation realm cultivators arrived, no one could withstand Yuan, who possessed divine essence. The bodies of countless cultivators turned to flesh and blood, devoured by Yuan, as his demonic energy grew ever more intense. By the time the Xianin sect received word, Yuan had already consumed the cultivators from 3 celestial cities. At this moment, Yuan was enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy. His eyes had turned crimson, and his power had completely surpassed the limits of the nascent soul stage, reaching the strength of an ordinary transformation realm cultivator. Under the influence of the demonic energy, Yuan's divine essence became somewhat chaotic. Taking advantage of his still clear consciousness, he did not hesitate to abandon the Xianin sect and headed straight for the underworld divine sect. Li Feiyu, having lost his physical form, would undoubtedly alert the elders of the underworld divine sect. By now they might have already reached the borders of the Eastern Domain to intercept Yuan. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan flew directly to the underworld divine sect. The terrifying demonic aura loomed large, and some unsuspecting disciples gazed at Yuan in the sky with confusion in their eyes. Holy Sun, what has happened to you? Next moment, Yuan's terrifying demonic energy erupted, sweeping up the underworld divine sect's members. Their flesh crumbled under the corrosive power of the demonic energy, and their souls did not have time to struggle before they became part of the demonic energy. He is not the Holy Sun. Quickly, let's together eliminate him. A nascent soul elder exclaimed in horror upon witnessing this scene. In the face of Yuan's overwhelming demonic might, all resistance was futile. At this moment, all 4 supreme elders of the underworld divine sect were absent, granting Yuan an excellent opportunity for revenge. Let all of you become a part of me. As more and more individuals were consumed by the demonic energy, Yuan's strength continued to grow. At this moment, even nascent soul cultivators would disintegrate upon encountering the demonic energy, unable to escape even their nascent souls before being completely devoured. The entire underworld divine sect was shrouded in Yuan's overwhelming demonic energy. More than 20 nascent soul elders attempted to form a line of defense, but once the ordinary disciples of the underworld divine sect had all transformed into Yuan's nourishment, the time of death for the resisting nascent soul elders had also arrived. From this day forth, there will be no underworld divine sect in this world. Yuan bellowed angrily, the demonic energy radiating from him infiltrating everything. Those nascent soul elders hiding within a formation felt as if the sky had collapsed. They frantically sent messages to the sect master and the supreme elders, yet received no response. As the demonic energy invaded the formation, chaos ensued. Some attempted to break free with all their might, only to be directly consumed by the demonic energy. As each nascent soul elder was devoured, Yuan's expression grew more and more satisfied. In that moment it felt as though he were tasting the most delicious food in the world. With the amplification of the overwhelming demonic energy, Yuan had already reached mid-transformation realm strength, and it was still on the rise. Outside, the underworld divine sect, four swiftly returning figures, changed their expressions upon seeing Gu Yuan's sinister visage above the sect. "Gu Xiao, what are you doing?" The Sun Yao true monarch shouted angrily. At this moment, aside from a few nascent soul elders desperately holding on with spiritual tools, the rest had completely turned into a dead sect. "What am I doing?" "My dear master ancestor, you should ask your disciple, and also Li Fei Yu." "Gu Xiao, what are you doing?" The Sun Yao true monarch shouted angrily. At this moment, aside from a few nascent soul elders desperately holding on with spiritual tools, the rest had completely After speaking these words, Gu Yuan's overwhelming demonic might surged forth, directly heading for the four supreme elders. "I have yet to taste the flavor of transformation realm. It must be very delicious. He has completely turned into a demon lord. Oh, let's work together to eliminate him." The Sun Yao true monarch's expression turned incredibly grim as he unleashed the blazing power of the sun, instantly dispersing the demonic energy that surged towards him. With a pointed finger, a brilliant white light erupted, incinerating the heavens. The other three supreme elders, enraged by the dire situation of the underworld divine sect, immediately summoned their respective divine abilities. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, deafening sounds erupted as the demonic energy surrounding Gu Yuan was instantly obliterated by the combined might of the four. Having fully succumbed to madness, Gu Yuan showed no fear, even after losing so much demonic energy. Instead, he lunged madly at the weakest of the four supreme elders, who only possessed early transformation realm cultivation. "By consuming you, I will surely be able to exterminate them all and make you a part of this demon." The elder's expression changed as Gu Yuan rushed towards him, empowered by the terrifying demonic energy. In that moment, Gu Yuan feared no harm, his sole intent to devour him. The elder, entangled by Gu Yuan, tried desperately to evade, but his speed could not match that of the encroaching demonic energy. "Quick, stop him. We cannot let him succeed." Yin Yao Jinjuan and the others' faces changed drastically. The three of them acted swiftly, but it was already too late. As the four joined forces to deal with Gu Yuan, he had already charged toward the elder. Though he had succumbed to madness, his combat instincts remained, knowing he must eliminate them one by one to consume them. Under the shroud of dark demonic energy, the elder's divine power erupted forth, and the terrifying principles of chaos unleashed a magical strike that directly slammed into Gu Yuan's. "At this moment, it no longer matters whether I possess this physical body. As long as I devour you, I will become even stronger." Gu Yuan's eyes became devoid of color, transformed into strange pupils. His battered body endured the blow, half of it shattered, yet his remaining form firmly clutched. A powerful devouring force suddenly erupted. The elder, whose foot was caught, showed a resolute glint in his eyes. He decisively severed his own leg, and used the momentum to escape the encirclement of Gu Yuan's demonic energy. "You can't escape." In the air, Gu Yuan's pure black demonic energy transformed into a giant hand, striking toward the elder at lightning speed. At this moment, the other three's attacks also erupted. Three magical strikes, imbued with the force of principles, all struck Gu Yuan, who was enveloped in demonic energy. In an instant, the black demonic energy scattered, and Gu Yuan's already damaged body spat blood in midair. Under Yin Yao Xinjian's blazing magic, what remained of Gu Yuan's body dissolved. "Damn it, daring to destroy my demonic form. Once I replenish my power, I will come back to settle the score with you all." The black demonic energy scattered in the sky, transforming into streaks of light racing in all directions. Not good, his divine power has completely turned demonic. If we don't eliminate him, he will come back stronger than before. The expressions of the four changed dramatically. The transformed Gu Yuan's vitality was too tenacious. Despite taking 2 strikes from them, he still hadn't been extinguished. "Chase him." The scattered demonic energy began to coalesce again in the depths of the eastern region, forming Gu Yuan, whose face was now filled with "Once I devour more people, I will surely wipe you all out." Gu Yuan, now completely mad, found his divine essence was no longer his own, having truly transformed into a demon. This is also the most terrifying aspect of the demonic transformation art. Once one goes mad to consume for power, they will completely turn into a demon. Gu Yuan was unaware of what realm he had fled to. All he knew was to consume anyone he encountered to enhance himself. In the Wuji sect, the leader Zhao Wuji was still troubled about the loss of the Holy Sun. The next moment, a piece of news made him stand up immediately. "Quick! Activate the protective array." Zhao Wuji rushed out of the main hall, simultaneously communicating with several elders. Within the Wuji sect's territory, Gu Yuan's demonic form had already consumed the inhabitants of several cities, his pure demonic body gradually solidifying. Sensing several distasteful auras approaching, Gu Yuan's demonic form snorted coldly. "Once I gather enough power, I will come back to deal with you all." In the next moment, Gu Yuan's demonic form scattered, while the approaching few cultivators from the transformation stage glared at the now vanished figure in frustration. "Have you notified the sect masters?" Immediately activate the great array of heaven's cover to annihilate this demon. One elder shouted in anger. That wastely Feiyu had his array flags snatched away. Now that we lack the complete flags, how can we activate the array to slay the demon? What is wrong with your Ming? Why did a perfectly fine holy son of a sect slay your sect master and turn into a demon? We need an explanation for our losses. Indeed, we must have an explanation. The 4 elders from the Ming Shun sect looked grim upon hearing this. Yan Yao Jinjuan immediately sent a message to the great respect of corpse and underworld. Hurry and use the teleportation array to come to the eastern region. You caused this trouble, you handle it. At this moment, Yan Yao Jinjuan showed no courtesy to the great respect of corpse and underworld. The Ming Shun sect had been utterly decimated by this calamity. The price they paid to flatter Lu Yuankai had been far too great. In a short period, the great respect of corpse and underworld had received numerous messages, his face darkening immensely. These good for nothings. I instructed you to capture Guxia decades ago. Had you diligently executed my orders, this would not have happened. At this point, the great respect of corpse and underworld trembled in rage. Within the Ming Shun sect, except for those disciples on missions who escaped this disaster, the vast majority of others had perished. Such losses would likely take the Ming Shun sect 1,000 years to recover from. As the mastermind, the great respect of corpse and underworld would certainly be held. In his fury, the great respect of corpse and underworld could no longer care about anything else. He immediately went to the holy sect to retrieve the main array flags of the great array of heaven's cover and took them directly to the eastern region via the teleportation array. Every night, Gu Yuan's demonic form would devour countless people in the eastern region. Ultimately, all this loss would fall upon him. At this moment, Gu Yuan's pure demonic body had already taken shape, and the lives he had claimed were countless. Watching the dozen or so transformation stage cultivators encircle him again, he grinned. This time, I am no longer afraid of you. After saying this, his body swelled, transforming into a towering giant relying on the most direct form of combat. His massive hands reached for one of the transformation stage cultivators. Let's attack together. A dozen magical strikes surged toward Gu Yuan, but he paid them no mind. After 2 failed grabs at the same person, he finally succeeded on the third. At this moment, the transformation stage elder from the Tai Sui sect was filled with horror. The utterly demonic Gu Yuan's attacking methods caught him completely off. Before he could react, the terrifying demonic energy invaded his body, attempting to refine and consume him. Feeling his body tremble uncontrollably, the transformation stage cultivator disregarded everything else. His divine essence along with his nascent soul abandoned his body as he vanished in a flash of light. Damn, it's such a fine dish, and it slipped away. Gu Yuan's demonic form swallowed the body of the transformation stage cultivator clean, feeling utterly After the transformation stage cultivator's divine essence escaped with his nascent soul, the attacks from the other transformation stage cultivators struck Gu Yuan. Are you just tickling me? Amidst the ongoing explosive sounds, Gu Yuan's demonic form was scattered for a moment before reconstituting itself. His chilling voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The eerie methods of the demonic Gu Yuan left them unsure how to proceed. At that moment, a boundless power descended upon Gu Yuan from the darkened sky above the great array of heaven's cover. Die for me. The enraged roar of the great respect of corpse and underworld echoed, channeling the power of the great array of heaven's cover to suppress Gu Yuan. A colossal hand filled with decay struck toward Gu Yuan's reformed demonic body. Trapped by the infinite power of the great array of heaven's cover, Gu Yuan's cold, indifferent face finally showed a change, his expression twisted in extreme anguish. No. Demons cannot be exterminated. As his voice fell under the decaying power of the great respect of corpse and underworld's palm, the pure demonic body was shattered. Before it could reconstitute, the great array of heaven's cover unleashed bolts of lightning. When the rain-like lightning finally ceased, there was no trace left of Gu Yuan's demonic form. After annihilating Gu Yuan's demonic form, the great respect of corpse and underworld's expression remained extremely grim. Though Gu Yuan had been destroyed, the mess he had caused in the eastern region still had to be cleaned up by the great respect of corpse and underworld. At this moment, he deeply regretted. Lu Yuankai had never cared about Gu Yuan. It was his own initiative to try to please Lu Yuankai that led him to order Gu Yuan's capture. Although Gu Yuan's demonic form had completely dissipated from the world, his actions had left a tremendous shock throughout the eastern region. His name became a taboo in the eastern region. Some survivors would tremble at the mere thought of him. The fear he instilled made even demons quiver in dread. From then on, no one in the eastern region dared to mention his name, only referring to him as the demon lord, recounting the uproar he had caused to future generations. Above the vast sea, the clouds hung low and the waves carried a salty scent. Gu Yuan sat on the spiritual vessel, speeding through the air above the endless ocean. The last image shared by his divine essence was of him arriving at the Ming-Shun sect, beginning to reap the disciples of the sect. After that, Gu Yuan's main body lost contact with his divine essence. Sitting on the spiritual vessel, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. Forcibly breaking through to the transformation stage, and then severing his divine essence had left him severely weakened. All the Sword Dao principles had merged into his divine essence, and now, after the severing, Gu Yuan could not even wield the power of the principles. Now, although he possessed a transformation body, he was inferior to a typical late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After losing his divine essence, his cultivation directly regressed to the late nascent soul stage, making it nearly impossible for him to advance further in this lifetime. And due to the trauma from severing his divine essence, his lifespan was also greatly affected. A nascent soul cultivator has a lifespan of 2,000 years, while a transformation stage cultivator has 5,000 years. However, Gu Yuan now had less than 1,000 years left. The harm caused by forcibly enhancing his strength and severing his divine essence was too great. I hope he has been eliminated, otherwise, even if I reincarnate, I won't be safe. Gu Yuan sighed. At this moment, he felt some regret. After seizing Li Feiyu's storage bag and obtaining the formation of the sky covering Great Array, he had been invaded by his inner demon. In the nightmare realm, although he had not undergone tribulation, he had ascended 2 major realms in succession, and inner demons had already begun to grow within him. At that critical moment, after being invaded by his inner demon, Gu Yuan's thoughts unconsciously began to shift. If he wished to take revenge, there would be plenty of opportunities after reincarnation. Figures like the corrupting demonic lord and Wei Yi still had a long lifespan ahead, allowing them to live until Gu Yuan's next reincarnation. Yet at that time, Gu Yuan, under the influence of his inner demon, couldn't care less about anything else. His mind was solely focused on revenge, seeking to make them suffer, even if it meant death. He never considered that after severing his divine essence, his main Buddhist strength would decline, and how he would defend himself if he encountered danger on the escape route. At this moment, having already severed his essence, there was no point in thinking further. After a sigh, Gu Yuan controlled the spiritual vessel to fly westward. If he was not mistaken about the direction, he might pass through the Nanchuan Sea. Gu Yuan was unsure whether his divine essence could dispel the pursuit of those in the eastern region, remaining extremely vigilant while sailing over the South Sea. Having narrowly escaped from the eastern region this time, he had completely wasted the potential of this lifetime. Originally, with Gu Yuan's potential, he had a chance to break through to the void refining stage, but now all that had turned into bubbles. Gu Yuan had to start considering the matter of reincarnation. In this lifetime, he had not cultivated for long, barely less than 100 years. Yet his overall strength was vastly different from his previous life. If he were to reincarnate with his current cultivation, his physique in the next life would definitely be extraordinary. Although this lifetime had cost him a significant amount of lifespan, he still had plenty left. If he wished to quickly reincarnate and escape future troubles, he had to actively cultivate some lifespan-reducing techniques, and fortunately, he had already collected many of those techniques. Gu Yuan had already devised a plan for where he wanted to go after his next reincarnation. His experience at the Ming-Shun sect had made him realize that without a sufficiently strong backing, one would simply be a lamb ready to be slaughtered. If he were a member of the extreme holy sect, even offending Lu Yuankai would not lead to such treatment. Thus, there were only 2 places Gu Yuan could go after his reincarnation. In this world, the only forces that could rival the extreme holy sect were the 10,000 Buddhist sect in the western region and the undying level force, the Qingshu Holy Land in the Central Plains. Gu Yuan did not want to become a monk, so he could only choose the Qingshu Holy Land. According to the geographic records of the Ming-Shun sect, after crossing the southern region, he would reach the Holy Fire Domain in the Central Plains. The Central Plains was vast, consisting of 18 regions. The Qingshu Holy Land was also the #1 power in this realm. Although the extreme holy sect dared to challenge the Xiantian sect and the 10,000 Buddhist sect, they would never dare to provoke the Qingshu Holy Land in the Central Plains. Even if the demonic sect invaded some affiliated forces under the Qingshu Holy Land, the extreme holy sect would send people early to notify and set a cap on the number of cultivators participating in the battle. They were also afraid that if they acted rashly, both sides would call for reinforcements, and in the end it would still be them against the Qingshu Holy Land. If he wished to take revenge, going to the Qingshu Holy Land in the next life was Gu Yuan's best choice. The spiritual vessel traveled westward, and before he knew it, several days had passed. On the spiritual vessel, Gu Yuan recovered through a large number of pills. His condition improved significantly as the wounds from severing his divine essence were mostly healed, but his nascent soul within still felt a bit sluggish, and it would take a long time for his spiritual power to fully recover. During the journey, Gu Yuan spotted small black dots below, which were likely the islands within the Nanchuan Sea. His only nostalgia for this place, the Xianyuan sect, had already vanished. Without the Xianyuan sect, the Nanchuan Sea was not worth Gu Yuan's stay. This place was still too close to the eastern region. If his divine essence could not dispel their pursuit in the eastern region, lingering here would bring him danger. Gu Yuan resolutely continued forward without pausing for a moment. After leaving the Nanchuan Sea, he sat alone on the spiritual vessel, feeling some worry for LV Ling's. Since it had created an opportunity for his escape, he had not heard from it again, and he did not know how it was now. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yuan began to think about his reincarnation in the next life. In this life, possessing a sword bone was due to his speculations about reincarnation in his previous life. If he were to undergo reincarnation again, the more resources he integrated into the process, the stronger his resulting physique would undoubtedly be. As for spiritual roots and qualifications, Gu Yuan no longer considered them. Cultivators' spiritual roots range from the 9th grade to the 1st grade and beyond, that are the extraordinary grades. There is no further division above the extraordinary grade, as it becomes meaningless. A 1st grade spiritual root is sufficient for someone to easily cultivate to the golden core stage, even to the nascent soul stage. Further advancement relies on one's own comprehension. With his current strength after reincarnation, his spiritual root qualification would be at least 1st grade or above, and it was no longer an issue. Gu Yuan was considering how he could reincarnate into a particularly powerful special physique. Such special physiques greatly aided in comprehending the power. Individuals like Lin Mijuan and Wei Wolin had comprehended the power of principles through their unique physiques. Since reincarnation could improve his physique, Gu Yuan had a chance to reincarnate with a remarkable special physique, which would greatly benefit his next self. As he thought of this, Gu Yuan suddenly realized he seemed to have overlooked something. Currently, all the power of principles within him had been taken away by his divine essence. To regain control over the power of principles, he would need to re-understand and integrate it into his soul and body, but the power of realm comprehension was unnecessary for this. The long high sword intent he comprehended in his previous life could be used directly. As long as his soul remained unchanged, the power of intent he understood would not If he were to integrate the power of realm comprehension into his next reincarnation, he might give birth to a corresponding special physique. The most unique power of intent he currently possessed was the natural realm, which allowed him to traverse freely within the nightmare realm. However, if he only integrated this one type of power of intent, Gu Yuan felt he was still missing something. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Since I have no use for cultivation right now, why not comprehend more powers of intent and integrate them all? Why should I only consider integrating the strongest power of intent? Can't I have them all? In the dream realm, Elder Ma and Elder Lu possessed no innate understanding of the natural essence. However, they were able to comprehend the natural essence after a short while, indicating that as one's spirit becomes stronger, grasping such forces of essence becomes increasingly easier. Typically, high-level cultivators do not waste time on this. If their comprehension becomes muddled, it can adversely affect their primary laws of cultivation. Gu Yuan has now reached a point where there is no further advancement to be made, and he is free from such concerns. If he can grasp the essence power in large amounts with his current spiritual strength and integrate it all into his nirvana, Gu Yuan cannot imagine how powerful his physique will be in the next life after nirvana. After this thought, Gu Yuan immediately set to work. Now adrift on the vast ocean, he decided to begin with the sea itself, as he was already familiar with the long high sword intent. Days later, Gu Yuan successively comprehended the vast sea essence, the overlapping waves essence, and the boundless essence. With Gu Yuan's current spirit power, even though his nascent soul was still somewhat weak, grasping the essence power was an exceedingly simple task. If he focused earnestly, he could easily comprehend a certain essence to a minor achievement stage. At this speed, it wouldn't take Gu Yuan long to grasp all the commonly found essences in the world. From this day forth, Gu Yuan began his journey of comprehension. He watched the sunset sink into the sea of clouds, the sunrise in the east, the colorful evening glow, and listened to the sound of the waves absorbing the power of heaven and earth. 3 months later, Gu Yuan's spiritual vessel reached the boundary of the sacred fire domain west of the southern region. Beyond that lay the western region. The battle between the 10,000 Buddhist sect and the extreme saint sect may or may not have ended, and Gu Yuan naturally did not wish to head into the western region. He controlled the spiritual vessel to halt after entering the sacred fire domain. The sacred fire domain is the territory of the clear void sacred land, and here Gu Yuan needed to act with caution as he was still cultivating demonic arts within himself. After stowing away the spiritual vessel, Gu Yuan concealed his cultivation to the mid-stage golden core. This level neither appeared too high nor too low, making it suitable for travel. Gu Yuan planned to step into the sacred fire domain as a worldly practitioner while familiarizing himself with the situation here and comprehending the essence power, as the essence power from the sea was still too sparse. Upon stepping onto the land of the sacred fire domain, Gu Yuan began his travels. Among the mountains, he comprehended the mountain essence, the lofty mountain essence, and the profound essence. Beside a great lake, Gu Yuan grasped the still water essence. On the flame mountain, he comprehended the fire essence, the flame essence, and the blaze essence. As he traversed one place after another, Gu Yuan encountered a myriad of people. While comprehending the essence power, he also gained a deeper understanding of the sacred fire dome. 60 years later, in an underground chamber 30 miles outside the Lai Mountain sect in the sacred fire domain, Gu Yuan began his third nirvana. As Gu Yuan still had a considerable amount of lifespan left in this life, to enter nirvana early, he would need to shorten his lifespan. Thus, he had to choose a lifespan-reducing technique. There were many techniques that could shorten his lifespan, but he ultimately chose the one most effective for his nirvana: the refining essence into spirit technique. This technique primarily focuses on consuming one's blood essence to increase the strength of the spirit. After nirvana, the spirit power would retain what Gu Yuan had already experienced, thus benefiting him the most. As Gu Yuan relentlessly refined, the power of his blood essence was continuously consumed. If the blood essence power was depleted without replenishment, it would harm his lifespan. Gu Yuan understood this, but did not seek to restore his blood essence power. Years later, Gu Yuan's body had grown frail. Aside from his spirit power becoming exceedingly strong, his body had withered, and the nirvana mark within was continuously drawing from the consumed blood essence. When his body could no longer bear the burden, the nirvana mark began to fiercely absorb the remaining power from his body, even pulling in his nascent soul. At that moment, Gu Yuan infused all the essence power he had comprehended in this life into his body, allowing the nirvana mark to absorb it. The residual blood essence power within rapidly deteriorated, and the fetal mark grew stronger while continuously absorbing power. Gu Yuan transformed once more into a fetal body, exuding a ghostly light resembling a silkworm pupa. The power of returning to the source exceeded Gu Yuan's imagination. Even though he had become exceptionally strong in this life, he felt nothing unusual during the nirvana process. A new body was being nurtured, and the various laws and essence powers within were thoroughly fused together. Months later, Gu Yuan emerged from his cocoon. After this nirvana, Gu Yuan's body was noticeably stronger than in the previous two instances. As soon as he was reborn, he could walk independently. Gu Yuan sensed that most of his spirit power was sealed within his sea of consciousness. After nirvana, to fully unseal it, his current body needed to grow stronger. After nirvana, all karmic ties vanished, and the contract power with the green spirit also disappeared once more. Since parting with the green spirit in the eastern region, there had been no news from her. If it weren't for the lingering contract power, Gu Yuan would have thought something had happened to her. Everyone has their own path to walk. At this moment, Gu Yuan could no longer concern himself with the green spirit. He took out a spirit testing stone, and after a brief examination, the stone undoubtedly shone brightly. Superb quality. Under the perception of a powerful spirit, Gu Yuan clearly saw his physique in this life. Standing in the underground chamber, the spiritual energy here was not dense, yet the surrounding energy autonomously gathered towards his body. There was no doubt he had already reached the quality of a spiritual body. Even without cultivation, relying on his body alone to absorb spiritual energy, he could live for 100 years. At this moment, Gu Yuan could only discern that he was a spiritual body, but what type of spiritual body he was remained unknown. Everything would have to wait until he cultivated further to truly feel it. However, Gu Yuan vaguely speculated that his current physique was very likely the legendary Wanfa spiritual body, ranked first beneath the celestial body. After nirvana, Gu Yuan looked at the technique on the table in the chamber. Lai Mountain Chi Gathering Technique. Without hesitation, he began to cultivate. After nirvana, his spiritual root qualifications had already manifested. Coupled with his special spiritual body, Gu Yuan did not need to wait. He could cultivate. 2 years later, Gu Yuan looked at his body with slight dissatisfaction. He could no longer cultivate, otherwise his body would develop in a way that resembled a child. In the span of 2 years, bolstered by his spiritual body, Gu Yuan's cultivation reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Given a little more time, he could quickly reach the peak of the 9th layer. However, Gu Yuan's current physique had developed beyond his expectations. He now resembled a 7 or 8-year-old child. If he continued, he would appear as a youth, which would disrupt Gu Yuan's plans. Gu Yuan stepped up the stairs in the underground chamber to the top of the underground passage. At the exit of the passage, he lightly touched the protective formation with his fingers, which changed continuously. In the next moment, the protective formation closed, and Gu Yuan emerged to the surface. Gu Yuan took out an ordinary flying sword and flew directly to the outside of the Lai Mountain sect. A childlike innocence rose in his eyes as he took out a token from his storage bag and sent a message. Merely moments later, a gray figure appeared beside Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with surprise as he examined Gu Yuan. "Where is your mother?" "You must be Uncle Tian, right? My mother left me here, and then left." Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he stared at the newcomer, and asked, "My mother said Uncle Tian would wait until I grew up. and then take me to the clear void sacred land to fulfill my father's wishes. Is that true? Tian Xuan's eyes flickered with disappointment as he sighed, looking at Gu Yuan, and replied, indeed. The person before Tian Xuan is undoubtedly the most eccentric individual Gu Yuan has ever encountered. Over a decade ago, during his travels, Gu Yuan met him. At that time, Tian Xuan, a golden core cultivator, was in tears. Gu Yuan was astonished at the sight. He had never seen a golden core cultivator cry in his life. Out of curiosity, he inquired about the reason. In his sorrow, Tian Xuan found someone to confide in, and slowly began to share his grief with Gu Yuan. He had lost his family at a young age. It was his master who saved him and brought him back to the Lishan sect for cultivation and guidance. There he met his senior sister. In short, the two had grown up happily together since childhood. Once they reached adulthood, Tian Xuan's aptitude for cultivation was particularly impressive. He began cultivating at the age of 6 and reached the 9th layer of qi refinement in just 13 years. Ning Ruyan's father, the previous sect leader of Lishan sect, intended to hand over the sect to Tian Xuan, while also encouraging his daughter to become Dao partners with him. From that point on, Ning Ruyan's gaze towards Tian Xuan changed as she began to dislike him. No matter how Tian Xuan tried to appease her, he could not make her happy. The prospect of them becoming Dao partners continued to be delayed. It was not until Tian Xuan broke through to the golden core stage that Ning Ruyan's father passed the leadership of the Lishan sect to him, prompting Ning Ruyan to leave the sect. Despite Tian Xuan and her father's efforts, they could not find any trace of her. Years later, Ning Ruyan sent a distress signal. Without hesitation, the old sect leader departed from Lishan sect, instructing Tian Xuan to follow. When Tian Xuan arrived, he found the old sect leader lying in a pool of blood, and the one who had killed him was Ning Ruyan. She had conspired with another latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator to trap and then kill him using a poison formation. The deadly poison, coupled with their assault, caused the already weak old sect leader to perish on the spot. Tian Xuan rushed in just in time to witness this scene. He confronted Ning Ruyan, demanding to know why she would harm the old sect leader. Ning Ruyan replied that he was not her father. Like Tian Xuan, she was also an orphan taken in by the old sect leader, who had actually been responsible for her family's deaths. The deaths of Tian Xuan's entire family were also caused by the old sect leader, who later feigned concern to rescue them. Otherwise, such coincidences could not exist in the world. Tian Xuan did not believe Ning Ruyan's words. If she were not the old sect leader's daughter, why would he rush to rescue her upon hearing she was in danger? Moreover, he had no defenses against her. Feeling that there was something amiss, Tian Xuan wanted to take Ning Ruyan back to consult some elders in the Lishan sect to verify the truth. However, Ning Ruyan disagreed. After killing the old sect leader, she directly berated Tian Xuan. She claimed that the position of sect leader rightfully belonged to her, demanding Tian Xuan to hand it over. Only by sitting in that position could she help her Dao partner gain the qualification to participate in the assessment at the Qingshu Sacred Land. Tian Xuan did not agree at that time, but Ning Ruyan and her Dao partner charged at him. At that moment, with his golden core strength, Tian Xuan thought he could easily defeat Ning Ruyan and her partner. Yet together they pushed him back, relentlessly forcing him to abandon the old sect leader's corpse and flee alone. The death of his master, coupled with the betrayal of his senior sister, left Tian Xuan heartbroken, which explained the tears Gu Yuan witnessed when he met him. Upon hearing Tian Xuan's story, Gu Yuan was astounded. He was not surprised by Ning Ruyan's actions. One could never predict what was in a woman's heart. He was shocked that Tian Xuan would cry over this matter. Tian Xuan then recounted how much he admired his senior sister Ning Ruyan, how he felt heartbroken when he saw her with a Dao partner, especially since she had even taken action against him. After listening to Tian Xuan for a long time, Gu Yuan finally understood that his tears had nothing to do with the old sect leader. His defeat by those two was purely because he dared not raise a hand against his senior sister, fearing he would harm her Dao partner. Faced with such a devoted admirer, Gu Yuan, who was contemplating what identity he could use to participate in the assessment at the Qingshu Sacred Land, suddenly devised a plan. At that time, they were in a mountain range, and Tian Xuan did not escape for long before Ning Ruyan and her Dao partner caught up with him. Gu Yuan directly took Tian Xuan and fled, then returned to capture Ning Ruyan and her Dao partner. After a round of severe interrogation, Gu Yuan learned that their words to Tian Xuan had been nothing but deceit. It was the plot of Ning Ruyan's Dao partner, who, relying on a bit of cultivation talent, sought to enter the Qingshu Sacred Land, but had no means. After encountering Ning Ruyan and charming her, she quickly fell into his trap. Upon learning of her father being the sect leader, he devised a scheme. He aimed to have Ning Ruyan return and seize the position of sect leader, thus allowing him as her Dao partner to qualify for the assessment at the Qingshu Sacred Land. Initially, Ning Ruyan disagreed, but under his persistent persuasion, she relented, saying that with Tian Xuan around, she could not become the sect leader. The two then plotted to eliminate Tian Xuan. However, due to a twist of fate after Tian Chuan became sect leader, his original disciple token was taken by the old sect leader, and the messages they sent back were intercepted by him, so he was the first to arrive. After entering the poison formation, it was too late for the two to stop him. Faced with the old sect leader's reprimand, seeing Ning Ru Yin hesitate, her Dao partner, in a fit of rage, ended the old sect leader's life. After entering the poison formation, it was too late for the two to stop him. Faced with the old sect leader's reprimand, seeing Ning Ru Yin hesitate, her Dao partner, the actions of these two scoundrels opened Gu Yuan's eyes. In a vast forest one could find all sorts of creatures. Gu Yuan killed Ning Ru Yan's Dao partner on the spot, and then refined Ning Ru Yan's soul into a puppet. Controlling her, Gu Yuan returned to the Lishan sect years later, weeping as she apologized to Tian Chuan, expressing her regrets that her Dao partner was already dead. Tian Chuan was heartbroken at the time, saying a great deal about how he would still accept her if she returned. But Gu Yuan did not grant him that wish. He controlled Ning Ru Yan's body to declare that she was already pregnant with that man's child and could never return. Despite this, Tian Chuan surprisingly did not mind. Gu Yuan laughed on the spot, and thus utilized him to set a trap. As for why he did not allow Ning Ru Yin to appear after the first, Gu Yuan feared that Ning Ru Yin would break free of his control during the Nirvana. Second, he simply did not want to hear the cheesy love words from Tian Chuan. As long as he was willing to do his part, that was enough. Thus, after his Nirvana, Gu Yuan stayed with Tian Chuan in the Lishan sect. The Lishan sect was once a great power, but due to a decline in family fortunes and the incompetence of future generations, it gradually fell into decay. Nevertheless, the sect still retained a qualification token for participating in the Qing Shu Sacred Land Assessment. With this token, any direct descendant of the sect leader's lineage or personally accepted disciples from the Lishan sect could participate in the assessment. Gu Yuan was preparing to use the title of a personally accepted disciple of Tian Chuan to take part. As for whether Tian Chuan would be duplicitous and not carry out his promises after agreeing to Ning Ru Yin, Gu Yuan was not worried at all. If not for the consideration that the people from the Qing Shu Sacred Land would conduct a review afterward, it would have been much simpler for him to control Tian Chuan directly. However, that would leave room for error and pose risks. Although Gu Yuan lost his previous strength after his Nirvana, he had many talismans left over from his former life in his storage, each capable of unleashing the power of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. With these items in hand, even if Tian Chuan turned against him, Gu Yuan could destroy the Lishan sect multiple times and then seek other ways. However, it seemed that Tian Chuan was quite reliable. Upon meeting Gu Yuan, he directly took him as a disciple in front of everyone from the Lishan sect. After becoming a disciple of Tian Chuan, Gu Yuan had no more reservations. Within the Lieshan sect, he spent a year raising his cultivation level to the perfect 9th layer of Qi refinement. Subsequently, he casually practiced a body refinement technique within the Lieshan sect, and within just 3 years, he also reached the 9th layer of body refinement. With a spiritual body in this life, Gu Yuan's cultivation speed was remarkably rapid. After reaching this level of cultivation, Gu Yuan paused and spent his days immersed in the scripture pavilion of the Lieshan sect, trying to find useful techniques among a pile of worthless ones to enhance his combat power in this life. Although Gu Yuan looked down on these worthless techniques, he still had to learn them. Everything had to be done with caution, as he would need to rely on these techniques to participate in the assessment at the Qing Shu Sacred Land. As long as he could pass the assessment at the Qing Shu Sacred Land, Gu Yuan would be able to change his techniques. Gu Yuan's cultivation speed left Tian Chuan astonished. He watched as Gu Yuan grew from a 7 or 80-year-old child into a young boy, which caused him some distress every day. If he were the child of me and senior sister Ning, his talent should be worse than it is now, right? Each time he saw Gu Yuan, he would think of Ning Ru Yan. Since Ning Ru Yan's partner's surname was Gu, Gu Yuan took the name Gu Dao Ran in this life. Gu Yuan calculated the time. There were still more than 3 years until the large recruitment event at the Qing Shu Sacred Land, which was held every 10 years. During his rebirth, Gu Yuan spent several years, and with more than 6 years having passed in this life, there were still 4 years until the next large recruitment event at the Qing Shu Sacred Land. In these 4 years, Gu Yuan had to ponder the corresponding conceptual powers based on these worthless techniques from the Lieshan sect. He had comprehended many of these common conceptual powers in the later stages of his previous life, and just a few preparations would suffice. With Gu Yuan's 9th layer of Qi refinement cultivation and the 9th layer of body refinement combined with conceptual power, he was confident he could pass the assessment at the Qing Shu. After living calmly in the Lieshan sect for more than 3 years, Gu Yuan approached Tian Chuan. Master, the recruitment event at the Qing Shu Sacred Land is about to begin. Take me this year, please. Tian Chuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Can we go this year? There's only one opportunity. Senior sister Ning failed after being unprepared back then. Although I haven't been there, I know how difficult it is. You should settle for a few more years and go. Gu Yuan shook his head. Disciple is confident. Now constrained by the techniques, Gu Yuan dared not cultivate anymore. Waiting for the next event would mean wasting another 10 years. Alright then. Tomorrow I will take you to Mingjing Immortal City, and from there we will take the spirit boat to the sacred land. Tianquan didn't take it seriously. In his view, although senior sister Ning's son had quite good cultivation talent, there was basically no hope of passing the assessment at the sacred land. It would be better to take him there early to let him give up this fantasy, so he could continue to stay in the Liashan sect. Tianquan did not believe that senior sister Ning could not come to see her child for long. Once she returned, he would be able to see her again. After arriving at the Liashan sect, Gu Yuan displayed his cultivation, not allowing Tianquan to test his aptitude. If Tianquan had tested his aptitude, perhaps he would not have thought so. Tianquan brought Gu Yuan from the Liashan sect all the way to Mingjing Immortal City. This immortal city was the largest within a radius of thousands of miles. At the time when the large recruitment event at the Qingshu Sacred Land was about to begin, the business of spirit boats in Mingjing Immortal City was thriving. In the 18 regions of Zhongzhou, there were tens of thousands of affiliated forces of the Qingshu Sacred Land. These affiliated forces comprised individuals who had left the Qingshu Sacred Land. According to the rules of the Qingshu Sacred Land, only those born in the Sacred Land were qualified to bring others to participate in the assessment with a token. Each person only had 9 opportunities, and the token from the Liashan sect had already been used 7 times, all of which failed the assessment. If there are 2 more failures, the token will become invalid. If someone can pass the assessment according to the rules of the Qingshu Sacred Land, certain compensations will be given based on the rank of the person who passed, and some additional opportunities to participate in the assessment will also be added. The Qingshu Sacred Land firmly occupied the top position in this realm with its recruitment strategy of selecting the best among the best. Tianquan reluctantly paid 1,000 spirit stones and took Gu Yuan aboard the spirit boat. Currently, those heading to the Qingshu Sacred Land were all going to participate in the assessment. The Qingshu Sacred Land only recruited disciples up to the foundation establishment stage. Anyone beyond that was not considered. Once a golden core was formed in the body, it would be impossible to destroy the foundation and start over. The spirit boat flew high in the sky, gradually leaving the sacred fire domain towards the Qingshu Sacred Land. Compared to the anxious expressions of the young people on the spirit boat, Gu Yuan's demeanor was extremely calm. With his foundation, it would be a joke if he could not pass even the entrance assessment of the Qingshu Sacred Land. After nearly 2 days of travel, the spirit boat arrived at a city 300 miles outside the mountain gate of the Qingshu Sacred Land. This city, Wanqing City, was the closest city to the Qingshu Sacred Land. Before the recruitment event began, no one was allowed to approach. After disembarking from the spirit boat, Tianquan found an inn in Wanqing City for them to stay. To save money, the two shared a room. Don't wander around in the room. I will go sell the things I brought. They can fetch a better price here, Tianquan instructed before leaving the inn. The Liashan sect was very poor. Apart from Tianquan, a cultivator in the early golden core stage, only 5 age foundation establishment cultivators remained in the entire sect. The sect did not have any stable industries and relied on Tianquan's daily pill refining to sustain itself. Gu Yuan quietly remained in the inn. At this stage, a large number of people had come to Wanqing City, and these individuals were a mix of all sorts. Gu Yuan, even with his life-saving talismans, did not dare to show off here. From core formation cultivators to chi refinement cultivators, there were probably all sorts of people in Wanqing City at this moment. Tianquan had been setting up a stall in the west street of Wanxian City for several days, selling the magical artifacts he had refined. When Tianquan returned this day, his face was somewhat flushed and unpleasant. What's so great about the Tsangyan sect? Just because they have a nascent soul ancestor, they can take advantage of my magical artifacts. After we return, we must strive to surpass the Tsangyan sect. While setting up his stall in the city, Tianquan encountered someone from the Tsangyan sect, who after purchasing a magical artifact claimed it was damaged and demanded a refund of spirit. In broad daylight, Tianquan watched as the other party exchanged his brand new magical artifact for a damaged one of the same type, wanting to return it, yet he had no way to counter this. Feeling inferior, he spoke without confidence. After returning, he could only complain a little. Gu Yuan calmly observed him in silence. Such experiences were all too normal for Tianquan. There were always villains no matter where one was. From that day onwards, Tianquan went out much less. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the recruitment event of the Qingshu Sacred Land finally. On the road leading from Wanqing City to the mountain gate of the Qingshu Sacred Land, Gu Yuan walked among the crowd, with Tianquan observing the vast sea of people. Gu Yuan pondered how it would be if a group of demon cultivators appeared at this moment and abducted everyone. Gu Yuan found it amusing to think about it. In front of the Qingshu Sacred Land, even the extreme holy sect had to avoid its brilliance. Who would dare to cause trouble here? The two characters' sacred land represented everything. As they approached the mountain gate of the Qingshu sacred land, the crowd split into two groups, one moving toward the other side, and the other heading straight ahead. Those who came to send off their friends had to part ways after showing their qualification tokens. They could only wait in the valley several dozen miles away, unable to step into the sacred land even once. For those stepping onto the vast square outside the sacred land, this might be the only time in their lives they would be closest to the sacred land. After Tianquan registered his qualification token, he quietly followed the crowd to the other side, giving Gu Yuan an encouraging glance before leaving. Gu Yuan arrived at the large square with the flow of people gazing at those ahead, disappearing into the azure entrance of the secret realm at the center of the square. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. No wonder it was the sacred land. The entrance examination was actually held within the secret realm. When Gu Yuan also reached the entrance of the secret realm, he stepped inside. A flash of light enveloped him, and in the next moment, he found himself in a peculiar space. When Gu Yuan also reached the entrance of the secret realm, he stepped inside. A flash of light enveloped him, and in the next moment, he found himself in a curiously surveying his surroundings. Gu Yuan heard a vast voice echoing through the space. This entrance examination primarily focuses on character, wisdom, comprehension, practical skills, Dao heart, and aptitude. Please remember your performance from now on will determine whether you pass the examination and what evaluation you will receive thereafter. With that, the assessment began. After the voice faded, the scenery around changed. Gu Yuan found himself on a desolate mountain surrounded by many people with waxy yellow faces using various tools to scrape bark, dry grass, moss, and even dirt off the barren mountain. They swarmed like locusts, missing no edible thing in sight. The bark on the trees had long been stripped away, only a few wild grasses remained, and some moss growing in the crevices of the stones became their target. In front of Gu Yuan, an old man suddenly knelt down saying, "My lord, please have mercy and give us something to eat." Before Gu Yuan could respond, a follower behind him pushed the old man away. "Old man, move away, you dirty my young master's robe." The follower turned to Gu Yuan. "Young master, don't pay attention to these people. Let's hurry. Once we cross this mountain, we can reach the Immortal Gate. After learning the Immortal Arts, we can go to the county city to participate in the selection of immortal officials, then our Gu family will prosper." Gu Yuan remained silent, quietly observing the people before him, contemplating the significance of the Qingshu sacred lands examination. Character, wisdom, comprehension, practical skills, Dao heart, and aptitude. What do they represent in this assessment? Gu Yuan felt he could not sense his own cultivation, indicating that he was not in his true body here. He could still sense his cultivation earlier, so this must be an illusion. From his followers' words, Gu Yuan learned that crossing this mountain would lead to the Immortal Gate. If those in front of the Immortal Gate were in such a miserable state, then what kind of immortal gate was it? Was it still the righteous path? There must be a deeper meaning to this. Additionally, learning the immortal arts to participate in the selection of immortal officials, what deeper meaning lies in that? Gu Yuan currently had too little information. It wasn't time for him to make a choice. He said nothing and ignored the old man, directly heading up the barren mountain. He planned to first cross the mountain and then think of what to do after reaching the Immortal Gate. The two of them crossed the barren mountain and saw an inconspicuous Taoist temple. Approaching the guard at the mountain gate of the Taoist temple, reached out, "From the way you're dressed, you should know the rules, right?" Gu Yuan hadn't spoken, yet when his follower took out a bag of silver and handed it over, "Immortal Master, we understand the rules. This is a token of our respect." The guard weighed the bag in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. "Go on in. Whether you can learn the immortal arts inside depends on yourselves." After the guard said this meaningfully, he tucked the bag of silver into his clothes. The two entered the Taoist temple, which was small, containing only a large hall where an old man sat. "What kind of immortal arts do you wish to learn? The prices are clearly marked, no deceit. Choose what you want to learn," the old man said, pointing at the sign in front of him. At this moment, Gu Yuan's follower whispered to him, "Young master, the master entrusted us with 10,000 taels. What immortal arts do you wish to learn?" Gu Yuan looked at the sign. Basic Qi gathering technique, 5,000 taels. Minor spiritual rain technique, 2,000 taels. Basic sword technique, 2,500 taels. Basic spells, 2,500 taels. The sign had only 4 options. Seeing Gu Yuan finish reading, the old man reminded him, "Since you wish to cultivate immortality, you must learn this basic Qi gathering technique. As for the remaining 3, it depends on your own choice. If you wish to enter the court to serve as an official after learning it, is best to learn more offensive techniques. If you want to help ordinary mortals, learning the minor spiritual rain technique can solve drought issues. I choose basic Qi gathering technique, minor spiritual rain technique, and basic spells. Payment, please." Hearing this, Gu Yuan's follower turned to the old man. "Immortal Master, change money, please." After saying that, he handed over a 10,000 taels banknote. The old man shook his head after receiving the banknote. "I don't give change here. How about you exchange it?" No need, just give me the techniques, Gu Yuan said. Young master, why not exchange it? We are losing 500 taels here. The follower felt a bit pained. Gu Yuan ignored their persuasion. The more they urged, the more suspicious he became. The minor spiritual rain technique seemed very important in this. Seeing Gu Yuan's firm attitude, the old man smiled and took out 3 skill manuals from his pocket, handing them to Gu Yuan. Wishing you success on your immortal journey. After receiving the manuals, Gu Yuan and his follower once again crossed the barren mountain, arriving at the foot of the mountain where a carriage was parked. The driver was angrily hitting the horse. What are you in a hurry for? Once we get back, you'll have your feed. There's not even a withered grass here, what can I do? The lean horse seemed extremely hungry, wanting to break free from the reins to find something to eat. Old Wang, how can you manage? You can't even take care of a horse. Young master, let's get on the carriage and go home. Under the whip of Old Wang, the lean horse obediently pulled the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Gu Yuan gazed at the barren ground on both sides of the road. Lost. The carriage traveled along the desolate path, entering a small town that felt like paradise compared to the barrenness outside the city. Outside the city, numerous refugees struggled to enter, barely clothed. Inside the town, however, it was a scene of vibrant nightlife. The people on the streets were elegantly dressed, as if they belonged to 2 entirely different worlds. After the carriage returned to the ancient residence, a tall, thin man approached, asking, young master, have you obtained the cultivation method from the Immortal sect? Gu Yuan nodded. The man's face broke into a smile. That's wonderful. Young master, hurry and practice. In just half a year, the selection for immortal officials will begin. As long as you successfully become an immortal and take up the position of an immortal official, our Gu family will prosper. Hearing the mention of the half-year time frame, Gu Yuan realized this must also be part of the assessment. Starting from 0 and stepping into the realm of cultivators in just half a year would certainly eliminate a significant number of candidates. Gu Yuan was unsure whether the physical condition in the illusion reflected his own body. If he had no spiritual body, it would indeed be difficult for him to enter the Qi refinement stage in half a year without any auxiliary resources. Upon returning to the ancient residence and attempting to practice the basic Qi gathering technique, Gu Yuan discovered that his worries were unfounded. The physical condition in the illusion was the same as his own. As the cultivation method began to circulate within just a few breaths, the thin spiritual energy around him gradually started to flow into his body. The spiritual energy in this illusion was quite thin, and it took Gu Yuan considerable effort to draw even a wisp of it into his body. No wonder he couldn't sense the spiritual energy through his physical form. Although the spiritual energy here was sparse, with the strength of Gu Yuan's spiritual body, half a year would be enough for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. As Gu Yuan began his cultivation, it seemed as if the plot of this world had come to a halt and no one disturbed him, as if this time was reserved solely for his cultivation. 6 months later, Gu Yuan reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. During this period, he had attempted to cultivate the fierce mountain Qi gathering technique. Although it was also subpar, it was slightly better than the basic Qi gathering technique. However, Gu Yuan failed. He could sense no spiritual energy while trying to run the fierce mountain Qi gathering technique here. After achieving some cultivation, Gu Yuan had also tried to use other spells, but all attempts ended in failure. Here it seemed he could only use the methods he had purchased. Fortunately, the power of the will of the realm was still usable, and its effectiveness when combined with basic spells was quite satisfactory. As the half-year mark approached, the steward of the ancient residence hurriedly found Gu Yuan. Young master, have you become an immortal? The selection for the immortal officials is about to begin. Gu Yuan nodded. I am already an immortal. Don't joke with me, young master. I am perceptive as well. How can you prove that you are an immortal? Gu Yuan casually pointed, activating the magical power within him. A stream of spiritual energy shot from his fingertip, striking the stone table. With a thunderous crash, the stone table shattered. What Gu Yuan had demonstrated was the basic spell spiritual energy finger. Excellent. It's good that young master is indeed an immortal. I will take you to participate in the selection for the immortal officials right away. The steward's face broke into a smile. Fortunately, we are not late. Young master, let's go register. Gu Yuan followed the steward, proceeding with the plot of the assessment. Fortunately, we are not late. Young master, let's go register. Gu Yuan followed the steward, proceeding with the plot of the assessment. Having already gained some strength, Gu Yuan was now extremely composed. No matter what changes occurred in the entrance assessment, he felt confident that he could handle them with ease. In the county city, Gu Yuan was the only one registering to be an immortal official. After he displayed his identity as a cultivator, the county governor smiled. Wonderful. I hereby appoint you as the immortal official responsible for guarding Isu County in the West Wind Prefecture of the Daliang Dynasty. After taking office, please ensure that the 3 years of taxes owed by Isu County are collected and submitted to this prefecture. Gu Yuan accepted the appointment document and thus became the immortal official of Isu County. He did not waste words with them, as Isu County might be the key point of this entrance assessment. On the way to take office, the steward of the ancient residence wore a broad smile. Young master, this is excellent. The money spent by the master was not wasted. Once you take office and collect the back taxes owed to the county city, we can reap the benefits. After becoming an immortal official, we will surely acquire a lot of wealth, and our Gu family will prosper. Gu Yuan did not respond to the steward. If he really went to collect money after taking office, perhaps he would fail the entrance assessment. Gu Yuan did not know if there were any dark sides behind the Qingshu sacred land, but in the entrance assessment, could they allow a disciple who plunders the people's wealth to be admitted? If the entrance assessment of the extreme holy sect operated this way, Gu Yuan would not mind plundering excessively. However, this was the entrance assessment of the Qingshu sacred land, and things would not be that simple. Upon arriving in Isu County, Gu Yuan presented the appointment document and took up the position of the immortal official while the steward of the ancient residence returned to report. Before Gu Yuan could settle into his seat, the county vice magistrate approached him. My lord, you aren't here to help collect taxes for the county city, are you? Gu Yuan nodded. That is indeed how the county governor arranged it. The vice magistrate looked troubled and asked, my lord, you are an immortal official, right? That's correct. Does that matter? My lord, there's no way to collect taxes in Isu County anymore. 2 county magistrates have already fled before you, and the county governor had no choice but to appoint an immortal official to use your status to deter the bandits outside the city, stabilizing the situation in Isu County. Gu Yuan knew things wouldn't be that simple. He looked at the vice magistrate and asked, please elaborate on the difficulties Isu County is facing. My lord, there's no way to collect taxes in Isu County anymore. 2 county magistrates have already fled before you, and the county governor had no choice but to appoint an immortal official to use your status to deter the bandits outside the city, stabilizing the situation. The able-bodied young men in the county have either become bandits or fled. Now, apart from the elderly and weak in the county town, only a few wealthy families remain. However, they have connections, and we cannot touch them, making it very difficult. Moreover, the Chun Kingdom, under the leadership of their newly appointed national teacher, is preparing for war, and they might attack at any time. Isu County is a border city and will be the first to suffer. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. Isu County was indeed the key point of this entrance assessment for the Qingshu sacred land. With the minor cloud and rain technique he had purchased from the Jingdao sect, Gu Yuan vaguely understood his mission. He looked at the vice magistrate and asked, since you can foresee that the Chun Kingdom is planning to attack us, does our Liang Kingdom court not see it? The vice magistrate sighed and said, currently the Empress of Liang Kingdom is in power, only indulging in pleasures. Moreover, the current national teacher is obsessed with the immortal path and pays no attention to worldly affairs. Even if the officials in the court see it, what can they do? When the Chun Kingdom attacks, they can only cede land and pay reparations. It doesn't threaten their lives. My lord, I have said all that I need to say. Now you are the lord of this county. I will follow your lead. The vice magistrate finished relaying all the information he knew and looked at Gu Yuan, waiting for his decision.